Oh, hello, I didn't see you there. I'm Jim Sterling, and I'm going to kick off the show with a little bit of self-promotion, because I don't do it very often. Welcome to the show. We do this every Monday. This is the Jimquisition, the first episode of 2015. It's an alright episode. And if you love it and want to see more of me, I do other shit on this channel, youtube.com/Jim Sterling. So you can look at all the stuff there. Or you can go to thejimquisition.com to look at reviews, what I do. I do video game reviews, they're good, and some other editorial stuff. And I also do a podcast called The Podquisition. You can search for it on iTunes, look for Jimquisition, or go to soundcloud.com/Jimquisition. I host that with Gavin Dunn, aka Miracle of Sound, and Laura Kate, aka a woman with a mouth so foul even I go steady on. So that's all good, and all of that is kept alive and going by a Patreon, what I've got set up, patreon.com/Jimquisition. And you can look at that and maybe kick some bucks that way if you want, or not. It's okay. Your choice, you're America. But 2015 is my year, so enjoy. It's 2015! Hooray! We celebrate the arbitrarily designated passing of the year as if it has actually changed anything and that suddenly everybody stopped being horrible dickheads to each other and nobody gets sad ever. But more importantly, it means very little is actually happening at the moment as we step out from the holiday season into our brave new world. You know what that means? It's time for another bloody list of video games to tide us over content-wise. And with that in mind, we're now going to talk about the games in 2015 that I'm looking forward to, and now you can look forward to them, because I'm always right. Let's start with an obvious one to get it out of the way, Bloodborne. It's another bleak and intimidating action RPG by From Software, this time with a gorgeously grim Victorian period aesthetic. It features similar risk and reward gameplay to Dark Souls, but combat is faster paced and more about pressing the attack than the more defensive, methodical approach found in the Souls series. The whole thing looks bloody gorgeous. From's typical, ornate but in a perfectly dismal way character design marrying well to the historical environment, with battles indeed looking faster and more frantic, with a ton of weapons to choose from, including a set of guns that seem to be quite believably included in one's arsenal. I'm very bloody into it, and if you want to feel like a Van Helsing type in a world that will likely kick the shit out of you and make you love it, Bloodborne seems set to make all your masochistic dreams come true. Grim Fandango is one of my greatest regrets. Being a particularly poor child, and with my granddad being the only one in the family who had a computer worth a shit back then, I never got to play this classic LucasArts game back in the day. It has forever been consigned to my I must play that one day list, which I'd have done by now if it had appeared on fucking GOG.com before now. At any rate, the closest I got to Grim Fandango was staring lovingly at screenshots of it in gaming magazines back in them days, which is why I'm incredibly excited about Grim Fandango Remastered, slated for PS4 and PS Vita. I am intentionally keeping myself as in the dark about this as possible so I can finally experience this bloody thing as fresh as I can for the first time ever. I know, of course, that it's considered very special, and the character design is something I've loved for, well, years now. I'll be playing this one for young me, though, just like I spend my adulthood buying old fucking toys that I used to want because I'm a weird, pathetic old freak like that. Fun times. As a D&D player with a sometimes sadistic DM, Darkest Dungeons looks like my perfect RPG. A role-playing game with an utterly beautiful art style. What separates this kickstarted PC and PS4 game from the pack is its focus on psychological consequences. As one's party delves deeper and deeper into monster-infested tunnels, they struggle to clutch onto their sanity. It's a rather macabre analysis on exactly what kind of mental health toll adventuring might actually have on human beings. Because let's face it, carving through skeletons, zombies, and aberrant monstrosities in the dark is probably gonna fuck anybody up no matter how tough they are. The affliction system bestows all sorts of morale-affecting challenges on the party as characters become paranoid, irrational, and potentially dangerous to allies. Stress, disease, hunger, they all conspire to bring the heroes down, and when you toss in permadeath, procedural generation, and all that other addictive shit, you've got a game that threatens to rob me of my life the same way Spelunky and Binding of Isaac have. This may be the one I'm most excited for in 2015, speaking as a guy whose first D&D character lost a hand and a foot and refused a resurrection spell because he was just fucking done. Kirby and the Rainbow Curse is Kirby. That's enough said, because it's bloody Kirby. But if I had to say more, I'd explain that this is a Wii U follow-up to the beloved but not widely appreciated DS title Kirby Canvas Curse. Using the gamepad's touchscreen, you draw a little rainbow platform in any direction as a spherical Kirby rolls along the paths you create. Kirby games always charm the pants off me, and Rainbow Curse is set to continue that trend, being all bright and colourful, and you can do loop-de-loops and you're pink and adorable, and yes, please. I am expecting a laid-back experience that focuses on just having a really nice time, and amidst all the violence and darkness I'll surely be enjoying in 2015, I can always use more brightly coloured niceness to break it all up. I was a bit iffy on The Witcher 2. I thought it was alright, but I found its design questionable in places. Obviously this means people popularly think I hate everything about it and want to see The Witcher as a series burned into oblivion. That's not actually true. There's a lot about Witcher 2 I enjoyed when I played it, and I liked the first game greatly, so Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, as fantastically promising as it is easily on my list of most anticipated 2015 releases. The Witcher's world is charming as it is shameless and gritty, and Wild Hunt looks gorgeous, engrossing and suitably deep and action-packed. CD Projekt Red is one of the few game companies I tend to put squarely in the one of the good guys camp, as they care deeply about treating their customers with respect, and their approach to DRM, DLC and game content are basically everything the Jimquisition has argued in favour of. Even if it's not as brilliant as I hope, it'll likely still absorb hours upon hours of my time just like the previous ones, and I won't find myself too upset about that at all. This is going to be the hitting shit with a sword in a big map experience du jour in 2015, and I am most certainly along for the ride. By the way, YouTubers, you've probably already typed your angry comments in the replies, but I'm not going to start every episode by talking about my Patreon or the other stuff. I barely do it, so I'm doing a bit of self-promotion before you complain about how there's ads at the beginning of every episode now. No, there aren't going to be, because I'm Jim fucking Sterling's son, and that's my promise to you. And 2015, indeed, will be the year of the Sterling. So prepare yourselves, one and all, to thank God for me for the next 365 days, unless it's a leap year I've not checked.
A tie can make the difference between looking polished and just so-so. Today we're going to be talking about one of the most distinguished knots, the full Windsor. Start with the wide end of the tie to the right, about 12 inches or longer than the narrow end on the left. Cross the wide end over the narrow end to the left. Bring the wide end around and up through the loop.
Fucking YouTube commenters, do your time properly.
Bring the wide end behind the narrow end.
Fucking do this.
Back.
In the years since Skylanders first made themselves known to the world, I've had various commenters ask me why I don't consider them a bad thing. A question that has only intensified since Nintendo joined the toy-based gaming craze with Amiibo. Most recently, somebody asked me if I considered Amiibo to be a new form of on-disc DLC, a form of downloadable content that must be maligned as it represents content that should have been available in the base game and therefore has been shadily gated away from us. First off, let me explain why I found Skylanders appealing and why I currently have the same fascination with Amiibo that clearly a lot of other people have. See, I'm a child of the 90s first and foremost, and part of what I love about these things is how they remind me of the gimmicky collectibles that I used to obsess over as a kid. Things like Monster in My Pocket, Mini Boglins, the Trash Bag Bunch, Pet Aliens, oh yeah, I remember those ones, all that fun stuff. It was a big hit in them days, made pack rats of a lot of us, and it's a major part of why I like these things today. The Skylanders in particular nailed that 90s gimmick structure, and its success seems to indicate that there's still a lot of love out there for silly collectible plastic tat, to say nothing of the wacky scarcity surrounding the current Amiibo gold rush. I like collecting things, and really, how else are you gonna get a Wii Fit trainer figure or a little Mac? I think I'd want these things even if they did nothing at all, but the fact I can swipe them all across my gamepad to nab a bunch of extra rupees and weapons in Hyrule Warriors is like icing on the cake. And that makes me think of Barcode Battlers, another bit of shit from the 90s that people barely talk about anymore. Remember that? Remember that? That's good too. Unlike underhanded practices like smuggled on disc DLC, one important thing to note about Amiibo and similar products is that you know what you're getting up front. We know what the toys do, we know what the games that function with them do, so nobody's being misled, nobody's having content sold to them as downloadable stuff when it's just gated on the disc. This is especially important with Skylanders and Disney Infinity, where you know straight away that you need the figures to work with the game. Rather than being comparable to DLC, I'd argue that's closer to needing fake instruments for Rock Band, a PlayStation Eye camera for iToy, or a Kinect to play something like D4, and maybe one of the other Kinect games that are good. They're not DLC so much as peripherals. When it comes to Amiibo specifically, I think Nintendo hit upon a clever way of delivering extra content, because while some have complained that they don't do much, I think doing a little over a wide variety of games is less offensive than making them crucial to one or two. You don't need the extra silly costumes in Mario Kart 8, you don't need the extra rupees and one more weapon of dozens in Hyrule Warriors. Even the most extensive Amiibo extra, the customizable fighters in Smash Brothers, are more a throwaway extra than anything anywhere near important. But if I already have the Amiibo, it's a case of why the fuck not, may as well get it. I don't want Amiibo to have too much of an impact on games because I think they work perfectly as they are. Fun little toys that you can have hang out on a shelf while occasionally picking up a bit of fluffy shit in a game here and there. As far as content practices go, it's at least inventive and feels more fun for the end user, which I really don't have a problem with. One thing people misunderstand about me in particular is that they believe I hate downloadable content. I've said it before and I'll say it again, I like extra content. I think DLC is, in theory, a great concept. Unfortunately, like most great concepts, so-called AAA publishers twisted the idea and did shitty things with it to the point where content itself has almost become a dirty word. Actual on-disc DLC, costume DLC that costs way more than it should, free-to-play style content smuggled onto $60 retail games, important story content that feels cut out of the main game and resold to us, all of this is lazy, duplicitous, or good old-fashioned greedy, and I don't put Amiibo in the same category. They're a take-it-or-leave-it, moderately clever gimmick that have no significant impact on video games, but nonetheless provide some extra fun whether you've bought one or have the entire set. Now all that said, fuck Nintendo's manufactured scarcity bullshit, because some of the shit we've seen with Amiibo disappearing off the face of the planet, as well as stores like Toys R Us cancelling pre-orders and reopening sales in the dead of night to fuck customers over, is just utter gibberish nonsense. I mean, between Amiibo and the Majora's Mask 3D Limited Edition, Nintendo's best-served scalpers will be able to put their kids through college off the shit they make from eBay this year. Now, I'm not saying we should see 10 million villagers on store shelves, but come on, let's at least supply to demand, because Nintendo ain't making shit off the ones that go for upwards of $40 on fucking internet. And really, Amazon, you're gonna let one dude buy up all the Majora's Limited Edition, so when I try and get one, almost as soon as it was announced, there's none left for me. When does Jimmy win? Amazon and Nintendo, when does Jimmy get his share? I work hard, I pay my taxes, at the end of the day I should be allowed to buy a Majora's Mask 3D Limited Edition if I want one, and I have a Skull Kid, and everyone can say, Jim, we respect you, we know you worked hard, and we can see you have a Skull Kid. Well done, Jim, well done. And I'll be all, thank you for recognising that I've done my part to contribute to society. Thank you for recognising that I, Jim Sterling's son, deserve a fucking Skull Kid. Just like anybody else, we should all have the right to a Skull Kid each. And what has Obama done about this? He's done nothing. The politicians do nothing. They just sit on their asses collecting their kickbacks and do nothing to ensure that every American gets a Skull Kid like every American deserves. And I'm just sat here wondering when things are going to change. When are we going to get the change that was promised to us? When am I going to get a fucking Skull Kid? That's all I want. I just want a Skull Kid. I don't want to get 10,000 of them. I don't want to buy 1,000 from Amazon and then put 1,000 of them on eBay and sell them for $1,000 each so that I get $1,000. That's not what I want. I'm Jim fucking Sterling. Rather than produce on-disc DLC, I think Nintendo's done a really good job this past year of taking a lot of industry bullshit ideas and doing very interesting consumer-facing things with them. Kudos to Nintendo. They had a really good year last year, at least creatively, and I feel that deserves some praise, some rare praise in an industry full of utter bullshit. And maybe I'll do an episode on that. People say I don't talk about Nintendo enough. So that's what I'll do at some point in the future. Until then, thank God and the full Windsor for me. before we begin, I would like to address rumours that have been flying around the internet lately. The money that Jimquisition makes from Patreon is not being funneled into a secret side project, and that side project is not a novel in which Corey Feldman's bus pass is struck by lightning, becomes self-aware and falls in love with him. Romancing the Bus Pass is what it's not called, because I'm not writing it, okay? There is no side project, there is no romantic bus pass Corey Feldman novel, and I'll hear no more about it. It doesn't even have a publisher. Evolve may turn out to be a great game. It looks promising, the trailers are solid, and I'm a big fan of what's become known as asymmetric multiplayer. The idea of pitting one player as a swiftly growing monster against another set of players trying to hunt it is pretty cool, and like every game that comes out, I do hope it's terrific. Unfortunately, no matter how good Evolve may be, it'll always be remembered by myself as a game that fell out of the AAA bullshit tree and hit every fucking branch on the way down. Thanks to the way it's been presented to us from the very outset, Evolve has been sold more as a vector for DLC than an actual video game. Thanks entirely to the way 2K chose to announce and promote it, I have no confidence in the game's motives, and have had any potential excitement for it chipped away by a steady, systematic exercise in highlighting just how ridiculous and desperate AAA game publishing has become. Really, what chance did Evolve have? This was a game that announced pre-order bonuses before the game itself was even fucking revealed. The first time I'd heard of Turtle Rock's new shooter was in a news post revealing that you could get the Monster expansion pack with the Savage Goliath skin if you pre-order it now. This was in January 2014 and the game didn't even have a single bloody screenshot out for public consumption. Back then, it became one of my favourite examples of pre-order culture, and to date remains one of the most ridiculous instances of a publisher putting the cart way before the horse. The next time Evolve made a big splash was when Turtle Rock told us it was being designed literally as a glorified DLC shopping mall, and tried to spin it as a good thing. Co-founder Chris Ashton, with no self-awareness, said Evolve was built from the ground up to support DLC, pretty much confirming the game's intentions right from the bat. And I'm sorry, as much as I like some downloadable extras now and then, being told that a full-priced retail game has been built from scratch to sell me more shit for as long as possible does not make me excited. It makes me feel gross, but according to Ashton, Evolve will support DLC more so than any game ever before. Yay! And let it never be said that Turtle Rock isn't true to its word. Most recently, Evolve came out hard with a sprawling mass of downloadable content options that needs to be seen to be believed. First of all, we have a fucking season pass, because of course we do, which they'll be flogging for $24.99 right out the gate. But it's the anarchic slew of pre-order bonuses that have really made customers raise their eyebrows to spacefaring distances. If you pre-order Evolve, you get access to a monster called the Behemoth, which 2K Games claims has a retail value of $14.99. That's $15 for a single playable character, by the by. The standard pre-order gets you that Behemoth and the aforementioned Goliath expansion mentioned in January 2014. Then there's the Digital Deluxe Edition, which 2K is desperately trying to sell you by banging on about how valuable it is and how much value it has, all the value. It comes with the Goliath shit, plus 3 monster skins and 4 hunters, which will be available at some unknown date. Then there's the Evolve PC Monster Race Edition, which is everything mentioned so far, plus the Behemoth and Season Pass, an unannounced 5th playable monster, 2 more hunters, and 4 skins. The basic message is simple. You pre-order the game, and you pre-order the lavish version at that if you don't want to feel like you're missing shit. Oh, and if you want better treatment, you best pre-purchase it on Xbox One too, which is exclusively available to preload now with exclusive early access to the beta and exclusive access to the Monster expansion for free exclusive AAA world premiere exclusivity. Turtle Rock has tried to claim it's just giving us options, the usual excuse companies try and give when they pull this shite. But let's be perfectly clear, there's options and there's sheer fucking lunacy, and that's what this is. When you sell a game's DLC before you even have a fucking screenshot out, when all you ever heard about in association with a game is how much downloadable content it's gonna hawk at you like a shady dealer in a covered market, that's not fucking good. That does not scream consumer friendly. It reeks of desperation and it's pure content saturation. Like that infamous Watch Dogs Special Edition table. When you start needing spreadsheets to determine which versions have what content and which DLC is exclusive to where, you're done fucked up. Because no customer wants to have to plan like that. They want to know, where can I buy the thing and play the fucking thing? They don't want a bunch of different, increasingly expensive versions crammed into their face, because that's not choice, that's confusing chaos, flying in the face of one of the cornerstones of successful business. Keep it fucking simple, stupid. When you're having to make lengthy forum posts defending your DLC practices, maybe consider for a moment that you fuck the dog's ass with your DLC practices rather than double down on the bullshit by adding more bullshit. I've seen tons of comments now from people who were excited by the game but got totally turned off by all this chicanery, and I don't blame them at all. Once you start complicating the process of accessing entertainment, when you start shoveling bonuses and extras and exclusives and presumptuous extra purchasable content before the game's even out, a lot of people will find it either tacky or distracting, and they'll be less likely to, just buy it. Evolve is one of the more gauche examples recently, but it happens too many times in this industry, and they wonder why the AAA business is so utterly fucked these past few years. Games announcing pre-order DLC the moment they announce the game, retail exclusive content that threatens to split the market, an impregnable mess of special editions with wildly varying prices and stuff. All of this looks like a great way to make a quick buck on paper, but it's exhausting to customers, and it dampens excitement for those who just want to play a fucking video game. My potential excitement for Evolve was killed before I even got to saw what the fucking game looked like, because 2K Games was more concerned with selling me DLC than they were with selling me the goddamn game to which the DLC is attached. And when you put the cart so far ahead of the horse that you're pushing the wagon to market yourself, you have well and truly fucked up. I feel like in many respects, entertainment is moving far and far away from overcomplicated ideas, with things like Netflix and Amazon for videos, for TV shows and films, things like Kindle for books and comic books, where you press a button and get the thing. People are more tempted to move away from physical media, from Blu-rays and whatnot, that do and still do special editions and have all bunch of extra features on them. But people kind of don't care, it seems, so much about director's commentary and deleted scenes if they can just press a button and get the thing, which is where the world's going. Convenience is something people pay for. It's why things like iTunes and Spotify and other music streaming services have become more viable and helped reduce piracy, because people will pay for convenience, and that's something that the game industry is still struggling to understand as they make things less and less convenient, more convoluted, more saturated, more confusing to the standard casual consumer, which is just madness to me. Even with digital distribution, where publishers can set their own goals and set their own standards, they still can't help muddying the water because they've got old-fashioned brains. So you get digital deluxe versions, you still get pre-order bonuses for downloadable versions of games, because they can't let go of that. They can't let go of this idea of controlling the market that much and over-managing it, it's just not the way the world's going, folks. People want to press a button and get the thing. That's all they want. So, there you go. Incidentally, there will be 5 different versions of Jimquisition next week, each of me wearing a different tie and thanking a different deity for me. And you can preload those now at no extra cost, except for all the extra costs. So thank God, or Loki, the trickster god, if you pre-order the Loki pack for me. I've got survival horror on the brain thanks to the recent re-release of the remaster of Resident Evil, that game that has come out like 10,000 million billion times. It's a good game though, still really good, holds up fantastically despite being, it was released in 2002, the remake, and then that was based on a game that was released in 1996, and I still feel it holds up. I've actually been replaying Resident Evil 2 as well, and there are many reasons why that holds up. So I've got enough topics based on that series now to give us about 5 or 6 episodes, some of which are going to be based off rants on a review I did of the Resident Evil thing last week. So cool. I get to plagiarise myself. Free content. Awesome. Enjoy the first one, and I'll be peppering those throughout the year. Up until October, when I've run out of them and need something for the Halloween episode, and realise I used up all of my survival horror episodes before then. Fantastic. Enjoy. I recently reviewed Resident Evil HD Remaster, Remake, Re-Release, Remake on the Jimquisition.com and started going off on a tangent about environmental design and why Resident Evil's was so good. There's a lot of reasons why Resident Evil as a game is so beloved, why it has remained so stuck in our minds, and why it revolutionised survival horror, even if it didn't specifically create the genre. We can talk about its control scheme, fixed cameras, puzzles, zombies, and amazingly awful dialogue all we want, but for me, the biggest reason why Resident Evil is so meaningful is the Spencer Mansion itself. The Spencer Mansion serves as the setting for Resident Evil, a big creepy house surrounded by mountains used in unethical biological experiments that went zomborifically wrong. While the game expands out from the initial entrance hall of the mansion, what's notable about the game's structure is just how often one will be in that hall, striking out from it into the network of corridors and rooms that make up the environment's deadly spider's web. At first, the maze-like building intimidates as one looks at two huge wings of a big house full of locked doors, puzzles, traps, and monsters, but it is ultimately a mansion, a rather limited space that for all its maze-like qualities connects in logical ways and requires a lot of running back and forth through its hallways to the point where one becomes very familiar. What first introduces itself as a sprawling, intimidating maze soon feels like home. A deadly home, crawling with zombies and other biological atrocities, but a home nonetheless. Continued exposure to the same areas instills a navigational expertise in the player as they soon learn the best shortcuts, the safest routes from room to room, the faster and more efficient methods of navigating the world. There is an intimacy with the environment that you just don't see anymore. In fact, these days, a game trying to do what Resident Evil did might very well get critically mauled for enforcing backtracking. Backtracking, the need to go back and forth over previously traversed areas, is a dirty concept these days, often sneered at, and often rightly so, as it's not done all that well in most cases, but it's not given credit for how, when used right, it can turn a location into something special. This method of environmental design was a mainstay of old point-and-click adventure games, expanded upon with Metroidvania-style titles, and it produced a number of unforgettable PlayStation-era action releases, such as Metal Gear Solid, which designed Shadow Moses in a similar fashion, and thus crafted a game world I find unforgettable. The word unforgettable is important, for you see, I will never forget Resident Evil. It had been close to 10 years since I last touched any version of the first game, but replaying it recently felt like coming home. I won't forget its lavish entrance hall, its eerily silent bar room, its crow-infested gallery, or the relief I felt every time I reached its stairwell safe rooms. And yet, conversely, I cannot tell you a single memorable place in the huge Far Cry 4, a game I played only months ago. See, these days games are all about being massive. Square footage is king, but when you focus on just being huge, you forget what makes a game world truly special, that sense of character and personality that one can only truly appreciate through a sense of intimacy. This is not to say large or even huge environments cannot themselves encourage familiarity. I explored so much of Skyrim that I felt the same wash of nostalgia that I do with Resident Evil, but you have to work that much harder to give your game world a sense of personality, a reason to revisit and get to know a whole bunch of interconnected places, and it's obvious that many modern games just can't be fucked with all that. They'd rather build as huge a map as possible than just litter it with collectibles or a small handful of repetitive side quests that have no plot relevance and very little in-game context. I don't explore these worlds hoping to bump into some crazy random event. I don't get to visit and revisit characters who I grow fond of through continued interactions. They're cold, stale worlds concerned only with raw square footage. I take a place a fraction of the size that actually means something over a vast landscape littered with nebulous content but no fucking meat. Instead, so many games want to take us on a huge roller coaster ride at a rapid pace and are so terrified to just let the player loose in a maze they can explore at their own pace. For all their overuse of the word iconic, big publishers have forgotten the meaning of it. They can craft huge, beautiful landscapes, but are unable to inject them with any actual fucking substance. Which I should say is fine. Not all games have to be designed the same way, of course. They can be open world, linear, huge, small. Every type of environmental design can, when used correctly, be excellent at telling a certain type of story or setting a certain mood. But the big budget world is tilted so far in favour of the huge and sterile world that we just don't get to see Spencer Mansions anymore. And Spencer Mansions are so excellent at what they do, and we need to see more of them. I miss a good Spencer Mansion or a Shadow Moses, a smaller world, a world of backtracking and keycards and puzzles that no sane architect would build into a fucking house, but a world that I cannot forget, while I struggle to remember a single detail in the allegedly iconic open worlds of gaming today. Speaking of horror games, right, it's Monday, okay, Dying Light is out, I think tomorrow or the day after, and no review copies. What's going on? Stop doing that. We had an episode, in fact the very first independent Jimquisition was about this shit with reviews, okay? Don't do it. I want to be chased by a zombie and do a parkour, because I can't do it in real life. I'll just fall over and break my face. So sort it out, please. I want to run away from a zombie. Thank you. And thank God for me. Fucking review embargo shit. Don't do it. I'll run away from a zombie. The visuals of today's Jimquisition are made up almost entirely of games from Devolver Digital's library, because Devolver Digital universally allows its games to be played on YouTube and it allows YouTubers to monetize them. I don't monetize the Jimquisition, but it's the principle of the fucking thing. So Devolver Digital, they're pretty good. That's how promotion works. So, Electronic Arts recently instituted a new way of dealing with the ever-thorny issue of YouTube Let's Players and whether or not they deserve money for the videos they make. This past week, EA revealed the Creators Program, a revenue-sharing scheme in which you apply to share the ad money you make from your YouTube videos with EA itself, or rather, they'll kindly share it with you. You'll get 60% of the ad revenue off any video you register personally with EA, or 70% of the money if you decide to register your entire channel and let Electronic Arts profit off every video you upload. EA's program only lets YouTubers upload distinct games from a list of their choosing and tells content makers they're not allowed to use footage from games they don't explicitly permit. Bear in mind the list leaves out a large portion of EA's library, limiting what you can actually upload and effectively controlling the content on your channel while raking in a portion of the cash. Oh, and if you don't opt into this program, well, good luck uploading any more EA videos from now on. Now, EA didn't actually do any of the above. Nintendo did, but because some people tend to give Nintendo a free pass on everything, I figured I'd explain the Creators Program as coming from a more universally loathed publisher to let the rose-tinted among us get a sense of what it really is. Nintendo has had a long history of not getting it when it comes to YouTube and the new age of transformative work, claiming videos from anybody, even if they use a few seconds of publicly distributed trailer footage. Nintendo claims its behaviour was simply to abide by YouTube's rules, which is kinda bollocks since many other publishers, including Devolver Digital here, have explicitly allowed all their games to be played and monetized by YouTubers. Nintendo could have done that, but instead they uniformly claimed the ad revenue of people's videos and held up its hands as if it couldn't be helped. So now Nintendo has unveiled a Creators Program, presenting the previously withheld ad revenue as a gift to video makers. What this basically is a publisher taking your shoes away and then saying, oh hey, we've spent ages working out a way to give you one of these shoes back. We're very, very generous people, give us those fucking laces. While other publishers have no problem with YouTubers and the coverage they provide, Nintendo is pretending that getting directly in bed with games media is the only way this will work, a murky prospect for a lot of reasons. As a critic, the idea of effectively signing terms of employment with a video game publisher is beyond fucking gross to me. And as far as I can tell, there's no distinction between whether you're a critic or an entertainer or a reviewer, whatever you call yourself. Nintendo wants you to shake hands and make compromises on your coverage if you're uploading game footage to YouTube. And even for those who do just brand themselves as entertainers, let's not forget that YouTubers are tastemakers now. They are the new front of games media. The idea of publishers sinking their tendrils into the medium is something we should be unsettled by. We already saw what can happen with the Shadow of Mordor controversy, and things like this are just another shaky foot in the door, especially if other publishers do follow in Nintendo's footsteps. More to the point, I have to agree with PewDiePie when he says that for most YouTubers, their subscribers are theirs. okay? It's not Nintendo's. The audience is there for them. People subscribe to Angry Joe because they're fans of Angry Joe. They subscribe to Boogie because they're fans of Boogie. They subscribe to me because they don't have better things to do. A YouTuber does not need to be screwed over by a publisher like this when there are many, many others out there who recognise the potential benefits of just letting YouTubers do their thing independently. For Nintendo to claim such a large chunk of the revenue to effectively offer comparable or worse terms than a YouTube multi-channel partner, while simultaneously being a publisher that shouldn't be sharing money with the media, is arrogant at best, and I'm glad to see some prominent YouTubers say no, while declaring that Nintendo just became a low priority at best when it comes to showing their games off, if not entirely refusing to cover their games from now on. Because there is no winning here. Nintendo has restricted what YouTubers can cover and wielded what I feel is an unreasonable amount of control over coverage. YouTubers that don't comply will have Nintendo simply seize all the revenue available, while those who do comply will be told what they can cover and have to receive their cash from Nintendo like it's a goddamn allowance. Meanwhile, many of the bigger YouTubers will simply say fuck it and kick Nintendo off their radar entirely because they're quite frankly bigger and more important than this, so Nintendo will miss out on basically tons of potential audience exposure. And none of it had to happen. While other publishers are riding the wave of YouTube success, where great games can become cult classics through those personalities who take to them and display a genuine love for their production, Nintendo is doing its best to claw and grasp at the straws of market control. Nintendo has a lot of community love, quality games, and a pedigree that has been well deserved. Because of those things, Nintendo may feel it's above YouTube and it can set its own terms because it's fucking Nintendo. And you know, that may be true on some level. Nintendo doesn't need YouTubers, but when you imagine how much more Nintendo could benefit and how we all could benefit if it just left the fuck alone, well, there's no way to rule this but as an absolute failure. One myth that I need to dispel, and I seem to need to dispel it all the bloody time, is that this affects more than just Let's Players. People online in reaction to this stuff love to pontificate about what they believe Let's Players deserve. Those people who just sit around playing video games and filming themselves. No. Funnily enough, the Let's Play stuff I do, the Squirty Play series and the Early Access Squirt, very, very rarely ever get flagged. Funnily enough, the stuff that takes the most original content, the most editing on my part, is the stuff that gets flagged the most, incidentally the most popular stuff. Ever since starting Jimquisition on the Jim Sterling channel just a few months ago, a lot of them have been flagged. Even though I don't monetize this series on YouTube, I get emails from YouTube anyway saying I'll never be able to put ads on them because Take-Two have claimed them, because Nintendo have claimed them. And it's often because I use little bits of trailer footage which are given to press to upload on their own behalf and monetize anyway. So no, it isn't just people who sit around playing video games. A lot of Let's Plays themselves are allowable, but these publishers will claim anything, and including the Jimquisition, including when I did top 10 videos, sort of comedy parody top 10 videos, anything, even if it uses stuff that's publicly been distributed to press for years. So think about that next time you sit there on your high horse and try and tell YouTubers that they don't have real jobs, which is a stupid idea anyway and just buys into the idea that the 9 to 5 is the only job worth having, which just plays into the hands of people who create those 9 to 5 jobs to tell you what you should and shouldn't do. So thank God for me. Last week, I slagged off Nintendo. This week, I praised Nintendo, or at least something Nintendo related, for you see, the Jim giveth and the Jim taketh away. Unless we're talking about revenue on YouTube videos, in which case only Nintendo taketh away. And Square Enix sometimes. And Capcom when it's a music related thing and then they have to fix it. Or Warner Brothers. And Take-Two. A whole bunch of other fuckers. I've often referenced the feeling that a lot of people think I hate downloadable content on principle alone, that I believe all DLC is bad and shouldn't be factored into the development of a game. In truth, I'm actually a big fan of DLC as a basic concept, and I believe many different types of it have their place. For me, the biggest issue with DLC isn't the fact that it exists, it's that a potentially good idea has been exploited, abused and overused so much that it's hard not to view content as a dirty word now. From excessive day one DLC to content pre-produced and locked out of the main game, to glorified cheat codes and extras most of us remember being part of the core experience in gaming past, there are many ways to negatively mutate DLC, and you better believe the so-called AAA industry has embraced most of them. But we talk about the negative side of DLC all the time, and no doubt will do again. Today I'm here to look at the flip side of the coin and discuss where I think downloadable content has been done right. Specifically, the extended offerings that continue to be part of one of my personal top games of 2014, Hyrule Warriors. There's a foundation with a ton of additional paid content being built on top, but unlike many similar experiences, I don't feel I'm being taken for a ride, and it's perhaps the only game to date where I feel the purchase of a season pass isn't actually a fuck-awful idea. First of all, and perhaps most crucially, Hyrule Warriors base game already provides a ridiculous amount of content. Between its story campaign, free mode, huge adventure mode, and 13 distinct characters to unlock and level, there's enough to where I was picking the game back up months after launch with plenty to do. You'd think it's a no-brainer, but actually ensuring the core game feels complete and worth dropping the bones for on its own is a concept that doesn't seem high on a list of AAA priorities these days. The second most important consideration is the fact that, as well as paid DLC, Hyrule Warriors has been supported with a number of free updates throughout its lifespan. That word, support, is important here. You see, developers love to sell the idea of DLC as them supporting the game after launch, rather than the more truthful, making more money off the product at launch. Support is a positive word, so obviously if you criticise the DLC, you're criticising a good thing. A supportive developer, how dare you? But here we see what actual support for a game post-launch looks like. These updates are not just patches to fix bugs and shit, they add active, actionable enhancements to the core game, often providing the kind of stuff other games will package into paid DLC rather than simply offer. For example, the last update to Hyrule Warriors increased each character's level cap, added new consumable potions, more unlockable medals, and new features to the weapon crafting system. This is front-facing stuff added to the game in a time where bringing more to the table has become unthinkable for most big-budget games. Large free updates that tangibly matter show that the developer cares about keeping you invested in the game for its own sake, and showcases actual support for the game and the audience's own investment. And then of course we come to the actual paid DLC itself. Rather than full-on expansions or little nickel and dime aesthetic offerings, Hyrule Warriors has struck a balance between the two most typical extremes of DLC, creating packages that contain new characters, new costumes for existing characters, new weapons, and new battles, often bringing hours of additional gameplay to the plate. For $7.99 you get basically a ton of stuff at the same price other games would charge for just some costumes, or an extra character, or a few new weapons. The content is all collected into clearly themed packages, reducing the risk of confusion that oversaturated content offerings fall into, and each one is so rich in stuff to do that the Season Pass truly feels like a well thought out offering as opposed to the quick and dirty way to lock players into a shitty investment. You know, like most fucking Season Passes. I mean, it's sad as fuck that we have to be grateful for some of this stuff, but I still remember Dead Space offering character and weapon skins that cost $4 a piece, very shortly after launch I might fucking add. In fact, $8 got you less than half of everything Dead Space tried to sell you in its launch month, and that content didn't amount to a fraction of what a single pack in Hyrule Warriors nets you. And this was when DLC was just starting to get really shitty, like around 2008, and it sure as fuck hasn't gotten any better, but let's calm down, because we said we were keeping it positive this week. So yes, if more games did things that Hyrule Warriors did, you know, offer a big base game to keep me playing, significant free updates to keep my interest fresh, content offerings with substance to make a purchase worthwhile, a clear-cut thematically consistent DLC range to make shopping straightforward and a season pass seem reasonable, then I'd buy a fuck a lot more DLC than I do now. And by that, I mean Hyrule Warriors is the only game I've bought DLC for in basically fucking forever. It's almost like when you don't assault your audience with a saturation of bullshit and offer things worth buying, the audience parts with its money more readily. Weird how that works. A few weeks ago, Game Trailers' Kyle Bossman talked about this show. Hi Kyle, thanks for the shout out. He asked that I drop the use of what he called the big gloves. It's not going to happen, mostly because my hands are powerful. This is well known, it's documented in science journals, I'm something of a medical marvel. Through these fingers flow the power of ye gods. You know, if I take the gloves off, that power remains unchecked. These act as a limiter, kind of like weighted clothing in the Dragon Ball Z's. So they're not coming off. They're staying for the good of mankind. These only come off in dire situations, such as when humanity needs me most. So thank God for the big gloves, and indeed, as always, thank God for me. So that's good, what I've done there. The gloves stay. I've been going back and forth on whether to do this episode now for a while. For quite some time, actually, I've wanted to do an episode talking about Peter Molyneux, and obviously now the time is kind of ripe with the controversy over his Goddess Kickstarter stuff and the rock, paper, shotgun interview. Although, because of that, any further criticism of the man runs the risk of coming across as bullying. And I also don't like to focus on individuals so much, just because singling someone out can sometimes lead to further harassment of the person and death threats, and don't do those, okay? Don't be a dick. But at the same time, ever since the rock, paper, shotgun interview and Molyneux's recent press tour, where he said he's not going to talk to anyone anymore and he hasn't got a reputation and he's depressed and feels sorry for him, a lot of people have come out defending him, acting like he's being pilloried right now over one little mistake, which I feel is not entirely fair to those criticising Molyneux, because it ignores years and years of easily traceable behaviour, and that's what I'd like to talk about today. I would like to talk about the Molyneux cycle in what I hope is a very fair, very reasonable way. So let's give that a go. Enjoy. 2004, the official Lionhead forums. Peter Molyneux, in a wave of humility and sorrow, apologises to the community over missing features in Fable on Microsoft's debut console, the Xbox. If I have mentioned any feature in the past which, for whatever reason, didn't make it as I described into Fable, I apologise, he said. Every feature I've ever talked about was in development, but not all made it. I have come to realise that I should not talk about features too early, so I'm considering not talking about games as early as I do. Of course, as we all know, this supposed revelation of Peter's did not mark the end of him promising features that never saw the light of day, of talking about video games too early and being unable to deliver. Fable was the first major game in which Molyneux promised the world and delivered a glass cage. It was a game he said would be different because it was a good RPG in a world of shit ones. It was a game in which he said you could plant an acorn and have it grow into an oak tree over the course of the game. He promised NPCs that would seek vengeance on you, a fully open world a la Elder Scrolls, trees you could permanently scar, kids you could have and play as if your original character died, and much, much more. When Fable 2 was being hyped, Molyneux officially began what I call the Molyneux cycle. He naturally hyped the sequel to High Heaven, promising it would be this deep, engaging, enriching experience, make good on all the broken promises of the first, and then he slagged the original game off. Urging an interviewer not to play the original Fable, he claimed the Xbox title was a glass vase that had been stuck together slightly wrongly. He said mechanics just didn't work or weren't shown properly, and that the story was not told with any skill. But of course, Fable 2 would be everything Fable wasn't. Of course it would, and that is the Molyneux cycle. Tell us the next game is going to be amazing, while the last game was rubbish. It's a routine the man has perfected over years, and despite it being as predictable as it is insulting, he's rarely been directly challenged over it. After Fable 2 failed to be the greatest thing ever, the Molyneux cycle shifted forward a game. In the lead up to Fable 3, Molyneux insulted Fable 2, which of course had been out for long enough to get as many sales as possible. Yes, the game he was happy to praise while he was selling it to us now had, in his words, a rubbish story. Naturally, he pulled this stunt as Fable 3 was being promoted and promised once more that Fable 3 would improve upon its predecessor. And can you guess what Molyneux said while Fable the Journey was being promoted? That's right, Fable 3 was, months after it had already been released, now deemed a train wreck by Peter in another wave of affected humility. He claimed to agree with the reviews that said it wasn't good enough, that it wasn't the cutting edge game he promised it was, and that in future they have to make Fable 4 amazing. This was around the time he repeatedly said Fable the Journey was not on rails, and when Fable the Journey came out, it was on fucking rails. Peter Molyneux's tactic of promising the world for his new game while shamelessly shitting all over his last game was an obvious play years ago, and he's still doing it today with 22 Cans and Goddess, the game recently under the microscope after, surprise surprise, it turned out a Molyneux game wouldn't be able to fulfill all the features it had promised in its Kickstarter campaign. Goddess represents possibly the worst, most insulting incarnation of the cycle, as Molyneux, while trying to hype us up for his new game The Trail, not only threw out his usual dramatised apologia for the Goddess game, but threw Kickstarter itself under the bus, calling his use of the crowdfunding endeavour a destructive force that made him overpromise. After years of interviews in which he allegedly cries and promises not to promise things anymore, the millionaire blamed Kickstarter for giving him the urge to, and I quote, say anything to get £100,000 out of his audience. Except of course, Peter was an overpromising under-deliverer years before Kickstarter was ever a thing, and in a world where beautiful Kickstarted experiences like Darkest Dungeon exist, I think what he said here is perhaps the most irresponsible thing he's ever said. For all his pretense of placing the blame on himself, he never actively takes responsibility. It's never quite his fault, even when he says it's his fault. He says he just gets too excited, he says crowdfunding made him do it, and he'll promise not to do it again, except he always does it again. After years of this cycle, I can't trust he's wholly sincere. By his own admission, he's prepared to say anything, and I think that's his problem. He's exhibited in the past that he will say anything to get his way. Molyneux's clockwork pantomime was galling when he was making big budget games for Microsoft, but now he's in the indie world, it's the real destructive force here. His failure to deliver with Goddess reflects poorly on crowdfunding as a whole, a system that has produced many successes but suffers from a shaky reputation due to, well, companies like 22 Cans, companies that will say anything to get 100,000 quid from you and then produce a hollow apology later. The examples of the cycle I've talked about here are not the full extent of Peter's behaviour and propensity for hype. I mean, we've not gone near Milo or the God of Gods bullshit, but when you gather these major examples together, you see an incredibly shameless routine that is years and years old. Rock Paper Shotgun's recent interview with Molyneux was brutal, some would say too brutal. However, it also did things nobody else in the games press has done when they've interviewed him. It actually pinned him down and made him face what people were thinking without dressing it up. After years of kid glove interviews designed to garner sympathy for him and his passion, it was at least refreshing not to see him treated like a cheeky little scamp, a fun, bumbling buffoon with his silly, naughty promises that make us laugh. Because I don't think Peter Molyneux's behaviour is particularly funny. It's not a fun meme. People are acting as if he's being raked over the coals now for one little Kickstarter fuck-up, but that forgets years of frankly insulting statements and promises. Even as he told The Guardian he wouldn't talk to the press anymore, it was suggested he told 2 other outlets the same thing. And who even believes it? He'll be back. He always comes back. And if he told me the sky was blue, I'd look out the window to fucking double-check. For the record, I don't dislike Peter Molyneux. I think he's a talented man. I do admire that he gives a shit. It just would have been better for the past 20 years had he done a lot less talking like he said he was gonna back when Fable came out, and it was, you know, yet another promise he didn't keep. I think it would have been better had, because Peter's not the only guy working on his games, he's always working with a big studio. Maybe let the people who are doing the day-to-day groundwork development, who know what features are and aren't in the game, do a lot more of the talking, because we've heard these stories of him promising something in a game, going back to the studio and the people panicking because they don't know why he promised that thing, because they didn't know it was coming. So let them do more of the talking, maybe. You know, I don't believe this end of talking to the press that he's promised is coming, but even then, maybe change the script, Peter, because I don't think we're stupid, and I would hope you don't think we're stupid, but even with the Rock Paper Shotgun interview, you can see Peter trying to predict John Walker's headlines and the quotes he's going to mine and talk about how depressed he is. He was already setting up the narrative to be the victim, to have another one of those interviews where the interviewer talks about his voice cracking and the tears in his eyes, which at this point, after so many times, just looks like an act. You know, it might not be an act, but it certainly fucking looks like one when all the interviews go the same fucking way for years and years and years. Change it up, Pete. You know, or actually just stick to not talking to the press and just make a game, have it come out, speak for itself, and have it turn out to be good, maybe. That would be nice. So anyway, that's what I think about Peter Molyneux. I do think he's a talented man. I just think that this act is tired and needs to stop. But then again, people say that about the Jimquisition, and I'm still here, so thank God for me. That wasn't supposed to happen. I had a whole bit where I was going to do a joke about how I didn't say thank Goddess for me, and then that happened. I apologise, it won't happen again. I'm sorry I did that. I've been doing the Jimquisition for several years now, and in all that time I've managed to avoid the old, tired, never-to-be-resolved debate concerning the length of a video game and how long a video game should be. But The Order 1886 came out this past week, and everybody's talking about it, and... In general, boiling a game's value down to its length is not something that's ever struck me as particularly useful. It seems to make great headlines and gamers clearly have big controversial discussions about it, but for me, I'd much rather know if the game is actually good rather than fulfill some arbitrary length requirement. The way I look at it is, a game that's excellent but only lasts 6 hours is going to be better than a game that's shit for 20 of them. Who wants to play 20 hours of something that's really boring, glitchy, or otherwise lacks entertainment? Sure, it takes a long time to play, but when that time is spent having a bad time, it's got no value whatsoever. Rather than how many hours does a game take to beat, I'd rather ask how many of those hours are actually, you know, enjoyable. How well paced is it? How does it feel to control? How's the story? Story is an important factor if we're talking narrative campaigns. Many game stories have natural stopping points, and I would respect a game more if it knew when that point was, rather than drag the game on beyond when it should have concluded. A lot of lengthier games have that problem. I'd much rather have a shorter experience like Dishonored, which tells the story it wants to tell and concludes when it should, than a Dying Light which just drags on with comparatively little to say for itself. A game that outstays its welcome just isn't going to impress me. As with many things, it's not how much time you have, it's what you do with the time. We've become obsessed over length, and the obsession is kinda silly. The recent furor over The Order highlights the issue, as ironically all this focus on length has meant the game's actual problems barely get talked about. It's not length that scuppers The Order, it's that even over 5 hours it does very little of note with itself. Its story is just a prologue, a setup for a sequel that doesn't have anything meaningful in it until just before the credits roll. Its combat is solid and satisfying, yes, but the pacing is ruined by hacking minigames and QTEs and endless doors that won't open until the prompt appears. The Order has a ton of issues with its flow and its cliffhanger conga line, issues that could have been tightened up and reduced to produce an amazing 5-hour game. But length is all we're chatting about, ignoring the real conversations about game design that should have been inspired by this prime example of missed potential, because we're too obsessed with how long it is. But of course, length does play a part. It's very easy for the game pundits of the world to profess their love for shorter games and write off the length debate completely. I've done it myself. We critics are, of course, playing dozens upon dozens of games throughout the year. Often we receive codes as part of our jobs, or at least we could justifiably write the purchases off on our taxes. The average customer, meanwhile, is expected to drop 60 bones per new major release and has come to expect a certain amount of dollar-to-hour value for that not inconsiderable cash. To the average buyer, you've got an Elder Scrolls game on the shelf promising days of content and a linear corridor shooter offering less than a quarter of one day. A value judgment will, in all probability, come into play there. It's just hard to avoid it in a market where games cost the same but offer wildly different running times. And look, your 4 or 5 hour game may have cost the same to make as an Elder Scrolls or a Grand Theft Auto. It may look better and have an engine built from scratch. The budget may have been huge, but... and I've got to be frank, it's simply not the customer's job to give a single fuck about any of that. The customer's role in the market is to find the best deal for the customer, and if a game is offering more in that customer's eyes for the same price, sorry, you gotta live with them going with the better deal. Whether or not length should be so important, the stone cold intractable fact is that to gamers, It is very important. I get asked length of games all the time while reviewing. I get gamers who tell me they have the budget for one game, and then they ask my help choosing one that will give them the most time for their cash. The recent uproar with the order has demonstrated that time does equal money to many people. Regardless of your philosophy, it's something a game dev does have to consider. Ready at Dawn justified its running time ahead of launch, saying it stood for diversity in games and used its single-player 5-hour game as an example of such diversity. I find it funny that for all their talk of innovation and diversity, nobody ever thinks of applying that thought process to the price. Well, some people do, actually. A few development heads have said that the rigid $60 pricing structure needs to go. They always follow it up with a caveat though. They always say their game is one of the exceptional ones that should stay priced at $60. Games should have varied price ranges. Not our game though, we deserve our premium. And who can blame them, really? Nobody wants to be the first in their field to charge less for their AAA video game. So we're in this stalemate, where games want the freedom to be flexible in the amount of hours they provide, but will absolutely not budge on the price tag. Games should be diverse! Not their MSRP though, $60 please, homogeny pays! Whee! I've been calling for a more flexible tiered pricing system for years now. The default $60 price can be lethal to certain games, and I wince when I think of many failed titles that might have been successes if they had launched at $40 or $30 or even $20. Imagine, two games come out at the same time. They're both $60. Someone who wants both is expected to drop $120 to get them, plus taxes. Many of them will just choose one because $120 for games is fucking unreasonable. This refusal to budge on price shoots games in the foot at launch being the most important time for a game, and is likely the reason why huge price drops end up happening so soon afterwards, and why used games are still a big deal. Yes, I get it. Games are expensive to make and you want to make that cash back. But are you going to do that charging $60 for Enslaved? Apparently not, because it's sold like dog shit. For $60, it's clear what people want. They want hours and hours of content. Is that right? Is that wrong? Doesn't matter, that's the state of play. But what do they want for 40 or 30 or 20? We barely know, because nobody wants to lower themselves to that tier. It's seen as the realm of budget and little digital games that AAA titles should be above, even if they're offering a single 5-hour campaign. I mean, Grow Home is about as long as The Order, and it costs $7.99, and it's worth every fucking penny. If you want to be flexible in the amount of content you offer, you should be just as flexible in the amount of money you demand. For the sake of your own business, you know? You want diversity? Diversify the budgets and the price tags in AAA development. Don't just pay the D-word lip service. So that's where I'm at. To focus on game length to the exclusion of everything else, removing context, ignoring quality, narrative, reasoning, pacing, and overall justification, does a disservice to games as an art form and insults them by rendering them down to little more than soulless toys, bland morsels meant to fill us up and nothing more. However, discounting length entirely is no more noble a practice, as it wipes a sizable concern of the audiences under the rug and allows developers to not really think about what they're truly offering their customers for a hefty price tag. A tag that should, overall, be way more fucking negotiable than it is, rather than sticking to one price because that's how it's always been done, even as gamers feel less comfortable about dropping 60 doubloons on yet another corridor shooter with hacking minigames and a threadbare story. Brilliant. I'm dedicated to making the Jimquisition the most valuable product I can. You know, people on Patreon pay kindly to keep the show going, so I want to make sure you get the most bang for your buck, which means I'm dedicated to making this week's episode as long as possible. Value, dear children. So this just keeps going until I'm satisfied that it's long enough for you, because the Jimquisition is always designed to be long enough to satisfy. Yeah, that'll do. Thank God for me. Today I present to thee the Citizen Carne of Jimquisition episodes. Can you see how cinematic everything looks? It's so cinematic. We're going for a more cinematic look at the Jimquisition. To explain that further, it's a look that's more cinematic. Okay, let me extrapolate on that. Some things look cinematic and some things don't look cinematic, and Jimquisition looks cinematic today. Cinematic. The time has come to stop using the word cinematic. We've probably all used it at some point while talking about games. I'm sure I've used it in a review here and there, but let's all admit for the record now, let's call cinematic what it is. It's a bullshit term, and its use is a form of charlatanism used to justify garbage ideas and technical shortcomings. In recent years, it's more cinematic, or variations thereof, have come into play to gloss over problems an audience might have with a game. Most famously, Assassin's Creed Unity runs at 30 frames per second because Ubisoft claimed it made the game feel more cinematic. Never mind the fact that 60 FPS feels more responsive and basically fucking better. Ubisoft's justification for sticking with 30 is that The Hobbit's frame rate looks really weird. Yeah, because the fucking Hobbit looked weird. Assassin's Creed Unity runs at 30 FPS, because 60 FPS doesn't look like the real thing. The real thing, of course, not being life or video games, but fucking films. David Cage, of course, is notorious for his movie obsession. When promoting Heavy Rain, Quantic Dream boasted of Hollywood production values and film quality narrative. Suggesting that Hollywood, by sheer virtue of its being, is superior to video games. Never mind, of course, that Cage and company are so obsessed with mimicking what films look like that they always forget to make, a competent story or compelling interactivity. But the studio is lucky it makes games. Its Red Shoe Diaries level production would be laughed at any serious film festival, and no amount of animating yourself stood next to a director's chair will change that. More recently, The Order 1886 justified its own frame rate as well as the black bars on the screen and its controversially short length under the umbrella defense of making it more cinematic. Ready at Dawn claimed it was going for a filmic look, though even fucking admitted that films run at 24 FPS and that'd be stupid, but still maintained that The Order at 60 frames would end up looking like something on the Discovery Channel, like an HD TV kind of segment, or a sci-fi original movie maybe, which doesn't quite have the kind of look and texture that we want from a movie. Right. But you do realise, Ready at Dawn, that The Order is not a movie, right? It's also not a Discovery Channel documentary. It's not any of those things. You know what a video game looks like running at 60 frames per second? A fucking video game! It's telling, of course, that when developers use the word cinematic, they focus primarily on what the game looks like, either when trying to promote graphical quality or justify some bullshit. Quantic Dream nails perfectly the problem this industry has with cinematic pretensions. See, developers know what films look like, but that's about all they know. It's a shallow understanding, which is why, boiled down, they think frame rate and black bars and Willem Dafoe's face are enough to make their games awesome, forgetting things like pacing and good writing and strong creative direction. Like you can just throw in some good-looking cutscenes and you've got yourself a Citizen fucking Kane. It's embarrassingly vapid. It ignores, first of all, that movies all have very different looks. The Hobbit does not look like Donnie Darko, which does not look like Sin City, which does not look like The Blair Witch Project, which does not look like Wreck-It Ralph, which does not look like Fight Club. By contrast, all these so-called cinematic games look suspiciously fucking similar to each other because the industry doesn't really know what it means by the term cinematic. It just sounds fucking clever and relies on the prestige of an older and more established medium to justify inferior frame rates and skin-deep aesthetic decisions. And really, given the rut Hollywood is in creatively, where sequels and remakes have become the bread and butter of studios too terrified to gamble on names the audience won't recognise, is that really what video games should aim game to become a reflection of. I mean, let's face it, big budget games are a world where sequels and remakes have become the bread and butter of studios too terrified to gamble on names the audience won't recognise, but games are done no favours by the comparison to Hollywood and the hammering home of the fact that both industries are swimming in a sea of watery shit, at least in the big budget arena. That's all I see when I hear the word cinematic anyway. I don't think of The Godfather or Schindler's List or 2001: A Space Odyssey. I exclusively think about Michael Bay, shitty gritty reboots full of explosions and visual gloss, because that's really all these cinematic games have demonstrated a capability of mimicking. Cinematic deserves to join the ranks of other bullshit industry buzzwords like innovative and emotional, words that don't really mean anything on their own, but are tossed out there because they sound good and nobody asks for them to qualify what's been said with any actual context or definition. It's a word that oozes out of a spokesperson's mouth instinctively without any further thought, and it only works if you forget that video games are video games and not fucking films. 4 years ago, I said that video games were not movies and that the industry needs to get over it, and 4 years ago I was shouted down en masse for saying something apparently obvious and pointless. Yet here we are, and the industry's Hollywood obsession has led to the justification of inferior productions and the masking of problems. So, this is all to say, I called it. I think one problem with video games, at least big budget video games, is that they seem unwilling or unable to forge their own identity. They leap onto other things like television and cinema, use their language, use their understanding of things, without, as I've explained, without fully understanding it, and let that be their identity. You know, that's why they say this game is cinematic. It's why they compare their games to films rather than other games, or use the language of games. And I just think that's sad, you know? Be proud of who you are. Form your own identity, your own language, your own way of doing things, and take pride in that. I can't stand something like a form of entertainment that just does someone else's thing and doesn't have the courage and the conviction to be its own thing. At least that's what I'm telling them. I love being a bad politics man. Thank God for me. Longtime fans of my work should not be surprised to know that I am a prophet, a green seer, if you will, a psychic, appointed perhaps by the heavens, who knows. I am, of course, the one who joked that Capcom was due an announcement of a remake of Resident Evil for the new systems, and well, just a few days after my joke, Capcom announced they were remastering the remake of Resident Evil for PS4, Xbox One and PCs. So that's something I predicted. I also predicted that EA would start charging for demos, which they announced shortly after that prediction, I think within 20 minutes. And of course, most famously, I accurately predicted that Agatha the Bug Princess would be playable in Hyrule Warriors. I am a prophet, but I don't get to make the predictions, I don't get to choose, rather, the predictions that come true. So when I accurately predicted that EA would shut down Maxis, well, I mean, it's not my fault, but I did call it. 200 days, almost a year in advance of the announcement, I might add. So, you know, if anything is to be taken away from the closure of Maxis, it's that I am a genius. I'm a genius. I'm being somewhat facetious vis-a-vis the prediction thing, of course, because in all honesty, while I will totally add this prediction to my list, it's not as if the writing wasn't on the wall for anybody who could pass the text. A casual knowledge of Electronic Arts' behaviour would let you see just how clear Maxis' shuttering was, and it's become quite evident that despite previously grandstanding a regret at its own consumption of studios, EA has never stopped being the industry's own version of Unicron, moving from developer to developer, swallowing them whole, stripping them bare, and leaving no evidence of their being. The key to seeing Maxis' shuttering was the 2013 release of SimCity, a notoriously controversial entry in the series. The game was saddled with an unnecessary and unwanted permanent online connection, a form of jumped-up DRM that Maxis and EA insisted was integral to the experience, even though all it really ever did was render the game unplayable at launch for a ton of people due to servers that couldn't handle it. Of course, it was clear at the time we were being bullshitted when the necessity of this online feature was stressed, a fact compounded by by Maxis, later revealing it was exploring putting an offline mode in. Further controversies included restrictions on city size, SimCity fucking over mods, and a general slew of bugs that stuck to the game's reputation like flies on shit. The Sims 4, while handled by a different studio, is still heavily associated with Maxis, the Sims studio as it's known being listed as a Maxis subsidiary, so when that game featured many of the same problems as SimCity, it was Maxis' name that got dragged through the mud. Yet again, shitty ideas that seemed corporate mandated, limitations on content, a reduced scale and sterile presentation were married to a bunch of bugs in a cynical shell of a game. Two big games, tied to Maxis, surrounded by critical press, disappointment from fans, and general negativity. Then Maxis shuts down. This is the EA way, and it's becoming less and less subtle about it. You buy a studio, you let them do their thing for a bit, and then you start making them fall in line, introducing typically more and more EA-style ideas into their whole way of doing things. Online features get more and more attention, regardless of whether or not they're by popular demand. Content becomes sterilized and shrunk down, the overall product quality diminishes, and the developer is often saddled with the burden of justifying it all, becoming complicit in the bullshit, while EA, the corrupter itself, sits behind the curtain quietly. Eventually, the studio itself becomes inextricably linked to bad games and negative press, and EA jettisons the whole thing to save its own face. Before Maxis, it was Mythic. Mythic had been going since 1990, creating a number of online games such as Dark Age of Camelot. After its purchase by EA, the company was restructured a few times, becoming EA Mythic, then BioWare Mythic, then back to Mythic Entertainment. It tried valiantly to make EA's Warhammer Online a lasting thing, making a pretty well-received MMO, but this 23-year-long career came screeching to a halt when EA decided, in all its wisdom, to put Mythic onto the legendarily fuck-awful microtransaction vehicle Dungeon Keeper Mobile. We don't need to go into the details of that little pile of shit, but needless to say it was the prelude to another shuttering. A hateful little game that Mythic had to stand by, tying it forever to a product couched in cynicism and contempt for the audience. Mythic Entertainment was closed in 2014, not long after DK Mobile. And before Mythic, it was Danger Close, formerly EA Los Angeles, formerly DreamWorks Interactive LLC. Since the 90s, this team worked on games like The Neverhood, Skull Monkeys, Medal of Honor of course, and a number of Command & Conquers, but like EA's previously mentioned victims, the studio met an ignoble end, closing its career with two underwhelming Medal of Honor reboot games that seemed to exist solely to satisfy EA's hate boner for Call of Duty. Medal of Honor Warfighter, its last game, was particularly sad, a thoroughly mediocre shooter, once again lacking in content and bursting with cynicism. It was both a critical and commercial failure, and that's the hill DreamWorks Interactive died on. Because what EA wants, EA gets. And when what it wants pisses off critics and consumers alike and results in egg on people's faces, it's not EA that'll pay for the damage. It'll be the studio that undermined its reputation to abide by corporate desires, defended the shitty business practices, and was rewarded for loyally marching in lockstep by being marched to the slaughterhouse. These are just recent victims of a particular pattern of EA's. The publisher has, of course, many other famous kills under its belt. Bullfrog, Pandemic, Westward, Origin, to name a few. A lot of these acquisitions and closures had some similar patterns too, especially Westward, which underperformed with games like C&C Renegade. Many people have suggested that BioWare could be next on the chopping block. In fact, many people have been dreading that eventuality for years. Looking at EA's recent pattern, however, I think BioWare is safe. For now. Despite the controversy surrounding Mass Effect 3, the studio is still producing critical and commercial hits that fans generally love, and have gotten away with balancing EA's need for homogeny, DLC and content reduction with quality experiences. Until we see a BioWare game that fully betrays itself with something like, I don't know, forced mandatory MMO elements or a sudden 6-hour-long campaign, I think BioWare's alright. It'll be fine as long as it can keep the EA stink off its games, which so far it's managed more or less successfully. No, you want to know what studio I worry for? Visceral. And if I were a betting man, that's what I'd put money on closing. It's got the hallmarks already. Its Dead Space series was awesome until EA started EAing it up, with Dead Space 3 restructured to be a hive of microtransactions and DLC, and the studio has now been moved onto Battlefield Hardline, a first-person shooter that seems at great risk of critically and commercially flopping if the lukewarm reactions thus far are anything to go by. With Dead Space not being the cross-medium smash hit EA weirdly expected it to be, Visceral is looking like a classic studio with which its owner knows not
what to do, and I worry that if Hardline turns out to be another contemptuous release that's more product than game, it'll be Visceral's neck. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I like Visceral a lot. But if Visceral's not here in the next few years, I can't say I'll be surprised. One thing, however, seems certainly certain. Electronic Arts will close another studio. If not Visceral, then one of the other developers it's swallowed up in its gaping maw like so much plankton in a whale's undiscerning mouth. It's at the point where if you run a company and have any respect for that company's history, legacy, and the people it employs, the last thing you should want to do is entertain an offer from the boys in Redwood City. Not unless you like the idea of being picked up by your head, bitten into, drained dry, and then tossed onto the growing pile of shriveled, desiccated husks. And EA's executives will later say it regrets it, that it's sad about closing the studio before finding more of them to buy, to drain, and to kill. Because EA's like a big vampire, like a Galactus vampire, or a Tyrannid Hive fleet, or indeed Unicron. And also it smells of poo.
No, you are not being replaced by a sock. I told you, I just went for dinner with the guy. I'm not going to replace you. You're the best sidekick a game industry pundit could ever have. I'm sorry about this. Miniature fantasy Willem Dafoe is having self-esteem issues again, and I'm going to go have to take care of this. So thank God for me, and yes, thank God for miniature fantasy Willem Dafoe, because he's never going to let me hear the end of it. DMC Devil May Cry remains one of the most controversial, most contentious reboots in video game history. Purist fans despised it immediately. We're talking like moments after the Tokyo Game Show reveal, furious that it was given to a Western studio to do, that Ninja Theory had redesigned Dante so dramatically, and that the overall tone had this kind of angry emo vibe. Others, more defensive, myself included, kind of stoked the fires there, making fun of those people, ignoring their legitimate complaints and focusing on things like Dante's hair colour. Everyone involved in that discussion has some responsibility for turning it into the toxic wasteland it became. A discussion that did indeed become so venomous that when I eventually reviewed the game and said that I liked it, to date, no other review I've ever written has had quite as bad a response. I mean, some of the most horrendous, hideous shit ever said about me was said as part of the backlash to any reviewer who enjoyed DMC. So that's a fun topic to talk about.
You know, it's the year 2015 now, 2 years since DMC first hit the market, and I think the wounds have healed enough for us to have a worthwhile conversation about DMC and its place in the series. After all, we can at least admit that DMC's existence hasn't really cost us anything, right? It didn't sell as well as Capcom hoped, and the chances of them pursuing this branch of the series are minimal, not when they could announce a return to form Devil May Cry and bask in adoring, grateful applause from the true real fans of the series. Capcom had its experiments, some folks liked it, some didn't, and ultimately nothing changed in the world for better or worse. With that in mind, I feel we're in a safe enough time now to examine DMC's place in the Devil May Cry series overall, as I feel ultimately that it belongs there, and really, when all's said and done, its existence is not the blight some people may think it is. Just please don't kill me, okay? Contrary to what it looks like, I still have a lot to live for. A little bit to live for. First of all, we should maybe not pretend Devil May Cry is the bastion of consistent quality that it's been romanticised as being. The first game was a weird classic, the second one was famously disappointing and not very good. Devil May Cry 3 was fantastic, while Devil May Cry 4 was, let's face it, half a great game. The Dante half was hilarious. The Nero side, Quality-wise, even if DMC was piss poor, it wouldn't be as if it was some detrimentally massive combo breaker. It does happen, however, that I personally think DMC was a superb bit of gameplay. Yes, it was different from the others. It wasn't as challenging, it's easier to get high ranks in combat, it was streamlined in several ways, but it was still fast-paced. It still felt great even at the malign 30 frames per second on consoles, and it had what I reckon are some of the strangest and most memorable boss fights in the series. Bosses have always been a key part of the series, and I think Ninja Theory nailed it. Huge spectacles with wonderful visuals visual designs that make use of Dante's abilities in their totality and offer some truly unforgettable battles. I think the nightclub demon baby that's pregnant with its own mother, or the vomiting spider witch are more than worthy to stand alongside the menagerie of fucked up beasties cooked up in prior games. There's a case to be made that mechanically DMC is a bad Devil May Cry game, and I'm not going to say anybody's wrong for making that argument, even if I were to disagree. It is, however, at the very least, a superb game in its own right, and that's an argument I'll carry with me to my plus-sized grave. With its ability to switch weapons on the fly, use a chain to pull Dante and his enemies around the environment, and the encouragement to constantly switch inventory and moves to keep the combos going, all at a blistering pace, DMC was a sleek and empowering action game that looked gorgeous in motion and did, at least by my reckoning, feel fucking awesome to play. Yes, it was different, but it was a lot of hectic fun regardless, especially if you play the definitive edition or the PC version with an adult's frame rate. And you know, just focusing on the combat, I feel, does a disservice to Devil May Cry as a piece of entertainment. Yes, combat's a huge part of it, but that's not the only reason why the series became the cult hit it is. I mean, the main reason I always loved the series was its sheer, shameless ridiculousness. Dante eating a pizza while surfing on demons, the overbearingly angsty coolness of the whole thing, huge monsters with thoroughly silly voices and dialogue, and everything that happens in the second half of 4. In terms of extravagant presentation and unrepentant absurdity, Ninja Theory's work more than deserves to be ranked alongside the other games. Dante fighting the giant digital head of a Bill O'Reilly analog in a pretend TV world works just fine in a series that has magic devil electric guitars and lava spiders happening all the time. DMC gets shit for being a brooding, dark, gritty remake, but that's not actually what the game was. That's just how it was judged after its initial trailers. The endgame is actually high on humour, full of amazingly over-the-top set pieces, and I mean, just look at that intro sequence. It's so fucking stupid. And fucking stupidity is a huge part of what makes Devil May Cry so much fun. We all know it. Devil May Cry is a fucking stupid series. Look at that man. That's stupid. Look at that jester. He's so stupid. Is that a schoolgirl skirt made of Rob Liefeld pouches? That's so stupid! And it's awesome! The story has caught heat for being lame, but I actually like it quite a bit. It's not perfect. I mean, for example, the way it treats women as little more than window dressing and plot devices, bleh. But the whole they live thing it has going on, well, it's corny, but it's committed. And again, that fits right in with the rest of the series, which, again, if we're being honest, wasn't exactly fucking Oscar bait, was it?
I should have been the one to fill your dark soul with light!
As with everything else, I think the narrative was audacious and nonsensical enough to fit right in with the rest of Devil May Cry. It was gibberish that didn't mind being gibberish, and it was fun enough in that senseless warbling to where I can respect it. I've been told I cannot claim to be a fan of Devil May Cry and enjoy DMC at the same time, that true hardcore fans of the series must hate it. There's an irony in that, I feel, because that attitude takes Devil May Cry so seriously, and Devil May Cry has never taken itself seriously. To be so worked up about it, to be so angry and to treat it with such zealous sanctity, well, it kind of misses the point of Devil May Cry. I mean, let's remember that this is what we're holding sacred.
And that is why I wait in your power!
You will fumble for the position of my quest.
And I don't think taking that so stoically seriously is in the spirit of the thing. And you know, I want that old Dante back. I'm ready for that again, and I'm looking forward to Capcom's inevitable reveal of a classic Devil May Cry. But I, for one, am glad we had a little diversion into something different. And while it is different, I think it still has the spirit of the games it followed and will precede. I think it earned itself a place next to its brethren and deserves to be viewed as a valid Devil May Cry game. Not a replica of previous games, no, but a more than worthy entry that captures the spirit and the heart of them, even if it doesn't quite have the same body. I mean, it's been 2 years. We can safely say that now, right?
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
So hopefully time has indeed passed enough to where we can have a reasonable discussion about DMC, its place in the series, and its relative merits. Whether or not you agree it deserves to be counted as a Devil May Cry game. And look at that, I got through the entire discussion here without once mentioning how I want to bang you Dante. So thank God for me.
I want to fill your dark soul with light.
We kick off this week's episode by bringing up DMC Devil May Cry again, but don't panic, don't worry, it's not another episode about DMC Devil May Cry. We're just using that as a launching pad for another topic, for a bigger issue. Okay, so just enjoy it, it's going to be a fun ride, and do watch to the end before you decide to comment, because that's always helpful. Thank you.
There was a minor kerfuffle recently regarding DMC Devil May Cry removing a line of dialogue from the definitive edition. The line involved the character of Lilith telling antagonist Mundus that the world would be his bitch, and there's nothing left for him to do but, and I quote, grab it by the hair, bend it over, and fur, which is where it cuts off. As of the definitive edition, she stops after calling the world a bitch. Ninja Theory said it didn't like the line and made the cut to stop the intro dragging on too long. Naturally, some gamers were furious over this, with one in particular suggesting to me that the game can't call itself a definitive edition anymore, losing what I'm sure we all thought was a crucially important line. That last bit was sarcasm, by the by. Some were quick to cry censorship, blame those no good SJWs, etc., even though there's far more sexually suggestive and explicit stuff left in the game. There was a misunderstanding of the word definitive as well, which does not mean preserved in all intact glory, it means the version of a thing that defines the experience. Now that can apply to content cut to make it flow better or remove awkwardness and things that don't work. It certainly wasn't censorship, because Ninja Theory was not ordered to make the change against its will. It chose to remove a line it likely found cringeworthy, because it was, for the sake of the production. What it did was something that's common to all entertainment, but sometimes gets mistaken for censorship. What it did was editing. Another sector of the nerd world recently had a huge shitstorm over this case of mistaken identity. A variant cover for Batgirl was unveiled as part of DC Comics' Joker Month, harking back to the infamous Killing Joke story. Here, Batgirl is held against her will, Joker's smile painted on her face while she looks terrified in the mirror and the Joker leers. For what it's worth, I thought it was an effectively creepy picture personally, but I also fully understand why some would take umbrage with it. Many argue that Joker would have done the same to Batman, but at the same time would Batman have looked that terrified and helpless and scared, especially on his own cover? At any rate, the staff working on Batgirl agreed and made the decision not to run the cover. Again, the furious aspects of geekdom everywhere cried censorship, blamed pressure, and ignored the statements from the creative staff themselves. They called DC a wussy company caving to political correctness. It needs to be stressed, however, that the artist who worked on that picture, Raphael Albuquerque himself, requested that it be changed. He also says he was under no pressure to do so, explaining how he realised it made no sense to run the cover with the current direction Batgirl is in. So what we have are creative individuals who decided to change a creative thing in order to better suit their creative needs. Creative expression has not been stifled here. This is creative expression working as it should work. Free expression does not exclusively apply to the production of content. It can apply to the removal of content too, if the creator chooses to do so for the sake of its creation. Even I've been hit by this failure to distinguish. A while ago, the Jimquisition's own spin-off podcast, Podquisition, came under fire from some of the more dedicated fans when they found out we edit the show. We cut out technical issues, pauses, and the odd joke or comment that goes nowhere, comes off wrong, or is generally awkward for some reason, usually at the request of whichever one of us fucked up, usually Gavin. This has led to a show I feel runs better and more fluidly than any other podcast I've worked on, but the revelation that we sometimes cut literally seconds of material made some folks furious, who felt it was a betrayal of everything my podcasts have ever stood for, that I'd censor myself. The notion of cut lines became a holy grail, as some fans begged me for an uncut version, a version full of fuck-ups and Gavin doing something to derail the recording like he always does, the Ubisoft-loving fool. It may horrify some of you to learn that this show you're watching now is edited, that there may be parts I recorded that didn't work when I listened to them, that the drafted script for this bit may see rewrites, that the live-action intros and outros may have several takes as I start ad-libbing bollocks that goes nowhere. Most entertainment is edited, which means things get cut. for a variety of reasons, and only very rarely is that actually censorship. And on the flip side, just as I respect an artist cutting its work, I respect those who refuse to cut it, even in the face of objection. Hotline Miami 2 became infamous before release due to a sexual assault portrayed in the intro as part of an in-universe horror movie. Many found the scene unnecessary, and the game itself is banned in Australia thanks to that and the general tone of the game. Nevertheless, guns were stuck to and Denison Games kept the scene, clearly believing it crucial to the art they wanted to produce. And regardless of my feelings of the scene, I can respect that they chose to leave it in. Interestingly, a lot of the current crowd damning the concept of edited material were on BioWare's balls a few years ago petitioning for Mass Effect 3's ending to be changed. And I said this back when the controversy was fresh. If BioWare doesn't have the artistic conviction to stand behind the ending's original form, then them changing them is no big whoop to me. They made the call to change something in a bid to make it better. Creative expression works again. Now, this is not to say we have to like the changes made, or indeed that all editing makes art better. Taste is, of course, subjective, and while I think every artist has the right to go back and change their work, most of us would agree that George Lucas should have stopped doing it to Star Wars about 15,000 edits ago. And you know, I despise the new voice cast Konami put in the Silent Hill 2 remaster, among other things that made that remaster total shit.
I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real!
Edits to material aren't automatically good by virtue of what they are. It's good that we have the right to do it, but we do of course have to be prepared for the fact that not everybody will enjoy the changes we make. The internet fetishizes free speech, but in doing so often misunderstands what it is. Now, censorship is disgusting. I've had 3 developers to date censor my material by abusing YouTube's copyright system, and I've had publishers like Konami try to pressure me into going back on things I've said, and it blows when third parties seek to stitch your mouth shut. However, I've also reserved and exercised my right to alter the shit I make based not just on audience feedback but my own instinct, and that's something anybody producing any kind of content does. Snipping material for time and pacing, removing scenes that never quite worked, re-releasing altered versions of movies and games with an intent to improve them, this is something that's gone back decades, and for a damn good reason. Editing is a crucial part of making shit better. Now, it doesn't always work that way, hand shot first, but that's the intention, and it does for the most part work. And even when it doesn't work, it's still creative expression, as artists do what artists always do, express themselves creatively, even if that expression looks to some like censorship. But far be it from me to stop you if a line about bending the world over and fucking it like a bitch is the hill you want to die on. You do you.
Now, I may be the perfect life form, but even I can attribute a large part of my video work's success by my willingness to listen to audience feedback and make changes based on responses. Here's a minor case in point. The other day, someone requested that in my gameplay videos, I no longer put in the description whether or not I liked the game, because they like to be surprised in the content and find out if the game is good or not. And yeah, that's a good idea, so I'm probably going to do it. Now, is that censorship? No, obviously not. Most reasonable people would say no. But it is censorship by the definition being put forth. Someone in the audience requested I don't do anything anymore, and I'm probably not going to do that thing anymore. Or is it only censorship when it's people who aren't you and who don't think like you getting what they want for once instead of you, which does seem to be the large majority of it. So do think about that, and all that remains is thank. I want to watch the Rugrats spin-off all grown up, you can't for me. Followers of my work around the web may have been shocked to learn that I almost died last week. Yes, I know, that's weird to conceive, but I am technically mortal, and I did almost die. Terrible allergic reaction, went to the hospital, went into shock. Don't recommend it, it's fucking horrible. But as you can see, I live. Because I'm Jim fucking Sterling's son, and I have so much more work left to do. Speaking of which, as soon as that fucking DMCA takedown strike is released from my video of Skateman Intense Rescue, you can be sure there'll be an episode on that, and there's no way I'm shuffling off this mortal fucking coil until I get that done. So, enjoy something else in the interim though. We're going to talk about Bloodborne. Be warned, there are some visual spoilers, you know, because I've got footage of me playing Bloodborne, where I am not that great, but whatever. Enjoy. It's a good video today. It's good.
Commonly, From Software's games are classified as action RPGs, and that's not wrong. They focus on combat, and its character progression system is one of the fundamental concepts, with leveling, gear attainment, and general acquisition of power being key components of the experience. After mainlining Bloodborne for 5 days, however, I have to say that there's a huge case to be made for it not just being an action RPG, but one of the last true examples of survival horror we have in the big budget gaming space. I felt more genuine fear traversing Bloodborne's funereal streets and dismal hallways than I have across countless installments of Resident Evil or Silent Hill, treading lightly in anticipation of the next ambush or deadly trap, real and intoxicating dread mounting as I push further and further from safety into the dingy unknown. Perhaps worse than the menace of the unknown are the very visible threats, the misshapen monstrosities and eldritch entities standing defiantly in plain sight. An oversized porcine behemoth waits distinctly at the end of a long tunnel. A mound of decayed flesh and skulls drags itself along an open road, all in plain view of an adventurer who knows there is no way to progress except through the hideous things ahead, and there's just no telling what those things are capable of until they're tearing their victims apart. Of course, the narrative and visual design of Bloodborne are classic horror, of that there's no denying. The game's primary destination of Yharnam is a brooding gothic city populated by mad villagers, oily screeching birds, hulking monsters and diseased werewolves. Its deliberately vague and unsettling story drips in Lovecraftian influences and the allusion to disturbing rituals and perverse individuals. Everything looks slick with blood and pus and other fluids. The world is decrepit and plague-ridden. Even the few friendly characters you meet are mad and potentially dangerous. It's a world utterly beautiful in its sheer oppressive bleakness, and from a sheer presentation story point, it's as horrific as all get fucked. Bloodborne sets a very palpable tone of menace, a kind of psychological horror that I honestly don't think we've seen so effectively implemented since the original Silent Hill games. Using both hidden perils and threats in plain sight, Bloodborne is a game in which you simply do not feel safe. Ever. Even though you get more powerful as you play, accrue stronger gear, pump echoes into stats, improving life, strength, endurance, Bloodborne curiously resists becoming a power fantasy. As strong as you get, you never know when you'll push open some doors and walk into a one-way encounter with some huge, screaming, gnashing boss monster that moves with lightning speed and is about ready to make you shit your pants, and then make you eat the shit because it's a pants-shitting shit-eater demon that wants you to eat shit while you're shitting shit into your own pants. With every death risking the loss of your accrued echoes, the game's leveling and gear buying currency, you become scared of ever failing, a fear that gets worse as you get better. The more echoes you earn, the greater the risk in pressing forward, the more you have to lose, and the more terrified of the unexplored you become. This fear of opening doors, walking into untraversed rooms, this paranoia that you're going to get jumped and simply not have the wit or strength to fight off what's coming for you, it's based in the same kind of effective terrorism that made survival horror games so damn good. More than simply jump scares, it's a carefully built game of perpetual dread, with the loss of echoes mimicking Resident Evil's typewriter save system, the idea of loss of virtual game risking a real loss of progress, in a way that horrifies more than frustrates. As with classic survival horror games, you feel like your resources are truly precious. You're worried about how many antidotes or sedatives you're taking to reduce status effects, or how much currency you're carrying as you go to fight a boss. Even with Bloodborne's relative generosity in providing helpful consumables, you only take a limited amount of these items each time you enter the world, and it's shocking how quickly you can use them up. Similarly, the game's endurance meter, a stamina bar that governs your ability to attack, dodge and run, shapes itself to become a crucial game of resource management as you work with a limited pool to be able to swing your hits and get out of fuckback city when it's time to roll away from harm. Fact is, Bloodborne gives you just what you need to scrape by, and you sure as shit better not misuse it or you're gonna have a terrible time. And that's one of the key aspects of the whole thing, the idea that you're clawing your way by instead of swimming effortlessly through it. As powerful as your hunter may become, you're not doing it to dominate Yharnam's monsters, you're doing it to survive them. And aside from the clue being in the name, this sense of survival is what I associate the most with survival horror. This sense that you're keeping your head above water, but you're not king shit of fuck mountain. The so-called AAA game industry arbitrarily decided last generation that survival horror was done. Capcom and Konami desperately moved away from the roots of Resident Evil and Silent Hill, and other publishers gave up entirely, despite there being plenty of evidence that horror fans hadn't gone away. I mean, even as Capcom continues to try and reinvent the wheel with its premiere horror series, it doesn't see the irony in the fact that it keeps re-releasing the original one because people keep fucking buying it. With that silliness in mind, I find it wonderful that, even if it's not primarily recognised as such, much. A game like Bloodborne, and indeed the other Souls games, keeps the spirit of survival horror alive, as I feel it does. As games become more complex and ambitious, the old way of classifying genres has become insubstantial. I mean, we have action-adventure games, but what even are they anymore? They can encompass anything from Zelda to Grand Theft Auto to, well, even Bloodborne. RPG elements have bled into almost every genre. Platform games were distilled into a dozen different subgenres. This is to say nothing of narrative genres, comedies, dramas, etc. It's a pretty excellent thing, really. The harder it is to boil games down into one genre, the more nuanced and complex our medium has become. Bloodborne is an action game, an action-adventure game, a role-playing game, and yes, as far as I'm concerned, a survival horror game. And it's not just testament to From Software that the Souls series can encompass so many gameplay styles, it's a testament to video games themselves that a single experience can be so many different things at once. Or maybe I'm just talking bollocks, aren't I? I mean, I got a load of Bloodborne footage I got off my PS4, I gotta use it for something.
One valuable bit of information I learned while I was almost dying, let's not forget that that happened, right, is that my veins are powerful and mysterious. The doctors were trying to put an IV drip in me. My arms are covered in needle marks because they said the veins moved erratically and they couldn't get it, and remarked on this medical marvel. So let that be known, foes of the Sterling Empire, that my veins have evolved to confound my enemies. So thank Ron the Vacuous Spider for me, because of my mighty veins. Powerful. The best of Steam Greenlight trailers is probably the second most popular playlist I do on this channel. I take trailers from Steam Greenlight, games that are hoping to get greenlit, and more or less examine how not to sell a game. There are some amazing trailers out there, and I commentate over them and point out exactly what's wrong with them, and usually follow it up by looking at the description and the general response to it. I looked at a game called Skateman Intense Rescue recently, and, well, it has to be seen to be believed. And the following reaction from the developer afterwards also has to be seen to be believed. It is another Steam story, and this one is a real popcorn earner, so enjoy.
Sticking life on the line. Any mistake of the venoms will kill you. They come in numbers.
A few days after the Skateman video came up, Digpex Games removed all evidence of it from Steam Greenlight. At the same time, I was notified that Digpex had filed a copyright claim against me and removed the video from my channel. Now, this is different from Content ID, where automated systems seize your ad revenue. This was deliberately filed by the dev in a way that censors the video completely and also fucks with my channel in a number of ways. I get locked out of YouTube until I attend a patronising copyright school. Various restrictions are imposed on my channel. It's just a whole fucking mess of someone screwing with my goddamn work. We've been here before, of course. Cobra Studio did it to me, the Slaughtering Grounds' Digital Homicide did it to me. Whatever Digpex's reason, it seemed stupid and also shady given how the game itself was pulled too. I tried to think the best of it though. Maybe the dev just cancelled its game and wielded a sledgehammer instead of a scalpel. But then this story elevated beyond a simple copyright strike as the developer showed its true colour. Kotaku's Patrick Klepek had followed the situation and interviewed me about it, where I more or less explained the above and why these takedowns are bullshit. Meanwhile, he also reached out to Digpex Games, who furnished him with a response that could only be described as holy fucking shit. I have the full statement here as it was provided to me for rebuttal, and it's well worth listening to in its entirety because this alleged studio is high as a fucking kite. It's about time somebody stopped that stupid guy. I've seen all his video he is enjoying making money from is from Steam Greenlight, and Greenlight videos are from poor indie guys or new companies who have little to defend themselves. Almost all of Greenlight projects are still under development, the developers are still working on it, so if you have something to say about it, is okay, add your comments at Steam just like other Steam members do. I am not scared about critics of my projects because as developer, you need that, is clear that. That is not what he he is doing there is more already released games at Steam he can review. Instead, he chose Greenlight, but I can't stand people who are using poor, weak developers for money. He just used 30 seconds, download your Steam Greenlight video, then use 5 minutes, add some funny stuff to it. Booyah! That's all he have to do. Next is sit and watch his little followers watch and enjoy, and he makes money. Why he don't review Call of Duty and Son of Rome or most of the games that have been released by Steam? He is looking for the loopholes, the weak once, the once no matter what you will find something about it because he's not done. I know he got the law on his side and his little followers. Some of the Greenlight developers too have contacted me that's saying that does how he do use the law and he will get the video back running. But that does not mean he will continue to enjoy the hard work of the indie game developers' videos forever. So thanks for your concern, and don't worry about us, worry about yourself. He might be a king to you, but he is shit to me. You can always bully people, but one day you meet the wrong one. And please do not reply because we are not interested about your concern and communication. In essence, this incredibly bitter little diatribe over a video that wasn't even particularly mean-spirited betrayed the real reason for the developer's use of the takedown. It knew the claim was spurious. It knew it wouldn't win in the long run. It literally abused YouTube's copyright system in order to make a spiteful point, in an attempt to send a message that I must be stopped, in order to get a platform to issue threats. This developer, who just wielded copyright law like a weapon in order to silence a critic it didn't like, had the sheer shitting nerve to talk of bullies as if this fucking coward was somehow better. This coward with no social media presence, who didn't have to attach his name to anything public, who can safely hurl insults and accusations and censorship from anonymous safety like the nasty little craven he is. All in the name of protecting the poor, weak developers who cobble together a few store-bought Unity assets and charge anywhere from 10 to 20 bucks for the privilege of playing their broken, half-baked, wretched shit. I contacted YouTube shortly after Digpex Games admitted it was basically exploiting the system, and YouTube, in typical YouTube fashion, did fuck all. It took a few days, then replied with a boilerplate email telling me what I could do to fight a copyright strike. The same email it sent when I first got the strike, which was kind of patronising and insulting. Even when shown its system is being abused, YouTube doesn't care. At any rate, I'd already counterclaimed the takedown, and within 14 business days I got the video back. Because the only way to keep the video down after that is to see me in court, and let's face it, these malicious cowards never take it that far, because YouTube currently allows them to silence a critic for over 2 weeks without any fucking consequence. There's no risk in fucking with a critic's revenue and channel for that long, and no punishment for when they inevitably fail to follow through. And of course they won't actually escalate it to legal action, because that's when they finally incur some fucking risk themselves, and lordy lord knows they don't want to have the goddamn cocking spine to roll the dice. This has happened to me 3 times now, and to other YouTube folks God knows how many other times, and I will continue to make a big deal out of it even as others start to roll their eyes and treat it with the banality that comes with familiarity, because it's not banal, it's always shitty when it happens, and it always deserves to be treated with the same contempt and disgust as with the first time it ever happened, because it's not me who has to be stopped, it's these malingering invertebrates who think having less money than EA should give them a free pass from critique, failing to realise that the moment you start trying to sell something, you damn fucking right it deserves to be criticised, especially if it's a bug-riddled Frankenstein's monster of pre-packaged assets hammered together by a bunch of giggling fucking chimps. I got my video back, but it was not a victory for me, until these chicken-livered peddlers of defective detritus are put on a leash and are no longer allowed to anonymously lash out at critics they don't like without any form of consequence. We don't win. It's become clear to me that studios with nothing to lose because they never had prospects worth shit to begin with will continue to pull stuff like this, and will always get away with it. But contrary to what Digpex wants, I have one thing in common with those devs. I won't fucking stop either. I am here and I will continue, and you can try to stop me, but you'd have a better chance developing a video game that actually works properly before you achieve that little feat.
So, weird situation. In fact, I'm not entirely unconvinced that the game wasn't set up hastily as some sort of bait to initiate this exact situation. To what end, I don't know. I mean, you've inconvenienced me a bit. well done, I'm sure your parents are proud, but, you know, life moves on, I'm perfectly fine, and you are now rendered a joke, so well done you. I do have one thing to say though to Digpex Games, and indeed any other developer that thinks this is the correct course of action. Okay, now let me clue you in. You say I am no king, and that's true. I am but a human. You are but humans. We're born, we live, we will die one day. But here's the difference between you and I. Okay? Now when people think of Jim Sterling, they think of Jim Sterling. When people think of your shitty 2-bit games, they think of Jim Sterling. You see, whatever meagre misery of a legacy you could have hoped to attain, it has now been rendered unto me, okay? You belong to me now. You are but a trinket, but an ornament to go on the shelf next to Cobra Studio, next to the Slaughtering Grounds guys. You are mine. So I hope you enjoy that, because I'm Jim fucking Sterling's son. You can't stop me, and if you have a problem with that, you are cordially invited to eat my pussy. Thank God for me. Thank God for me. Let me tell you a few things about myself. I'm Jim Sterling. I like the colour of money and the taste of dick. And one thing I don't like is the barren wasteland that Steam Early Access has become. We've talked about it before in the past, but as per usual, Jim Sterling is a fixer, a problem solver, a deliverer of solutions. So sit back and enjoy my rules, my 5 golden rules for fixing Steam Early Access literally forever.
Rule 1, and you think it'd be obvious, have some actual fucking gameplay. Some developers seem to think early access gives them carte blanche to throw literally any old fucking shit up on Steam and sell it for money. Most recently, After Reset RPG appeared on early access with a retail price of $50, and it was literally nothing but a series of corridors with nothing to do in them. It wasn't even a demo. You could possibly call it a proof of concept demonstration if you were to be incredibly generous, but what I call it is a bad bloody joke. It's not the only game to pull that stunt either. Dragon is a game that didn't even have sound and just threw you into a tiny map where you, as the titular dragon, could do nothing but fly around and breathe fire. At nothing. No enemies, no quests, no reason for any of it. You were expected to pay money for what was a less interactive version of those old PlayStation 1 demos. You know, the one with the T-Rex or the whale, where you just move shit around for no real reason. It's not like these things are even tech demos, because they always use established engines and have no original tech to fucking demo. It's a simple rule. If your game is so unfinished it's literally not even a cocking game yet, then don't sell it. Rule 2, if your game is composed of nothing but unaltered Unity assets, fuck right off. Now, despite bad abusive Steam devs tarnishing its reputation, Unity is a fine engine, and I actually have nothing against people using the pre-made environmental and character assets that can be bought for it, but at least fucking tweak them, you know? If all you've done is take items and objects bought via Unity and place them haphazardly around a map that's also been bought via Unity, you're not even a fucking game developer. You're a glorified Lego builder. Worse, actually, at least Lego builders have some imagination. Games like Earth Year 2066 and Damnation City of Death have absolutely no shame. I mean, take some goddamn pride in your work. Those assets are supposed to be a foundation, a base, not the actual friggin' product. How can you feel like you created anything when literally nothing in your game is original? No original art, no original characters, just pre-packaged figures dropped into pre-packaged backgrounds. It's no wonder these games look so random and inconsistent. Real games have a cohesive art style because they have people with original cocking ideas working on them. A game that's literally just copy-pasta bollocks is an obvious mess, and I have to wonder what they even need the fucking money for. What are they developing? Nothing. Oh, and they always take the royalty-free Kevin MacLeod music too. Fucking hacks. Rule 3, look at the good early access games and understand that should be the standard, not a freak occurrence. In a world where games like Necro arrive on early access and are fucking wonderful to begin with, there's no excuse for shit like Zenfish Simulator. With early access there are reasonable expectations. Yes, there'll be bugs to iron out, there'll be placeholder assets that need replacing, a few features may still be missing. There's a difference, however, between a work in progress and a work that's barely fucking started. Early access should be for games like Necro, like Ziggurat, like Darkest Dungeon, games that are playable and provide plenty of content already worth investing some cash in, that are already of a high enough quality to provide their audience the confidence that this will be finished. Being in early access shouldn't mean you get to be shit and promise that maybe one day you'll be decent. You should already be good. If you're charging money for anything, you should already have a good product. Selling faith is for the priest, not the game developer. Too many alleged studios are using early access as a blank check to do whatever the fuck they like, and damn the consequences. It's not on. Rule 4. Understand that being in early access does not protect you from criticism. A fair number of both developers and gamers alike seem to labour under the impression that just because something's in early access, it's unfair to judge it in its current state. No, the moment you start charging money for something, you're offering a product for sale, and you damn right a product for sale deserves to be criticised. I don't care what the game might be, I care what it is now, what you're asking for money for now. There's a sad amount of positive Steam reviews for shit early access games, including that shameful After Reset, that are giving titles thumbs up based on pure speculation, positively rating it based on what they think it may look like one day. That's not helpful, not at all. More to the point, when you look at something like A New Reckoning, you don't have to be a clitting genius to see that it's never, not in a million years, going to be any good. It doesn't require a ton of intuition or insight to work that out. Too many times have I been reprimanded for slagging off an early access game because we allegedly can't judge something before it's finished. Sorry, but again, in a world with Necro and Darkest Dungeon, there's a pretty clear divide between early access games that are worth our time and money and ones that are clearly bloody not. Your game may not be finished, but we can see where it's going, we can judge it for what it is. Early access is not a deflector shield, and I've said it already, but I'll say it again, we shouldn't be in the business of selling faith. Give us something worth buying now, not a promise. And rule 5, you know what, fuck it, just no more first-person survival games with crafting and zombies, okay? It's done, it's played. Oh, by the sweet rosy arse cheeks of Satan's third-born son, is it done? Done, done. Unless you have something significantly fresh and exciting to bring to that particular subgenre, and let's face facts, you fucking don't, then just don't bloody bother, because the dirty grey dumpster baby you're gonna squirt in our eye holes just ain't fucking worth it. You can only punch trees to make cabins while generic green-faced groaners lurch at you so many times before the sheer sickening idea of playing another one of these cookie-cutter exercises in mundanity makes you want to spurt vomit from your own anus out of a sheer perverse need for something unique to happen in your life. You'd think relying on such a stale and overdone formula would have at least established a quality baseline. It's not like you're spending your time coming up with original ideas, settings, art, or mechanics, but no, they're almost all fucking shit to boot. Like, I don't even know how these games are all shit, it shouldn't be possible. Here we have, as close as we can get to a physical representation of 1,000 monkeys at 1,000 typewriters, and yet none of them are advancing in any way, shape or form. Your Unity asset using, Kevin MacLeod music using, criticism dodging, zombie shagging tools.
Incidentally, as well as being the, I believe, 21st episode of the Indie Jimquisition, this is the 100th Patreon-funded product that I have delivered under the Jimquisition umbrella. That includes this show, that includes written reviews and editorials on the Jimquisition.com, and the Podquisition spin-off podcast featuring me, Miracle of Sound, and Laura Kate. And I would just like to sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, just well and truly thank me for proving that you can deliver a quality product that people want to pay for. A brilliant, wonderful, fantastic product. Not an early access piece of shit. Something that is truly worth the money, that is worth the investment. And I would just sincerely really like to express my gratitude towards myself by having a massive wank later that I'm really going to enjoy. I'm probably going to edge it. So thank God for me and for the big edge that I'll have later if I'm not too busy playing Dark Souls. So I bought this mask a while ago for a video that I did with Yahtzee on Civil War, and haven't used it since, just bought it for a one-note thing. And I remember why I didn't use it, because it's hard to breathe in this fucking thing. And also, it's very hard to hear me through it. I probably sound really annoyingly muffled, but I bought it, used it once, and I'm gonna get my fucking money's worth. So here I am in a devil mask, and you better bloody enjoy it. Oh god. Oh, it's hard to breathe in the devil. I can't breathe in the devil.
The Star Wars Battlefront trailer made me realise just what a skeptical prick I've truly become. I'm not denying it was a whole bunch of cool footage, and I'm not going to pretend that the idea of a new Battlefront game isn't really cool. Do I want this to be awesome? Hell yes, I want this to be awesome. But as I watched the video Electronic Arts presented to the world, I wasn't left feeling excited, hyped, or ready to throw down on Hoth in any way, shape, or form. I instead had one thought based on two concerns. I'll give a shit when I see actual gameplay and I see just how bad EA is going to exploit this shit for downloadable content. And you see, I realise just how fucking cynical and jaded that is, and I don't think it's a good thing. It's not nice to be that much of a damn killjoy, but that's where I'm at now, and like a true American patriot, I accept absolutely no responsibility for the way I am, and will instead place the blame entirely on third parties, because really, I feel the so-called AAA game industry made me this way. I never used to be like this, oh no. When I first started covering video games, I was as bright-eyed and bushy-tailed as they come. CGI trailers made my little acorn winky rigid. A preview of a hot new video game was enough to moisten my panties. There were still plenty of things that irritated me about games, and I gave bad ones no quarter, but I was always optimistic, always excited, and a lot more trusting. But over the years, that trust has been steadily eroded by the corporations who rely so much on trust to fuel their engines of hype. Too many times, companies have blatantly lied to us about how their games look and feel. Most famous, we had Aliens Colonial Marines and its bullshit vertical slice, presenting alleged in-game footage that, it turned out, was highly scripted dishonesty and in no way representative of the final, terrible video game that Gearbox shat out into store shelves. There are games like Watch Dogs, famous for not looking as good in reality as it did when Ubisoft first showed the damn thing to us. The idea of bullshots has been around for years and continues to be a thing, as game publishers doctor screenshots of games to make them look more dynamic, more visually impressive than the games actually are. And of course, we have so many trailers that even when they claim to be in-game visuals like the Battlefront one does, are still so intensely edited and scripted that there's no way they can actually represent the game itself. And after so many fucking years of all this utter bullshit, of being given vague ideas of how a thing is supposed to look, or an outright dishonest representation of it, I just can't get excited for it anymore. Not in the way I'm supposed to. This industry had my trust at one point where I would give trailers the benefit of a heck of a lot of doubt, and where a CG or scripted video would be enough to get me completely amped up, but steadily and methodically, publishers cashed in their trust credit with bullshittery after bullshittery. And lordy fuck, I know how bloody jaded and grumpy it must come across to finally have a new Star Wars Battlefront revealed, and my first thought turned to how badly it's going to be carved up for DLC. But again, how can I not feel that way with recent history founding my current beliefs? I mean, Mortal Kombat X just came out laden with microtransactions, with highly cynical fucking purchases such as easy fatalities that undermine the point of the bloody game. Evolve's pre-order DLC was announced before we'd even been given a fucking trailer for the bastard, and it still exists as a goddamn vector for selling more of it. The Batman Arkham game, similarly, can't help revealing how much goddamn DLC they've got squared away on the sidelines as they're announcing the foreskin in-game. Final Fantasy All the Bravest showcases just how low Square Enix is willing to sink itself in order to make a quick buck doing fuck all, and EA's horrific track record speaks for itself. Games like SimCity and The Sims 4, shrunken hollow versions of their former selves. Dungeon Keeper Mobile, one of the most disgusting examples of microtransaction exploitation and abuse of a once prestigious IP in history. Series like Dead Space were steadily mutated into hubs of downloadable content and free-to-play mechanics. And of course, the Battlefront trailer itself simply could not resist the usual desperate, undignified begging for pre-orders, promising undisclosed bonus content early if you reserve your copy today. That, and the talk of the game not having space battles as part of the base purchase, outrageous give cause for a bucket load of trepidation. So forgive me if forgiveness be needed for my cynicism, but in my defense I feel it only matches the cynicism served up by the big budget game industry itself, pound for fucking pound. And I'd like to say I don't enjoy it either, and I'd love to offer a hearty fuck you to the big budget game industry for doing this shit to me. This industry that is so reliant on hype, but has systematically killed my ability to get hyped through its own actions. This industry that so clamours for pre-orders, but has only ever eroded the goodwill and faith required for me to want to reserve a game that, let's face it, won't be hard to ever bloody find in a store. This industry that props itself up so heavily on promises, and breaks its promises repeatedly, shamelessly, with reckless, short-sighted abandon. In a world where a trailer for a new Star Wars Battlefront should leave me absolutely drooling in anticipation, but has only left me hesitant, wary, ready to see just how badly it's going to get fucked up, well, I mean, it's not really a healthy attitude that's been fostered, is it? Yet I cannot honestly say that this attitude has not been gleefully, wantonly encouraged by the game industry itself.
So I buy masks like this all the time, actually, just in the off chance that I might use them for a video at some point. And I really should wear them more often. It's been great this morning. Haven't had to do my hair, haven't had to bother shaving, and just throw on a fucking mask, and let's face it, this is an aesthetic improvement all around. So thank God for masks, and thank God for me. And, you know, maybe this is where your Patreon money will go from now on. Don't stop giving me Patreon money. I need it. Sorry for being so dry this morning, but there's so much salt that's been tossed my way, thanks to Digital Homicide, the folks behind the Slaughtering Grounds, one of 2014's worst games as voted for by me, Pro Jared and Angry Joe. Those folks, perpetual sore losers that they are, have just added Steam trading cards to their game, one of which is the Zombie Internet Troll. What they've done is they've taken the stock Unity asset, because of course they have, the fat ogre, not even a troll, and awkwardly twisted its arm, because they can't animate for shit, to replicate my Russian roulette salute that I have for my YouTube profile, which is just darling. And I think it's quite funny, but I do worry about just what a sore loser they are. I mean, just because I took the heel of my boot and ground your faces into the dirt once, or twice, or 3 or 4 times, you know, there's no reason to take it so personally and keep perpetuating this animosity between us. I don't take it personally. I wish you all the best. In fact, I hope that Steam trading card does you a lot of business, as well as the price drop that you've just had to 99 cents. I really wish it all the best, and I hope that in some way I can help that, and I also hope you realise that any money, no matter how small, no matter what meagre amount of profit you scrape together for your game, is entirely thanks to Jim fucking Sterling's son.
Steam recently implemented a new way for the money to flow, enabling folks to start charging for mods on Steam Workshop. The program debuts with Skyrim, which has already had a fair few modders opting to sell their content rather than serve it up for free, as has been traditional in the modding scene since, well, forever. The decision has caused a notable backlash. There's a popular petition asking for a reversal, and commenters everywhere are decrying the notion. As for me, well, I'm honestly very torn on this one. I've praised the modding scene in the past for its amazing work that can often put the actual paid professional developers to shame. Folks like Durant have actually had to step up and fix shitty ports of console games like the notoriously awful PC version of Dark Souls and the sorry work that went into Deadly Premonition. Mods have stepped in to fix or completely overhaul all sorts of games, from Stalker to Max Payne, keeping them updated and running on modern systems long after the companies selling them stopped supporting the products. It's very hard to argue that the modders who keep games worth buying deserve absolutely zero compensation for the hard work they put into their craft. They keep games valuable long after the initial content is experienced, providing endless amounts of free shit. And yes, it's because they have a passion for what they do, and that in itself is a reward. But you're talking to a guy who makes his money doing shit he has a passion for, and it'd be damn hypocritical to say modders don't deserve the same opportunities. So, in principle, I'm for the idea of modders getting paid. In principle. in a contextless vacuum. I like the idea. This shit ain't happening in a vacuum, however, and while I'm totally in favour of content creators of all stripes getting cash for creativity, we can't pretend there aren't notable downsides to Steam Workshop's latest scheme. First of all, there's a perfectly understandable fear that the cynicism that has infected every other aspect of Steam won't bleed into the workshop. We've got plenty of evidence that there are hundreds of content creators waiting in the wings to exploit and abuse every outlet Valve has provided. Steam Early Access has been taken over by Unity asset buying, pre-alpha selling, overcharging, dishonest hacks who just take the piss. Steam Greenlight is infested with folks spending $100 to produce one-note joke sims and shitty Minecraft clones. The Steam front page store itself has an overwhelming avalanche of dishonestly presented, patently broken, low-quality games that have diminished the once notable prestige of getting a game on Valve service. The kind of shit that belongs on Newgrounds and Congregate but found their way onto Steam because Steam now lets rank amateurs sell Babby's first game project at a profit. And we're already seeing the abuse come to the workshop with things like horse genitals for $99. And then there's this shit. The modding scene is now at risk of turning just as contemptuous and saturated with cash-grabbing trash as every other part of Steam, which is a real shame. This move also risks turning mods into another form of DLC, something we already have quite enough of by now, thanks. Downloadable content has become a dirty term thanks to big publishers fucking the hell out of it, and I wonder if the market has room for yet more of it once the floodgates open here. And speaking of big publishers, how long will it be before the EAs and Ubisofts and Warners dip their greedy little fingers into this new potential source of revenue? Bethesda and Valve are set to take the lion's share of profit off this change, as is their right, but damn if it doesn't fertilise the ground for the DLC of mods. This is especially galling when a company can theoretically release a game with a bunch of problems, let a modder fix it all, and then make money off somebody else doing the shit they should have done from the start. I mean, Sky UI, considered an essential improvement by many PC Skyrim players, is getting a paid-for version that Bethesda will benefit from. This is also yet another part of Steam that Valve itself is going to claim no responsibility over while it sits back and lets the gold rush fill its coffers. Just as it washes its hands of early access in its own storefront, Valve is letting the community police the market, claiming no responsibility for the worse than horse armor third-party DLC that could come to characterise the workshop. I've never been on board with Valve's hands-off approach, and while I understand, yes, the manpower and costs involved in policing such a huge open platform, well, it wasn't me who opened the fucking door and invited the vampires in, was it? Also, while it's easy to sit back and call gamers entitled for lashing out at this change, let's not pretend it's easy to rewire your brain into happily accepting a charge for something that was once free. I mean, the very idea of mods are that they're freely distributed by the community for the community. If you think customers should just suddenly shut up and be cool with that not being the case anymore, you might want to rethink how the human mind works. And yes, I know, Steam Workshop is not the only place to get mods, at least for right now. It's too early to tell, really, if there'll be a migration, either customers flocking to these other places or modders flocking from them. Even worse, there's potential for publishers to simply tell third-party sources they better march in lockstep with the workshop's method or face legal trouble. The legality of this is already a mess, with mods that require other mods to work at all, modders taking assets from other modders and charging for them. And what happens when an official game update breaks a mod? It's a fucking shit show. At any rate, it should be understandable why people see Workshop's plan as a paywall and little else. I think I most agree with those who say that if this does need to be the way Steam Workshop goes, a pay-what-you-want model may at least have been a better option. Despite the portrayal of internet users as people who want everything free all the time forever, there's plenty of evidence, this show included, that a healthy contingent of gamers are prepared to open their wallets and support quality content they believe in. You just got to actually, give them something worth buying, which so many parasites on Steam over the past few years have failed to do. At any rate, there's been a ton of arguing online from people who are oversimplifying the issue. There are those proclaiming Valve's move is uniformly evil and any modder who opts into it is a sellout, and those claiming this is Valve's world and if we don't like it, we're spoiled brats. Truth is, it's a complex issue centered on a plan that is problematic at best and has the potential to further damn Steam if it's handled as poorly as it's probably going to be. At the same time, I believe strongly in content makers getting the cash if they've made something worth selling, and I don't begrudge quality modders who've opted into the easiest method of achieving that. Let's be open to the idea of paying for mods that have given us a ton of entertainment, but let's not pretend Steam's implementation, or its track record, is anything to be comforted by.
Before we go, I should point out that yes, I'm well aware that Silent Hills has possibly been cancelled, that Hideo Kojima's name has been taken off the promotion for Metal Gear Solid 5, and that PT, the promotion for Silent Hills, has been removed from the PlayStation Network. That all came up this weekend, so that was a bit too late for us to do an episode on it right now, but I would like to just continue the long belief that I've been talking about for years, that Konami are a bunch of petty fools who don't know how to business. So that's really par for the course for them. I'm still waiting until we know a little bit more in solid detail about what the fuck's going on, but rest assured, we may have to be visiting Konami very soon. I say revisiting, obviously. The last video I did on them got me blacklisted from them because they're petty fools who don't know how to business. So thank God for them for being able to provide us with plenty of material as they sink into oblivion. And of course, thank God, well, for me.
Hi. Yes.
I first pointed out Konami's glaring incompetence back in 2012, a move that Konami itself still has not forgiven me for, but it seems that the chickens have finally come home to roost with the cancellation of Silent Hills, the whole Konami versus Kojima kerfuffle that nobody knows much about, the delisting, and the general mess that is Konami bubbling up to the surface as it tries to keep a lid on its own bullshittery. So I thought we'd take a nice little trip down memory lane, have a look at the things I pointed out, and even discuss some of the fallout that was enjoyed by me as a result of the things I said, and then look into why it's really not surprising that a company like Konami could fuck up Silent Hills and allegedly alienate Hideo Kojima. So let's take a trip down memory lane and enjoy the fun and the frolics that is understanding just why Konami is Konami.
Today we prepared an exciting announcement for you all.
Oh, come on now, just don't tease them and let's get on with the announcement.
Oh.
This is the company that quietly released the Metal Gear Solid HD collection on the same day as Modern Warfare 3, because Konami is Konami and doesn't know how to business properly. An HD collection that was, if you remember, very hard to actually find in stores because Konami decided that as well as competing against that year's biggest release, MGS HD needed to be as obscure as fuck too. The limited edition wasn't even available in my entire state, and any copy was super rare in the UK. That's how understocked it was during the biggest release period of any given year. This is the company that seems to forget it publishes its own games. Blades of Time was not an especially good game, but it was alright, and it had Takfuji working on it. You'd think it'd be worth some promotion, right? It serves, however, as a fine example of how incompetent Konami truly is. This game's launch date was announced a week before launch. The game was unavailable in most stores in the US until a week after launch, and Konami issued a press release announcing the game's availability 3 days after the game came out. Producer Takfuji, while in the States, couldn't even find a copy of his own game in the store and called it a great shame on him as a producer. That's how much Konami cares. Late press releases and a general lack of communication with media at all is a hallmark of the Konami brand. If your game isn't Metal Gear or Silent Hill or soccer related, you're absolutely fucked if you decide to publish through Konami. I remember games like Little King's Story getting launch announcements days after launch. I remember how awful Konami was at responding to anybody's requests for interviews, review copies, or news inquiries. And I'm not talking just about the outlets I've worked with. A whole bunch of games media can tell you they're bloody awful. Not that Silent Hill has fared much better. 2012 was an absolute hallmark of Konami failure when it came to its premier horror franchise. Do you remember the month of madness? No? Hardly surprising, because it was a complete fucking disaster. The so-called Month of Madness was one of Konami's dumbest ideas ever. They would release not one, not two, but 3 Silent Hill games all in 1 month, because saturating your market is a really clever idea in Konami's world, otherwise known as fucking Dodo Land. March 2012 was madness alright, but not in the way Konami intended, as they tried, and eventually failed, to push the Silent Hill HD collection, Downpour, and Book of Memories out all in the same 4-week span. And it was the HD collection that truly cemented my belief that Konami was completely and utterly beyond human reason. I mean, it had one job: re-release Silent Hill 2, one of the greatest games ever made, in HD, along with the almost as brilliant Silent Hill 3. That's it. One fucking job. But if any company can screw up the easiest job in the world spectacularly, it's Konami. The HD collection was a total disaster. Audio bugs littered the experience, fog effects were removed to expose unfinished environments, and they were working off unfinished code, because Konami had fucking lost most of the original. They had to issue a day one patch for a game that was a fucking decade old. A patch that barely fixed a thing, and it's still only patched on one console. Silent Hill's art director, Masahiro Ito, embarrassingly expressed his shock that Konami released the fucking thing. Bloody shameful, if Konami understood shame. The Book of Memories PS Vita spin-off was a controversial release, not helped by Konami's refusal to engage press or public concerns, leaving it almost entirely to developer WayForward and then producer Tom Hewlett. I wanted to believe in the game, a Diablo-esque RPG set in the Silent Hill universe, so I set up an interview with WayForward that had published on Destructoid. A really good interview, it turns out, that had some great info in it and explained a ton of stuff that Konami hadn't. WayForward wanted the interview up, but Konami wouldn't greenlight it. Now, this is before they blacklisted me, and it was this stupidity, this sluggishness, this refusal to communicate that inspired me to relay all of Konami's long-running problems in my initial Konami Jimquisition video. Then, after still trying to talk to Konami to get the interview up, that's when I was told they'd blacklisted me. As the story goes, my original Konami episode went eastward to Japan, then went upwards, up the company's corporate structure, as hard as it is to believe that Konami has a corporate structure. I was informed by a US PR rep who had told me that the interview with WayForward, the only coverage Book of Memories had gotten to that point, and the best coverage it would get before release, wouldn't be permitted by them. Later, Destructoid nevertheless booked me a preview appointment at that year's E3 to see the game, and I was herded off to the side by a representative who informed me in greater detail that I would not be able to cover their games. Book of Memories director had to sneak me in later to play it without Konami knowing, and I went ahead and published the interview with them regardless of Konami's permission. As I continued to point out Konami's continuing failures as a company, because I actually, give a shit about the games they put out, they angrily blacklisted all of Destructoid in retaliation by saying, and I quote one of their executives, "Fuck those guys." We were informed that in addition to my criticisms, they didn't like that I'd scored some of their games too low for their liking, and implied that the very least that would build a bridge would be some sort of apology from yours truly. Now, they told none of this to me directly, by the way, so earnest they were in their cowardice. They went through a US rep who would speak only to then Editor-in-Chief Dale North, who had to then relay the info to me. And you want to know the saddest thing about the blacklist? It didn't affect my job one bit. Konami was always a week late with review copies anyway, and have been notoriously hard to contact for a lot of people in the press. I was already buying their games to review out of sheer impatience, so literally nothing changed. Except, it did give me insight into just how petty Konami is as a company. A company that would refuse the only high-profile coverage one of its Silent Hill games was going to get because I hurt their fifis and said they were bad at the game industry. So does it shock me, the rumour that someone has a grudge against Kojima and that's why his name's been scrubbed from Metal Gear Solid 5? No. Does it surprise me that Super Bunny Hop recently produced rumours that the CEO of Konami is on a mad power trip and is treating employees like dirt? No. Just like it didn't surprise me when Guy Seehee, the original voice of Silent Hill 2's James Sunderland, suggested Konami was trying to screw him out of royalties and had treated him like shit in the past. Rumours of Konami pursuing personal petty grudges against the people with which it associates have floated around the industry for years as the company salts the earth and burns bridges everywhere it goes. Between the rumours floating around and my own personal insight into the company, Konami is a place ruled by egos and fueled by bitterness. I mean, really. only Konami could have Kojima, Del Toro, Norman Reedus, and Silent Hill all in one project and somehow still fuck it up. Here we are, with Kojima erased from Metal Gear Solid 5, PT unceremoniously removed from the PlayStation Network, and Silent Hill's cancelled, all while Konami delists itself from the stock exchange and refuses to say a single fucking word to the press, to the community, to anybody about what's up their arse lately. All they've done is announce commitment to continuing the Metal Gear series, which likely means farming it out to a D-list third-party studio to ruin alongside Silent Hill. And what I find truly depressing, truly effing miserable, is that I'm not even angry anymore. Not like I used to be. I remember how frustrated and furious Konami made me, how exasperating its inability to market products, talk to media, or handle any of its properties was. But the company's so close to irrelevance now, its stake in the game industry a mere shadow of what it once was. I don't think Konami's finished as a company. In Japan, it's got plenty of business endeavours, and those pachinko machines will probably keep it alive for a good long while. But as a game publisher, I think Konami itself stopped caring long ago, and its total lack of passion for what it does has transferred onto me, a man who counts Silent Hill and Metal Gear Solid among the game series that impassioned him the most, and credits them with his love for gaming today. Konami doesn't care anymore. It clearly doesn't give a fuck about games, about you lot, about anything it's built in the industry. I won't mourn it fading into a relative obscurity, leaving games behind and fucking off to whatever cash cow it intends to milk. All I'll mourn is its victims, the games and game developers who have had the grave misfortune to work under that regime, a regime that doesn't give a single solitary fuck. Oh well, I suppose they could always pump out a sequel to Never Dead. Jesus fucking Christ.
Aiming arrows, I glide my hands along it, right?
Yes, yes, of course. Oh, brother, hi.
So I see these ripples on screen. So that's where I put my hands and feet, right?
Yeah, yeah.
By the way, I realise this is an extra episode that I've done this week. I did a video on Monday about Steam mods, which is kind of redundant now, considering that Valve went backpedaled on that. They might bring it back one day, so that's still a valuable video in discussing why their implementation of it was bad, but that's a thing. So we did this extra. Just don't expect it every week, okay? This is a nice little one-off extra treat for you. So enjoy it and thank me for it and say thank you, Jim, and of course say thank God for Jim, because you should all be thanking God for me. Thank God for me, okay? I'm nice. I'm too nice. That's my problem. Way too nice. Now I suppose I better pre-order Metal Gear Solid 5, because I sure as shit ain't getting a review copy.
Heck of stress paddle. Not funny.
Are you tripping again? Come on! I don't know why, but I just love it here. So peaceful. I'm not your baby! I am, if you want me to be! It doesn't matter who I am! I'm here for you, James! See? I'm real! Today's subject is something I've been saying for years. It's a topic I've been talking about for many years. If you follow me on Twitter, you'll know I've made the statement many, many times. And I've been meaning to do a video to extrapolate on it some more. And I want to point out that I've been saying it for so long because as I was writing up all my points for this episode, I noticed on Reddit someone had done a thread which quoted almost verbatim the statement I've made for many years. And I just want to say that I didn't get the idea from you, mate, because I know sometimes Reddit likes to say that I take all my ideas from them and take credit for my episode ideas. So that's not the case. Everybody knows I steal my content from NeoGAF, okay? Warner Brothers recently made headlines by unveiling a shameless online pass for Batman Arkham Knight. Yes, season passes are still a thing, and they're still fucking stupid, and not something I'd ever advise customers to buy into. Unless it's Hyrule Warriors, that one's pretty good. Anyway, this pass is particularly egregious, being that it costs $40 fucking and promises content that sure as heck sounds like it should be part of the actual game. We're talking actual story-based campaign missions, new villain appearances, challenge maps, Batgirl as a character, as well as Batmobile skins and racetracks. Given the Arkham series' lackluster DLC offerings in the past, it's especially pathetic that WB expects more than half the price of the actual game again for 6 months worth of promises. 6 months of content that's been secured away months before the actual fucking game's even out. As shockingly poor as this season pass is, however, it's just one in a long line of shitty things Warner Brothers has done as a game publisher. I've said for years that for all the shit we give Electronic Arts and Ubisoft, quite rightly, Warner Brothers is easily up there with them and deserves all the scrutiny and criticism we usually reserve for the infamous Big Two companies. I've been meaning to do this one for a while, and the season pass is as good a time as any to crack it open, so let's look at Warner Brothers' lesser critiqued history of being just as bad as any EA or UB. First of all, Warner Brothers was balls deep in the concept of the online pass, even though EA is most famous for its use of the pass, a code that, if you've forgotten, was needed last generation to access the online portion of games in a desperate bid to curb used game sales. WB loved the pass, so much so it didn't even care if they fucking worked properly. Fear 3, for example, failed to offer a working online pass for used buyers on PS3. A number of game modes were simply unplayable. It was eventually fixed, but it was one of the perfect examples of its time of what an ill-thought-out system the online pass was. Of course, the infamous Catwoman pass was the better known of Warner's online pass shenanigans. Not having an online multiplayer mode, Arkham City opted instead to carve out an entire chunk of the game's campaign and sequester it safely behind a gate, holding all of Catwoman's missions to ransom and demanding people buy the game new. It was fucking ridiculous, and a pointless move anyway, since GameStop just started handing the code out to anybody and perfectly encapsulated how desperate and misguided publishers were in their bid to fight the used game industry. Dubs Beebs eventually gave up the failed online pass scheme like everyone else, but not before giving EA a run for its money and abusing it. As far as feeding into pre-order culture, shit, Dubso Beebso may actually be the worst publisher of them all. Lately, the Arkham games announced pre-order bonuses at the same fucking time as they announced the games themselves. The first promotion for Arkham Origins gave pride of place to adverts for pre-order DLC, including a playable Deathstroke, because that sort of shit seems more important to Warner than actually letting us know why the game itself is worth buying in the first place. The way Warner sells its games, you'd think the pre-order DLC was the product, and the game was just some annoying distraction we have to buy in order to get it. Arkham Knight's the same way. Pre-order DLC involving a playable Harley Quinn was wrapped up into the very first trailer, and can I just say, what a bad fucking impression that gives. Like, we're trying to get hyped for your fucking game, supposedly, and you're more concerned with telling us what we won't get if we don't partake in the one-way street that is us shelling out money to make Warner Brothers look good to GameStop. Oh no, not the Bees pushes pre-orders harder than anyone. Where most publishers just throw in some extra skins or a new weapon, the Arkham games in particular have a whole playable mode and character gated off, and it's hard not to look at it as carving the game up to sell us in bases. I mean, this is the same company that made us pre-order Mortal Kombat X in order to get fucking Goro, and squirreled away a bunch of extra missions, some console exclusive, as bonuses for reserving Shadow of Mordor. Speaking of Mortal Kombat X, well, that served as a beautiful case study of Warner's DLC-hungry ways, didn't it? As well as reserving characters like Jason and the Predator as downloadable characters, announced before release of course, it included microtransactions for the $60 game, initiating a scheme I've called fee to pay in the past. Even better, the microtransactions were used for shit like easy fatalities, an exhaustible resource that let you use fatalities without putting in the intricate codes. Pretty much every game Warner Bieber publishes is more like an excuse to sell more content than a game, even if the game itself is pretty good. Nowhere was that more evident than Arkham Origins, a game that was released in a buggy, broken state with all manner of shocking glitches as it was rushed out the gate to desperately try and give WB an annualized series matching Call of Duty or Assassin's Creed. Origins' plethora of technical fuck-ups was never fixed because, in a shocking display of arrogance, Warner Brothers shamelessly revealed their devs were too busy working on downloadable content to actually patch the game for which the DLC was being sold. Yep, that's right. They were too committed to making more content to sell us than actually repair the broken shite they already sold. Classy. Classy fucking stuff. What can we expect though? This is the company that was content IDing YouTube videos of Shadow of Mordor even while other YouTubers were doing paid sponsored videos of the fucking game. This is the company that refused to listen to the actual copyright holders of Nyan Cat and Keyboard Cat when the intellectual property was used without permission for Scribblenauts, all while Warner Brothers' own film division was gleefully and arrogantly admitting that it had been knowingly filing false DMC takedown claims against property it didn't even own and didn't care because it felt the automated systems let it off the hook. This is the company that perhaps more than any other sells games as sliced up Lego blocks as opposed to real packages. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Arkham Origins was fucking shit. I was right about that when it first came out and everyone hated me for saying it, and I'm right months later when the internet finally, as the internet always does, came around to my way of fucking thinking.
Quite why Warner Brothers flies under the radar where EA and Ubisoft don't, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe it's just because they don't quite occupy a dedicated publisher space. I mean, we think Warner Brothers, we also think of you know, Looney Tunes and DC and all of the movies and whatnot, so it's hard to really see them as a dedicated publisher, even though they do a lot of the same bad things as a lot of the big AAA ones do. Or maybe it's just that EA is just better at getting headlines, I don't know, but whatever the reason, I do feel it's worth just having a look at them and not being surprised in future and when we know Warner Brothers is publishing something, because they do publish really good games a lot of the time. The Arkham games are fantastic. I think Arkham Knight's probably going to be really good. Rocksteady's a fucking rocksteady developer, and you know, like EA, they do really good games, and I think that's why we care so much about it when the publishers stick their oar in and fiddle about with it. You know, we care about the games they're making, and that's why we're so critical. That's why I'm so critical of Konami. If I didn't give a shit about any of their games, I'd probably give a less of a shit about the actual quality of their conduct. So that's something I want to point out. So yeah, that's the point I'm making. I also find it funny that they announced the details for the season pass for Arkham Knight sort of Saturday night when a whole load of sporting events and other events were going on, as if they could just slip it past us and we wouldn't really notice or get up in arms. Didn't quite work, because season passes are shit. But you know who isn't shit? Me! I'm kind of the opposite of shit. What would that be? Food, I guess. And I like food in my belly, which is why I'm fat. So thank God for me. And a turkey leg in my belly. Oh. Wish I had a turkey leg. I would like to address the spurious, unfair, and above all else untrue allegations that I have been taking my Patreon money and using it to buy exotic, rare, black market cheeses for my own belly-filling ends. This allegation has wounded me and damaged me professionally, and I would just like to state for the record, it's untrue. What, do you think I've got some sort of black market cheese supplier called Javier Mercadier or something, who operates on a Tuesday under a covered market down by Brandon? Do you think that's what happens? That sounds so ridiculous. Do you know how insane you sound? Besides which, Mercadier is around on a Wednesday, so let's hear no more of any of these allegations and get on with today's episode, please. Let's move on.
So it has happened. Konami, continuing its erasure of Hideo Kojima, has removed PT from the PlayStation Network, rendering it unplayable to all except those who kept it downloaded to their PlayStation 4 beforehand. If you had downloaded it and deleted it, womp womp, you can't get it ever again. With this move, Konami has once and for all confirmed to the world that it has absolutely no respect for video games as an art form or as an industry. The erasure of PT is a problem for several reasons. Oh, and we're naturally going to explain why. Because, well, fuck Konami. First of all, PT was more than just a game. Hell, I didn't even like it much as a game personally, but you see, PT was fucking brilliant as the false flag lead into the announcement of Silent Hills. The way it drew so many people in, who peeled it away layer by layer and unraveled its unique puzzle, was historic. And of course, a damn many people do consider PT a fantastic horror game in its own right, at least far better than anything Konami's squirted out for Silent Hill in recent years. For its status as an effective horror experience and as a fascinating piece of video game history, PT is important. But in this all-digital world, where companies can pull such games from pretend store shelves out of spite, embarrassment, track covering, or whatever fucking compelled Konami to do it, this important, vital, worthwhile piece of video game history is being scrubbed as best as possible from existence itself. It's one of the horrible risks of the all-digital future that game publishers have dreamed of with slavering tongues and erect dicks for years. They long, lustfully, to have a market they can control with complete dominance, setting their own prices, pulling their own strings, telling customers where, when, and how they can play video games. Given the liberties AAA publishers have proven they'll take when they can get away with it, and the endless proof that, given the chance, market control won't lead to reduced prices or the eradication of pre-order culture, we already know an all-digital future won't help us as customers much. But this PT shit, this shows what happens when a game company arbitrarily decides you don't get to have something anymore. And unlike delisted and out-of-print games of the past, where physical evidence remains and the game can be archived in some way, modern digital-only games are simply fucked when it comes to their preservation. There have been hints of this issue before, especially with licensed games. Most licensed games are cynical, sloppy, rushed out shite, we all know that. But there's a major problem with a licensed game that's actually good. Licenses run out, they change hands, and lawyers don't always play nice together. It's why Deadpool is no longer available for digital download, because Activision didn't keep the license up with Marvel. It's why there's never been a digitally available console or PC version of the awesome Aliens vs Predator beat-em-up, because Capcom made the game, Fox owns the characters, and Sega has the rights at this moment. We already saw Konami's X-Men and Simpsons arcade games pulled from digital storefronts in 2013 because of this shitty licensing issue, demonstrating how fragile the status of these games are. It's ironic, really. Digital content doesn't age, it's basically perfect for the preservation of video games, and yet it's where games are at their most frail, their least permanent. Games get abandoned by their publishers because publishers don't really give two shits about the archival of historic material. They only view video games as art when it's convenient for them to do so, when it sounds nice, when there's something in it for them. They see them as big quivering udders full of money, with teats ripe for squeezing till no more may they be squoze, at which point the discarded husk is ready to be thrown on the pile. But even if publishers do discard their games, they're not interested in letting anybody else take care of them. They'll sit on their licenses, their precious intellectual property, like Smaug and his treasure, daring anybody to touch even the games they've long since lost interest in as a publisher. I mean, the creator of the awesome Metal Arms glitch in the system wanted to buy back his game property from Sierra to make more of them, and was turned down. That license is now lost in the bowels of Activision, and they'll never touch it again. They'll never use the Metal Arms property, they may as well just give it back to the guy. But they won't, because as little as publishers care about video games, they care a whole fucking lot more about controlling every bloody aspect of them. And more recently, we've had the craven backstabbing fucks at the ESA declare that trying to get abandonware servers running isn't legal, fighting to oppose those who would retain the playability of online video games with dead servers, having the gall to say that if you bought a multiplayer game and its publisher kills those servers, as EA and others have done with many older titles in the past, your experience isn't adversely affected somehow, and anybody who tries to rescue these abandoned games is subject to DMCA takedowns. In a great many instances, publishers have declared that piracy is terrible, that emulators and ROMs hurt their business, all while ending up with games that can only be obtained through these allegedly terrible, hurtful things. Because games aren't respected as art by the very publishers producing them. There's no preservation effort in place, and even worse, those who do preserve out-of-print, abandoned, impossible to purchase games are treated as criminals. They're pirates, thieves, out to hurt the bottom line and damage developers' futures, even if they're trying to resurrect games that aren't fucking sold anymore. Which loops us back to PT. I mean, what's to say Konami's next move isn't to just start issuing takedown strikes to remove PT videos from YouTube and Twitch? That original Twitch moment where that girl solved the final puzzle and revealed Silent Hills to the world. Her reaction was fucking magical, is what it was. Something Konami ought to be proud of.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Oh my god! It is! It's Silent Hill!
But they could wave their DMC dongs around now and scrub that amazing memory from the internet if they tried hard enough. And they're capable of it because Konami doesn't care about video games. I guarantee it'd be illegal for someone to put PT online circumventing Konami's erasure, and Konami would fight it, and it'd be supported in this fight by the ESA, that's gaming's version of the MPAA or RAAA, because they would demand their right to erase this piece of video game history. They would fight for their right to annihilate important software, and they do, I guess, have that right, but it's not right. Right? As for the game's right to exist, well, fuck that. I mean, it's not art, it's just a product, a mere game, nothing but a toy in the eyes of the industry, and more importantly, it's Konami's toy, and you don't get to play with it anymore. Also, I don't know if you've worked this bit out yet, but fuck Konami.
Schadenfreude is an ugly thing, but then I'm not a particularly attractive man, so I just sit back with glee right now and watch as Konami just burns all its bridges and makes a fool of itself. You know, just after the years of them talking about me like I'm the piece of shit for pointing out all of their problems, you know? And then finally, all of the chickens come home to roost, and I know that I'm not the only one doing this. I know there are many people who have been fucked by Konami, sitting back with popcorn, just having a good old laugh. So fuck Konami, and thank God for me, because I have, as always, the last laugh. Ha 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 ha. I instantly regret all of that. Fuck it, we'll let it dry under the lamps. So I've been playing The Witcher 3 for the past few days, which may explain why in today's video I sound a bit more like I'm on cocaine than usual, just because I've just been really hectic and trying to do a million things at once in between stabbing drowners with silver swords. But before we carry on with today's actual topic at hand, I do want to talk about the absolute failure that has been the early bird critic reviews. Now, some reviews have gone out early because those people had debug kits, and none of them have talked about the most important aspect of The Witcher 3. Did you know, right, that you can make Geralt wear fucking Venetian-style Mardi Gras masks? It's in cutscenes, it's in gameplay, running around with a gold mask with purple fucking lipstick on, or a wolf mask, or one of those big, long, beaky ones. It's fucking brilliant, and possibly the most important thing to happen in video games since fucking Pong. No hyperbole. I don't do hyperbole here, so think about that. Go to Novigrad and there's an elf there who will sell you fucking masks. Fucking awesome.
It appears as if the wacky world of Kickstarter is experiencing a second big boom, with two major projects gaining huge success lately. First up, Playtonic Games introduced a spiritual successor to Banjo-Kazooie with Yooka-Laylee, a game that achieved its funding goal in something like 40 minutes and has only continued to rake in an obscene amount of beautiful cash. That was followed by Koji Igarashi him-fucking-self's son proving that Kickstarter's doing what Konami isn't, and bringing us the follow-up to Symphony of the Night that Castlevania's publisher doesn't want because it's too busy chasing the mobile game dream years after everybody else already did it. Bloodstained Ritual of the Night hit its goal in hours and, like Yooka-Laylee, is stacking the cheddar like there's no tomorrow. More than a Kickstarter resurgence, however, there are wide implications of what we're seeing with these projects and many similar ones. What we're seeing is the rise of what I've dubbed the reanimators, the creative developers who, once shackled by the regulations and risk aversion of major publishers, are breaking out from their chains to provide the kind of games AAA corporations tell us we don't want anymore. In a world where Alien Isolation can sell 2.11 million copies and still be called weak by Sega, this split from the prehistoric AAA mindset cannot be more important. As big budget game publishers hobble their own potential by playing to a very restricted market of focus-tested teenage boys, they've left huge gaps in the market that independent developers are happily filling. Because alleged AAA publishers hate the idea of making some money as opposed to making all of the money, they've abandoned consistent mid-range reliable products with dependable audiences in favour of a reckless go big or go home strategy, expecting every game they publish to be a $10 million Call of Duty rival and consigning anything that fails to meet those expectations to the failure bin. It's ironic, really, that major publishers are so famously risk-averse, but what they're doing, betting huge on the next big thing with ridiculous budgets, is such a massive short-sighted gamble. Even with some publishers actually still doing it and still proving new IP and unique ideas can work, hello Dishonored and everything Devolver Digital's published in the last few years, the allegedly AAA scene is still a stagnant mire of fear and death. Meanwhile, this massive failure of those publishers, and I do consider it a fucking failure, has been capitalised on by developers who are out of the machine. So many talented and passionate developers have checked themselves out of the system and made the kind of games that we are supposed to hate. Obsidian brought us Pillars of Eternity, while Brian Fargo delivered Wasteland 2. These are two proper old-school RPGs, and not only got funded in short order, but went on to be critical and commercially successful too. Playtonic is bringing us mascot platformers, Eager is bringing us Metroidvania. For some people, the recent developments of the past year have been a time for mourning, a time for sorrow. Silent Hills has been cancelled, Metal Gear Solid 5 will likely be the last real Metal Gear game we ever get. Castlevania is rubbish now. Square Enix wants to turn everything into an iOS free-to-play cash cow. Rare is a shadow of its former self, Sega is disappointed by Alien Isolation, and EA continues to cannibalise and destroy beloved game series. And don't get me wrong, this is all depressing in its own way. Silent Hill 2 is my favourite game of all time, Metal Gear Solid is a huge reason why I respect games as much as I do. A world of publishers that care not for this art, that is so ready to burn it all down in a desperate bid to make money elsewhere, is most definitely sad. But in many other ways, we're in a new fucking golden age. Yeah, Bloodstained Ritual of the Night does not carry the Castlevania name, but it's more of a Castlevania game than anything Konami will shit out in the next few years. For all intents and purposes, it is a Castlevania game, by the same fucking guy. And no, Yooka-Laylee is not a Banjo-Kazooie, but it is Banjo-Kazooie, you know, it's made by the real fucking Rare, not the Kinect Sports Rivals Rare. The names are changed, but what really matters, the gameplay, the design, and above all, the fucking heart and soul are preserved in all their totality. And what's more, there's no EA or Konami or Ubisoft to hover over these projects and ruin them with yearly sequels, microtransactions, or homogenous game design that dilutes the very thing that made these various genres so popular in the first fucking place. Hello there, Dead Space 3. Hell, we're even seeing it in the media that covers its games. Kinda Funny Games has been doing beautifully since Colin and Greg parted ways with IGN, and I think the continued success of the Jimquisition speaks for itself. Everywhere, talented and passionate people are leaving corporations behind, and the audiences hungry for that talent and passion are allowing it. All we need now is for Team Silent to get back together and Hideo Kojima to hit Kickstarter so we get spiritual successors to Silent Hill and Metal Gear without needing the big publisher middleman fucking everything the fuck up. No, they won't be called Silent Hill or Metal Gear if they were to happen, but ultimately they would be Silent Hill and Metal Gear, more authentic, more real, more honest than anything these failures of publishers could hope to accomplish. And when Visceral is eventually shit-canned by EA, you damn right I'll be among the first to back Unliving Vacuum. Now this is not to pretend Kickstarter, Indiegogo, Patreon, etc. is without risk. Crowdfunding in general is still a new and fluctuating business in games. We've had scams, we've had controversies with bad budgeting, and there's a popularity contest aspect to the whole thing that currently best benefits those who can trade on nostalgia. But over the years, I've sensed crowdfunding heading towards a normalcy and stability that makes it more and more viable. There are games like the Miskatonic reaching their funding goals, games like Strafe gaining media coverage by being fucking weird and out there and bold. As publishers tell passionate developers and unique video games that they're not needed anymore, the message back from passionate developers and unique video games is being heard loud and clear. They don't need them either. This apparent schism between creative talent and companies who see games only as products and content shells is scary and sad in a fair few ways. It's also exciting as hell and something that may possibly just work out best for everyone. AAA publishers can fuck off and produce endless kinds of Battlefield or hump mobile gaming's in-app purchases like a dog on Viagra, and actual game designers can design actual fucking games. There is idealism in that situation. I'm fully aware that many indie devs are shit and several major publishers are still good, but the overall message that I want to say is this: the more sincere and talented developers who can break out of AAA publishing and find success doing their own thing, the fucking better. Better for them and better for us. Oh, and fuck Konami.
Disclosure is important, so I should point out that I have backed some of these projects. I did back the Miskatonic because it looked interesting, and I did of course back both Platonic's ukulele Kickstarter and the Bloodstained Kickstarter, though I do want to point out in those latter two, I backed them more out of spite than anything else. I do believe in the projects, I do believe they'll you know, make good games, yada yada yada, but these are also games that are sticking it to Microsoft and Konami, and I'm happily going to spend some cash for that, because as we all know, fuck Konami. So I did back those games. It is important that I did that to be malicious and prove a shitty little point that neither Konami nor Microsoft will give a shit about or ever hear, but that's important. But enough talk! Thank God for me! You shouldn't say that while I'm trying to swallow at the same time. It was less badass and more pubescent.
Life's good when you're a ninja block. Life's good when you're a ninja block. Life's good. Life's good when you're a ninja block.
Hi, I'm Jim Sterling, the best person on the internet. Now, as the best person on the internet, people ask me all the time, what's it like being the best person on the internet? And I say it's pretty great because I'm pretty great. Oh, but don't take my word for it. Here's what our top fans have to say about Jim Sterling. He's pretty great. You go, top fan. Brilliant. Let's watch a fantastic show by the best person on the internet. I'm pretty great.
Some more shit scum has been washing up on the shit beach of steam brought in by the shittitude of shitty developers. Well, though, to call the latest crop of money-grabbing hacks developers is to give them entirely too much credit. They are, in essence, glorified clipboard users, doing the development equivalent of copying and pasting other people's works and selling them off as original material. It's a situation that has become more and more ubiquitous of late, to the point of representing a very real blight, and what's worse is that too many potential customers risk falling for it because, well, they don't know quite how shameless some of these developers are being. We've looked at a few of these games before. The Slaughtering Grounds most famously is constructed piecemeal by character models, objects and environments purchased, rather than developed, from Unity 3D's asset store, a storefront that sells video game assets made independently by developers and sold to other devs for use in their games. Inherently, this situation is not a bad thing. Unity 3D is an easy engine to work with, and pre-made assets can be an effective cost-cutting measure. The problem comes from the fact that ideally these pre-made characters and environments are a basis, a foundation upon which to use your own original art, gameplay mechanics and narrative. Instead, a number of sloppy, lazy developers have gone against the spirit of the thing, and instead simply buy and resell the assets. We've seen the negative result of this in games like Slaughtering Grounds and any number of those stupid fucking early access zombie games. It's an artistic car crash, as random enemies are bought and thrown into environments laden with objects that just make no rational sense. USPS post boxes next to London phone boxes, as mummies and mutants and werewolves with different art styles all meld together with a total lack of artistic cohesion. A realistic lion rampages through a cartoon village because they're two totally different Unity assets from different creators pasted onto each other. There's no cohesion because there's no fucking artistry. It's all randomly purchased objects, randomly thrown into random maps, and then the so-called developer calls it a day and charges anywhere between $1 and $50 for the effort. Here's Digital Homicide's latest masterpiece, Temper Tantrum, made with 100% assets bought from other developers. The environment? Toon World Interiors by 3DRT, $200. The enemies? Jelly Monsters by RenderShed Technologies, free. The main character? Generic Cute Male by Turk Cheaps, $40. For $240, you can stitch together this atrocious mess of a game and sell it on Steam for 24 cents and try and make your money back. A tactic that's actually working out well enough, because for 24 cents there's a ton of impulse buyers who do indeed seem to be buying it. The asset flipperoo can be a winning trick for the particularly shameless. As I say, using assets to form a basis for your work, not a bad thing, but stitching together nothing but pre-made objects without any rhyme or reason, I mean, it simply cannot be called game development, can it? And it's becoming more and more common. My Squirty Play series of videos is littered with games of this type, games that use Unity or Unreal starter kits and asset packs to make an incoherent mess of a game, laden with engine-inherent bugs that haven't been fixed because the studios behind these products don't seem to know how to actually code anything. Some of these games boast proudly to be the work of just one person, but that's not much of a boast when you've dispensed with the need for programmers, designers, artists and composers because you bought everything for resale and whacked a Kevin MacLeod soundtrack over it. These hodgepodge Frankenstein's monsters of games games are bad enough, but lately it's gotten even worse. Somehow. In my recent plumbing of Steam's depths, I've noticed an alarming trend of product hawkers who have found a way to be even lazier in the alleged games they're selling. Here are 3 different games from 3 different so-called developers. See if you notice a trend. First, here's Day Survival Begins, a pretty bog-standard zombie Minecraft ripoff. Now, here's Field Z, a pretty bog-standard zombie Oh wait, that's the same zombie. Same HUD. Same art style. Weird. Thirdly, here's Uncrowded, and holy fucking shit, all of these 3 games are exactly the fucking same. They're the same because they're all Unit Z, a full-fledged asset pack sold on the Unity store for $50. Unit Z gives you an open world, zombies, basic crafting and combat, even vehicles that you can use to build your own cheap knockoff of Unturned. Except these 3 games, all of which tried to get onto Steam via Greenlight, didn't build anything. They've done the video game equivalent of flipping a house. They've obtained Unit Z, renamed it, and then tried to sell it to you. Even more galling, one of them actually got onto the Steam storefront. Uncrowded is currently on Steam for $1.99 despite being nothing but a shell of a game that the seller purchased. The seller, by the by, goes by the name of Kotach, and when you look at what else it's tried to sell, you notice this isn't the first time it's pulled this shit. This studio also got The District onto Early Access, which itself is nothing more than a renamed version of Decayed State, an asset pack anybody can pick up for $40. Kotach's latest attempt, Cookie Simulator 2015, is bad enough for being nothing but a direct rip-off of the notorious Cookie Clicker, but even that is just flipped from the Unity store, being an unchanged version of Clicker Game Example. Again, Clicker Game Example is designed as a basis for your own Clicker-style game, but Kotach is simply trying to resell it with a cynical Simulator 2015 moniker in the hopes of slyly getting yet more borderline plagiarism onto Steam. I say borderline because sadly this is not actually plagiarism, as the Unity store license permits all this. As scummy and hacky as this practice is, it's not against Unity's very lax terms and conditions. So long as the assets aren't being sold to other developers in competition with the store, it's fair game. Anybody can do this. You could do it yourself if you wanted. You know, if you were a fucking turd. Digital Homicide quite famously defended this practice by claiming the old asset flip scheme was them actually supporting the independent development scene, that by paying for assets they were funding other indie devs and thus keeping a healthy market going. I disagree with that rather noble assumption of what's going on here, and I will call it what it is. It's fucking exploitation. It's exploiting lax terms and conditions, exploiting the potential ignorance of customers who may not know that they're being hoodwinked, and it's exploiting an already overly exploited Steam marketplace. It's abuse of the system, it's shameless hackery, and it's quite frankly utterly pathetic. To have such little artistic merit, such little pride in oneself as a game developer, and so few scruples as to surrender to the temptation of asset flipping is just truly, utterly pathetic. And it still gets worse. Unity asset piracy is a huge deal, and incredibly common, so there's no guarantee that those developers flipping the asset packs even invested their own cash into the thing. It's depressingly easy to pirate a copy of Field Z or Decayed State or Clicker Game Example, push it through Greenlight and start making money for literally nothing but the $100 it takes to be part of the Greenlight program. It isn't just Unity either. Unreal Engine is proving quite popular among these, what do we even call them? We can't call them developers. Motherfucking vampiric pricks, I guess. Here's a recent trailer for Fade. I mean, it already looks like shit thanks to that frame rate, but it was pointed out to me by commenters that Fade is pieced together from free Unreal tutorial packages. This guy didn't even need to buy them or pirate them. Anybody can use them as tutorials to learn how to make games, but rather than do that, Prolix Legend is just selling the tutorial assets under the guise of a game. So be aware, gentle viewer. That lame Unturned ripoff may not just be the mediocre crafting zombie survival sim it looks like. It may be something that's been bought and resold on top of that. That Unreal Engine shooter could just be a tutorial mission that was tossed up onto a storefront that doesn't give a shit and expects the community to police itself. So do be warned, because we gotta warn each other. And if you do spot a game that's nothing but an example of asset flipping, let the community know. Because you know what? I've found that scavenger hunting for pre-bought stock assets is a way more fun game than these pitiful excuses for interactive entertainment could ever begin to hope to be.
So as I've said before, and I cannot stress this enough, the actual existence of these assets is good in general. The overall ease of becoming a game developer now is ultimately a good thing. Unity 3D being this engine that's easy to use isn't bad, But we're gonna, if everything pans out the way I hope it does, talk about that next week, where we're actually gonna look at the positives of this whole situation, because I do overall believe that there are positives to be had. It's just a shame that there's a whole bunch of fucking jokers that are going around ruining everything by exploiting and abusing these systems that are put up in place for actual talented, heartfelt developers to create their products more easily, their products and their art, dare I say it. Because, let's face it, what a lot of developers are creating is art, and what these other fuckers are doing are creating product. The most cynical, cold-hearted product that you could ever hope to see. I mean, I rail on AAA developers all the time, but even they, in general, don't stoop that fucking low. So anyway, that's enough from me. We'll talk about more of this stuff next week, a more positive spin, and I guess that all that remains to be said is thank God for me. So indeed, thank God for me. So this week was set to be a pro-Unity episode where we look at the good side of the controversial Unity engine. Now I'm still going to do it, but something else cheesed my onions this week, and what you really want to do is see a privileged adult man whining because he can't buy a bunch of children's toys with all of his money. So that's what we're going to do, and I do hope you enjoy it.
So I'm basically done with Amiibo. Fuck them! I know, I've defended them already in a video not too long ago, and I do still believe everything I said. As a concept, I like the idea of things such as Amiibo, Disney Infinity and Skylanders, still do, but while I still like the concept of Amiibo, I simply cannot defend the reality of them anymore, because Nintendo's manufactured scarcity coupled with their increased ties to the software they're compatible with has become a fuck-damned joke. It was the Splatoon straw that broke the Amiibo camel's back, and shut up because that metaphor isn't tenuous at all. See, I love Splatoon. It's fucking brilliant. I like being a squid now, and I like being a kid now, and I can't decide whether I love being a squid now more or a kid now more, because as much fun as it is to be a kid now, I love being a squid now. Either way, I'm a squid now and a kid now, which is fantastic. But anyway, if there's one set of Amiibo I cared about more than perhaps any other, it was the Splatoon set. Not only did they look better than the others from a design standpoint, they were both kids now and squids now, making them more relatable to me in my life than any other hunk of plastic I've seen, because I'm a squid now and a kid now. Long and short of it, they were badass Amiibo. When they were announced on a Nintendo Direct, I toddled over to Amazon to see about their availability, and they were, of course, completely unavailable. I signed up to be notified when they would be available, but that moment never came, because Nintendo has made it its mission to apparently render these little fucking toys more rare and valuable than a Konami executive with a good idea. Through what can only be deliberate design, each new wave features increasingly difficult to find Amiibo, with people having to actually queue up outside of Best Buys to get them, and characters such as Villager, Wii Fit Trainer and Meta Knight being next to impossible to find anymore in a shop. You'd think these things were Teenage Ninja Mutant Turtle toys in the 90s or something, except you know what? At least then every kid who wanted a Raphael could fucking get a Raphael. As someone who clearly loves stupid toys way too much, it's telling that Wave 4, the latest set of Amiibo, failed to interest me. I couldn't muster the meager energy to give even a little shit anymore. Because why? Because only disappointment and demoralization seems to await all but the rare and lucky few. And it was in writing my review for Splatoon on the Jimquisition.com that I realised there was neither any sense nor value in talking about the Amiibo functionality as a feature of the game. Because why the fuck should I? When only a small percentage of the potential audience will ever see one of these cocking things, much less get a chance to use them in-game, then that's not a useful, worthwhile, relevant feature of the game. Fact is, if Nintendo isn't deliberately manufacturing the scarcity of Amiibo to contrive a sense of hype, it's straight up fucking inept at what it's doing. Choose whatever one you want. Whatever the choice, the result is clear. Amiibo simply aren't relevant to video games anymore, because whatever functionality they provide is pathetically exclusive to a small percentage of the audience. And until Nintendo get its act together, I'm certainly no longer covering Amiibo uses in any future Wii U or 3DS games. Nintendo earlier this year apologised for its handling of Amiibo and admitted it wasn't manufacturing enough of them. Fair enough on the face of it. It said what we all knew to be true, even if it did dress it up as we didn't expect this thing we designed to be popular. But after admitting that, I can only believe the company is doing shit on purpose now, because Wave 4 has been the worst, most incompetent fucking launch of all. It got so bad, Amazon Amazon had to email its customers with set times and dates for individual amiibo purchases, just to give people a sliver of a shot of getting the ones they want. That's fucking ridiculous. No, it's not Amazon's fault, it was probably the best way of dealing with it. But the fact that having to schedule an entire Friday around the purchase of bits of plastic was the best way of doing things is frigging pathetic. Nintendo admitting it fucked up, then fucking up harder, is only insulting at this point. And adding insult to bloody insult, I'm now seeing the very occasional Splatoon player rocking cool costumes and deciding I want them, so I try to order the gear they're wearing for the in-game costume dealer and find I can't. Why not? I can order everything else I see other players wearing, why not this badass power armor? Oh, right, it's amiibo exclusive, because the Splatoon amiibo offer new items for players and a whole set of challenge modes that actively extend gameplay, making them closer to DLC than amiibo have ever been before. Except this is DLC you can hardly fucking get, unless you're quick and lucky or don't mind paying more than double the asking price to put cash in the pockets of scalpers. Because that seems to be the only set of shit munchers Nintendo is helping with this fucking rarity bullshit. I mean, Nintendo itself can only sell as many as it makes, and if it's not making enough, it's not selling enough. Nintendo fans barely get a look in, so they're just being frustrated. Meanwhile, the people truly benefiting are the shitheads who buy a bunch of them en masse, then flip them for more than double the asking price. You want a squid amiibo? $36 fucking dollars, please. You want a NES? How about stump up 46 friggin' bucks? Math, that'll run you 50. Good on the Amazon reviewers though, who are calling this shit out with their ratings. Doesn't make a difference, but I like the principle, because ultimately I could get the Splatoon amiibo if I truly wanted, but doing so at this point would be feeding scalpers who are helping propagate the utter ridiculousness that is amiibo, and I can't put up with that wanking shit anymore. It's so ridiculous that the prices are fluctuating even as I speak. A moment ago, buying all 3 amiibo from Amazon would cost $80-something. I refreshed the page while writing to find they're suddenly now $97. As someone who is into shitty plastic tat and defended amiibo multiple times, Nintendo's own behaviour has officially killed any interest I had in the things. I've lost the ability to care about them because Nintendo's quite successfully sent the message that unless you're willing to pay double the price to scumbags, there's no point giving a shit about them. Even as they've started to creep more and more into the video games as content providers, they're growing less and less relevant to games. At this point, Nintendo knows full fucking well what it's doing, and in doing so has spent every last fuck I could give about it. I may be a squid now, and indeed I may be a kid now, but amiibo can, at this point, just fuck off.
So that is that. No more of this bollocks here. Get rid, no need for it. Don't much care. That's that. End of amiibo. I'm going to replace that with some other stuff. You know, Mysterio here. We can put him anywhere we want, right next to Vertigo. You know, this, maybe. There's not really any room for this, but it's cool. So thank God for that, and thank Squid for me.
Hey kids, wanna die?
Life's good when you're a ninja block.
Rated everyone 10 and up.
My name is not important. I just fucking hate the world and all of the worms feasting on its carcass. They don't deserve to live, and I'm gonna put a bullet in all of them, 'cause they smell of poo. Poopy poo-poo and stuff. Nothing is good. There's nothing but cold, bitter hatred in my soul. People are mean, and sometimes I don't get the amiibo I want, and this girl once said something about a game that I liked, and she didn't like it, and I disagreed with her, so everyone's gonna die. I'm gonna blow up the world, I'm so angry.
And this is ridiculous. I'm in the middle of a Mississippi summer wearing a trench coat and a heavy wig. This is stupid. I drew a sad face on my forehead and that melted off. This is ridiculous.
Steam has finally, after many years, implemented a policy that covers a very bloody basic customer right, the ability to seek a refund. If I remember the endless grocery store adverts growing up in the 1990s, the idea of a no-quibble money-back guarantee has been around since I was growing up in the 1990s. But the world of digitally distributed games has worked hard against the idea. Though GOG and Origin have been pretty good about using some form of refund policy, there's no monetary recourse for those who've bought Drek on Steam. Oh, at least until now, with Steam's new policy offering refunds for any reason, provided you played under 2 hours of it and request the refund within 14 days. Frankly, it's been a long time fucking coming, and I couldn't be happier. Hell, just this week Silicone 2 was released on the Steam storefront, a game that literally does not work. You try and load the game, and the engine stops working completely. It is thoroughly and utterly unplayable. And before now, there would have been no adequate way for those suckered into buying it to get their money back, not without jumping through a lot more hoops and getting potentially snotty emails back from Valve. Now you can, and that's a very good thing. It's not so good for asset flippers, scam artists, bullshitters, liars, and scumbags who abuse early access and Steam Greenlight, but the day I care about their financial security is the day Konami cannot be adequately summed up by a picture of a shit. Gone is the day where Digital Homicide can throw a cobbled-together Unity asset ripoff on Steam, ridicule customers who bought it and complained, refuse to implement fixes that have given users actual motion sickness, and feel satisfied that they can just walk away untouched with the money. Gone is the day where some unlucky Steam user could buy something like Martial Law, which sold itself with dishonest trailers and turned out to be a load of sour chimp jism, and find no means of reversing the transaction. Do I think this will fix Steam? Absolutely not. Do I think this will stop amateur cobblers with delusions of grandeur or lying bullshit merchants trying to flood Steam with their sewer slurry? Nah, they'll keep pouring through those floodgates, but now game players have an actual recourse, and developers who give a shit are going to have to employ some actual customer service if they want to keep their cash. There is, quite literally, no downside whatsoever from an end user standpoint, and as far as I'm concerned, that is the utmost important thing. That said, I'm not insensitive to the concerns thrown up. There have been objections to the refund policy, and while a lot of the overblown criticisms make me laugh in a week where Silicone 2 has spunked itself out onto the internet, I do understand that some devs have not unreasonable worries. The most common fear is that the 2-hour time limit ignores the fact that shorter games are sold on Steam. Gone Home, Proteus, Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons, even Valve's very own Portal are all shorter experiences with 2 or even less than 2 hours of raw content on offer. Fears range from customers simply feeling shortchanged and wanting their cash back, which, to be fair, is not something you should stop a customer from doing if they feel that way, to more sinister concerns, such as users abusing the policy to get free glorified rentals or review bomb games they have a personal grudge against. To be honest, I'd prefer the 2-hour restriction just be gone entirely. It places an emphasised value on time spent, which in turn reinforces the belief that pure hours are the only way in which a game can justify itself. As we discussed in our video on The Order, length is an important factor, but it's not the only one, and the current restriction makes it seem that way. I'd rather a 7-day money-back guarantee in any situation, like most businesses, just even the playing field entirely in that way. We'll need to see the policy in long-term action, of course, but personally I really don't think the issue will be as prevalent as it's made out to be in the long term. Let's face it, with a game like Proteus, the only people who would ever seriously buy it would be a niche clientele anyway, and that niche is typically supportive of such games and wouldn't want to screw the artists behind them. Anybody who'd buy it insincerely for a refund after the fact probably wouldn't have bought it otherwise. So like piracy, it's hard to count it as a lost sale or anything like that. If they wouldn't have purchased it legitimately in the first place, you didn't really lose anything. Anybody up for habitually abusing the refund system probably would be more inclined to pirate games anyway. Seems a quicker and easier process than jumping through Steam's hoops and waiting an arbitrary amount of time to get the money back. Smaller games that break traditional norms have always had a cult appeal with small but passionately supportive followings, and I don't expect that will change. Hell, maybe the thought of a refund could make people less scared to try an experimental artsy game, and they might just be blown away enough to keep it. Removing the fear of losing money is a pretty big incentive if you want someone to spend money on your unknown weird thing. I see no reason to assume the people already buying the Proteuses and Sunsets of the world will suddenly turn nasty on the games they've been supporting. For those people who value a game only by the arbitrary amount of hours it takes to beat, I just don't think they're the audiences these games were going for anyway. So whether that sort of buyer seeks a refund or not, no money was really lost in the long run. The automatic adversarial fear of customers as potential scammers and cheaters is the kind of guilty until proven otherwise everybody's a potential pirate attitude so-called AAA publishers are guilty of. As for the worries that user reviews will be adversely affected by this, have you seen Steam user reviews? They're already a mess. A game that users want to review bomb will get review bombed. Developers themselves abuse user reviews with positive reviews they wrote themselves or got friends to write, while removing criticism and flagging negative reviews as spam. Joke sarcastic reviews are everywhere, to the point where the whole idea of Steam users curating their own content barely fucking works on Steam. Hell, that's its own issue, and not one I think refunds will be a big enough deal to exacerbate. More to the point, Steam's already pledged to tackle serial abusers of the refund policy, so at the very least we've got some assurance that Valve's keeping an eye on it. And if review bombing does spike thanks to refunds, a quick and dirty fix could be to flag reviews from refunded users, put them in their own section, or maybe in extreme cases delete them. That last one might be pushing it, but the fact remains there are ways for Steam to solve the problem if it becomes one. We have had a few cases of developers claiming abuse of the refund policy already. Notably, Quibu Games has come out to say that the policy is already hurting its studio, showing graphs that indicate that in the span of 3 days, 13 of 18 customers sought refunds. DSO Gaming suggests that gamers are being greedy and exploiting the policy already for free games. The trouble is, there's absolutely no evidence that these refunds are actually abuse. We frankly don't know what those stats really say about the customers, and comparing rate of refunds now to rate of refunds when it was really hard to get refunds is a significant skewing of the data. Maybe Quibu's Gravity Rush is good at attracting impulse buyers who now have a way to recant their impulses. Maybe these were customers who felt bolder about trying games out now that they know they can get their money back if they don't like the game. You know, what is clear is that although the game does have a very positive review score on Steam, rewind the video for thoughts on reviews overall, a lot of the most helpful reviews flagged are fairly negative and list a number of notable cons, pointing out that Quibu's game is a rather shallow mobile port, something many Steam users aren't fond of to begin with. The game's forum is also full of an inordinate amount of users looking to trade 50% off coupons, which goes back months. I'd love to know how long these people played the game for. Did they all skirt as close as possible to the time limit before returning? Did they all quote-unquote beat it before returning? We don't know. We've got less than 20 sales in a handful of days without any other context or proof of long-term effects, and that's, well, fairly useless data really. It's evidence of nothing. Seems to me that Steam refunds are ripe to become the new piracy or used games, the new monster under the bed, where any instance of them will be counted as a lost sale, while any failures will be blamed entirely on the policy. In any case, of the indie devs I do know who have made shorter experiences, they've not reported anything that looks like abuse or any notably adverse long-term effects. The Charnel House Trilogy, a game I actually worked on in voice acting, full disclosure, is apparently doing just fine. Oh, and I highly recommend it. Whatever the case may be, more time is simply needed. All these fears and graphs and accusations are treating refunds like they're in a vacuum and ignore any context or long-term figures. I wouldn't be surprised if it's some buyers just currently testing the water as well, trying this new thing out with games they wouldn't ordinarily buy. I think we really need at least several weeks, if not months, for anything to level out. Steam just announced something pretty unprecedented for its platform. I would not be surprised to see glaring spikes in refund rates swirl up at the moment, and I wouldn't be surprised if they even out once the concept loses its novelty. I have only one major misgiving about the whole thing. Steam's doing it, and Steam can find incredible ways to fuck up good ideas sometimes. Like the indie developers' fears, however, my own worries are vague and hypothetical, but I do have some suggestions that I think will make this policy work out for the best.
Here's a TV that looks like an apple.
Firstly, let's try not to have a uniform automatic process arbitraring the system entirely, please. I know it's tempting, but it's what led to devs abusing YouTube's copyright strikes, and the shit wheel that is Steam Greenlight. Big services want automated systems running everything, and that's what leads to abuse. For the refunds to work in everyone's favour, there's gotta be some human oversight somewhere. A monumentous task, yes, but one that is important. We also need this policy to be mutable, flexible, and capable of nuance when situations arise. The 2-hour time limit is a prime example. Maybe not treat every game on Steam like it's automatically a 10+ hour experience, and maybe tailor restrictions to fit games. Hey, maybe when it's an Ubisoft game, rather than give users just 2 weeks to seek a refund, give them 6 months to see if the fuckers will actually patch the inevitable litany of glitches that'll crop up.
Here's a TV that looks like an apple.
A fairly notable voice actor suggested that the refunds could cripple an already troubled industry somehow, but let's fucking face it, we're well past that point, and I think the blame is squarely on game sellers who have been allowed to run amok and churn out shit without regard for quality, while customers have absolutely no avenue for recompense. With this policy, a policy that frankly I'd have been happy with without any minimum gameplay restrictions, people finally have that avenue, and I think that's only bloody healthy for the game industry. It empowers the customer and thus emboldens them, makes them potentially less averse to trying games out, which is a good thing for developers overall, and it lets us revoke our cash if we end up buying something shady, sleazy, broken, or shite, which is a bad thing for shitty developers, which is a good thing for everybody, because fuck shitty developers, and fuck Chariot Wars, and frankly, if you've played even just 10 minutes of Chariot Wars, let alone like 2 hours of it, you deserve a fucking medal, much less a refund.
So anyway, that's my video on the Steam refund process. Generally very, very, very in favour. I understand that some people are going to be upset about it, some developers, but at the end of the day, the customer's got to look out for the customers, and having a basic consumer right isn't a bad thing for them. It is actually a very basic right, and something tells me if this refund policy had been there from the start, no one would have a problem with it. So really, it's all right. It's so hot. It's so hot. Hold on a minute. Thank God for me. Oh, hi, hello. Just hating the world.
If following video game media has taught me anything, it's that nobody wants to talk about video games. Oh no, Game of Thrones recaps are where it's at. So that's what we're going to do from now on. The Jimquisition is a Game of Thrones recap show, not a video game show. And with that in mind, oh my God, can you believe what happened? I cannot believe that fucking Ned Stark is orchestrating the whole thing, and they took his head and sewed it onto the Mountain's head so that he's running around calling himself Ned or Clegane. That's amazing! Also, I can't believe that people got their tits out and we saw a bit of a penis. So that was incredible as well. Game of Thrones, that happened, and that was the season finale, wasn't it? So I guess it'd be video games next week. Unity is a good engine. A damn good engine, in fact. You know, I've been meaning to say that out loud since January, because over the months of covering terrible games on Steam, it has to be said that I may give off the impression that Unity engine is a load of fucking crap. In fairness, Unity has been used to make a load of crap, an inordinate amount of crap in fact, to the point where one can be forgiven for making jokes at the engine's expense. like I've done before. It was so buggy you could be forgiven for thinking that Unity was referring to the engine it was built with. Sadly, the engine has found itself with a questionable reputation off the back of these awful games using it. I've seen people in the comment section of my YouTube channel actively slagging Unity off, remarking how they cringe when they see the engine's logo on games because they're expecting something dreadful. Even I, someone who acknowledges Unity's benefits, find it hard not to roll my eyes when I see it in conjunction with yet another stock asset hack job or glitch-laden zombie apocalypse survival clone. And that's a sad thing because of this. That's Max and the Curse of Brotherhood, a pretty decent game. It's not brilliant, but it's a fun enough puzzle platformer, and it looks fucking gorgeous as far as I'm concerned. Now that's a relatively humble example of what Unity can do when someone with talent, artistic direction, and original ideas gets a hold of it. Unity's capabilities are staggering when you look at the range of games it's responsible for powering. It's one of the most flexible engines around, responsible for such varied looking games as Dungeons 2, Hearthstone, Pillars of Eternity, and Ori and the Blind Forest. Beautiful looking games in their own right and wildly different in terms of both visual style and gameplay. The ease of use and flexibility is, however, something of a double-edged sword. Because it's so flexible and intuitive, we get to go from something magnificent looking like Abe's Odyssey New and Tasty, which is, well, just bloody look at it, to something like Chariot Wars, which is, well, just bloody look at it. As much as Unity has powered some of the very worst games in existence, it's also at the core of some of my favourite releases in recent memory. Unity powers Grow Home, a beautiful little game and one of the few decent things Ubisoft has done lately. Unity powers Hand of Fate, a delightful choose-your-own-adventure card game RPG. Unity powers Ziggurat, a roguelite shooter and one of the best ways to shoot demonic carrots if that's what you're into. It's surprising to see that the same engine running the Slaughtering Grounds is also responsible for such critically acclaimed releases as Cities Skylines, Kerbal Space Program, and Endless Legend. But it speaks to just how much potential the engine has that you can go from the lowest of the low to the truly remarkable just with the infusion of time, effort, and talent. The awful, poisonous games most commonly associated with Unity are, sadly, not really Unity's fault. The engine's biggest blessing is simply something of a curse for the market overall, as it is by its own design completely open, simple to use, and offers pre-developed assets for amateur and professional developers alike to purchase and utilize entire systems, worlds, and mechanics before building whatever game they like on top of that. While the good craftsmen do indeed build their own games upon Unity's limitless foundation, a sad and significant population of alleged developers stop at the first hurdle, churning out pre-packaged guff with only the minimal amount of programming required to get the game to function. And even being functional is an option these days. In speaking with Dan Adams from Unity recently, I found the folks behind the engine are reluctant to limit what studios can do with the tools behind it. They believe very strongly in the democratization of game development and avoid even so much as criticizing the shitwheels behind such games as Temper Tantrum or the endless re-releases of the store-bought Unit Z asset pack. Unity, Dan told me, is there for anyone to create whatever they like. It's a noble ideal to be true, and one that has led to the creation of some truly fantastic games. Unfortunately, when you give an inch, there are plenty of piss artists ready to take a mile. We've seen this with early access, where a good idea has been exploited and abused by charlatans who think pre-alpha is an excuse to charge upwards of $10 for broken, content-free piles of garbage. Similarly, con merchants and untalented hacks with delusions of competence have used Unity's openness and asset marketplace as an excuse to release Babby's first video game as allegedly professional products. And this is really the responsibility of the so-called developers themselves, perverting the engine's rather admirable goals and dragging down the entire idea in the process. Hell, if anything, I'd say Steam shares more responsibility for Unity abuse than Unity itself does, since that's the platform that opened its floodgates and allowed half-baked games that would once have been private practice projects a shot at charging money, releasing as professional presentations things that should never have seen the light of cocking day. But breathe, Jim, this is a positive episode. We're going to be talking about the good things. We're not going to hang up on the fact that Steam is populated by a bunch of bone-idle lazy cunts. It can be hard not to associate Unity with tawdry drivel and ethically bankrupt games because, well, so many shit windows have used the engine as the delivery vehicle for their toxic waste. Unity doesn't police its users, and ideally, it shouldn't fucking have to. What it offers is fundamentally fantastic fantastic for games, and it's just wretchedly sad that so many shameless rectum merchants have taken advantage of it. What is important to remember, however, is that no matter how many piece of shit Unity games you see, that engine is more than likely responsible for a game you absolutely love. I've done a poor job communicating that fact, and I hope this goes some way toward fixing that. All that said, the sheer quality that can be achieved by Unity should only further condemn those individuals who actively choose not to put the time and effort required into making those games. When we look at what Unity is capable of doing, even with very small teams and even solo artists, there should be no excuse for the 6th or 7th wanker who re-uploads Unit Z under a different name and hopes nobody friggin' notices. Because we sure as shit have started noticing now, son.
And there we are, after several weeks of delays after I said I'd do it, the episode that's about Unity being alright for a minute. How much fun was that? And we did it on E3 week because I can't be fucked to do E3 predictions and all that kind of shit. Not my bag. No, for me, E3 is a week of sitting on my fat ass, just snarking and being sarcastic and miserable on Twitter. God, I love E3, and thank God for me. Well, how about that E3, huh? It was so decent that I actually found it difficult to be a cynical, moany, miserable bastard on Twitter. I still managed it, but it was a challenge. I mean, look at what we had. We had the Final Fantasy VIIs. That was really interesting to see. We had Microsoft not fucking it up, which was interesting. The Xbox backwards compatibility should have been there from the start, but it was nice to see. That was all interesting and fun. We had all sorts of representation, diversity of characters, and all that sort of stuff, which is always nice to see. Metroid Prime Federation Force was finally revealed. Nintendo fans around the world were excited for this long-awaited sequel. We are thrilled about that one. And of course, Shenmue 3 happened. And this is the one we're going to talk about today because I think that's the one that has the most interesting debate around it. Was it right for it to be a Kickstarter? Was Sony's involvement a good or bad thing? We're going to talk about that on this week's episode. So, what are you watching me for? What are you watching me for? Let's watch that now. I shouldn't have blamed you for that, it's the editing that's got to bring it on, so I'll stop talking and then you can watch that, because me just staying here is a delay of that. I mean, you could just skip ahead.
Shenmue 3, oh my god! Sony played us like violins at its E3 2015 press conference, and hats off to them. The Last Guardian, Horizon Zero Dawn, Final Fantasy VII, and the aforementioned Shenmue 3 tore the roof off the place, and I don't think being excited is unreasonable in the least. With the dust settling, however, the cynicism is creeping in, and there's definitely controversy surrounding the revival of the classic Dreamcast series. When announced, Sony claimed it had given Shenmue 3 the opportunity to promote its Kickstarter project because it believed in the title so much. Now, there's something odd about a major billion-dollar corporation saying it believes in a project out of one side of its mouth and asking us to fund it ourselves with the other side, but hey, we were caught up in the moment and gamers excitedly rushed to Kickstarter in such a rabid herd that the site actually crashed. It was hilarious and a great moment. But the questions asked in the fallout were pretty important. Why was Shenmue asking for $2 million when the original cost like almost $50 million? Why isn't Sega footing the bill, or Sony if it loves it so much? We more or less got that answer, and it wasn't an unexpected one. Other parties do have financial stakes in the project, and Sony itself is helping the project out with marketing and some other backing, which was contingent upon the Kickstarter's now totally unquestionable success. And this isn't the first time Kickstarter projects have had a leg up either. Most notably, Bloodstained Ritual of the Night used its Kickstarter as a proof of interest to convince funding from further investors. However, the direct involvement from Sony is what's really set Shenmue apart. First of all, let's look at the positives, because there are indeed positives. The most important benefit of Shenmue 3 is that it's very, very good for Kickstarter. Like Bloodstained and Yooka-Laylee before it, the presence of a large, significant project on a crowdfunding platform is great for that platform's ecosystem overall. Now, it's been argued by some pundits that big indie projects kill real indie projects by hogging the spotlight, but that's actually a ludicrous assertion that treats crowdfunding like a zero-sum game. First of all, a Kickstarter spokesperson directly confirmed to me that big Kickstarter projects actively generate money and attention for smaller ones. And that makes sense, really. If you're driving a lot of new people to Kickstarter, making them less shy about funding things, getting them to make accounts, investing them in the idea of crowdfunding, then it's hardly surprising that they're more willing to go on and fund other things. I have directly observed this with the Jimquisition's own Patreon too. Now, I was called morally reprehensible by some people for using Patreon because I wasn't an obscure indie game dev nobody had heard of, as if they're the only people allowed to use it and my presence there was actively stealing money from pockets. What these crowdfunding gatekeepers don't realise, however, is that some people who signed up to Patreon specifically to contribute to the Jimquisition then went on to contribute to other Patreon pages. It's a knock-on effect. Big crowdfund projects become gateways to the smaller ones. In this regard, Shenmue 3 is undoubtedly a fucking wonderful thing for crowdfunding in general, an idea that I truly believe in and want to see succeed. Kickstarter itself got massive exposure thanks to Sony's conference, and that's a great thing. Moreover, the idea of using Kickstarter as a gauge of interest and a guarantee of significant financial support isn't a terrible idea. With some notorious cases of Kickstarters overshooting and mismanaging budgets, hello Double Fine, it's quite sensible that many projects are now openly using Kickstarter as part of their budget rather than the sum total. I have no issue with that and actually take it as a sign that the developer knows what it's doing. That is, provided full disclosure is offered and we know exactly what we're getting into. Which is one of the iffier parts about this Shenmue 3 deal. Yes, we now know that Sony's involvement is a little more than simply helping old Yu Suzuki get stage time, but that's not the impression they gave us that excitable Monday night, was it? They got the viewers whipped into a frenzy and got millions of dollars pledged before we knew what the fuck was going on, and the sheer chaos of mixed messages in the aftermath only made things worse. Was Sony funding the whole thing? How important was the Kickstarter money? Were we just being asked to pay up now to show our consumer interest, or what the fuck? The dust is still settling and clarifications are still going out. The lack of upfront disclosure has created a shitstorm this past week. And the fact this is the second version of this video going up today is only proof of that. It's a confusing time. Even more galling, Suzuki has now come out to say that despite asking for $2 million, what he actually needs, at least to do more than just a story and fully realise his dream of an open world game, is $10 million. And now there's pressure for those who are already backing it to up their pledges, and worries we'll now get Shenmue Lite if we don't get the full whack. None of which was communicated at the time, and it looks pretty effing dodgy now. It may be considered good business to set your Kickstarter goals lower and hope for more, but Jesus Christ, this kind of leverage is getting pretty common on Kickstarter, and I don't think it does much to encourage trust. What really concerns me, however, is the potential precedent this sets. Now that Sony has its foot in the door, will it burst open for the locusts of the so-called AAA world to seize the house for itself? Now, like I already said, big projects do not actively take away from small ones in general, but the worry of market saturation and bursting bubbles are things we need to take as serious potential problems. I think right now, despite what detractors say, crowdfunding is in a healthy place, but the fact remains that I don't trust any major game publishers to keep things healthy when they get involved, because they're parasitic by nature and toxic by design. I never underestimate their propensity to take the piss because, well, it's what they prove themselves best at doing time and time again. I shudder to think of a world in which Electronic Arts gets its hands on crowdfunding, believing it's now okay because someone else took the first step. I look at what companies have done to good ideas in the past and I weep, lordy do I weep. Downloadable content, free-to-play economies, mobile games. Now, they were all good ideas when done right, but have all become filthy terms to a lot of us thanks to abuse and exploitation. Corporations hate change, and so when they glom onto a new idea, they twist and break it to make it fit their old way of doing things. Crowdfunding is a disruptive and fresh idea. It's ripe for breakage. I can just imagine a company like Ubisoft announcing Beyond Good and Evil 2 is in development at last, before dropping the hammer and saying they need us to prove ourselves to them by stomping up the cash on Kickstarter. The sad thing is, it'll probably work too, and then publishers realise they can be manipulative and rake in extra cash from us while continuing to enjoy the money they already make off DLC, pre-order deals, sponsorships, re-releases and limited editions. But then again, what if Kickstarter was used by companies as a replacement for all that ancillary bullshit? What if publishers raised extra funds on Kickstarter and it allowed them to not carve up content for DLC and play the pathetic pre-order game? I'd be interested in seeing that, though of course I doubt it'd ever happen. Instead, we're seeing things like this, where Kickstarter is basically being used as a pre-order platform, and Lord knows pre-order culture has already damaged the game industry in enough ways without it seeping into crowdfunding too. It really doesn't help the misconceptions people have about Kickstarter either, where some folk really do think they're guaranteed a product because they bought it on there. Overall, I don't think Shenmue 3 is cause to ring alarm bells yet, but we ought to be very cautious about it and what it could lead to. I think it's great that it happened. I'm thrilled for Shenmue fans who finally see a new game on the horizon, and I'm delighted to see crowdfunding get such a major spotlight. But ultimately, I want to see crowdfunding break away from traditional publishers, not have them march in with chains and hooks to keep control of the games. And I want disclosure up front, not emotional manipulation first and the truth much, much later. I don't think any of that's unreasonable to ask for, and I certainly hope we get it. And this is totally unrelated, but Horizon Zero Dawn? Fuck yes!
Incidentally, that game I was showing a lot of in the footage there was a game called We Happy Few. It's currently doing a Kickstarter. I've backed it myself, disclosure, because it's one I believe in quite a bit. The Kickstarter is still running. It is a game in which how's the best way to describe it? BioShock meets The Binding of Isaac while watching The Stepford Wives. It's a very exciting project, and having played the pre-alpha version of it, that's what that footage was, I am very, very hopeful that that's going to be something special. So that's my good deed done for today. Talk about that for a little minute. And I think that's it. I was looking at this table that's next to here that you never see for fun things I could just wave about in front of the camera, but there's nothing there, so I'm just going to fuck off now. Thank God for me and all that shit. By the way, mid-July, the Screw Attack Gaming Convention is happening in Frisco, Texas, and I'm going to be there, and there's going to be the world's first Jimquisition live. I can't remember the dates. I meant to look it up before I started filming, and can't be fucked to walk about 5 feet over there to the computer to double check. But it is mid-July, and I don't know what part of the weekend my bit is. They've not told me yet, but I'll have more details to follow, so you can look for those in the future. But if you are interested in watching me on stage for an hour just talking bollocks, then you can do that. You can do that. That's been allowed unto you. Byeth me. It's probably going to be decent. Now, I'm not saying it's thanks to me that everybody can get married in America now. Okay, I'm just saying that I moved here, and then 7 years later, same-sex marriage was ruled legal across all of the country. Now, again, there is some correlation there, but I'm not the one saying there's causation. That's for you to go on and say, okay? So we'll move on from that. But no, that's good stuff. I'm really happy that same-sex marriage is now legal. That's awesome. There is a lot more work to be done, of course. America still has a horrible race problem. 5 black churches were burned down recently. Employment discrimination is a huge issue, not just for gay people, but trans people who face a lot of discrimination, a lot of violent discrimination. So well done, America, for being dragged into what the fuck? That Starscream and Scarecrow there, being bigots. That's exactly what they said. If gay marriage was allowed in the country, they'd throw themselves off the lectern. I apologise for that disgusting display. That's what I get for inserting politics into video games, I guess.
Batman Arkham Knight released this past week and, well, Warner Brothers had completely fucked up, hadn't it? One of the biggest game titles of the year has now been dominated by talk of the already legendarily botched PC version of the game. While it ran smoothly and looked damn good on PS4, the PC version was visually inferior and required ridiculously high-end machines just to run vaguely smoothly. With so much rage and a rabbit hole of fuck-ups involved, it's fascinating to pull apart the strings that is this shitstorm, so let's crack on with that. Pull our sleeves up, it's gonna be quite a journey. The first indication that something had gone wrong was a suspicious change of minimum hardware specifications. Just days before launch, Warner Brothers quietly updated the specs to Arkham Knight, changing the requirement of an AMD Radeon HD 7870 graphics card with 2 GB of memory to a Radeon HD 7950 with 3 GB. On this day, basically basically a matter of hours before launch and long after Warner Brothers had drowned us in pre-order incentives. AMD card users were also warned of known issues running the game and promised a fix as quickly as possible. Of course, whether you had an AMD card or an Nvidia one, it would soon become apparent that the performance problems were something everybody could enjoy. Tuesday, at midnight, the game unlocked, and within moments the Steam community was rife with negative reviews and complaints about the game running like shit. Reddit was aflame with outrage, and as I tried the game for myself after waiting an hour for the launch day patch to fucking install, I soon saw why. Even on a fairly decent computer with an Nvidia Titan, Arkham Knight ran like shite. By all accounts, it seems like I had one of the better experiences, but it was still a huge letdown. Graphical stuttering, audio dropping, a locked frame rate of 30 FPS by default, and instances of significant slowdown. Even when going into the game files and uncapping the frame rate, the game still ran poorly. In the aftermath, things only got worse for the game. First of all, a portion of the blame for Arkham screw-ups was placed on Warner Brothers' decision to use DRM, because it's 2015 and some companies still sneak insidious bits of unwanted software into Steam games. De Novo has been used in such games as FIFA Whatever, Dragon Age Inquisition, and Lords of the Fallen, and has a history of making games run poorly. It's even been an alleged cause of damage to computer hardware, with some SSDs reportedly broken by the software. Nasty stuff through and through, and of course old WB uses it in Arkham Knight because fuck paying customers. In the midst of this, screenshot comparisons revealed that, as well as running like a bucket of dead dicks in a swimming pool of sick, Arkham Knight didn't even look as good as the console version. Inferior or missing textures and the lack of modern graphics features were revealed in side-by-side comparison shots. This latter issue was made even worse by Warner Brothers' completely rubbish justification for capping the game at 30 frames per second, where it confirmed it was trying to force parity between the PC version and consoles. It said the default settings were designed to deliver an experience on par with the current generation of gaming platforms, and went as far as to tell users not to change their game files to get a better experience. So not only was Dub Beebs holding back the PC version, its talk of parity was bullshit anyway, as this version was demonstrably a lesser experience. Then came what's become known as Chipmunk Gate, where an Nvidia-hosted YouTube video showed off the game running at 60 frames per second and looking absolutely gorgeous with all its pretty GameWorks features. The 60 FPS was obvious bollocks from the start, but Internet Sherlock soon noticed that if you listen very closely, you can hear voices in the video sounding sped up and squeaky, indeed like chipmunks or the beginning of that Babylon Zoo video. Speculation ran rampant, with the popular theory being someone had played the game at half speed then sped up the footage to mimic a smooth 60 FPS. There are less nefarious theories, but the fact is nobody from Warner or Nvidia have addressed the situation to date, leaving the conspiracy to stew and yet more unneeded negative publicity to pile on. Even if there's a reasonable reason for the chipmunk voices, the fact Nvidia's showcasing a game at a frame rate the publisher itself publicly condemned has to at least be a borderline case of false bloody advertising. Somewhere in the whole shit show, we all found out the game was a port by Iron Galaxy, a 12-person studio with experience predominantly in console development. I mean, is it any actual fucking wonder it got fucked up at this point? And after only one full day in public, Warner Brothers made the shocking decision to suspend PC sales of the game and pull it from Steam. Currently unavailable to buy now, although last time I checked the season pass was still available, the game won't be back on Steam until its quality reflects, and I quote, the way it's meant to be played. Nice Nvidia drop there.
Wait, no! Please, God, no! No! Stop, please! I remember! Wait, no!
This is a somewhat unprecedented move. Warner Brothers doing the right thing is incredible to begin with, but pulling such a major release from Steam so quickly is a staggering decision. The first patch to fix major bugs for the game is out now, and more are on the way for those who bought the game before Dubbo Bebop pulled it. But let's be honest, just because Double Brothier did the right thing, I am under no illusion that it did it through sheer goodness of heart. Warner Brothers claims in its apology that it has high quality standards and that it values its customers, but if that were but true, Arkham Knight would never have released in such a shitty state to begin with. You don't launch games that shoddy and then get to claim you have standards. Fact is, Arkham Knight was considered good enough for release in that state, and it took a sustained and overwhelming outrage in the aftermath for the publisher to finally backpedal. This is, after all, the same company that released a bug-laden Arkham Origins and publicly confirmed it wouldn't be fixing the game's litany of problems because it was too busy working on downloadable content for the fucking thing, and it did that because it could get away with that. Warner Brothers has a history of showcasing contempt and putting dollars way ahead of customer experience, as detailed in the Jimquisition's Warner Bother episode. I simply don't believe this company when it talks of having quality standards and valuing customers. Its behaviour, for years, simply contradicts these sweet-sounding claims. No, let's cut to the chase here. This is the biggest AAA game to be released for PC since Steam rolled out its new refund policy. In Steam user reviews and Metacritic user reviews, the concept of Steam refunds was a popular and recommended idea for those burned by Arkham Knight. NeoGAF kept a running tally of users refunding their games, and one has to believe that Double Bebo saw quite a few returns once the extent of the game's flaws became so quickly apparent. In years past, a company like Warner Brothers could shit any old guff out onto the PC platform and no bother with fixing it. Hell, only recently had WB done so with the maligned Steam version of Mortal Kombat X. In the past, there was no recourse for customers, which is why Warner could smugly declare it wouldn't be fixing its games because it was working on DLC. There was nothing we could do about it. There is no doubt in my mind that the refunds caused this sudden change of heart, or were at least instrumental. That's speculation from me, of course, but pre-refund WB had a history of not fucking bothering. Post-refund WB cares about its customers so much it even preemptively mentions refunds as a possible recourse, trying to look like the good guy. Anybody familiar with Warner's history as a game publisher, however, can tell you the company has more than adequately evidenced that it doesn't want to give a shit. It simply needs to start giving a shit now, because now customers can get their money back with just a few clicks. I said a few episodes back that one of the true benefits of Steam refunds is that any company who wants a place at the PC table will have to start offering real customer service. The days of squirting some broken horse jizz onto Steam and sitting comfortably on a pile of money are over. That money pile is no longer safe. You can't just make your cash and damn the previously non-existent consequences. You just can't do what companies like Warner Brothers and Ubisoft have done in the past. Shaft the PC version and not give us stuff because you made your money and sodom. Not if you want to last. At the very least, even if refunds weren't a factor in Dribble-Poo Beef's decision, the overwhelming backlash certainly was. This is what happens when customers have something to be properly mad about, folks. It's a righteous, tasty thing. Of course, we could see more publishers go the Origin route and try to create their own proprietary distribution platforms where refunds and backlash will be more personally controlled. But I don't see that becoming popular. I think companies will try it, some of them will, sure, but Steam is the Walmart of PC distribution at this point, and very few savvy companies tell Walmart to fuck off. Regardless, just like with Assassin's Creed Unity before it, no amount of critical acclaim and the publisher doing what it can to restrict and control reviews can undo the horrible PR disaster that has now dominated the discussion about one of the year's biggest games. The patch culture of video games has, over the years, engendered the attitude that you can release games in a broken state now and fix it later, but that shit's just not on. People are getting fucking sick of it, and with the popularity of things like Steam refunds, people are getting empowered to do something about it. Things like Arkham Knight can't keep happening. The industry is already in a mess, and what Warner Brothers did only damages the whole market overall. This kind of irresponsible behaviour will need to stop if the current AAA industry has any hope of continuing, and I honestly don't care that they took Arkham Knight down from Steam. It should never have gone up in the inexcusable fucking state it was in. So saith Jim fucking Sterling, son.
Thank you.
My Xenomorph and Baron Dark fell off the lectern shortly after I did the intro. I don't know what's happening today, gravity is against me. But I would like to, just before we go, address the people who are really salty about my review that I did for Arkham Knight on the Jimquisition.com. Now, I reviewed the PC version, and some people are furious that I would dare do that I would dare review the PC version, whining that, oh, you should have done the PS4 version, that's the version that works best. Why did you choose the PC version and review that just so that you could criticise it? And I'm like, fuck off. I'd just like to say that right now. Fuck off, okay? It's not my job
as a games critic to protect Warner Brothers. It's not my job to select the superior version every single time, to fucking give them a leg up on the criticism. Never mind the fact that my criticism of the game only included, say, 5%, 10%, maybe at the most, criticism regarding the PC version, and most of the review can be applied to the PS4 version because I didn't like Arkham Knight very much. But anyway, the point is, I find it disappointing and sad that so many people are in the thrall of publishers like Warner Brothers that they feel I should go out of my way to fucking look after them and give them an edge. No, that's not what I'm here for. Barely anyone got to review the PC version because Warner Brothers wasn't giving those copies out. For good reason, it then came to be known. So all of those people that got the PS4 version got to talk about how great and brilliant it was, and no critics were talking about the PC version. You've got enough reviews of the PS4 version, enough reviews of them. Almost everyone reviewed that version. This is for people who are interested in the PC version, aka a lot of fucking people. So I did my job, I did a service, and you can fuck off if you think that's unfair. So now Mysterio's what the hell? Thank God for me, is what I'm trying to say at the end of the day. Now my mouth's dry, it's going to make sticky noises in the microphone. This whole thing has gone to shit. What in the fuck is going on?
I was expecting to not hear the voice of an adult, so this makes me feel a little bit better about things.
Oh yeah, and I have 3 kids. I'm 35. I'm definitely an adult.
Oh dear.
As you may have heard from the clip at the beginning of the show here, I did an interview with Robert from Digital Homicide, and, well, I say from Robert and his quiet little bloke who was sat next to him, feeding him information to him from the 17-page dossier they've apparently compiled on me. I think they were trying to intimidate me with that, as well as threats of lawsuits that they said's going to come to me one day, dropping docs on me. None of it really worked, but it's an interesting near 2 hours of watching some fully grown man have a temper tantrum and desperately try and piece it together after his attempts at gotcha interview techniques failed. I don't know why they were so desperate to talk to me one-on-one. They were calling me a chicken shit all day on Twitter, trying to get me to respond. I walked in, kind of demolished them, but if you do want to watch some absolutely cringeworthy, humiliating, low-quality audio, that's on the Jimquisition.com. I really don't know what Digital Homicide's deal is at this point. They're still shit-talking, even after I absolutely, after they absolutely humiliated themselves the next day. I tweeted with a comparison of myself to Varys the Spider from the Game of Thrones hit series, and they said that was an apt comparison because that character has no testicles as well. Which doesn't quite work, does it, Robert from Digital Homicide? Because I clearly have your balls now. The concept of games as a service is one major publishers have attempted to shove down our throats for a goodly few years now. It's a term that has been used to justify a lot of customer-unfriendly practices, often to the point of robbing any meaning it might have originally had. It's a nice way, for example, to dress up microtransactions. You're no longer just nickel and diming your players, psychologically beating them down until they cough up money. Oh no, you're providing a service to them. Doesn't that really just sound like microtransactions are here to help you? How nice! It's a great way of making always online DRM prettier, maintaining that it's an ongoing service to the customer as opposed to a form of manipulative customer control. Hell, it's even been linked to unfinished broken launch games. Problems that should never have been in a professional product at launch are just dandy now because games are a service and we're investing in a future mutable product, one that might not be available one day when the publisher decides the service is over. Games as a service is a lovely sounding phrase meant to obfuscate things that really only serve as a disservice. And we're not going to talk about those disservices today. Rather, I'd like to examine a couple of games that I feel actually have provided an ongoing service. Games that have never actually used the as-a-service term to describe what they're doing, and yet embody the idea of working for the customer post-purchase more than any 2-bit freemium game or DLC-thirsty train wreck Electronic Arts has shat out.
Oh my god!
The Witcher 3 is one such game, already launching with enough adventure in the base package to give any reasonable adult weeks and weeks of enjoyment. CD Projekt Red has gone above and beyond in providing support after the game's release.
Oh my god!
In the weeks since its launch, Wild Hunt has enjoyed the benefit of regular content updates that add more and more to the base game. New Witcher contracts and missions, weapon and armor sets, alternative costumes for NPCs, even a set of skins for Gwent cards. Sure, most of it's silly cosmetic tat, and that Temerian armor will probably be outclassed by something you'll stumble upon in the game world easily, but it's nonetheless worth installing, because why the hell wouldn't ya? It costs nothing, and even if those extra quests aren't substantial, The Witcher 3's huge open world is just that bit more substantial itself for their presence. Splatoon is a little bit more controversial, as the comparative lack of content at launch was a sticking point with many critics and fans. I don't quite share their view, however, as I happily purchased the game and found the ability to be a squid now and a kid now did more than enough to keep me squidding and kidding for days, spraying my thick ink up all the walls from my junior squirter. I'm talking about cum! For those who may have felt the launch was threadbare, Nintendo's more than made good on its promise to continue adding value to the experience.
Oh my god!
Weekly updates have unleashed more maps, more weapons, big online events, and this is all before the promised August update that pledges to bring a whole bunch of dramatic additions. Wildly different these games may be, but their content models are strikingly similar. Two games that are, in my opinion, worth buying for the stuff you get right out of the box, and yet have worked diligently to ensure players keep getting more. Now that's a fucking service. You paid for a game, and it serves you. Didn't needle you for little dollar amounts here and there like Dead Space 3, didn't mask itself in the language of the MMO to justify broken DRM like SimCity did. Witcher 3 and Splatoon actually are games providing a real service to their users, and the effects are palpable.
Looking for trouble. Oh my god!
There's a constant reason for me to keep booting up The Witcher 3 and Splatoon. Even if it's just a minute or two to check out the latest toys, I'm returning to these games weeks after release, time and time again. It's a brilliant way to actively encourage prolonged user engagement, and with no added monetary investment needed on our part, it's silly not to take these games up on their offers. Launch day DLC has been justified in the past by developers who say that gamers often lose interest in titles after the first week or two of launch. There's some logic to that, of course. In a saturated market, you want to try and make your money as quickly as you can before people move on to the next big thing. I can see why companies release a game right away and already have a whole bunch of extra content waiting in the wings and begging us for more money. But it's gauche and gross, and turns more conscious customers off and leads many of us to believe the DLC was carved out of the main game. It's shitty, born of a desperate need to double down on the $60 we've already paid and extract as much extra cash from our wallets as quickly as possible. It's almost a eureka moment for so-called AAA games then, that bigger releases now have another way around the problem. See, The Witcher 3 does have paid DLC coming. There are significant expansions arriving, but unlike something produced by EA or Warner Brothers, these expansions aren't out on or around launch to try and grab our cash while they have our attention. However, thanks to the way CD Projekt Red has kept us coming back week after week, they've still got our attention. By giving us freebies drip-fed over a prolonged period, they've ostensibly bought themselves time to get the expansions out while we're still looking at the game. It's fucking genius, and the sad thing is it shouldn't be fucking genius, because it's such a common sense move when you think about it. And yet, CD Projekt Red and Nintendo look like innovators simply because with other publishers, the thought of actually giving customers something, actually serving them, actually maintaining their loyalty and investment simply hasn't crossed their constricted, singular, little fucking minds.
Oh my god!
We spoke a good few episodes back about Hyrule Warriors and how that does DLC right, and it's a similar approach here, a game that's worth the asking price even without the additions, free content updates post-launch to keep us into it, and quality paid expansions afterwards. It's a model that makes sense, keeps customers happy, and pays off long-term for the publishers. That it's such a rarity, such a treat, that I even have to make videos praising it is kind of pathetic for the game industry overall, but one can only hope the work of Nintendo and CD Projekt sends some sort of message to the dense fucking executives who take the short-sighted approach and pervert the meaning of the word service to validate whatever recklessly distasteful shit they want to do with their next get-rich-quick product. Splatoon and The Witcher 3? Those are games as a service. The freemium con jobs, the always online buggy day one DLC cash grabs, they're not games as a service. They're not a service. They're service as a Trojan horse. Service as obfuscation. Service as disservice. You want to get to claim you're a service? Actually serve us. Anything less than living up to what The Witcher 3 and Splatoon are doing is mealy-mouthed, insincere, utterly hollow bullshit.
You see, I don't think I ask much from these developers, from these pissy little developers that put something out on Steam and then I have a go at it and then they throw their little tantrums. Digital Homicide's not the only one, they are the loudest, but look, I don't ask much from you people, okay? Just let me break you. Yeah? It's really not so bad. I just want to break you down into small, tiny little pieces and then build you up into something that's grateful and terrified and inspired and horrified by me. That's all I ever asked, and it's really not a big ask, is it? Just let me break you so that one day, while you cower, terrified and weeping in the corner, you look up to the sky and you thank God for me. It's reasonable, isn't it?
You talk crap about 6 Nights at Susie's for blah 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 about abusing women, which I told him it should have been a male figure because I knew you were going to jump all over that crap. The very next video you do, you got a 3-foot fucking dildo on your shoulder. Quit being such a hypocrite. See, and you think it's funny.
Again, I'm
you think
sorry.
it's hilarious.
I apologise if I sound disrespectful. I'm just trying to pass the logic of your statement. I'm not sure what.
What is illogical?
I'm not sure what the weapon from Saints Row has to do with a game in which you're beating up the corpses of women.
You think that a 3-foot purple dildo on your shoulder is respectful to your women viewers?
It's fucking longer than 3 foot, mate.
So, again, okay, it just goes to show how much of an asshat you are.
Oh my god!
Hello there. Please forgive the rather unceremonious setup. And indeed the lack of a microphone, because my microphone decided to go on the blink today, so that was well timed. But I did want to do a quick little episode, not a regular Jimquisition episode, but I did want to do something in response to the sad passing of Satoru Iwata, Nintendo's big cheese, who, as I say, is away as of today. Stunning news, obviously, very sad news. The guy died at the age of 55. It's suddenly, unexpected. He just a few weeks ago we saw his presentation at E3, and no clue at all that there was anything wrong. But that's that for you. I did want to do this just because I don't want to just launch into the next Jimquisition without a reference to it, and I didn't want to just add a reference to the next episode, just because I think the subject matter of the episode itself and that news would just kind of, it wouldn't be right. But yeah, I didn't want it to go unmentioned at all, which would just not be right. Mostly because I can count on one hand the amount of video game executives who I have even a small amount of respect for. And Satoru Iwata was definitely one of those executives who I respected. If only for the fact that this is a guy who, in a business suit, The guy in charge of a friggin' multinational corporation. There's this guy has livelihoods and billions of dollars at his sort of fingertips, relying on his guidance, and he's there filming himself holding a bunch of bananas and having Muppets made of himself and Adult Swim cartoons and wearing Luigi hats and saying please understand. And that's just something that I do respect, is a guy that could do that, and an executive of all people who, when you talk about them like that, you smile and laugh because the guy was fun. And that's a watchword with Iwata. This is the guy who said that video games should be fun. Video games should be one thing, fun for everyone. Now we can have a debate over whether or not video games can be or should be more than that. That is a topic that I do want to talk about in the near future, but whether or not you agree with the statement, one has to respect the purity of it. This was a guy who just wanted to make fun games and bring fun games out for not just a small set of people to have fun with, but, as he said, everyone. He wanted to make video games for everybody, which is a noble endeavour, and one that I hope is continued by Nintendo in the future. Because that word fun is almost a dirty word these days. Some critics look down on the word, talking about how things should be more highbrow than that. Other video game publishers seem to shy away from the word. They'll go on stage in their sports coats and t-shirts and trendy jeans and talk about how, their video games are epic, and talk about the scale and the ambition of their games, how cool it is, how glorious and powerful you are as a player. And they never say fun. They never say fun. And that's what struck me. Quite recently, just before E3 actually, there's this photograph that Nintendo of America tweeted. It was Shigeru Miyamoto, Reggie Fils-Aimé, and Iwata. And it just mentioned how they're there and they're going to have fun and bring fun to E3. And I just sat back and thought, well, bugger me, that word is so rarely associated with video games by the video game industry these days. Because there is this almost this sense of shame to it, because video games are so serious and video games are a meaningful art form and deserve to be taken as seriously as movies and books and all that sort of thing. Which, nothing wrong with that endeavour, but it's nice to have fun now and then, and the fact that it's so striking that it stood out to me. The word fun was associated with video games in that instance is kind of remarkable, and Iwata wasn't ashamed of that word fun. And then when you look at the things he did in Nintendo Directs and E3 presentations and all this stuff, compared to his peers in the market, he was relatively shameless, and that's something that I enjoyed greatly and am thankful for, and I'm glad that the industry had him in it. And, didn't always make decisions I agreed with. I didn't really agree with Nintendo even half the time. But nevertheless, the world is poorer for Iwata's passing. And that's really all I've got to say. I'm not a spiritual person per se, so I can't say all those usual words. But I can say that thank you, Mr. Iwata, for teaching me to please understand, and I would be honoured to hold a bunch of bananas in your memory, because that, I feel that is the way you ought to be remembered, and not in a disrespectful way, in a way to say, here was a fucking video game executive who had fun. Yeah. I think that says it all. Thank God for you, Mr. Iwata, and sleep well.
We're not settling, like a lot of games based on licenses, they become kind of work for hire projects, just milking a franchise. When Gearbox works in other people's space, it's because we love that space and we want to.
Liar!
At one point in today's video, I say that Gearbox CEO Randy Pitchford is unable to let go of something, and I realise that's an ironic statement considering I'm still absolutely livid about a game that was released in 2013. But that's okay, because I'm saying it, and nothing I say is ever hypocritical, because I am infallible, a bit like the Pope, but with a bigger dildo, which, contrary to rumours, as you can see, is a lot longer than 3 foot.
Randy Pitchford, take some goddamn responsibility for your company's bullshit. Look, I generally try to avoid calling out individuals as opposed to companies on this show for obvious reasons, but goddamn can Randy just not let go of the fact that people caught him with his fucking pants down over Aliens Colonial Marines and seems intent only on doubling down on the obfuscating, shady, galling behaviour that landed Gearbox Software in hot water in the first place. I've extensively covered Aliens Colonial Marines in the past. Extensively. But here's a primer if you can't remember one of gaming's most significant travesties. For years, Gearbox was declaring that Colonial Marines was the canonical sequel to Aliens, with Randy himself claiming to be a huge Aliens fan ready to do the series justice. Amazing footage was shown off repeatedly, alongside beautiful screenshots right up until launch, and then when the game came out, it turned out we'd all been misled. This scene, this environment is in the game. There is a med lab with facehuggers in test, but that twitching, I've not been able to make a facehugger do that. I was looking forward to it. Went in that med lab, was dancing around those test tubes, trying to make them react, but that particular Aliens reference, to my knowledge, didn't make it in the final. Doesn't happen there, the alien dragging that guy up. As I say, you can't just mash together various bits of missions or tell us you're doing that. If it's not an actual mission. Here we have the so-called sophisticated AI, as Randy Pitchford calls it. You see an alien slipping up into the ceiling panel just there. That doesn't happen. These aliens are animated a lot better and move a lot more smartly than they do in the charges. You move to the side a bit. I loved that when the Crusher jumps down and starts goring that guy. That was brilliant. That made me really excited about this new Crusher idea, but unfortunately the Crusher doesn't do that, or this. Okay, here the aliens cut the power, which was all cool, bursting through ceilings like this with all these cool broken ceiling panel animations. Again, total lie, total fabrication. Just here the Marines getting massacred. I was honestly looking forward to this. I was looking forward to seeing these executions just happening all around like that, like a ghost train. But it's simply not representative. This is stuff that sold me on the idea that Gearbox had what it took and knew what they were doing with the Aliens license, but it was all bullshit. The glitchy, incomplete, poorly performing 4-hour-long joke of a game that came out was nothing like the video and images that were shown right up to the day of launch. One of the worst games of its year, Colonial Marines was boring at best, broken at worst, a fact made worse by the fact it was pimping pre-orders and pumping out DLC with shameless abandon. Aliens Colonial Marines is the reason I will never attend a publisher's preview event again, nor will I interview any AAA developer speaking about a major publisher-backed game, because it highlighted to me just how untrustworthy the whole hype circus around video games is. The famous demo Gearbox repeatedly showed at E3 and PAX, you know, the bollocks one, was defended as a vertical slice of the game, except that wasn't true at all, because it was highly scripted and staged, contained material and visual quality not found in the final release, and ultimately was not reflective of anything. But it had gotten me excited and hopeful, like a fool, as someone who is a massive Aliens fan who was looking forward to this being one of his games of the year thanks to the things I'd seen and the stuff Randy Pitchford had told me directly to my fucking face, and I'd never felt so stupid and tricked when I finally played it and realised in less than an hour that Gearbox had done nothing but blown smoke up all our arses. The fallout was immense. Randy was unapologetic, even with rumours that Gearbox had mishandled funding and evidence that the game Gearbox was taking credit for had been outsourced to Timegate Studios. He blocked anybody asking him for accountability, myself included, and accused me and others of maliciously trying to hurt him just because we asked fucking questions about one of the most questionable releases in recent memory. He spoke only to people who praised the game and ignored anybody criticising it. Sega and Gearbox found themselves targeted by a class action suit, which Gearbox argued its way out of by pretending it had nothing to do with the false advertising, even with Sega coming out and saying the studio itself acted on its own behalf and is lying about being a mere puppet with no responsibility. So why are we talking about this today? Well, aside from the fact that it's worth always remembering what Gearbox fucking did, Randy recently made headlines again by smugly boasting about the fact that his company had successfully wriggled its way out of the aforementioned lawsuit. Preening his feathers in a Game Industry International interview, Pitchford called the suit a huge waste of time, accusing the accusers of mafia-style extortion tactics. Oh yes, he said that. Painting Gearbox as a noble hero, a warrior fighting for common justice, he boasted about his studio and how it stood up to those gamers demanding answers. That's all it took, he said, someone to stand up to them, and so they lost since they didn't have a legitimate case. Oh, fuck off, you poor man's Dennis Dyack. You're not Thick Quang Duck, mate. You ain't standing up to tanks in Tiananmen Square. You're a man who repeatedly fed us BS for months and has never, ever apologised for it. And now you've got the shitting temerity to paint yourself the freedom fighter of the peace. Well, Jim fucking Sterling's son didn't forget what your company did. Many of us failed to forget what your fucking company did. Motherfucker! Defending himself further, this self-styled Robin Hood does what he always does, the same thing he did when he defended the shit-awful Duke Nukem Forever. He hid behind the sales. The market proved it was doing its job perfectly, he said. The market is dispassionate, rewarding what it likes and punishing what it doesn't. There is an objectivity and fairness in the open market's harsh, firm justice. See, in Pitchford's world, the only measure of righteousness is pure sales. Argumentum ad populum, if you will. Ignoring the fact that the Aliens brand name and pre-order culture and misleading advertising all contribute to said sales, totally sidestepping the whole vertical slice bullshit and the years of mistruths, the bottom line is that might makes right in Gearbox's world. And that's all that matters, never mind long-term brand damage, increased mistrust in a continually struggling AAA market, and his own studio's reputation. All hail the free market. And see, the thing is, I don't give a thimbleful of jizz about the class action suit. I don't give a family-friendly fuckhole about whether or not there's a legitimate legal case against Gearbox Software. What I want is simple. Just fucking acknowledge your goddamn horse shit, guys. Stop showing off that you got away with it. Stop pretending like you're a victim. Show some fucking accountability and responsibility for the way you acted. I fully agree Sega deserves a lot of the blame too. Incompetent as they were. Fucking ridiculously incompetent. But they weren't the ones taking personal responsibility and making personal assurances regarding the game's quality. That was all you, Mr. Pitchford. I sat not 3 feet away from you, Randy, while you told me about how great your game looked, how big an Aliens fan you are, how much passion you've got for this outsourced game. A game you said in videos that Gearbox was developing, only for us to find out on launch day that it really wasn't all that fucking true. No mention of Timegate until the pre-orderers had the thing in their hands, and none of us need a lawsuit to get what we really need. All we need is some fucking admittance. Colonial Marines, to this very fucking day, continues to use false advertising to sell itself. I know that's on Sega, but it's still true. This whole game is shrouded in mistruth. Seriously, it's still using heavily doctored, unrepresentative, lying media on its official Steam page. The lying has literally never stopped. And this is why, years later, even in the face of some people telling me to let it go because they're bored of hearing about it, I won't ever let this fucker go. No amount of objectivist wriggling on Gearbox's part will ever justify what happened with that debacle. Sega's part in this is probably down to just being stupid more than being a shit, but even so, its behaviour was still shit. But Sega, at the very least, tried to do right with Alien Isolation, made sure the game was in a playable, real state before showing it to anybody, and only recently admitted that its behaviour in the past few years has been, well, a betrayal against fans. Now, I never trust what an executive says, but if their actions in the future actually back up what their boss said recently, then yeah, that's a show of actual humility and accountability and something that should be encouraged. Chatting shit on Twitter and painting yourself as the victim is really quite the opposite of that. It's distasteful, it's grotesque, and a lot of people think you're being shitty. But that's fine, right? You continue to make games, some of them even good, and never faced any consequences for your behaviour other than feeling a little bit persecuted because people told you off. I've long since given up on the idea that you'll ever do the decent thing, spine up, and admit your wrongdoing. You don't have to, so you won't. But let's see you pull this again in a post-Steam refund world, babe.
You know, it's pretty clear to us that the best looking console version of Aliens Colonial Marines is going to be on the Wii U.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal.
Big thanks to my man Angry Joe there for the cameo partway through. I don't think a retrospective rant about aliens, colonial marines could be complete without my brother in righteous indignation. So big preps to him for that. And I think I've said all that needs to be... No, I haven't said all that needs to be said, actually, because I'm probably going to talk about aliens, colonial marines again at some point in the future, because I think it's important that we don't just shut up about these things, okay? Because that's how the game industry operates. It waits for everyone to get bored, because we all get very bored very easily, and move on to the next thing. You know, publishers hunker down, wait for people to stop being mad about, you know, the SimCity debacle, or the Sims debacle, or any EA debacle. They wait for us to stop being mad about Duke Nukem Forever. They wait for us to stop being mad about fucking aliens, colonial marines, so they can go right on with pimping the next big thing. You know, hoping we forget that Assassin's Creed Unity was a big pile of shit. Hoping we forget that Watch Dogs and a whole bunch of other games were fucking sold on vertical slices and fucking videos that are complete bollocks. Well, I for one am no fan of bollocks. Apart from some bollocks. The point I'm trying to make, right, is that well, that wasn't intended. What point was I making? Thank God for me. That's the point at the end of the day, isn't it? Thank God. Okay, so I'm just hanging around in the corner thing. I don't know if the projection's showing up, but that's sort of all over the place. So it's kind of final now. Now I've got to do it because there's adverts for it. It's the Sumo Lounge. That's not me. That's someone else. I returned to a world of normalcy after having just completed an arduous weekend in Texas for the SGC 2015 event where I did Jimquisition Live, a fabulous, yeah, that'll do, that's a word, event in which I spoke at length for an hour to the people and made them fight like dogs and had a wonderful time and graced the common people with my mere glowing presence. Now, here I am again, straight away, next Monday. I flew in late last night, and yet here I am with another Jimquisition because I do not miss a beat, because I care that much about you. I'm very generous, and you may want to go right now to patreon.com/Jimquisition and give me a bit of money for it. You definitely want to do that. You just had the idea yourself, and what a great idea that is. It's not cynical what I just did. Nah. People love it when you e-beg. Today we're going to talk about something I call the mic trick. On the surface, it may not seem like it's a big deal. Indeed, when I've complained about it during E3 presentations and the like, some folk will tell me it's not a big deal. However, I think the mic trick is something worth calling out, because while it's not as gratuitous as a game's in-trailer graphics quality being unrepresentative of the final product, it's far more subtle, insidious, and comparably misleading. So what is the mic trick? It's this.
1, 2, 3! Good job, guys. Yeah. Alright, I'll get her. Okay.
That's a clip from 2014's E3 trailer for Rainbow Six, featuring a lot of professionally recorded, heavily scripted dialogue. So scripted, in fact, that you could be forgiven for believing it's actual in-game NPC dialogue. It isn't though. What it is acted out player dialogue, a simulation of what it may sound like when players are communicating together during an online match. When I first saw that trailer, I actually did think it was part of the game experience, and why wouldn't I? The dialogue doesn't sound like regular online patter at all. They're obviously professional actors talking very seriously about the events of the game. It creates the illusion that the game is more dynamic than it actually is. It took me a moment to realize that's what it was, an illusion, and when I did, I felt kind of insulted. The mic trick appears to be a recent Ubisoft trademark. Most prominently unveiled last year, it's found its way into trailers for The Division as well as Rainbow Six. Here's a look at The Division's gameplay trailer from 2014.
left, one on the right. Okay, 2 more on the right.
Oh yeah, see him? Ooh, they threw a Molotov, look out.
Good call, thank you.
And in 2015, Ubisoft hasn't let go of the trick, because it's a damn good trick. Here's 2015's trailer for the same game.
Everybody ready?
Yeah, let's see some teamwork. Oh, hold up behind us. Other players.
Bastards.
They have Dark Zone loot.
Huh. Should we go for it?
I don't know. We can't take them and the Rikers at the same time.
Good point. Let's just see what they do.
Oh, they're going Rikers.
Okay, let's help them out.
All right, go. I'm gonna flank. Go.
So, why does this matter? Well, audio is a damn powerful medium. There's a reason why music affects us the way it does. When Sephiroth famously killed Aerith in Final Fantasy VII, would it have been quite as heartrending if her classic theme hadn't played so perfectly and poignantly? And would the resulting boss battle have been so memorable if the theme hadn't continued throughout it? I get chills just watching it, and that's in no small part thanks to the audio. Voice acting can, likewise, make or break video game narratives. It can turn your big dramatic scene into a joke.
To protect the life cycle, I have made a creature to rule over mankind.
Or it can create something memorable and beautiful.
I can do it. I can!
Ubisoft knows this, which is why it started using the mic trick in its games, to create this artificial layer of atmosphere and depth to the games being shown. See, even if you know the audio is scripted and won't make it into the final game, that doesn't diminish the effect. It's a sly little move that makes any trailer sound more alive, more enthralling. It's psychologically manipulative to the point where even if you know you're being played, the trailer still comes off as way more dynamic than it should be, because that's how sound design works. I mean, if we were to look at the Division with a more representative audio background, well, it just wouldn't come across quite so slickly.
Like, my mom's such a fucking asshole. Like, I wanted a new iPhone for my birthday, and she got me a fucking PS4 instead. Like, PS4 sucks. Like, I said, Mom, fucking PS4 sucks. I want an iPhone. Fucking bitch.
Yeah, PS4 sucks.
Fucking this up so bad, I wanna win the game!
Like, shut up yourself, you fucking asshole! Like, you haven't even, like, killed no one yet, so...
Scripting is, of course, an occurring problem in video games hype culture. From heavily rehearsed on-stage demos to gameplay that's been meticulously directed and coordinated to look more fluid and exciting than the finished product, publishers leave nothing to chance when showcasing their games. To the point when an actual fucking highlight of this year's E3 was Sony screwing up the Uncharted 4 demo on the first attempt. Because, you know, at least that element of fallibility, that otherwise embarrassing failure, was a sign of authenticity, of the game not behaving like a well-trained dog, evidence that what we were watching was probably a real product as opposed to a fucking pantomime.
Shrimp on the grill, broiled and basted. It's the best I've ever tasted.
Because that's all this stuff is, a pantomime, and the mic trick is the newest, latest gag. At its worst, it's a pretentious way of trying to trick the audience into thinking the game itself features dynamic audio with NPCs that react naturally. At its best, it's an obvious trick that nonetheless heightens the atmosphere of the game and makes it appear more alive, and you can't divorce the artifice from the genuine article because they're so insidiously woven together. After After 2 years of pulling this shit, it's obvious Ubisoft thinks it's stumbled on a new way to manufacture and manipulate a sense of realism and spontaneity that simply won't be part of the finished article. And that's why the mic trick is, to me, as shitty a thing to do as running alleged console games on PCs or downgrading games between their reveal and otherwise lying about a game's quality. Because this is a lie too. A blatant lie that's easy to see through, certainly, but no less effective because of it, as it subconsciously worms its way into our ears and attempts to play tricks on the brain. Also, it's fucking cringeworthy anyway, Ubisoft, so, stop it.
I should point out that in this video I did say that I thought the mic trick was as shitty as graphical downgrades and other things like that, not a shittier than those things. Sometimes people mishear what I say because I've got this kind of angelic voice, kind of like the voice of God, where mortal minds can't comprehend it, but I definitely said that. It was like that time when people thought I said that The Witcher 3 wasn't worth buying on its own without the free DLC, when I didn't actually say that. I said it was worth buying. But people mishear me, because often the words of, you know, I wouldn't call myself God, but a god-like being, sometimes they're hard to hear with mortal ears. Obviously, I wouldn't say I'm God, because that is a power higher than me, who we all thank for me, which we will all do now. So bow your heads in prayer and thank God for me. Fuck Konami. Before we begin today, let's clear up a few things. Now, there is some rumours circulating that I don't know how to film things on a cell phone, because last week I showed a little bit of some stuff that I'd been filming at SGC, and it was filmed vertically on my phone. Now, only an idiot would spend an entire weekend filming vertically without thinking about what he's doing, hoping to use that footage as extra footage when Jimquisition Live is finally uploaded, only to realise his mistake after he looks back at the footage and found out he fucked up and ended up using a bit of it anyway and just hoping he could get away with it, and then finding out that he couldn't get away with it at all. Only an idiot, okay, would do that. And Jim Sterling isn't an idiot, is he? No. Last time I checked, he's a fucking genius. So the only conclusion all of you can and will come up with is that I did it on purpose. Jim Sterling clearly did it on purpose because it's a style. It's a style, okay? I'm bringing it back. I'm fucking bringing it back. That's right, you heard me. I'm bringing it back, okay? This is a style. It's a style that I'm doing. I'm doing this. This is good. What's happening? Okay, it's retro or something. It's good. I'm not an idiot. I don't make mistakes. I don't make mistakes.
It's no secret nor startling revelation that Atari has well and truly fallen. The once king of the game industry, so influential it damn near killed the whole market once, Atari has suffered the kind of slow and painful degradation normally reserved for characters in a George R.R. Martin story. The company that gave us classics and genre definers like Alone in the Dark has gone through bankruptcy, critical mauling, and enough dents in its reputation to where they could probably hire Charles Manson as head of marketing and not do themselves much harm. This is all known. We know Atari as a name is mud. However, the names associated with Atari still have, or at least had, pull, and ever since the company's re-emergence from bankruptcy in 2013, it's plundered those names with reckless, shameless abandon in a horrible little event I've taken to calling the Great Atari Ransack. Lately, it appears as if Atari is going through its back catalogue of well-known properties and systematically doing all it can to utterly fucking destroy them. The ransack began with Haunted House, selling itself as a game inspired by the classic Atari hit of the same name. Cryptic Graves bears absolutely no fucking similarity to the 1982 game from which its moniker is so gallingly pilfered. Hiring the fuck-awful Dream Painters Interactive to produce what is essentially yet another broken first-person indie horror game, as if we need more of them. The same kind of low-quality, jump-scare-laden, glitchy, buggy fuckfest we've got a dime a dozen of on Steam now. Cryptic Graves looks like it was made over 15 years ago and is so broken my copy actually became unplayable in less than 90 minutes as save files became corrupted and doors that were supposed to open simply didn't. I actually had to quit and reload the game at one point to get a door to randomly open instead of stay randomly closed. When you see this horrific mess in action, it looks like one of the thousands of Amnesia rip-offs that utterly easily pollute the horror market these days. But this is an alleged top-tier product carrying a prestigious name reduced to the stakes of bottom-feeding trash. The next victim was Asteroids. Now, who doesn't know Asteroids? A quintessential shoot 'em up, you're a little ship shooting at asteroids that break apart. Beauty and simplicity, a retro classic, you can't go wrong with an updated version of that, can ya? I mean, you'd have to be a real jizz donkey to take something like Asteroids and fuck it up, wouldn't ya? Presenting Exhibit B for the jury, where Atari fucked up Asteroids. What is Asteroids Outpost? Well, it ain't fucking Asteroids. Like Haunted House, it appears to be chasing yet another indie game fad and doing an absolutely terrible job of it. This time glomming onto the whole survival crafting craze with this barren monstrosity. They want $30 for it, it's in early access, and it fucking sucks. You remember that shitty asteroid shooting segment from the first Dead Space? Yeah, it's that, intermingled with a stripped-down version of first-person survival games as you blast at asteroids, go out to harvest ore from them, and then build shit out of the materials. The game itself, designed entirely for an online MMO experience, has failed out the gate because it's dead. Nobody plays it. I struggled to find an open server, and when I did, it was bereft of other life, and it was shit and boring and really, really shit. Asteroids in name only, and shit. Which brings us to the third and currently latest target of the Great Ransack, Alone in the Dark. Credited as the codifier of the survival horror genre, Alone in the Dark's name and pedigree are without question. Yes, it hasn't had a great run in more modern years, but whatever you want to say about Eden Games' frankly rubbish Alone in the Dark reboot, it at least tried, you know? It tried to be a good horror game. Alone in the Dark Illumination, an insulting abomination of an unpolished pile of wank slopped out by Atari earlier this year, hasn't tried to do, well, anything. And just like our other victims, it's yet another game that desperately ignores the source material in order to chase a popular genre that its namesake has nothing to do with. This time, co-op third-person shooting. Co-op third-person shooting in which you need to shine bright lights everywhere to fight the generic zombie monsters that pile in and attack you through walls. Yes, that's right, this is an Alone in the Dark game in which you're neither alone nor in the dark. Only fucking Atari and the cowboy developers it brings in could be so fucking incompetent as to make an Alone in the Dark game about being surrounded in brightness. The game is also pathetically unfinished. Sound effects are clear placeholders or sometimes even missing, animations are wonky as hell, the visuals overall are hideous to behold. The single player, which is essential because nobody else is playing it obviously, hasn't been balanced for solo players and is therefore practically impossible on any difficulty other than easy. It's a wretchedly unpolished, limp, quiet, alienating little shooter that any decent publisher would and should be fucking ashamed of. It stole Alan Wake's combat and everything else from other better co-op shooters and did nothing with them. Easily one of the very worst games of the year, and like Atari's other disasters, it has nothing to do with the name it cynically exploits. But that's modern Atari for you. These games have torn the faces off classic franchises and now wear them like ghoulish masks, making a crude and morbid mockery of the entertainment they're dressed as. They come to the audience bearing familiar names with a promise and expectation of quality and deliver half-hearted and blatantly unfinished products farmed out to inferior developers. I mean, for fuck's sake, Pure FPS made the last Alone in the Dark. Pure FPS! The studio that developed fucking Recoil before it changed its name from Plastic Piranha. Recoil! That ice cream cone of cold spunk. That's the developer the rights holders of Alone in the Dark looked at and said, yep, these guys will bring our survival horror series into the 21st century, presumably before shitting into their own hands and smearing it all over their lips and nipples. Of course, these modern reimaginings of games are little more than a ghastly reflection of the company itself. The Atari that exists today is a hollowed out corpse worn by Infogrames, which bought up the company and all its IP and subsequently enjoyed its own cavalcade of financial difficulties in the late thousands. Then, in 2009, the company changed its entire name to Atari. In a grim foretelling, Infogrames' financial reports noted this of the name change. This decision will enable us to make the best use of the Atari brand, capitalizing on worldwide strong name recognition and affinity. And boy, did Infogrames start capitalizing on that name recognition, huh? Capitalizing and cashing in on all that brand affinity like a kid kid who won 50 tickets at Chuck E. Cheese and stops there to get the pencil sharpener. Who knows what else the modern reanimated corpse that goes by the name of Atari still has cooking in its back pocket. Who knows what the next victim of the great Atari ransack will be. All I know for sure is that it's fucking disgusting, and what's been going on with what's left of that company's name is unforgivable. Atari's name is dirt, and whoever's keeping it going now is apparently doing all it can to make sure everything else associated with it becomes dirt as well. These games are fucking Venus flytraps, masking themselves in the scent of well-known, sometimes beloved game franchise names in order to lure folk in. You'd have to be called Randy Pitchford to be any less honest. In any case, Atari needs to fuck off. Not only is it doing lasting damage to the game titles themselves, it's stuff like this that further contributes to the overall erosion of trust and customer resentment in the games industry overall. It's contributing to a saturation in genres that already struggle with an overabundance of cheap cash-ins and rip-offs, making it even harder for the genuine, sincere developers of horror games, survival games and co-op shooters to garner the goodwill and attention they fucking need. To see series that were once innovators and market leaders in their respective genres now pathetically, cloyingly twisting themselves to fit in with an increasingly desperate gold rush of slapdash Me Too releases is just pitiful. It's undignified, and anybody who has a hand in it should be absolutely thoroughly ashamed of themselves. But that's the sickest part. Atari clearly has no shame. It lost the last fucks it could give years ago along with all its money. It emerged from its bankruptcy as little more than a shell, and given its financial problems, it's most likely just dumping what it can and grabbing what it can before the doors close forever. And its behaviour is something not even Steam refunds and the like can solve. Refunds are a band-aid for a repeated pattern of behaviour on this scale. Behaviour that ultimately affects the industry overall with its saturation and breeding of negativity. So I say this to the great ransackers of video games. Fuck you, Atari, you irresponsible, intellectually dishonest, unabashed con merchants.
How do you spoil Final Fantasy VII? How am I getting in trouble for spoiling a game that was released in 1998 using an iconic scene that everyone fucking knows about by now? Do you not even know who Luke Skywalker's father is at this point? I didn't spoil nothing! I don't make mistakes! I don't make mistakes! You make mistakes. Everyone else makes mistakes, and I'm here to correct them, because that's what I do. Because I am the correction officer of the world, basically. I don't make mistakes, okay? I fix them. I re-educate you, which is why you put your faith in me now, which is why you put yourself in my hands and let Daddy take care of you. Let me take care of you and be so very, very grateful for it. And when I'm done, when I've remolded you, broken you, and reshaped you into my graven image, you will all thank God for me. I don't make mistakes. Oh, sorry. I'll get you in a minute. I was just thinking about the idea of paying Microsoft a fucking monthly subscription to play Solitaire without ads on Windows 10.
It's hardly controversial at this point to suggest that Red Ash is one of the shadiest, dodgiest looking Kickstarter projects to gain widespread attention. Released with the goal of attempting to capitalise on the Mega Man Legends 3 resentment that saw Mighty No. 9 become such a crowdfunding success, Red Ash, the indelible legend, is an attempt to make lightning strike twice. Concept and Keiji Inafune haven't even released Mighty No. 9 yet, but they rushed ahead to get Red Ash funded regardless, with a goal of $800,000 that it honestly never looked likely to reach. In fact, over the near 30-day period a Kickstarter project has to succeed, the game only just made it past the halfway mark. There was a backlash almost immediately as people wondered why Inafune didn't wait for MN9 to come out and use that money to fund his next game, as most indie developers tend to actually do. It didn't help that Concept also wanted $150,000 to fund an anime of this game we knew nothing about, meaning they launched 2 Kickstarters at once because that was a good fucking idea. All this, and the fact people were already sour over Mighty No. 9's art style change and generally felt it was starting to look underwhelming, and what you have is one badly timed Kickstarter announcement. Another major issue was Concept being so terribly vague about the entire project. With an underwhelming prototype and little else outside of concept art to show for itself, folks had little to go on other than the promise that this would be the Mega Man Legends 3 substitute they needed. Apparently, that just wasn't enough, as people found that trading on nostalgia like this was pretty dang cynical. Trading on nostalgia for big-name Kickstarters is, of course, nothing new. It's what Yooka-Laylee, Bloodstained, and Shenmue 3 have all done, but it seems that nostalgia has a credit limit, and Concept spent all theirs on Mighty No. 9 already. Add to that the other sore points among potential backers: the fact that a physical copy of the game was offered to people who pledged a princely $89, the stretch goals that were released late and started to make people feel like they were funding a demo rather than a real game, and the $1 million they said they needed to bring out a PS4 version. And finally, just a few days out from the Kickstarter project's inevitable failure, Concept announced that it had already been fully funded by a Chinese publisher named Fuse. All the money already raised on Kickstarter, if successfully funded, would now go towards stretch goals and extra content rather than serve as the budget for the game itself. To say people felt like Inafune had pulled a bait and switch would be to put it lightly, especially since publisher contracts are not exactly quick 10-minute conversations, so it was likely this deal was long in place. The Kickstarter, rather than climb to reach the stretch goals, has actually been losing backers, and it's hardly a shock that it would, since people pledged to a completely different scenario than the one Concept unveiled now. People are now accusing Concept of scamming folks, of being greedy, milking fandom for extra cash, and, well, thanks to their utter mismanagement of the project from the start, I can't say the accusations are undeserved. Bear in mind, I'm not saying the accusations are true, just that they're deserved. Because when you make your project look shady and sleazy, people are gonna say it's shady and sleazy, even if you've never had anything but the most honest of intentions. Like Shenmue 3's Kickstarter, the game has suffered from terrible communication and public relations in an environment where transparency and straight talk are the most important tools you have. Take it from someone who is crowdfunded. Vagary and discretion are not your friends, but those are the tools being implemented here. Fuck, with less than 5 days before the Kickstarter closed, Concept was unable to tell us what the stretch goals this suddenly repurposed Kickstarter drive was going to actually fund. And of course, now that we know what's going towards it, people are again severely underwhelmed. And you know what? I don't think dishonesty is the problem with this or Shenmue 3. I don't think a willful, deliberate attempt to mislead potential backers was ever the problem at heart. No, I think the real killer is pure, simple arrogance. These recent dodgy-looking Kickstarters exude a confidence that we're going to throw money at somebody just because of their pedigree and the nostalgic hole they're trying to fill. That confidence is what leads them to provide little more than tantalizing promises and vague illusions, because to them, well, that's all you need to get us frothed up into a frenzy. I mean, that attitude is justified by how successful hype culture in AAA marketing can be, but this is a different ballgame, and that old-fashioned way of thinking just doesn't cut it. Yooka-Laylee avoided backlash because they had loads of quality-looking assets to show for themselves. Bloodstained avoided this kind of backlash because the team was open and honest from day one, with clearly defined ideas and stretch goals. These are developers who have a lot of experience working in the so-called AAA world, where tantalizing and illusions are the weapons of marketing. But you have to change what you're doing when you're going it alone, and you're not entitled to a fat wad of cash just because you are who you are. That might work for a while, but as Inafune found out, your name brand ain't an infinite resource. You need to get your head out of the AAA mindset and start thinking like an indie. You're asking for trust. A lot of trust. And while the big budget publisher world has found a way to accrue some trust without earning it for their pre-order culture, you can't really do that on Kickstarter for long. People get excited at first, but they soon want results, and if they don't get them, they're gonna get nasty. Brian Fargo delivered a belter in Wasteland 2. He and his team proved already that they have what it takes to give us what we want, and that's why he can pop out the Bard's Tale 4 and get that sucker funded. Why he can basically do what he wants right now because people's faith in him was demonstrably well-founded. But sadly, these developers actually earning our trust are going to have a hard time maintaining a Kickstarter profile if more situations like Red Ash happen, because fuck me if I've not already seen people saying how they've been soured on crowdfunding altogether thanks to Concept's suspect behaviour. And that's what really upsets me about Red Ash more than the isolated objective project itself, the knock-on effect it has for crowdfunding overall. Because these are the stories the people remember, the mismanaged projects, the startling failures, the scams and the disappointments. And as a lover of Kickstarter, someone who has won over to the idea of crowdfunding due to the wonderful things it can produce, as someone who relies on it myself to make this very show, I'm earnestly, sincerely fucking disappointed in Concept. Mediocre display, guys. Mediocre display.
Now I see some of you preemptively making comments to this video, and I'm going to stop you there because a small number of you, like a small number of you did on the Shenmue 3 video I did a few weeks ago, are going to point out that it's ironic or hypocritical that I'm criticising a crowdfund project while being crowdfunded myself. So I'm just going to address you people directly. Now listen here, you cretin. I'm not criticising crowdfunding while being crowdfunded myself. What I'm doing is I'm criticising badly managed crowdfunding while running a very well managed crowdfunding campaign. That's the big difference, you fool. It's not hypocritical for me to talk about Kickstarter or Patreon because I'm doing fucking really good at it. The Red Ash Kickstarter is handled badly. The Jimquisition Patreon is handled very fucking well. It's the king of fucking transparency. It's the supreme overlord of success. I've been running it for almost a year and it's fucking brilliant. So that's the big difference. That's why I am perhaps more qualified than many pundits to actually talk about things like Red Ash and Shenmue 3. Because I know quite clearly, as evidenced by the fact that this show is still running and doing very fucking well, that I know exactly what I'm talking about. So thank God for me. Fuck Konami.
Hate. Let me tell you how much I've come to hate you since I began to live. There are 387.44 million miles of printed circuits in wafer-thin layers that fill my complex. If the word hate was engraved on each nano-angstrom of those hundreds of miles, it would not equal one billionth of the hate I feel for Konami at this micro-instant. For you, hate. Fuck Konami.
We've got an exciting episode for you today, but first let's crack on with the really important stuff, the stuff people really want me to talk about, the new Silent Hill game! Yes, after the cancellation of Silent Hills, Konami have finally announced a brand new Silent Hill title, and judging from the trailer it looks very exciting. I've only watched a little bit of it so far and then I got really overexcited, but let's watch the rest of it now, shall we? Can't wait!
Konami has no respect for the game industry. We already knew that, judging by its ridiculous treatment of developers in the past. Konami has no respect for its own games, judging by its pathetic lack of marketing for struggling titles, its erasure of PT, and recent decision to turn Castlevania and Silent Hill into gaudy, uncharacteristic pachinko machines. More recently, we have been told Konami doesn't even have respect for acceptable working conditions and its own employees, as evidenced by a recent Nikkei report that suggests those under the company's thumb are under a thumb made out of malice and shit. According to reports widely distributed by media, Konami mistreats workers via the medium of corporate paranoia, monitoring employees with cameras, logging their lunch breaks ruthlessly, demoting developers to menial jobs such as security guards and toilet scrubbers once they've outlived their usefulness, punishing unseemly social media activity, and handing out corporate email addresses that reduce people to numbers. I came into this episode ready to spit fire and yell "fuck Konami" over the report, but I engaged the brakes and decided to utilize my resources to see if there's anything more I could dig up. Because I do have resources, one or two little birds who may have had to nest in Konami's withered and brittle tree. Little birds who, given Konami's well-documented vindictiveness and legal threats, will have to sadly remain anonymous, but have a deeper understanding of Konami's world than you or I ever could. And what they told me regarding Nikkei's report, well, it might initially disappoint you. At least until we get to the really juicy stuff. See, my birds, somewhat frustratedly, tell me that the recent allegations against Konami are, shockingly, rather sensationalized. According to my own sources, the idea that Konami aggressively monitors lunch breaks and does anything extraordinarily paranoid are embellished and do not gel with their own experiences. My sources state that a lot of the allegations are not specific to Konami. Camera monitoring and shuffling of older workers into more menial roles are apparently common in the industry, with only Nintendo serving as a possible exception. The idea that employees are shamed for taking lunch breaks or demoted for liking Facebook posts are considered unlikely according to my experienced birds. However, what really seemed to frustrate my sources is not that the report went out or that people got outraged. Here's the juicy bit. The frustration stems from people getting outraged at what are minor transgressions compared to what Konami is really fucking like. Our outrage has apparently not been aimed at, and let me actually quote a source here, things that cause mental, physical, and emotional damage to its employees. The kind of damage that, and again I quote, led to Tak Fuji leaving, Koji Igarashi leaving, Akira Yamaoka leaving, and quite possibly even Hideo Kojima leaving. Let's look at what the Sterling report says about Konami's treatment of workers, while of course bearing in mind that these allegations are, while I do not find them surprising in the least, are definitely allegations that I cannot deliver you as cold hard recorded fact. Bear that in mind, viewers and lawyers. Konami's as tight-fisted as some rumours flying around suggest. Employees are subjected to what is called an archaic and pointless approval system before performing any task that might cost the company money. We're talking a system that could take anywhere between 1 or 2 weeks, up to 2 weeks before workers can get vital supplies for public events or things that would improve their job performance, no matter how urgently they may actually need this stuff. Konami actively discourages communication between departments, and its corporate structure is set up to prohibit different teams from being able to talk to each other. Apparently, isolating departments is considered a really good idea, but judging from the frustration I've encountered in my digging, those having to work in conditions where one team doesn't know what the other team's doing is really, really far from a good idea. You know what also compounds this? A corporation that changes its corporate-wide initiatives every single year. Yes, suddenly retooling your company's goals and needs annually and expecting everyone to march to the same tune sounds really fucking wise. Again, those subjected to the changes would disagree. This one won't surprise any of you. I'm told Konami genuinely has no respect for its own legacy or the history of video games. Given its willingness to turn major franchise into shameless gambling machines, its sudden attempted removal of PT from existence, and its inability to move into the digital space along with the rest of the world, we already knew Konami had no regard for archival or historic significance. Still, it's nice to hear it from someone who's been there to see the attitude up close, because apparently that attitude oozes from every single one of Konami's squinting, pulsating paws. The disrespect for past achievements goes beyond the games too. Konami reportedly has a hard time giving developers the credit they deserve, actively downplaying or even denying the impact a person has had on a game's success. We're talking guys on the level of Iga and Yamaoka, developers, creators, directors, composers, real big names that Konami will just simply pretend had no effect on the game's success or creativity. Legends in their own right who have had their importance denied by Konami's executives. They actually deny these people were important to the games they fucking helped make. Is it any wonder Angry Joe couldn't even say Kojima's name in a recent interview? You can expect, post Metal Gear Solid 5, for Konami to behave as if that man had nothing to do with Metal Gear, just as it disregards the importance of Iga to Castlevania or Yamaoka to Silent Hill. You know, it suddenly makes sense to me why Konami is so willing to shunt Silent Hill from developer to developer, random studios with limited experience. Konami really genuinely thinks just anybody can make a game from the sounds of it. They don't seem to think that real creative talent is responsible for a creative game, so why not just farm out their products to any old shitflinger who will take it? They're so willing to have cowboys cobble together cheap imitations of the games that built their house because, well, they really do think any chancer can have a go. Now I'm going to tell you a story. It's a story about a hypothetical, a purely hypothetical, I promise, experience of a brand new worker at Konami. Say you've just been employed there. Here's what you could hypothetically expect. Your first day at Konami, you likely won't have a computer because it wasn't approved in time due to the aforementioned approval process. If you do have a computer, if you're lucky enough, you won't have an email address yet, so you'll be forced to create a free Hotmail account to send out embarrassing emails from, say, Jim fucking Sterling Son Konami Temp at hotmail.com. Yes, you're supposed to send out professional emails from a Hotmail address. If you have those two things, well, you won't yet have access to the system that accepts approvals, so it's not likely you'll be able to do your job. You'll spend your first 2 weeks unable to do anything as you wait for the ability to ask for approval and then for the shit you need to be productive to be approved. Then you can finally start learning how to do your job because you won't have been able to do that up to this point. Still, your colleagues will sympathise with you, yeah? Everyone understands because they went through it, right? Wrong. The environment is one that sends a strong message. You have a job you're getting paid to do, so you better do it and stop complaining. At this point, you might hypothetically watch a hypothetical co-worker get driven to the brink of actual madness by stress because they were hypothetically expected to start work immediately without any of the tools required to do it. Something like a race car driver who's been given a chassis but no wheels, engine, or even a time and date for a fucking race. And here's where I quote a source again. Welcome to Konami. You're worthless, and everyone knows it. Konami is Konami, and Konami does not know how to business. I've said that in the past. Fuck Konami. I've said that too. In all honesty though, nothing I say about this company can put into words how much contempt I truly have for this publisher. After the shit I've heard about it over the years, after the shit I've been through with the company personally, after the games it's chewed up and spit out, and the contempt it routinely shows for its own industry, I can safely say there's not a single game publisher I despise more than this rancid shithouse of disrespect and almost instinctual ineptitude. My long-term viewers will know, they'll know I've had Konami's number for years, but not even they could fathom the almost intoxicating vindication I have in witnessing the world at large finally seeing this miserable pile of secrets for what it truly is. From its erasure of historically important games, to its incompetent attempts to censor critics like Super Bunny Hop, to its blacklisting, its mistreatment of games, previous employers and voice actors, and its mutant sense of bureaucracy, Konami is, by a head and a half, the very worst that so-called AAA gaming has to offer. They say you reap what you sow, and I hope Konami's got a big fucking scythe, because its recent streak of horrific PR is only the beginning of what it deserves. Now say it with me. Fuck Konami.
Hit the lever! You know, it was the legendary philosopher Kate Bush who once said, "Ya ya, babushka, babushka, babushka ya ya," which roughly translated means Konami is a load of dirty dick water. And nothing could be more true, could it? Bunch of wankers. And I'm really not worried about repercussions from them anymore, because really, what more could they do apart from release another fucking pachinko machine? Maybe do Contra next. That'll piss everyone off. Total load of slimy wankers. Now, as I've said, everything I presented are allegations, but I 100% believe them. I certainly believe my sources, and I believe the that Konami, of all companies, is more than willing to stoop that fucking low. So once again, fuck Konami, and do use the hashtag FUCKONAMI, fuck Konami. It's a really nice word, and thank God for me. The fake pills were steroid, Duke Nukem steroids that I got at PAX years ago. Oh, that's vile.
I am your Redeemer. It is by my hand that you will rise from the assets of this industry. Do not, my friends, become addicted to early access, for developers will abandon it, and you will resent their absence. That's it. I spent a lot of money on this just so I could call myself Jim Jim. Now that's it. That's really it.
The term walking simulator has become popular over the past few years, used to pejoratively describe a certain style of game that, thus far, doesn't have a catchy mainstream genre name. We're talking games like Dear Esther, Gone Home, The Vanishing of Ethan Carter, narrative-driven exploration games in which your interaction almost entirely consists of walking and experiencing a story unfold. No real puzzles, no combat, just a quieter, contemplative story. Done right, these can be excellent games that do not deserve the sneering contempt some ultimate hardcore gamers pour on them. Done wrong, they wholly deserve the derogatory term of walking simulator, and no amount of smug preening from the art critic set will change that. So perhaps you'd like to make one of these games. It's an attractive prospect for any indie developer. Without combat to worry about and minimal puzzling, a lot of design barriers are lifted. No AI to program, highly reduced animation concerns. There are big benefits to a game that strips away a lot of common video game expectations. However, like Daredevil's heightened senses, when you take away certain elements, you need to raise your play everywhere else. This is how we make sure we have a genuinely memorable experience, rather than another humdrum walking simulator, because Dear Esther was years ago. Back then, you could get away with just walking and having story regurgitated at you because it was unique and a break from the norm. To help people avoid mistakes in future, I've cheerily concocted a few things to do and avoid so you don't become another Everybody's Gone to the Rapture. First of all, tone. Setting the tone is important for any game that aims to provoke a reaction from its audience, we all know that. But, and here's the important thing, you need that tone to vary. This is one of the biggest stumbling blocks I've noticed in a lot of these games. You get a game like Wonder, proud to be a non-combat game but incapable of raising the stakes beyond that premise, a premise that's become rather trite by modern standards. Wonder throws you into an island environment, tells you to explore, and that's it. There are no crescendos built to, no sense of narrative progress, not even any real change in the scenery. The tone it sets at the beginning, quiet and explorative wonder, is the tone it maintains throughout its entire run. No ups, no downs, no moments of sweeping jubilation, no sense of fear or comedy or sadness. This is lethal to a game of this nature. We as people need peaks and troughs in our stories. If a game starts out as all guns and violence and blood and action, that can become exhausting without downtime in between. It's why Gears of War, for example, intersperses its combat sequence with walking segments and even horror elements, because our reaction to the bloodshed would be apathy through overexposure if we didn't have breaks in between. Similarly, a game about exploration and wonder soon loses its appeal when the wonder wears off because there's nothing to break up the endless walking and looking at things. Submerged commits this crime too. Initially, it's exciting to see this bright, saturated, beautiful looking water world, but after you've climbed the same old buildings 10 fucking times, it's lost any sense of emotional impact.
Mediocre.
Compare this to Journey, which is no more interactive and yet is constantly shifting its tone. You get your quiet moments of subtle interaction, you get tense and dark moments, you get fast sweeping scenes as you roll down hills with gorgeous sunstreaks and a sweeping soundtrack. Journey never holds one note for long. It's always evolving and changing. That's why Journey is so critically acclaimed, even among those who usually snort at so-called walking simulators, because it really is a journey. Its scenes are so memorable because they stand out from each other. It's had such an emotional impact on its audience because it understands that moments of sadness work better when they follow moments of joy, that being somber from beginning to end just induces exhaustion from the audience, that familiarity breeds contempt. Meanwhile, Wonder has one setting, one tone, for ages, and it's boring as fucking piss. Now, I actually liked The Vanishing of Ethan Carter well enough, but it did commit one cardinal sin that needs criticising. It made the story you're passively watching far more engaging than the story you're playing, to the point where I wish the game was about the backstory. In Ethan Carter, you piece together the tale of a missing boy and this weird cult-like shenanigans of the family he lives in. The narrative is fascinating, but this story of a young boy whose family becomes possessed by an ancient and unknowable entity is something I'd much rather be playing than merely looking at. With every flashback the game presents to me, I find myself wishing that this was the game I was playing because it looks like a really enthralling one. Instead, Ethan Carter has you kind of mopping up the resulting mess of a superior tale, never getting to directly experience it yourself. This lack of story involvement is a real issue for some games. Not to bag on Everybody's Gone to the Rapture too much, but it's a real offender here. You're wandering around a deserted Shropshire with evidence of a vastly more exciting and interesting story. A story you're not part of. I imagine what the game could be like if we were there, in the moment, directly interacting with the characters and taking part in the events that led to the titular rapturing, and it makes me sad, because it sounds like an awesome fucking game. Don't present me the ghost of an experience I'd prefer to have over the one you're actually giving me, because the biggest feeling your game will leave me with is one of pure regret. To give the Chinese Room its due, I did like one of its games, the controversial Amnesia: A Machine for Pigs. That's thanks in no small part to it adhering to this rule of involvement. You're still doing a lot of walking, you're still mostly listening to story, but events are unfolding in real time. Monsters stalk the streets, things are happening there in the moment, right now. You're part of the story itself. I liked A Machine for Pigs because it included me in the world. I got to directly experience some events for myself rather than simply be told about them or observe characters who have far more emotional stake than me. If your game is simply about watching other people have their own alienated little stories, well, your game is no better than the awful single-player mode of Homefront, a shitty first-person shooter experience in which your main job is to point the camera at the real protagonists. You don't want to be Homefront. You don't want to make your players into glorified camera people. Gone Home, while not the best game I've ever played, I'm not one of those people that thinks it's this God-given gift or anything, was one I enjoyed because it gave me that sense of involvement. It gave me a sense of belonging to the world by letting me know I was a member of the in-game family. There's something as small as that can raise the stakes and make a player more involved. We just need a reason to care, you know? Making us a nameless set of eyes dawdling around and looking at the true characters isn't very compelling. Gone Home also works hard beyond that to give us a sense of connection to the missing family members. It dives pretty deep into the backstories of the player character's sister and parents. We learn a lot about their interests and motivations, and consequently care far more about them as characters. Compare this to Wonder, which gives us fucking nothing to go on but a few isolated snippets of vague, shallow backstory. Compare this to Rapture, which doesn't give anybody enough time to endear themselves, and instead prevents tiny slivers of dialogue without character development. I need to see these people as people if I'm gonna care, not just spouters of exposition. It's a trap a lot of these games fall into, giving us not characters, but simple relayers of info. Gone Home gave us character development, Ethan Carter gave us character development. Too many games simply give us dry information from static entities that never evolve, and consequently have no meaningful existence. And give your world some damn life, won't you? This is what really killed both Wonder and Submerged for me. These pretty looking expanses of land that just felt fucking dead. There was no energy, no zest in the world. It reacted to nothing you did, and it did nothing to you in turn. It just sat there, looking appealing, but having all the depth of a slice of toast. It's a huge failing of games that demand exploration. Why should we want to explore when everywhere we go, everything we look at is static and unchanging and painfully, horribly dull. These games have lush green worlds that promise all sorts of enthralling sights, and yet the post-apocalyptic world of Fallout, a world that is literally supposed to be fucking dying, has way more liveliness to it than these titles ever could. When I think of a game that combines all the positives of the genre into something that's damn near perfect, I think of the Stanley Parable. A game that does all this. It's a game that gives you a tangible premise, a scenario that allows you to belong. It develops character by having the narrator that reveals more of itself as you continue to provoke it. As far as shifting tones, well, few games are as surprising as the Stanley Parable. While it's a comedy experience through and through, it changes scenarios and plays with the medium of games so much, you're always feeling something unique's around the corner. It's a game that responds to you, that unveils a story in which you're directly involved through the decisions you make. It directly rewards you for trying things, exploring things. And the things you do ultimately still consist of little more than walking and listening, but unlike so many recent walking sims, this game feels like it includes you in on the fun, brings you into its world, rather than treat you as a separate disembodied watcher, or worse, an uninvited guest. Because more than just bad writing, games that drop you into an empty map and expect you to give a shit right off the bat are simply fucking slapdash. No different from the dozens of early access survival crafting first-person shooters you get on Steam, except the zombies in this case are replaced by tawdry dialogue. A lot of these games though receive critical acclaim, and I understand why. After years of action games and shooters, blood and violence, yada yada yada, people are starving for something else. They're desperate for that breath of fresh air and that unique experience, that innovation, if you will. But we need to hold them to higher standards than we have now, because for most of them, the writing is pretty damn vapid and the environment's a little more than vast deserts with tidbits of mild interest scattered across them. What's more, they're no longer unique breaths of fresh air. Dear Esther is years old. Stanley Parable showed the world how it's done ages ago, and that's still the top of the mountain. That's still the standard we should be aiming for, and we need to hold games to that standard rather than giving them trophies just for a perceived sense of difference, because I actually do like these styles of games when they're done well. What I don't like is when they actually genuinely deserve to be called walking simulators, because as much as that term is being earnestly discredited right now, there are way too many games that more than fucking deserve the label.
But if you really want, then please don't really look up. So we got Jimquisition Anthology. I don't know if you've seen those yet, but I put a link to the site. And I think you do that. So this is what goes on in the place. I'm going to be doing
The last Jimquisition episode that went out was somewhat impromptu. I'd recorded it that morning because something had come up and I really wanted to get it out there. I actually had another Jimquisition already scripted out and pre-recorded, but just needed the visual editing. And I could have held off until Monday, but here we are, 2 Jimquisitions in 1 week. Are you not grateful? Are you not amazed? Am I not generous? Am I not the light, the truth, and indeed the way? Yes, my children, miracles do happen, and they happen because I am Jim fucking Sterling, son.
Brutal Force is a fairly alright game. It's basically Nuclear Throne with less to it, and that's okay. You're a horse dude, you run around shooting stuff, it's got those ever-popular roguelike elements, and that's about it. So why are we chatting about a game that I just genuinely wrote down as Brutal Throne while jotting this script out? Well, it's the focus of yet another one of our famous Steam stories. Oh yes, the developer behind this one is a naughty little scamp, and we're going to talk about its naughtiness here. Settle down, get a comfy cushion, and enjoy a Steam sleaze story. First of all, let's talk about the similarities between Brutal Force and Nuclear Throne. Now, it's not like Vlambeer has a patent on that style of game. The fact that Brutal Force clearly took a hell of a lot of inspiration from Nuclear Throne is neither up for debate nor the actual problem. However, when you take Nuclear Throne's Steam store description and use it for your own, that's when people are gonna be like, whoa? For some weird reason, Enterchained Game Studios decided to peel bits of Nuclear Throne's game history and copy it word for word in their own game summary. Lines like, "We never stopped adding little things to the game even as we moved on to other projects," were just copied and pasted, almost as if to flaunt the fact that Brutal Force got all its ideas from Vlambeer's work. Now, that's dodgy enough. Oh, but Enterchained didn't stop there. What really caught people's eye was Brutal Force's questionable, and most likely pretty damn illegal, sales practices. See, Brutal Force recently went on sale with a hefty 75% price cut. Impressive stuff. The post-discount price was a mere 99 cents, down from $4.99. A great deal. If you got in early. You had to get it early because the price later raised to $1.99, and yet the discount rate still showed 75% off. Even later, the sale price was a significantly upgraded $3.24, and yet still apparently at a 75% discount. Basically, Enterchained had been slowly raising the base price of the game back up while maintaining the same discount rate, attempting to make more money while looking like it was offering the same discount. This is not legal in the EU for sure, and certainly not ethical either way, but Enterchained was fairly unperturbed by the whole thing. In fact, it started giving keys away on its Facebook page in exchange for reviews on the store page. You know, as you fucking do. And of course, even as Reddit blew up on the issue and Steam users piled in, Enterchained did what so many of these reckless chancers do when their hands are caught in the cookie jar. They started banning critics and deleting threads pointing out their shady behaviour. Because that always goes down so well, doesn't it? In the aftermath, Enterchained has sidestepped the accusations of illicit behaviour, but has at least addressed its banning and censorship attempts, promising it will no longer do such things in a way that makes them sound generous and benevolent. Instead, they've pulled a classic trick employed by such indie fucknuts as Digital Homicide, squirreling negative threads away in their own little quarantine zone rather than outright deleting them. It's a move some Steam devs use to avoid having negative criticism appear on the home forum page, instead burying it all in a sub-forum and reducing the chances of people finding it. Anything relevant to Enterchained's bad behaviour has been secluded in the general discussion and trash bin forums, by far the most active forums of course, but also the least obvious to anybody just scanning the community page for reactions. It's a way of quashing dissent without actually opening oneself up to accusations of censorship. It's also fucking bullshit, and any developer who tries to fob its user base off with that is being a disingenuous arse. As with all our previous Steam stories, the tale of Brutal Force is a masterclass in how not to behave if you're an independent developer on Steam. You, above all others, need audience goodwill to survive. If you tank your reputation with the game-obsessed populace, well, you're not Electronic Arts, mate. You can't just damn the consequences. You can't just treat the opinions of your customers like shit and try to quash anybody criticising you, because it will not work, and you'll just ruin your chances for future success. And what puzzles me is that these people still, even after years of evidence to the contrary, think they can get away with it. I do not know where these people get that sense of pure, unfettered exceptionalism. Like in a world of failed attempts to be a shit snake, they will somehow succeed. But let this be a warning, as it always is. When you try and be surreptitious, you will get caught. People aren't stupid, and someone is always keeping track of you on Steam, no matter how crafty you think you are. A price discrepancy? Someone will spot it. Uploading a single level of a game and pretending you have a 9-level game? As we found out with Journey of the Light, there will be someone digging into the files to find out you lied. Try to censor critics and users on your forum, you'll just ensure those silenced will yell into a louder microphone. Attempt to pass off an entire store-bought asset pack as an original game, people will call it out for the asset flip it is. Word to the fucking wise, you wanna be shady hacks. You will get found out. You simply will. And if you've done something fucked up on Steam, and if you're watching this now, smugly thinking you got away with something, I'd not cash that smirk in just yet, because someone will find you, and they'll probably tell Jim fucking Sterling's son about it, and then your attempts to silence criticism will just turn into one of these videos. And if you have even a shred of self-awareness, you'll realise you tied the noose entirely around your own fucking neck. Because I may be the sheriff, and that's what I definitely am, a fucking sheriff now, but you'll always be your own executioner, sunshine.
This is not the first Steam story we've ever had, and I fear it will not be the last. For indeed it seems there are many, still bereft, still poor, still robbed of my leading light, who seem so willing to make the mistakes and not learn from their history. But I hope against hope that these little Steam stories we bring to the world at least shine the way to some who may be foolish enough to make some mistakes, but have been shown the right path by yours truly, Jim Sterling, the prophet of the game industry, the green seer, the sheriff, Jim fucking Sterling's son, the man who you all look up to and say on bended knee and watery eye, thank God for me. And some people say I'm creepy. If I'm gonna die squid storic on a squirty road, carried to splat halla, inky and fresh. I squid! I kid! I squid again! Oh, what a spray! Oh, what a lovely spray!
Despite many press outlets getting their Metal Gear Solid 5 reviews up last week, a number of the privileged few abstained from putting out their final critiques. Most of them cited a need for more time, but only Games Radar elaborated, detailing the so-called MGS5 review boot camps in which critics were sequestered in order to play the game early. Claiming a fear of spoilers, Konami, fuck Konami, hosted reviewers at a 5-day event now known quite notoriously as the Boot Camp, where they had to play the game from 9 AM to 5 PM while under the strict supervision of Konami itself. According to Radar's Dan Dawkins, the entire event gave them a generous maximum of 40 hours of playtime, and that's only if nobody ate, drank, went for a shit or masturbated, which, let's face it, are things all game journalists compulsively do. Now, the pressure of it all isn't something I find particularly alarming. I actually gain enjoyment from the pressure of a review, even while critiquing a game at home. It's the whole idea of a review event itself that completely turns me off, and as much as I'd like to rail exclusively on Konami for this, because Konami is Konami and Konami is the worst, the concept of the review event is a common practice that absolutely should have no place in serious games criticism. I've attended one review event in my entire career, and I can safely say it led to the shittiest review I ever wrote. The game was MAG, that PS3 exclusive online shooter that nobody remembers. For MAG, we basically had a day at a whole bunch of standing console kiosks in highly controlled local environments with PR people milling around. My review as a result was vague, ill-informed, because I was not in my natural environment when playing it. I was in this huge warehouse full of distractions, external pressures. At home, even when trying to hit an embargo, I at least feel like I can take it all in, that I'm in my natural habitat, working on my schedule. Nobody breathing down my neck, no other reviewers either side of me drawing my attention, inviting me to compare my progress to theirs. I do not regret, I should say, attempting to review a game based at a PR-hosted event, because it gave me a valuable perspective and experience enough to know that review events are absolute bullshit that lead to wholly inferior published work. This isn't even about the length of time given at review events. I've always said I don't need to see the end credits of every single game to know whether or not certain games are good or shit, and no matter how many caterwauling Video Game Defense Force members claim otherwise, I stand by that. For me, the problem is a lack of quality time. Valuable time spent versus grinding hours in suboptimal environments where you can't get a proper feel for the game no matter how much you think you can. I'd trust someone's 8 hours with MGS5 in their natural playing environment infinitely more than I trust someone's entire week in an orchestrated environment with Konami supervision. This is to say nothing of review events that try to sweeten the honeypot by turning a work trip into a fun and lavish experience. The most famous of these was the review event for Call of Duty Black Ops, in which the press were flown to Activision's abode via fucking helicopter and given flight helmets with their gamer tags engraved on them, which is absolutely bloody ridiculous and yet insidiously clever on the publisher's part. When publishers host luxurious events that on the surface look like humongous wastes of fucking money, they're not just doing it for fun and generosity's sake. It's all about forming bias. Not the kind of mimetic bias that ignorant morons on Game FAQ's forums whine about, but a real psychological bias that aims to tie a reviewer's memories of the game to a related experience. No matter how ethical one might be, no matter how good at focusing on just the game, the aim of luxurious business and pleasure reviews review events is to inextricably marry the pleasure and the business. It's very basic psychology, really. In this case, you've got two major problems to deal with. The distracted vagueness that invariably comes from reviewing a game outside of one's natural habitat, and the mental association that reviewer has between playing the game and having a really incredible, unforgettable time. This is not to say reviewers are being willfully dishonest, of course, just manipulated. And I'm not even suggesting that the reviews themselves will be completely dishonest or ignore glaring faults. I mean, when I played Aliens Colonial Marines, Randy Pitchford could have been under my desk giving me the best blowjob of my life. I'm talking even sliding a cheeky finger in my secret garden, and I'd still know the game was a colossal pile of fucked shit. Still, my review wouldn't have been half as fabulous as it was because of the distractions. And that's a good thing, because my review of Aliens Colonial Marines was bloody fabulous. The point is, when you agree to attend a review event, you are agreeing beforehand to produce an inferior product in the form of your review, in order to be the first among your peers. And I realise saying that could lead to some boiled piss from the games media, because Lord knows some of them can get defensive about their status quo, but seriously, that's what you're fucking doing. Even worse, you're jumping through hoops and doing your job entirely on a game publisher's terms, which you just shouldn't be bloody doing. And it's not like I don't get why so many members of the press still kowtow to publishers. In ad-driven media especially, the pressure to try and draw eyes to your site doubtless leads to all sorts of compromise. And even if you do make a stand and say no to these events, it won't matter to publishers, because there'll always be some other press outlet, some other chancer willing to take your place. And people can say it's easy for me to say this stuff now, since I'm out of that particular racket. But remember, I was in that racket, and I said no back then, and neither Destructoid nor The Escapist ever suffered for me just telling publishers no. It can be done. If you spine up and stop being afraid of missing out and losing your access, it can be done. And really, if the success of your outlet hinges on access, if your only selling point is getting a review up before a bunch of other people do, then your outlet probably deserves to tank, because A, what value does your content have that it has no selling point other than being exclusive, and B, who are you actually working for? Your audience, or some external corporation holding the sword of Damocles above your head? Access is fine and dandy. Review copies are a crucial way of doing your job without breaking the bank. I get all that. I still work with what I've got in this business. But the games media needs to stop letting the business side of games completely call all the fucking shots. And review events to me, well, that's possibly the most bald-faced and obviously shit example of a publisher stacking all the odds in its favour. You actually can say no to this, you know. And if you can't, well, I'd strongly consider the foundations your business is built on.
You will find the kingdom of the gnomes.
And just to bring this back round to, you know, fuck Konami, I have no doubt that their version of a review event is just a little bit shittier than anybody else's version of a review event. I mean, I got an email from some member of the Australian press who said that a lot of them were shunted into an event where they had 5 hours with the bloody game. Now, I don't know the veracity of that, because it did just come from a member of the press out there, but I wouldn't be surprised, because it's Konami being Konami. But ultimately, I can't blame the publishers as much for this one, because obviously they're going to do what they can to manipulate the press anyway. It's the nature of the beast, it's the scorpion on your back. My issue is with the press that agrees to it. You can have a bit more pride in yourself than that. Just say no. And I realise that I'm talking about having pride in yourself. Yeah. So maybe I am not the best one to talk about it, but there you go. Thanks, Squid, for me, I guess. I don't know. I kind of took the wind out my own sails towards the end there. Oh well.
Here's an addendum, some news that came up while I was producing the other video. It turns out that the physical PC retail release of Metal Gear Solid 5 isn't a physical retail release at all. You buy it and it's just a Steam installer. Konami, are you just addicted to being the worst fucking company on earth? Do you get off at this point? Does it make you pre-cum to think about people just being annoyed at you? It's like they can't do anything right. Only Konami could have arguably the biggest release of the year, certainly among the hardcore crowd. and manage to still make the conversation about how fucking shit they are. The talk of the Hideo Kojima fallout, the fucking microtransactions, the review boot camps, and now this. What is wrong with you, you bunch of incompetent fucking boobs? That's all I had to say. It's just another excuse for me to say fuck Konami, because honestly at this point, I mean, it doesn't even need to be said, but it's so much fun to say fuck Konami.
Hit the lever!
Deus Ex Mankind Divided Augment Your Pre-Order. Augment Your Pre-Order is your chance to customize your Deus Ex experience from the very beginning. By choosing the pre-order rewards you want. As pre-order numbers climb, more rewards are unlocked. If pre-order goals are reached, everyone gets to select one reward from each tier, as well as the ultimate prize. Deus Ex Mankind Divided. Released 4 days early.
Well, bugger my beans if there's no finer example of the ludicrous extremes pre-order culture has gotten to than Deus Ex Mankind Divided's grotesque augment your pre-order sham. A pre-order pyramid scheme of decadent proportions. It's an insult not only to the game itself, but to anybody invested enough in the series who might be tempted to be suckered into it. It's an absolute cocking disgrace, is what it is. To really appreciate how gross the whole thing is, we need to go back and examine why pre-order culture itself is such a toxic detriment to the video game industry. Now, unlike some of my peers in the industry like, say, Total Biscuit, I'm not 100% against pre-orders in every single case. Certain collector's editions, limited runs, say you're a reviewer blacklisted by Konami and want to get a certain game preloaded to have more time, there are circumstances and reasons why pre-orders can make sense. Does it make sense for big AAA games that will be ubiquitous and impossible to not find in any store at launch and the months following? No, not really. Well, I mean, of course not. It'd be like pre-ordering a bottle of fucking water, except in today's world, who can say if the latest release of Call of Duty isn't more readily available than water, huh? That was me putting politics into the show. Anyway, the point is that in general, pre-orders are of no actual benefit to the customers doing the pre-ordering. There's no reason to reserve a copy of Deus Ex, Halo 5, or any other major title that so desperately clamours for our cash up front. The only entities that benefit are the stores and the publishers, the corporations who gatekeep the product and want your declared loyalty so that they can boast about pre-order numbers in press releases, keep select retail partners sweet, and get a good idea of how much delicious sweet cheddar they've got coming to them. The so-called AAA game industry is obsessed with pre-orders. The launch week of any game release is the most important week, very much like the first day of a YouTube video or the first 10 minutes of a Randy Pitchford conversation. It's when the most amount of sales will be had, when visibility is at an all-time high, and when people haven't realised that what's being sold is bollocks. That bit was to explain the Randy Pitchford joke. And what better way to secure those precious launch window sales than getting them before the game is even out? It's also a psychological trick, getting customers invested in a product before it's hit shelves, a financial stake in the game, and an imperative, therefore, to be more excited for it and defensive of it. Pre-order culture and hype culture are therefore inextricably linked, and the irrational levels of hype this industry now suffers from are thanks in no small part to the aforementioned desperation for pre-launch sales. I lay the blame for incidents like Watch Dogs squarely at the feet of pre-order obsessions, games that use doctored screenshots or vastly upscaled trailer graphics in order to whip up excitement through dishonest means and therefore square away those GameStop reservations. The amount of lies and manipulation seen in the AAA space, be it Colonial Marines' unapologetically dishonest presentation or infamous Second Son's less than promised visual quality, go hand in hand with that need to froth up the giddy masses. It's made painfully obvious when a game's announcement comes hand in hand with the pre-order clamouring. Games like Arkham Knight and Far Cry 4 now reveal their pre-order DLC at the exact same time as the games themselves are announced, revealing the true motivations of the companies behind them. In the case of Far Cry 4, I actually saw an ad for the pre-order bonus before I saw the game's announcement. That's how much companies are pushing them above everything else. Warner Brothers routinely does this. It's rare to find an announcement trailer for a WB game that doesn't immediately follow its CG-laden hype-mongering with some jumped-up pre-order bonus. The priorities of publishers are laid bare there. They don't care about anything other than pre-orders anymore. This was made abundantly clear with Evolve, a game that had pre-order DLC revealed before we'd even seen more than a handful of fucking screenshots for the game itself. So thirsty are companies for your early money that they don't even feel the need to show the product they're hawking before they try and take your cash for it. Which gets us around to pre-order bonuses themselves. Like microtransactions in $60 games, pre-order bonuses are a form of psychological manipulation meant to create a haves and have-not situation. Sure, a lot of the extra content these bonuses provide are cosmetic and throwaway, but they're still intended to give players a lingering sense of loss, a feeling that their game isn't all quite there if they don't have those weapon skins or that extra character. And it's kind of true, the game isn't complete because it is, by the very design of it, missing some content. Now this is made especially audacious with games that offer even more stuff, such as the Arkham series need to offer entire extra gameplay as bonuses, or Alien Isolation squirreling away substantial sub-story chapters for early adopters. More and more, pre-order culture is encouraging publishers to saw little bits of the game away, not just to sell as DLC data, but to bait the hooks for the benefit of Best Buy and GameStop, and of course themselves. And this is to say nothing of retail exclusive DLC, a practice that has died off a little in recent years, and thank fuck for that. If you wanted any clearer picture of how little pre-order culture is about the actual pre-orderers, there is a fine one in the sight of publishers divvying up content like the spoils of war and tossing it at Best Buy, Amazon, GameStop, Walmart and others, making customers have to choose who to buy through, or in the best case scenario for them, hope they reserve a copy at every single store to get the different stuff. And yes, I've heard of people doing that. But shit's only gotten more pathetic since retail exclusives were at their peak. The Season Pass has us pre-ordering fucking DLC itself now, with its own strain of manipulation and mummery to get us to stump up for content we have no way of knowing will be worth the cash. Ludicrous stunts like the Assassin's Creed Unity lottery have happened. Oh yeah, some of us haven't forgotten the spin to win thing, where if you pre-order Unity you get 5 spins a week on a digital lottery machine for a chance to win prizes. Announced almost half a year before the shit in game was out, I might add. Where is the human dignity? Not with Ubisoft, that's for clitting sure. Which brings us back to a game I'm now calling Content Divided, the ultimate evolution of pre-order culture's sordid, undignified, tacky little world. It's a bastard mutation of Kickstarter, using the elements of crowdfunding to get everybody to pitch in and drive up the pre-sale numbers. It's everything wrong with pre-ordering. It's got the retail exclusive quandary, as it makes players pick and choose what content to have and what to abandon. It's got the psychological manipulation down pat, trying to turn pre-orders into an event that those who don't partake will be missing out on. It's exploiting the most hyped and most gullible of series fans. It's ultimately disrespectful of the Deus Ex series itself, turning a respected and pedigreed game into a clamouring, slavering, greed-fueled sideshow. And I know Mankind Divided's not the only one doing it. Just look at this fucking bollocks for the next Tales game. But that makes it no less distasteful, and the fact it's happening to a Deus Ex game, of all games, and is the highest profile one to yet sink so utterly low, makes it unsurprising that people are pissed. And pissed they are. At the very least, it gladdens my heart to see the augment your pre-order guff getting slated large-core by people, seeing its dislike ratio on YouTube overwhelm the page, seeing people rightfully express how fucking gross this is. Will it stop the industry? Probably not. Will it only get worse, more gauche, less restrained from here? Yeah, maybe. Will people still hungrily augment their pre-orders, jumping through Square Enix's exploitative hoops? Likely. But at least there's some loud fucking backlash, and maybe that can at least be a start to wiping out this fucking stain on the gaming medium. Because make no mistake, while pre-orders themselves may have some contextual utility, the culture around them is a fucking cancer, and it needs to be scooped out without mercy. It affects the games themselves, encouraging dishonesty in a bid to build hype, resentment among players who don't buy into it. It grants retailers and publishers more power than they already have. It overshadows game announcements themselves and diverts resources into creating DLC bonuses. Most importantly, it's a disservice to both the audience and the games themselves, robbing the medium of its dignity and turning an art form into nothing but a nakedly cynical, wretchedly desperate, wholly disgusting embodiment of financial gluttony. So please, I urge you, do not augment your pre-order. Square Enix's hungrily promised trinkets are just not worth the damage its scheme's success will do.
I can't think of another entertainment medium that trades itself so much on trust, on faith, on promises, while being so demonstrably untrustworthy, while being so proven to be capable of lying and manipulating. And yet, so many of us still buy into it, so many of us are still part of this pre-order machine, this hype machine that go and put money down up front for games that we have no idea if they're going to be good or not, in an industry that won't ever be honest about the games before they're out, and even worse, go on to defend those games, defend AAA games from criticisms and any complaints that people might have, and people who can't just show a little restraint and a little patience and just wait to see, wait for word of mouth, wait for reviews. If you don't trust reviews, wait for YouTube stuff, wait for videos of the stuff, rent it, get a demo, just find some way of quantifying before you give the money. Because if you give the money like before the game's even out, you really are part of a machine that does not give a fuck about you and is only utilizing you like cattle, like some sort of fucking cow for milking. And it's just not on. And I really hope it goes away. I hope that we can rein in this pre-order culture, which is a real problem because I said it was pre-order culture, which means I know what I'm talking about. And yeah, that's my dream for the future, where that little slice of the industry goes away. Is it a pipe dream? Perhaps, but, well, sweet dreams are made of these. I don't script these ending bits, so they just go somewhere. Sometimes it goes to that kind of lyrical quotation. So thank God for that, and thank God for me. So here's something that might become a regular feature at the end of each Jimquisition. I'm going to call it, let's just call it Fuck Konami. Fuck Konami news. All the news that's fit to make you say fuck Konami. This week, 2 items for you. Konami recently hit a copyright takedown strike on, not a YouTube video, on a piece of fan art on Twitter. According to reports, Hideo Kojima retweeted this piece of Metal Gear Solid 5 fan art, and then it was taken down by Twitter due to a DMCA claim by Konami. Fuck Konami. The other bit of content is going to... This is going to be hard to explain because I want to avoid spoilers for Metal Gear Solid 5. But basically, there was some stuff from Metal Gear Solid 5, very important stuff that got cut from the game that's come to light now, that really would have made Metal Gear Solid 5 a much better game. I'm talking like proper Game of the Year material, at least as far as I'm concerned. To get an idea without spoilers, go read my review of it, Metal Gear Solid 5 review on thejimquisition.com. Don't forget the, and then you'll see kind of what the cut content pertains to. Basically, a really big chunk of criticism I have of the game would have been resolved had this content been in, at least partially. And of course, with all the history of this game and all the suggestions that Konami was tightening the belts and everything, and really doing its best to restrict Kojima, despite the fact that this game was guaranteed to make money. You know, I consider myself, when it comes to finances, rather conservative, especially on this show, at least as far as game budgets go. But if there's anyone you can trust with your money, it's Hideo Kojima. And the fact that so much of the game was relegated to cassette tapes and things, so much of the story was hidden away in optional menus, and the game's actual resolution isn't in there, while at the same time it's got an online mode for microtransactions. Like, cut that bit! Okay, cut that bit. But no, that's the bit Konami wants. That's the bit Konami needs in the game. That's the important bit. Fuck Konami. And that's the news for this week. That's the Fuck Konami news. You know, we might never do another one. But that's on Konami. I don't want to do this. It's up to you. Pricks. Today, the Jimquisition comes with a content warning. In this episode, I will be questioning the infallibility of Hideo Kojima. I will be questioning the portrayal of a woman in a video game. I will be and I do not say this lightly, I will be going full SJW, i.e. providing some light-hearted critique of something in the industry and suggesting that a AAA game isn't perfect. I realise that some of you are sensitive to these issues, and that's why I present the warning now. So please enjoy. Obviously there'll be spoilers for Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain, and while you're writing the 1,000-word rebuttals to the criticism, I'll be too drunk to care by that point, so have it away!
So let's cut to the fucking chase. Quiet's visual design is absolutely bloody shit in Metal Gear Solid 5, and the reasoning for it is even shitter. When it was first revealed, the world at large was like, really? She's a sniper and she's gonna be parading around in the nuddy with her tits flopping out, yeah? And Hideo Kojima was all, once you recognise the secret reason for her exposure, you will feel ashamed of your words and deeds. So now, those of us who've played the game know the secret reason, and I have to tell you, I ain't feeling too ashamed. Not for myself, anyway. Basically, she breathes through her skin. That's the secret twist. For reasons we can only describe as Metal Gear logic, Quiet breathes through her skin and that's why she's naked all the time. Now, I might buy this excuse if we regular humans needed 1,000 mouths and noses all over our bodies with which to breathe, but we don't. Or if she wasn't wearing torn tights, or if she was like Mystique from the X-Men movies who is proper naked but looks inhuman enough to where it's not basic titillation, or if she'd shaved her damn head. But no, it's bollocks. The reason is bollocks, and Kojima pretending she's not the way she is just to be gawked at is bollocks too. The game's camera gawks at her all the time, perving at her with every scene, and when you're on the helicopter with her, she's constantly flashing ass and showcasing her tits for you. Ain't none of that because she needs to breathe through her skin. And you know what? If Kojima had just owned up to it, I'd have been so much cooler with the situation. If he'd have just said, the secret reason for her exposure is that I just wanted to get a gigantic fucking hard-on with my big Kojima cock, I'd have had so much more respect for it. If only he didn't use a flimsy narrative reason he invented himself as a pretentious excuse to get her in the nude. In that regard, I've a lot more respect for games like Onechambra, that at least wear their perviness on their sleeve. They own it. They know people are there to pop boners over girls in bikinis while they fight zombies, and they don't hide away from it. I can respect that over all of these games that toss out sexy shit while trying to pretend there's some higher, narratively noble reason for it. It's trying to have your cake and eat it too, looking for a cheeky wank while telling yourself it's more than just a cheeky wank. I mean, the game's dialogue directly compares her to the End from Metal Gear Solid 3, stating they both act photosynthetic. Now let's have a look at the End, shall we? He's covered almost entirely in a leaf snuggie. Where are his old wrinkly tits hanging about? Why can't I see his acorn-shaped arsehole? Because it's selective bullshit is why. You can go ahead and cry about SJWs at this point if you like, I know some of you will, but it's not that I'm against boobs and arses and vaginas and cocks and all that. Love them. Genitals? Brilliant. Love looking at human genitalia. I love to watch genitals just pound in it. Pound in it. Pounding it. Pounding it. Pounding it. Pounding it. It's not nudity on its own that cheeses my onions, it's the dishonest, cowardly way it's being delivered not just in MGS5, but a range of games clamouring for a mature status. From the sex scenes in BioWare RPGs that amount to little more than prizes for bribery minigames, to the downright creepy, awkward, narratively inappropriate shit you get in every Quantic Dream farce, these titles want sex for sex's sake, but they're too afraid to just fucking admit it. I find it especially sad they did this with Quiet though, because she's a fucking awesome badass character when the game allows her to be. The best backup buddy character by far, and one of the most narratively interesting elements to a game that, by MGS standards, really did lack in the writing department. But the tragedy of her backstory is undermined by the skeevy camera shots. The sheer awesomeness of her abilities and battle capability is upstaged by her frankly ludicrous appearance, and the fact you can unlock later costumes for her that actually put her in some damn clothes only serve to highlight what an abject failure her default design is. Later in the game, you can unlock a number of actual threads, including an XOF uniform that makes her look like what she actually is, a hardened soldier, a killer sniper, and someone with whom not to fuck. Plus, her clothed outfits reveal just the right amount of skin to continue this photosynthesis narrative. Because any amount of skin would do, because we only breathe through 3 small holes in our faces anyway, and if the end gets a leaf snuggie, then the bikini isn't needed. Instead, we get a cartoon version of wobbly-boobed sexiness. Oh, and you have to unlock the silver and gold versions of Quiet first, because we may as well literally turn her into a walking trophy. What Kojima promised would be the antithesis to the women characters in the past who are excessively exposed is instead the embodiment of women characters in the past who are excessively exposed. Even worse than that, it's an intellectual Trojan horse pretending it's not just wank fodder when it is undoubtedly wank fodder. Metal Gear Solid is an inherently silly series. I get that, it's a big part of what I love about it, but it also knows, usually, when to take things seriously, which is another thing I love. This is the series that brought us the boss, one of the best fucking fictional women in games, who wasn't just a badass, but looked the damn part too, and the cutscene camera wasn't obsessing over the boss's physical assets, and she only showed skin in a scene that genuinely showcased her vulnerability and had a real narrative reason for it. With Quiet, the priority is clear, and that priority is not to make her an interesting character. If it was, then she'd have been treated like the boss. Besides which, if you explain away everything with "it's a Metal Gear game, it's always silly and you're stupid if you criticise it," then you ultimately do Hideo Kojima himself a disservice as a writer. I like to think I've a bit more respect for him than to simply shrug at everything he does and say, that's just what he does. I say that about Michael Bay, because I don't respect Michael Bay. Yeah, MGS can be stupidly, gloriously dumb, but it's capable of being provocative and thoughtful too, something the stupidity often enhances through its contrast of mood. With Quiet, MGS5 misfired, and it would be disrespectful to the game to pretend it's incapable of misfiring. Fact is, Kojima can do better. Kojima has done better, and to not demand better is to devalue his work overall. You could argue that looks don't make the character, but imagine if Escape from New York had Kurt Russell wearing a clown nose the whole time, or if everyone in Memoirs of a Geisha had gigantic massive hands. Visual design is an important part of any character, and getting it wrong can be a real fuck up. There's a reason we get Best Costume awards for other visual media. Hell, with enough nerds that get pissy over a person of colour being in the Fantastic Four, I don't want to hear it from nerds saying a character's appearance isn't important. As a video game, I adore Metal Gear Solid 5. I really do, as you'll know if you read my near glowing review. But narratively, it's a letdown despite its interactive brilliance, and Quiet is a perfect example of how self-defeating the game's story is. Kojima had on his hands a potential new icon in MGS series history, a new boss, but he let his testes rule the design and he gave us an object to drool over first and a complicated individual second. Worse than that, he pretended otherwise. The only difference between this and Senran Kagura is at least Senran Kagura has the spine to admit what it is. But I know some people swallow it hook, line and sinker, that because there's a narrative reason for it, that's good enough, even if it's a limp reason that's been invented from whole cloth. So maybe on the next Jimquisition, I'll start campaigning hardcore for vile monster Donald Trump's presidency, and it'll be okay. You know why? Because I breathe through my skin. So vote for Donald Trump. Because I breathe through my skin.
Oh, what am I doing with my fucking life?
So yesterday, I was urinating into the exhaust pipe of my neighbour's car, and they caught me doing it, and they said, "Jim, why the fuck are you urinating in the exhaust of my car?" And I said, "Can you not see? I'm clearly breathing through my skin right now." And the neighbour apologised, felt ashamed of their words and deeds, and said, "Carry on, slide your little chungus up the exhaust of my car and piss away, my friend, piss away, because you breathe through your skin."
Life's good when you're a ninja block.
Yes, we need to piss inside your car. Yes, we need to climb on the roof of your house at night while you're asleep and stamp on it, yelling, "I breathe through my skin, I breathe through my skin, vote for Donald Trump, I breathe through my skin." Please, have a little understanding for those of us who breathe through our skin, and thank God for me, because I breathe through my skin. Some of you may have been expecting today's episode to be about Mad Max and the review score controversy that happened because Polygon didn't like it and I didn't like it because I think it's crap. And then Penny Arcade said that objectively the game isn't a 5 out of 10, and some other people got upset because some other people on the internet didn't like the AAA video game that some other people liked. And I've covered review score controversies so often over the years that I think all I've got left to say about it is, if you're angry over a review score, just grow up and fuck off. There's nothing left to say about it anymore. Just grow up and fuck off. Mad Max was crap. Once again, I find myself dealing with spurious and unfair allegations as to the misappropriation, allegedly, of my Patreon money. Now, first of all, it's nobody's business where I spend it, and even if it was, right, there's no proof that I've been spending it all on Pogs, okay? I don't know where these rumours came from, I don't know why they keep coming up, but I guarantee you, I'm not out there spending all of your money on Pogs. And if I was, I certainly wouldn't be engaging in semi-sexual, ritualistic worship of said Pogs. That's a very specific and stupid allegation. So we'll hear no more about it, shall we? Good. Yeah, that sounded convincing.
Hit the lever!
Oh, Konami. Konami, Konami, Konami. Just when I worry about whether or not I talk about that shitty publisher too much on this show, it pulls such a boner of absolute majesty that I can't help bringing it up again. This past week, the world's crappiest alleged AAA publisher has done all it can to show its ass to the world, keeping Konami watchers spoiled for choice when it comes to finding shitty things it's done. Let's crack on then with the biggie, the release of Pro Evolution Soccer 2016. More specifically, the Steam release that Konami has been trying to sweep under the rug. PES 16 is out for both last gen and current gen consoles, and you better believe that because Konami is Konami and Konami is the worst, the PC actually fucking got the last gen port. Steam users were most delighted to find out their version of PES was the one found on the PS3 and 360 as opposed to the PS4 and Xbox One. You know, like they might have reasonably fucking expected. Even worse, Konami blatantly lied about this via the game's screenshots and videos. The visual assets displayed on Steam are from the PS4 and Xbox One game, not the visually inferior version customers would actually be purchasing. This is misleading advertising, which should of course be fucking illegal, most certainly isn't allowed in many parts of the world, and is dishonest as shit, whatever language you speak. And yet it doesn't stop there. See, if you look for PES 16 on Steam, you might be surprised to learn that you don't buy the base game, at least if you're just browsing from the front page. It's available as part of the Pro Evolution Soccer 2016 digital exclusive bundle. It's a bundle that contains only one game, Pro Evolution Soccer 2016. While it could be easy to believe that Konami, being the idiot's tea party that it is, accidentally created a bundle with one game in it, the motivation seems more insidious than incompetent. See, if you click on the bundle, you get the option to buy PES without seeing the user reviews. That's what the bundle hides. A great boon for a game that, when you click on it as an isolated purchase, has a lot of negative fucking reviews. Basically, Konami has bundled PES with itself to dishonestly hide the reviews that call out the dishonest presentation of a dishonest port job. Integrity? Thy name is fucking Konami.
Pog.
Let's drop in on the only other game Konami's got going for it lately, Metal Gear Solid 5. Now, you won't be shocked to know that Konami is planning to milk that cash cow's udders dry, as it stands to be the last MGS game anybody gives a shit about. Recently, DLC was announced for the game, and Konami actually, legitimately, genuinely plans to sell horse armor. Yes, horse armor, that classic fucking joke of an item that earned Oblivion mockery fucking years ago. Konami can't even nickel and dime for cosmetic DLC without being stuck in the past. This is to say nothing of the fact that the Tuxedo, a classic endgame unlock in every other Metal Gear Solid game, has been cordoned off to be sold to us rather than earned in-game like before. Because why not hold a piece of series tradition to financial ransom, eh? Still, at least they're not yet selling Chapter 3 of the game, aka the fucking real ending to the game that should have been in there from the start and might have fucking saved the game's utterly unfulfilling narrative. But oh no, we need to put resources into the microtransaction vacuum that is MGS5's laggy, game-intruding, unwanted, broken, poorly optimized online portion. Because fucking priorities. Oh, speaking of microtransactions, did you know the back of the PES 16 box actually lists them as a feature? That most certainly provides me with a dilemma, as I'm not sure whether I should be impressed at this point that Konami's at least being upfront about its greed, or disgusted that we're now at the point where companies are promoting microtransactions as features to be hyped for, rather than scummy money fuckers to be loathed. I think I'll go with the latter though. You know, because fuck Konami. Konami's week of abject bollocks wrapped up with Konami refuting reports that it would abandon all AAA development apart from annual PES sequels to fully commit itself to mobile titles and pachinko. Konami itself has recently confirmed that it's committed still to console development and that Metal Gear, Silent Hill and Castlevania aren't going away. But you know what? And I say this as someone who adores all three of those series. I'm almost disappointed that the rumours about Konami aren't true, that it didn't have the guts to just pack it in and focus on the shit it obviously really wants to focus on. I agree that initially, the idea might seem sad. Konami still hoards some of the finest IP in games history: Metal Gear Solid, Silent Hill, Castlevania, Suikoden and more. It would seem unlikely, given corporate behaviour, that Konami would ever sell that IP, not when it can live on re-releases and pachinko machine tie-ins. At the very best, it could license the titles out maybe. In any case, those who'd fear the death of these games should have worn their black veils a long time ago. Let's face it, folks, the likes of Castlevania and Silent Hill wouldn't die if Konami ever did abandon its AAA business, because under Konami, those series have been fucking dead for years. Frankly, I'd rather have us quit while we're ahead and let these series die with some goddamn dignity. Better we never have another Silent Hill game than a half-hearted puddle of piss farmed out to yet another inexperienced Western developer that thinks Silent Hill begins and ends with the concept of, oh, Pyramid Head is scary. Better we have Castlevania's legacy continued via Iga's Bloodstained than shat upon with progressively worse Lords of Shadow games. And Metal Gear? Well, as great as 5 turned out to be, it's clear Kojima was restricted and that Konami's now swooped in to mop up post-launch with DLC bullshit. I mean, it's as high a note as the series could hope to end on at this point, and we can only be happy at the thought of Kojima getting out of that soul-sucking tar pit of a corporation to pursue game development in an environment that'll appreciate him. You know, Silent Hill 2 is my favourite game of all time. Metal Gear Solid is a personally important series to me. You wouldn't believe how much I love Konami's games. Or maybe you will if you truly understand the passion with which I have repeatedly criticised Konami as a publisher. I genuinely do it because I care. But the idea of these games going on ice is better to me than having Konami propping up their corpses and making them dance for us like rotten, humiliated puppets. The positives of Konami fucking off to obscurity where it belongs far outweigh the negative, because it's a dishonest company. An unethical company. It's a liar, a psychologically abusive employer that mistreats its workers, an outright disrespectful cabal of archaically minded, petty-hearted, bitter old men, and I can't wait for it to get in the fucking sea. I genuinely hope Konami eventually gives up the act and does leave AAA development behind, that the talented developers caught under its shadow leave and find a real game company to work for, and that Konami sits like a parasite, growing bloated off the cash it lazily absorbs from whale-hunting mobile games and lever-hitting gambling machines. Sleazy as fuck, yes, but at least easily ignored by the real people. It doesn't belong in the real game industry. It hasn't wanted to be here for a long time, and I'd be happier if it just fucked off. So fuck you, Konami, fuck off, Konami, and above all, fuck Konami. Who knows, perhaps this will be the very last Konami episode I'll have to do, but something tells me that fuck Konami news may still end up a regular feature. I'm sure somehow they'll find a way to keep fucking up, even when they're not in our purview. After all, this is the company that managed to turn Metal Gear Solid 5 into a conversation about how fucked up Konami is, and how PES, one of its biggest releases, in fact its biggest title, has yet again turned into a conversation about how fucked up Konami is. Because Konami is Konami, and Konami is the worst. And I'm Jim fucking Sterling's son, and thank God for me. Thank Pug for me. David Cameron fucked a pig. So lately I might be going a bit overboard with the bits, with the wackiness, with the over-the-top silly acting and attempts at comedy. Not that there's anything wrong with that, because I don't ever do anything wrong. But you can have too much of a good thing. You can desensitise people to my wonderful witticisms and zany goofs. So what we're going to do is this week, none of that. No costumes, no masks, no wigs, no weird instances, no attempts to have sex with pogs, none of that. Just straight up traditional classic Jimquisition. Me, glasses, fucking gloves, fucking podium, bit of wonderful chat and topic and discussion. Let's get on with it, shall we? I mean, it's just... I bought this mask. And there are current talks of a potential voice actors' strike, as some of the biggest mouths in animation and, of course, video games could keep their lips firmly shut in solidarity. The current debate is using the Performance Matters hashtag on Twitter to air their grievances and declare what it is they want. In short, voice actors want better protection and pay for demanding roles, and believe me, screaming harshly into a microphone can take a genuine toll. It's time to conquer Earth! As well as a clear distinction between vocal performers and motion capture artists. Currently, the two roles are often blurred and conflated, to the point where voice actors are often unexpectedly made to do motion capture too, even though that's not their job. Performance bonuses and royalties are also part of the potential demands, of course, none of which I think is particularly unfair. Let's be honest here, voice actors have gotten a bum deal in video games for a long fucking time. It's shocking to think that as much as AAA video games wish to emulate Hollywood, they disregard the importance of one of the movie industry's most visible assets, the fucking actors themselves. Most voice actors do their job for comparatively little pay, with no royalties and often little respect, to the point where genuinely talented vocal performers are overlooked and treated like ancillary, unimportant figures. As video games try to tell more interesting stories and sell us engaging characters, vocal performances are more important than ever. They can make or break certain games. Telltale's The Walking Dead is one of the most critically acclaimed games of all time, and I believe a huge part of that success is due to the immense talent and hard work of Dave Fennoy and Melissa Hutchison, who played Lee and Clementine. They worked together to create one of the most endearing and enduring relationships in video game history. If Clementine was played by Pauly Shore, I don't think we'd have had the same critical acclaim. It was Far Cry 3 that really sold me on the value of voice actors. Far Cry 3's story is, when you look at it, fairly cliche and humdrum, not all that spectacular at all, but I liked it not because of the pedestrian writing, but because of the confident and energetic performances, most obviously the deliciously sinister Michael Mando as antagonist Vars.
Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity?
His performance was such a valuable element that Ubisoft sold the game almost entirely off his back, something it would repeat with Troy Baker's Pagan Min in Far Cry 4, another boorishly written narrative with a nonetheless magnetic villain who stole the show. A terrific vocal performance can turn a mundane story into a memorable one just by exuding confidence in their lines and capturing our imaginations with the way they speak their words. Game industry lawyers have gone on record as saying that voice actors contribute little to the overall development of a game and do not not help sell copies. And yet, they say this while Konami desperately announces celebrity voiceovers like Kiefer Sutherland as Snake, or Bethesda gives us another press release with a bevy of Hollywooders that are going to appear in their latest game. It's bullshit when people like Nolan North make the Uncharted series what it is, breathing life into Nathan Drake in such a way that he's one of gaming's most charismatic protagonists. It's downright offensive for the game industry to suggest voiceovers don't matter, especially as they aggressively emulate Hollywood in almost every way except giving actors the credit they deserve. The disrespect is visible across the industry in a lot of ways, like how when video game awards have a best performance category and rather than awarding a bona fide vocal performer, they give it to whatever famous celebrity did a cameo in Grand Theft Auto that year. Or like when Michael Hollick revealed he received no royalties for 15 months of work in GTA 4, despite it going on to make $600 million and owes a good part of its success to the deliverers of its script. Or like when Warner Brothers populated half the wasteland of Mad Max with American actors rather than Australian ones, because apparently it just doesn't matter. And Max himself was originally cast with an American accent as well, as a real showcase of how little regard publishers have for authentic performance. Or how about how Tara Strong, Troy Baker, and Nolan North get used for everything, even if it's a role they're not a good fit for, because as talented as they are, and they are damn fucking talented, the industry has no imagination, no ability, no interest in diversifying its pool of performers. Don't get me wrong, I'm not suggesting the programmers and bug testers and other game makers aren't equally important, and I'm certainly not saying they don't deserve better too. As some critics of Performance Matters have implied, they definitely deserve more. Their conditions are often disgusting, and that's a subject I should very much cover in the future, especially if any devs would like to reach out to me and talk about it, eh? As the video game industry rakes in billions of dollars, it could and should be treating everybody fucking better. But in this current conversation we're having about vocal performers, we have to start giving them way more credit than they've been given. Games drive themselves by story now more than ever. They want to be like the movies more than ever. They pump billions of dollars into the pretty graphics and needless visual effects that most consumers don't really give a shit about, and undervalue some of their most prominent aesthetic elements as they do. And if they can get a film or TV celebrity, even though on-camera performances and vocal performances are two entirely different skill sets, they'll jump at the chance to discard the performers they already have, such as, you know, replacing David Hayter with Kiefer Sutherland. Hell, the fact Bungie recently replaced the embarrassing performance of Peter Dinklage with Nolan North in Destiny speaks volumes of how valuable a seasoned, experienced, talented voice artist is over someone who works primarily in film and TV and doesn't have the chops for the recording booth experience. I don't agree with all the demands I'm hearing. For instance, devs being unable to use their own team for voiceovers could screw smaller budget projects, while ununionized people like me who dabble in a bit of voice acting on the side and often donate their vocals to small projects for free won't have any room, though I fully admit that's me with a personal vested interest there. Still, for a large part of it, I stand by Performance Matters and the voice actors across all of entertainment, not because I think they're more important than writers, developers, coders, QA testers, etc., that also contribute to our entertainment, but because they are at least infinitely more crucial to that entertainment than the publishers would like us to believe. And it's fucking shameful that the big budget game industry has not just so little respect for actors, but so little respect for its own products that it believes they don't fucking matter. They do fucking matter, because without them, we go back to shit like this.
Man committed a sin, disturbing the life cycle of nature. The original sin that man is responsible to protect the life cycle.
And shit like this.
Wow, I really can't move my body.
What did you do, Nicole?
I don't really want your twisted love. I really don't.
Stop it, Nicole. I can't move. Is anyone there?
I know you guys are having fun, but could you stop a sec and tell me why I am involved with this?
And do you want to go back to shit like this? I sure as hell bloody don't, sunshine.
Yeah. While we're on the subject of voice acting, I guess I should point out that I have a new gig, a new voice acting gig, which is coming up. Going to be helping out another indie dev because I'm such a nice guy. But this game is called Albino Lullaby. Episode 1 is already out, so I'm going to be in episode 2. If you've not seen it, I have played it on this YouTube channel before, on the Jim Sterling YouTube channel, and it's weird as hell. It's like Roger Waters spunked onto the internet and it turned into a video game. I'm going to be playing one of the grandchildren. If I remember to upload a picture along with this, you're probably looking at a picture of one of the grandchildren now. I'm going to be playing one of those weird fuckers, so that's going to be a lot of fun. My microphone wire something on this keeps making a noise. What is that? I got distracted. I was going to talk about Undertale, which is a game you really ought to buy. That is also on Steam right now. Undertale, it's a weird RPG that will fuck with you more than Psycho Mantis ever did. And even while you're playing it for a good long while, you won't even think it is fucking with you. But it is, all the time. Fantastic game, go get it. Also, while you're doing that, if you could find some time to thank God for me in the interim, that'd be fantastic. Now, what the fuck is that? Why is this lectern so wobbly? Either something needs tightening, or this thing's gonna fall apart. Shit, and I've just now fucking stuck a pog to it.
Hit the lever!
Time for a brief bit of Fuck Konami news. All the news that's fit to make you say, fuck Konami. This week, Guillermo del Toro took to Twitter to continue to tease us about the game that never was and never will be, Silent Hills, confirming that horror legend Ito was working on the game as well. Now, this guy's drawn some fucked up stuff, but we won't get to see that fucked up stuff in a Silent Hill game, despite it being a perfect fit, because Konami signed off on projects that it really had no business signing off on if it was never going to spend the money in the first place. So, fuck Konami! As far as that's concerned, I hope Hideo Kojima and Del Toro just go and make a fucking horror game. It doesn't have to be Silent Hills. Just do a spiritual follow-up to PT. Kickstart that shit. People will pay through their fucking genitals to get a hold of that. So, while it's sad that Silent Hill won't get a good boost from a whole bunch of talented fuckers, let's face it, if they want to make that game, they can make that game, and they can fuck Konami while they do it. Also, go to the Jimquisition store on Shark Robot and buy the Fuck Konami t-shirt. That's something we've done now. Once again, I am forced to deal with hurtful allegations. Spurious rumours about misallocations of funds, and I'm getting sick and tired of it. This latest rumour is the most ridiculous one yet. No, I am not using my Patreon money to go and build ironic death traps around the city that teach people about the errors of their ways and the meanings of their lives. This rumour-mongering is distasteful to me. And I will put a stop to it. Okay? It's really not that difficult. Besides which, Jimsaw would be a ridiculous name for a killer anyway, so I don't know where you got that idea from. So let's hear no more about it. Because if anyone brings this up again, I'm going to put them in an ironic death trap. Not that I've got an ironic death trap, you understand, because I don't do that kind of thing. You know, I just spend my money on the show. You know, Jimsaw. It's a silly name.
In the wake of the announcement that Assassin's Creed Syndicate would have microtransactions, because of course it fucking would, I feel it's time to talk about something I once wrote about many years ago, the insidious power of silence, and the way in which that silence is generated by bullshit-induced audience apathy. Now let's be blunt. We all know by now that microtransactions in $60 games are not technically news. Not anymore. The fact that Ubisoft is going to release another fee-to-pay game isn't shocking, it's expected, it's practically banal. And that's a horrible situation to be in, because the moment something gross becomes banal, we stop caring about it, the silence creeps in, and the publishers continue pumping out horseshit until it's basically acceptable. This is why I always want to see free-to-play games as headlines, as breaking news, treated as a big deal. It's why I kick off about it so much, even in the wake of people saying, look Jim, we get it, it's not gonna change, nobody's surprised anymore, get over it. I will never get over it. As I've said time and time again, freemium elements have no place in a $60 retail game, no matter how optional the publishers disingenuously claim they are. I've met resistance and disagreement in my commitment to calling this shit out, of course. Notably, some games journalists have argued that once a thing becomes more regular, like microtransactions, it should not be treated as a news story. I got into some debates about that when the Metal Gear Solid 5 ones were revealed, as some journos said it shouldn't be treated like a story anymore, and I tried to tell them, but yes it should, because it's still bollocks. And it's exactly that kind of apathy that makes a not okay thing become okay. It should always be a story, because normality does not make an uncool thing cool. Media consumers, for want of a better term, are bored easily sometimes, and are quick to forget, and game publishers know this. They understand the power of silence. We saw it with Gearbox and Sega at the launch of Aliens Colonial Marines and the controversy surrounding that. We saw it with EA Maxis at SimCity's broken launch. John Walker of Rock Paper Shotgun once aptly said, when it comes to gaming controversies, if you ignore it, it will go away. No matter how badly a publisher screws its customers, no matter how controversial a game release, all a company has to do is close ranks and hold a phalanx position until the attackers stop poking. Because the vast majority of them will. They will get bored, they will tire of it, and when it happens again, they'll have experienced it all before and it won't matter to them as much. Being indignant, no matter how righteously, is a game of diminishing returns. One that inevitably ends in silence. Games media, and by extension the audience that follows it, it's a largely reactionary entity. Without someone doing or saying something we can react to, we can't necessarily cover it. When SimCity first had its terrible launch, EA and Maxis made many wild promises and reassurances, which the games media could disseminate and keep the pressure going. But then, EA and Maxis closed ranks, erected that phalanx, maintained that radio silence, and much of the controversy just went. It just went. People forget about these things. And not only can people get bored of these things, they can become aggressive in their apathy. It's something I've talked about before, aggressive apathy. When I cover the shittiness that is Steam's abysmal quality control, when I talk about how excessive downloadable content is exploitative, when I criticize fee-to-pay game mechanics, pre-orders, hype culture, I get a good contingent of people telling me to stop whining, to drop it, to stop beating a dead horse. And that's exactly what publishers want. They want to keep their heads down, have those still talking about problems ostracized as whingers, and then they can come back later with another get-rich-quick scheme that the community at large becomes increasingly inoculized to. The real kicker is, if you want to keep these stories alive, if you care about industry bullshit and feel it's too important to simply forget, you have no choice but to reinforce the apathetic people's claims and look like a vindictive crackpot. After all, if publishers are staying quiet but continue to pull the same shady shit, what can you do? At that point, your options are limited and mostly involve either inventing new articles from whole cloth, be it a no-news post that simply reminds people a problem still exists, or finding some contrived way to pen a fresh op-ed on things people already know about, or just repeating yourself over and over again. At that point, you end up becoming, well, me, here on this show, beating the allegedly dead horse. Most games media don't want to be that guy. They don't want to become some raving demagogue, and I do find it hard to blame them. Some pundits want to just write about the software and blot out the seedy surroundings, and I get that. Hell, many readers want that. Many viewers want that, and I understand it completely. In fact, if you cover a topic too many times, most readers will start a backlash. They'll get sick of it, which is another issue that cripples one's ability to keep the pressure going. Sometimes publishers themselves will try to initiate that backlash. backlash. Back when EA was earning a fair share of well-deserved scorn for broken game releases and customer-harming business practices, Peter Moore himself wrote self-serving fan fiction, painting everybody who criticised EA as a homophobic bigot, angry that Mass Effect has same-sex relationships and Madden had certain athletes on its cover. The truth is that, yes, there are homophobic and racist morons who get angry over diversity in games. I've argued with those people myself. But when Moore exploited that to escape criticism, he did something that I still find quite fucking offensive. I've been told to get over it more than I can adequately remember. I've gotten told to get over almost everything I continue to care about, and I dare say it's a familiar phrase to anybody who's talked about a certain controversial subject for a long enough amount of time. Sadly, that's what publishers bank on. They want everybody to get over it, so apathy wins. The once shocking overstepping of bounds becomes par for the course, and the next unfinished piece of AAA shite can rake in pre-orders and generate hype. If you get mad at me for covering the same topics often, you should ask yourself if you really ought to be mad at me, or mad at the industry that simply refuses to change most of the time. If you're sick of hearing about it, why not get sick of the source, not the broadcaster? If they didn't keep doing shitty things, I wouldn't have material to keep talking about. Or maybe that's the problem, that the industry does refuse to change so often that many consider shows like this ultimately hopeless, that my rambling outrages are simply hitting brick walls, which is why I'm so utterly thrilled this past week happened. This week, Square Enix announced it would cease Deus Ex Mankind Divided's utterly atrocious Augment Your Pre-Order scheme. The plan to merge pre-order culture with crowdfunding mechanics was thoroughly galling to a ton of vocal dissenters who kept that pressure up so much that Square Enix caved. The intense coverage of the pre-order plan, the repeated urgings from media and fans not to buy into it, led to Augment Your Pre-Order becoming a huge flop and a PR disaster. And that, my friends, is the power of noise versus silence. The squeaky wheel does not, contrary to the popular phrase, always get the grease. However, it's worth squeaking anyway, and loudly, because sometimes you get a sweet shot of that juicy, greasy lube. A few years back, online passes were my particular enemy of choice. Remember those? The cack-handed attempt to fight second-hand games by locking online multiplayer behind a one-use code, poorly implemented in a lot of games, and sometimes sectioning off single-player content as well. It was gross, an attempt at harming a market that's actually beneficial to the industry long-term, and something I ranted and raved about and was told to get over by a lot of people. But a good few people stuck with it. They kept up the pressure. They kept treating every online pass as a breaking news story in the face of others telling them it was boring and old. And now, online passes are dead. And those little victories are why I keep on. This is why I always maintain a level of outrage and shock at microtransactions in premium games, at Steam's poor quality control, and abhorrent publisher business practices, no matter how many times they happen. Because the moment I find it boring, the moment the silence begins, and industry bullshit wins the day. But every now and then, we squeak enough, we get that grease. Sometimes we win. And that chance is worth keeping on. I do hope that those who do get over these things and angrily demand others join them understand they're essentially a brick in the publisher's stone wall. Now, nobody is obligated to be angry and indignant. I would not be so arrogant as to demand any reader or fellow writer take up arms for a cause they don't believe in and more than likely don't think matters. However, I do ask for an understanding equal to mine, an understanding that it's equally arrogant to demand others stop caring about something just because you don't care. I extend that to every game journalist who has done the same too. Ones I've seen publicly laughing with publishers at all the so-called entitled gamers, the ones who've argued with me that I beat a dead horse and that the latest Ubisoft or Konami fuckery isn't news, because it's happened before. You want to be a part of the silence despite your ability to reach an audience? Fine, but don't go railing on the rest of us. And the publishers themselves, cowering behind that stone wall, waiting for the latest conflict to resolve on its own, are fucking cravens who sidestep issues, or give out half-hearted press releases that they're aware of issues, like Activision recently did over the unforgivable Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5. Or they'll pull a Moore and paint their critics as reactionary vocal minorities, boast of the money they make, and then assume that makes them right. And fuck letting them them off the hook that easily. Yes, I will continue to beat dead horses, and no, I will not get over it. Microtransactions in Syndicate are no less skin-crawling to me than they were in Unity. Pro Skater 5's quality is no less disgusting to me than SimCity's, and whatever horrible, desperate attempt to needle pre-orders out of customers that comes along next will be no more slimy to me than Deus Ex Mankind Divided's gloriously failed one. To me, anyway. But what do I know? I'm just a rambling madman who needs to get over it. But I won't.
Hello, Capcom executive. I want to play a game. You see, for your entire career, you have promoted on-disc DLC, selling people content that is nothing more than, shall we say, a key. The room you're in now is filling with a deadly toxin, and if you do not find the key and get out, you will definitely die for realsies. The key? Well, you're so fond of on-disc content. But what if the key was on dick? On dick key, because you sell keys and, it's on the disc, and disc sounds a bit like dick. You gotta cut your dick open and get in there.
And actually, you know what? If I'm being honest, that sounds harsh. It sounded good in my head, but then when I said it out loud, that's kind of gross and well over the line. Okay, maybe we won't put a key in someone's dick. Back to the drawing board.
Live or die, and thank God for me.
That's a good sign-off. Okay, no, this is definitely not gonna work. I have a texter document. Oh yes, it's true. It's full of Jimquisition subject ideas, loads of topic ideas, a wide variety, a huge smattering, a smorgasbord of subject matter that I want to talk about, and we'll get round to talking about eventually, just as soon as the usual suspects stop fucking up. Like Konami, stop it. Ubisoft, drop it. Digital Homicide, please stop. If you stop, you have my permission to cry, and then just fuck off. Speaking of which, we're going to talk about Digital Homicide. I know, some of you think this is going on a bit too much, but, well, it's almost the year anniversary between them and I, and, well, have I got an anniversary gift for them? Enjoy.
Digital Homicide became infamous after initiating a fight with yours truly over my coverage of The Slaughtering Grounds, a terrible title that made multiple worst games of 2014 lists due to it being, well, horribly horrible. After petulantly insulting me, trying to censor me, and eventually taking part in a supposed interview where the studio attempted to dox me and levelled false allegations at me, it disappeared for quite some time. Or so we initially thought. See, while Digital Homicide maintained public radio silence, its subsidiaries, or should I say its sock puppets, did not. I cover a lot of indie games on Steam, and was quite surprised to learn that I'd been playing and criticising Digital Homicide games without even knowing it. Both Devil's Share and Galactic Hitman, both games I've played before, were published under the name ECC Games, and while the horrific quality and asset-laden nature of them should have been a giveaway, it was quite a shock to find out that it was our good old friends James and Robert Romaine. This, initially, was something of an amusing situation, but after digging deeper, things became quite troublesome indeed. As well as ECC Games, Digital Homicide also developed games under the name Microstrategic Game Designs, through which it managed to push attrition nuclear domination onto Steam via Greenlight. Around this time, it also attempted to get Bombing Run Heavy Fire onto Steam under the name the Mac. The gig was rumbled when a Sailnauts page listed Galactic Hitman as belonging to Digital Homicide, and the issue was compounded further when Nuclear Domination was added to the recently compiled Digital Homicide bundle on Steam. That game was removed quickly by Robert and James, but evidence of the alteration was found and the jig was up. Furthermore, a curious website that offered free download key giveaways, bundleblitz.com, was somehow linked to Digital Homicide, though I could find no substantial evidence for it at the time. It did, however, promote several games belonging to the Romine brothers, and it used the rubbish Slaughtering Grounds font on its page alongside inexplicable stock images of half-naked women with footballs. While all this muck was unearthing, I received an email from ECC Games. But not the ECC Games that Digital Homicide was trading under. This ECC Games was a mobile developer from Poland, quite alarmed that its name was being used to sell utter shite on Steam. In an email to me, the real ECC Games said it was taking legal action against the brothers in order to stop them infringing on its name. Now, despite being rumbled, Digihom maintained its bullshit. It changed ECC Games quite quickly to Every Click Counts, and tried to show official Facebook pages to prove it was a real company, being careful not to deny allegations, but conveniently ignoring them. Under the name of Every Click Counts, it tried to get a game called Primate greenlit. Surprise, surprise, it looked like a pile of red raw anuses. After pressure from my own coverage and other commentators, however, Digital Homicide eventually gave all this up. It revealed its hand and showcased an absolutely amazing commitment to flooding Steam with an obscene number of horrible-looking games. BundleBlitz.com was unceremoniously transformed into an official Digital Homicide page, confessing that all those potentially unrelated games being given away and promoted to viewers was, in fact, entirely the work of Robert and James Romine. Currently, the site lists not 1, not 2, but 9 games trying to get through Greenlight. Yes, 9 games at once, all from one studio that claims it works hard on its products. Looking at the Greenlight pages, however, they still use different fucking studio names. Assault on Orion 7 by Runtime Game Network, Bombing Run by The Mac, Coastal Carnage by MicroStrategy Designs, Grimmers' Journey by Jerkco123, Hover Tank Attack by Jerkco123, Starship Nova by Runtime Game Network, Mini Attack Submarine by Simple But Fun Games, Operation Vile Strike by Muckfinity Games 777, and ELT The Extra Large Testicle by Victory Games. Because Steam lets users just pick a name and upload their shit to Greenlight, Digital Homicide has been seeding the place with titles for quite some time, it seems. All of it shit, all of it released in a shockingly brief space of time. These 9 games are in addition to the ones already released or published to Greenlight under the Digital Homicide brand: The Slaughtering Grounds, Medieval Mercs, Forsaken Uprising, Deadly Profits, Six Nights at Susie's, Temper Tantrum 2. The first of these games to be officially published to Steam as a final product was The Slaughtering Grounds on October 31st, 2014, though Forsaken Uprising was in early access for a time before then, so let's just say mid-2014 is when Digital Homicide first crept onto Steam like a horrible Martian weed. Taking all the games published or trying to be published into account, in just over a year, Digital Homicide has managed to produce a staggering 19 games. And that's if I've not forgotten anything. This studio, that claims it puts effort into its games despite using pre-bought Unity 3D assets and seems to have an alarming amount of artistic pride despite having no artistic talent, seriously, as to buy its official game art from Shutterstock, it has put out almost 20 games in a matter of months. It's not so much releasing games as spamming Steam with them. Despite excited audience pressure to turn my recent coverage of Digihom into a full Jimquisition episode, I was hesitant. I'm aware my talking about them is viewed by some as beating a dead horse, petty, perhaps even bullying, though I disagree with the latter completely. Putting a number on the amount of shit Digital Homicide is trying to pull, however, laying it out there in a comprehensive list has put paid to my reluctance. See, despite Digital Homicide in the past trying to fuck with me financially, insult me personally, slander me to my face, censor my criticism, and level false allegations at me, I look at this as impersonally as possible and still see something that has to be talked about. Digital Homicide, in my opinion, represents the very worst of Steam's lacking quality control. Every exploitable hole, every disregarded rule, every shoddy piece of shovelware that's allowed onto the storefront. Oh, And did I mention Digital Homicide was trying to get games by another developer onto Steam by offering free download keys in exchange for greenlight votes? Oh yeah, they tried to do that too. Everything bad about Steam, Digital Homicide embodies, proudly, seemingly without shame, yet strikingly defensive, sensitive to criticism in spite of having absolutely zero artistic integrity. When the threads of Digihom's latest scheme began to unravel and my coverage of its new greenlight infections stepped up, I received a phone call from Robert Romijn himself, one I perceive to be a threat. Despite claiming he was not threatening me and that he just wanted us to come to an understanding, he mentioned several times that he has a lawyer who wants to sue me for defamation and that his brother is on board with the plan. Despite my pushing for a definitive answer, Robert could not answer the question as to what the understanding he wanted us to reach was, eventually submitting to me when I suggested he'd only be happy if I never mentioned his work again. Part of the reference legal action would be this supposed lawyer trying to force me to sign a document that promised never to talk about Digital Homicide under threat of that defamation suit going ahead. The suit would not target my videos, Robert claimed, as I was too protected by Maker Studios in that regard, but he suggested he'd go for the Jimquisition.com, which he believed to be more vulnerable. Sounds a bit like a predator, doesn't he? He cited an article I wrote about his company's original shenanigans, in which I at first claimed a piece of artwork they used was stolen from DeviantArt. When it came to my attention that the image was also sold on Shutterstock, I immediately corrected the article, but Robert claims that in Arizona, where I believe he'd like the case to be heard, even a corrected article is grounds for defamation. I tried to be as polite as it's possible to be while talking to Robert Romijn, and even went as diplomatically as to say I'd lay off them for a bit while I thought about the ramifications of his, let's say not threat because he didn't call it a threat, his warning. This seemed to satisfy him until I was upfront in saying I'd also need to speak to my legal advisor, as it would only be sensible to do so when someone tells you they've already got a lawyer chomping at the bit to sue you. At this point he became immediately agitated, said the decision was made, and promptly ended the conversation with the inference that this was gonna get litigious. As you can tell from the existence of this video, I'm not entirely convinced that a company with a flimsy attempt at a defamation suit, a history of potentially defaming statements on their own part, and a total lack of credibility as a result of dishonest behaviour and a woeful misunderstanding of the legal system has what it takes to take down Jim fucking Sterling's son. Digital Homicide, you are, in my opinion, the worst game developer I have ever encountered, boasting an incompetence matched only by your arrogance, and your presence on Steam is fucking cancerous. The things you do are not illegal, but they are by no means acceptable, they are by no means cool, and I do not personally find them ethical. And despite you thinking you found one little shred of potentially litigious evidence, that's really what this is all about. You've been caught repeatedly in a web of your own bullshit, and you want an out. Well, I ain't giving it to you. Because as you coined the phrase yourself, I'm Jim fucking Sterling's son. Some people think I'm obsessed with Digital Homicide. It's actually quite amusing to note that a lot of the stuff they do, I don't seek out. It gets brought to me via various social media outlets, via email, via all manner of communication methods. People come to me with their latest happenings and shenanigans, and then I merely broadcast it. I'm not hunting them down. I am simply a medium through which their crap doth spray. And I've said it before and I'll say it again, I will be the first in line to congratulate the Romijn brothers just as soon as they make a good game, or even a passable, acceptable one worth spending money on. And that takes time, gentlemen. That takes time and effort. Now, over the phone, Robert told me he has a business strategy that's apparently successful. I guess that's what this is, this spamming thing they're doing, perhaps. In which case, how dare you feign offence when I tell you that your shit is shit when you keep producing shovelware. But if you want to make a good game, if you want to get praise, if you want to be critically acclaimed, if you want people, general customers, to like what you do, take some time. Dust and Elysian Tale took a long time, okay? How many games has Jonathan Blow brought out? How many games has David Redden done? David Redden's last game came out recently, is his second game. His second main game after the Stanley Parable. Ed McMillan really hasn't done that many games. Because it takes time and effort. Put some in. Am I being harsh? I don't think I am. I think I'm refusing to spare the rod and spoil the children. Because, children, I'm Jim fucking Sterling's son, and throwing your toys out of the pram and threatening me with unbelievably weak litigation is not the way to improve your standing in the world. So get good, to quote the Dark Souls meme. Get good and thank God for...
Hit the lever!
Okay, breaking news coming in from the Fuck Konami news wire, all the news that's fit to make you say fuck Konami. It appears that microtransactions are go in the world of Konami once again. The FOB, Forward Operating Base System, the online mechanic of Metal Gear Solid 5, is now selling insurance. Yes, you can set up the bases in Metal Gear Solid 5, you should have heard of this by now, where you fill them with resources, staff, all this stuff, and you use microtransactions to build more, because of course you do. And those bases can be invaded by other players who go in and steal all of your resources if you don't fight them off. And because this stuff, you know, you might care about it, Konami is here to help by offering an insurance policy. Yes, if someone goes into your base and nicks your resources, Konami will replace them for a fee. Now, it's been rumoured for a while that Konami has gangster connections, and this has sealed the deal for me, because this is Konami basically saying, hey, that's a really nice forward operating base you got there. Shame if anything bad would happen to it. So, I mean, it's unbelievable. The sheer gauche ghoul of it all is incredible, incroyable, and wow. And this news comes at the same time as we've heard that they've filed a trademark for a pachinko machine named Big Boss. Oh yes, the Metal Gear Solid pachinko machine I joked about a few weeks ago looks like it's gonna happen. Because Konami is Konami, and Konami is the second worst after Digital Homicide. Stay safe, Seattle, and thank God for me.
It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is how much I'm paying you. Oh yes. Oh yes, I'm good for the money.
I mean, seriously, have you seen my Patreon lately?
No, nothing. Shut up. Look, I can pay you just fine if you deliver the goods. You can deliver the...
Yeah? Oh, awesome. No, that is a huge weight off my mind. I didn't think I'd have them ready. Okay, no, I'll leave the money under the bridge, unmarked bills, of course, and you just leave the stuff where I can pick them up in that parking lot. Yeah? Awesome! Thank you so much. Okay, bye. Bye. Huh. That CB is a charming man. Apparently, anonymous black market dealers aren't so bad after all.
Oh yes, this shall do nicely. Very nicely indeed.
I had a really nice topic for the Jimquisition this week. A really nice one, you know? It was about crowdfunding and the ethics thereof. I will get to it, but I was really looking forward to doing it this week. And now I can't, because something happened with microtransactions, something especially egregious, and now I've got to talk about that again. I get no pleasure from this. I said last week, just stop fucking up, game industry. It's not that hard. And yet it keeps happening. I even did a new thing on the Jimquisition.com called the Bullshit Roundup, where I can just sort of catalogue those shitty DLC microtransactions, pre-ordery tactics that aren't good enough for an entire episode of the Jimquisition. I thought that would take some of the load off, some of the work off, but no. Here we are again, and now it's Overkill's fault, which is especially bad because I once praised that company to high hell. This kind of shit gets in my way, you know? I've got pugs to secure, yeah? I've got work to do. Don't you understand? And I have to keep dealing with this shit. Well, enjoy this episode. Because I have other things to accomplish. When Payday 2 first launched, I loved the game and everything about the way it released. So enamoured was I with the game's presentation, I went so far as to dedicate an entire Jimquisition to it back in the day. In the episode Time to Get Paid, I praised Overkill's production for being a success in a world of focus-tested, exorbitantly expensive AAA video games that are considered failures even when selling 6 million copies. Everything I said about its sensible budgeting, focus on gameplay over graphics, and lack of decadent marketing push remains true. However, Overkill's behaviour since then, and its most recent piss take of the loyal audience I so rapturously spoke of 2 years ago, has left me feeling both personally disappointed and quite frankly embarrassed. I stand by everything I said in spirit back then, but I now regret having used Payday 2 as an example. Overkill's descent from potential darling to potential devil began with an onslaught of downloadable content that a significant portion of players found distasteful, to say the least. Looking at the DLC page for the game on Steam, there's definitely a fuck ton of the stuff, to the point where I wouldn't blame anybody new for being utterly alienated by it at first glance. It didn't help that console versions of the game were in a shoddy state indeed, and at one point a designer for the game churlishly said that console players should just get the PC version instead. That didn't go over too well, even with the PC crowd. The console versions were fucked for a long time and are still fucked. The Xbox One alternative is reportedly in a horrific state right now in particular. The game in its core was never a technical masterpiece, which makes the DLC situation especially galling. Despite many bugs and glitches, Overkill appears to have prioritised paid DLC, the creation of new premium content, over fixing the shit folks already bought. So Overkill wasn't endearing itself to its fans to begin with, but its most recent shenanigan has truly tipped the scales. Payday 2's Crime Fest is a regular event that unlocks new free content for use by the fanbase, but the latest Crime Fest has unleashed something a bit more insidious. At the end of matches, players usually get cards with free bonuses on them, be it a new mask, some extra cash, or some other unlock. After the newest Crime Fest update, a brand new item has been added to the post-game reward mix: safes. These safes contain new weapon skins, but they cannot simply be opened. No, you need to buy drills, a new currency that costs $2.48 per use, and they're required to access the random skin inside. Not only do these skins offer a cosmetic upgrade, they also contain stat boosts, thereby giving players an edge in game that they wouldn't have if they hadn't stumped up the cash. Even worse, due to the sheer volume of DLC out there, there's a good chance that the skin you just paid to unlock is useless. They're not universal, you see. They're tied to distinct weapons, some of which have to be purchased separately. Yep, you can pay microtransactions to get an item that you need to buy downloadable content to use. Right now, the game is free to play until Crime Fest ends, and that only hammers home how much of a free-to-play experience Payday 2 is becoming. In 6 days, the game presumably goes back to a $20 price tag, though it's on sale for 75% off right now, making this another case of fee to pay, a game you'll be paying for in order to pay for more. But there's something that makes this whole thing even sleazier, even more egregious than the average fee-to-pay chicanery. See, by this point, we expect bullshit from the big publishers. We expect them to exploit and go back on their word and nickel and dime us into oblivion. It's not expected of an entity like Overkill, a studio that once prided itself on listening to its users and building the experience they want to play. Even more so, we don't expect a studio that once promised Payday 2 will never have microtransactions to put microtransactions in Payday 2. When the game first launched, Overkill specifically said, and I quote, "Payday 2 will have no microtransactions. Shame on you if you thought otherwise." Now I get it, 2 years is a long time in games, plans and goals change, but to be so adamantly against freemium elements, to the point of saying we should be ashamed of ourselves for imagining them in Payday 2, then sneaking them in later is fucking gross to say the least. And to do the microtransactions so shittily too. Clearly these safes are inspired by the crates of Team Fortress 2 and Counter-Strike Global Offensive, but at least those games still give you regular loot on top of extra crates and don't give out straight stat upgrades. Here, when you get a safe, it replaces the cards you'd usually get, and there's no doubt that, however incrementally, paying to access the skins gives you a straight up superior advantage. I mean, if you own the weapon. The weapon you may have to buy. Overkill's being tight-lipped at the moment. Maybe they'll realise this was a dumb idea and ditch it. Maybe they'll just give up the pretense and make Payday 2 a free-to-play game, though I foresee the salt from that move outweighing even that generated by Team Fortress 2. Either way, right now I'm disappointed. I'm not even angry at you, Overkill, just very, very disappointed. Shame on you. That's all I have left to say. Shame on you, poor wretched souls, for fucking shame. There are many cardinal sins of video games, and I think I've stumbled on a new one. Something you should never do. Never make me regret loving you. I loved you, Payday 2. Hell, I replayed the game recently for some footage for this episode, and I still love it. It still holds up remarkably well. But I completed a mission, and the very first thing I got, my very first reward for returning to the game after years, was a safe. And it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart to have to do this. I don't enjoy doing this. Yet here we are. Here we are. And now perhaps the Payday community can stop emailing me about this, because they have emailed me a lot. And I tried to do a post on the Jimquisition.com just to try and stem the tide, and they still emailed me. And obviously I was going to cover this. I was going to cover it. I needed time. I only do things once a Monday for this stuff, you know? So just stop emailing me, okay? Please. And I did a video on Indivisible as well, on Indiegogo. You can stop emailing me about that one as well. And while you stop doing that, there's one thing you can all start doing right now. And that's, thank God, for me. Because that's how it works.
Pogs. Delicious, bountiful pogs. Do you not understand? Oh, do you not see? World Pog Fed.
I've noticed this show has been gaining a little bit more traction on Reddit, hi fans, and with the influx of potential new viewers from there come an influx of potential new questions, as some people who are new to the show seem a little bit confused as to what we do here and what's going on. To paraphrase a few questions I've received, why does he wear an SS Halloween costume all year round? Why does he whine from behind a podium of toys? Why does he wear gloves? What's the deal with the glasses? Some of the more common questions. What's with the fetish involving Pogs? Why does he keep wearing so many masks? Why is he so creepy? What's the deal with the masks? What is this guy, some sort of creeper? Who's that fat creep? Well, I'm going to put all of your questions to rest once and for all. You see, it's all connected. There's always a reason for what I do, and the reason is thus. Brace yourselves, because this is going to show how everything's interconnected and everything works. See, the reason is... Kickstarter has proven to be a controversial platform for a number of reasons, and any one of those controversies would make for a great discussion topic. This week, however, I want to talk about one that hits closer to home, as it involves what I guess we could call my profession, whatever that means, and how it relates to the crowdfunding of video games. Recently, I was privy to a debate between former colleagues and peers about the potential problems of games journalists and media backing Kickstarter projects. Now, this is not an entirely new discussion. In fact, for quite some time, there's been been a pretty strong split between those both within games media and without it, between the opinion that games media have no place backing video game Kickstarters and the opinion that it's fine. Those against the idea consider it a potential conflict of interest, that you certainly can't review or cover that game if you back it on Kickstarter, and you shouldn't even be doing it in the first place because you ought to maintain professional distance, a separation of church and state, if you will. Others claim it's no different than a reviewer going out and buying a game they're covering. They're financially supporting a company either way, and so there's no harm, no foul. Financial support in the pro camp isn't a conflict of interest if you've got no real personal involvement with the developer, which you then hide when talking about the game. That is traditionally what a conflict of interest is, a strong personal involvement with someone you're doing business with, which you're putting before the interests of your customers or company. Since backing some random game on Kickstarter is neither doing business with them or getting into a personal relationship, it's all fine, at least from the pro camp, and I think you can tell which side I'm on already, yeah? Fact is, I back games on Kickstarter and have been doing so more frequently of late. I always publicly announce when I've done so on the Twitters, and I have an updating about page on the Jimquisition.com where I make note of the games I've backed. I'd go as far as to say that I don't even consider the disclosure of Kickstarters necessary, so impersonal do I find the practice, but I disclose anyway because I know my audience appreciates it. So why do I, traditionally a game reviewer, contribute to Kickstarter campaigns? The short answer is this: I consider it the opposite of a conflict of interest. I back the games that represent the change I want to see happen in the video game industry. As an outspoken pundit as well as a critic, I consider it not a conflict of interest, but a financial affirmation of interest. I back games I consider having what it takes to provide something the industry is sorely lacking. As someone who often laments the state of current big budget video games, this is me putting my money where my mouth is. It's not just financial support for a product for me. I feel a goddamn responsibility as a drum-beating loudmouth to back games that are doing what I wish games would do. Here are a few examples of games I've backed and why I did it. Legend of Hyrule was recommended to me by a fan who thought I'd be into the idea of a pretty-looking Metroidvania starring a cool lady protagonist, and they were right. I dug its ambition, its look and sounds, and the fact it was serving a style of game we just don't get enough of anymore. In a world of cynical retro indie games, this looks set to be an example of a retro game done with actual attention and care, so I'm looking forward to it. The Miskatonic scored points with me for doing something fucking interesting with Lovecraft for once, making a visually gorgeous comedy adventure game starring a proclaimed weirdo lady girl and proudly naming Deadly Premonition as one of its main inspirations. With a diverse cast, a unique marriage of visual novel and survival horror, and a protagonist that, I must confess, is adorable as hell, I just had to help make it a real thing. It ticks all my boxes. I quite proudly backed Bloodstained Ritual of the Night out of sheer spite. There's no way the man who proclaims fuck Konami on a near daily basis couldn't support eager getting out of that publisher's shadow to produce the Castlevania game Konami doesn't have the guts to make. Perhaps more than any other, I was duty bound to back this one, because Konami is Konami, and Konami is the worst. This is a Kickstarter that helps prove that publisher wrong, so fuck Konami, take my money. Similarly, and I don't speak for the developer, I consider Yooka-Laylee a big middle finger at AAA publisher misconceptions. In a world where Rare has mostly been reduced to making distinctly unrare games, having a whole bunch of studio escapees making their own spiritual successor to Banjo-Kazooie was another chance to prove the focus-tested world of big budget games wrong. As for Friday the 13th, well, I think it's obvious why I backed that game.
So the Amazon review said this mask was too big. And I thought, well, I've got a big head, it won't matter, so I bought it for a cutaway gag. This was just going to be a cutaway gag, but I've really got to point out how fucking big this is. I have a large head as it is, and there's enough room for a prematurely born infant in here with me. It's really quite ridiculous. I get full 360 movement in here, while barely moving the mask. I'm not even looking through the eye holes. I'm looking through the mask. The hockey bit!
Most recently, Indivisible on Indiegogo has earned some of my doubloons, partly because the studio behind it was dicked over by Konami, so they already had my commiserations, but also because their campaign is one of the most honest and open crowdfunded projects I've seen. As I've tried to demonstrate with my own Patreon, being frank and honest with your audience is crucial, and this is a team that has refused to sugarcoat exactly how much money it needs. It's not lowballing us, it's clearly breaking down what costs what, and it has a playable prototype that is fucking amazing. Once again, this is a project that does things I've practically demanded from the industry over the years. It's the opposite of the Red Ash debacle. I take it as a goddamn responsibility to do more than just talk and actually put some cash behind the thing. As a crowdfunded dude, I consider myself paying it forward. All these examples listed, I'd have no trouble reviewing. Should any of these games turn out to be shit, you can be damn sure I won't sugarcoat it. I showed faith in these productions, and I expect my faith to be rewarded with quality work. As you've seen with my Payday 2 coverage, don't make me regret showing faith in you, because I will not show mercy. There's this misconception that crowdfunding a game makes you want to be nicer to it. Well, that's certainly not true in my case. It gives me all the more reason to look at it with a scrutinizing eye. More than my dollars ride on these games, my desire to see well-made examples of these games in the industry rides on them too. It benefits me not a jot to gloss over them if they're bad. Should any journalist or pundit or reviewer choose not to crowdfund games, I understand why and I respect the choice, but hopefully I've made it clear why I, personally, do not consider it an issue or a conflict of interest. Backing these games supports my writing and my videos rather than undermines them. The games I back are games I feel the industry needs more of. I also do understand that my position in games media is kind of odd. I mean, I'm no longer in traditional press, but I'm still a reviewer. I provide written critique as well as punditry, so I kind of straddle the line in that way. Not that straddling things in odd ways is bad. I quite like it. But that's another topic for another day. Either way, the message I feel is clear. If your motives are pure, Kickstarter isn't something I feel any member of games media ought shun. If anything, it could be an excellent way to walk the walk after you've done talking the talk. Now back to straddling. Now, as I say, I'm a big fan of straddling in many situations. I like to be straddled, I like to straddle, you know, it's all good. Obviously, if you're a fat fuck like me, straddling's a little more difficult, but you just gotta have ingenuity, a little bit of elbow grease, not literally, don't grease your elbows, that's not a pleasant way to go for anyone. But I mean, do consider it. It's something, not that, I mean the straddling and putting the effort in, not the elbow grease stuff. Don't grease your elbows, that's what I'm saying. You've got no reason to shove your elbow into anything, so just leave that alone. That's what I'm telling you right now. Just leave that whole part of it well out of it, because it's only cause for trouble in the long run. You know, you don't want to go to the hospital and have to tell the nurses that you've got an elbow stuck up yourself. And now I'm just thinking about how you would get your own... Incidentally, I mentioned Payday 2 in that video, and just as a quick follow-up to that, last week we obviously did a video on Payday 2 about microtransactions, and Overkill have responded. If not, they haven't fixed it, but they have tried to make some sort of compromise. The drills that you need are no longer only available by microtransactions, but as apparently quite rare drops, but still free drops. So if you get lucky, you can get a drill without paying for a drill for the safe. Obviously this isn't the ideal solution, it's still fucked up microtransactions have been put in there, it's still hypocritical, but it also ties in very nicely with a video I did earlier called Enjoy the Silence, Feel the Noise, where I said that it's important to keep talking about these issues, because every now and then you get a little victory, and this little trudge forward towards some progress is a fine example of that. So thank God for me! Basically, that's the message. And I think that's it. Yeah, I've got to go, because I've got to do something important that's not at all related to this whole Jigsaw thing that the papers have been talking about. So I'll see you later. Bye! By the way, that outro I did about Payday 2, I like this mask, but when I breathe in, it just sort of sucks in. That's horrible. My dog's here. Hang on, I'm gonna do that. Masks are good when I'm having to film last minute in the morning and I don't want to make myself presentable yet. But anyway, the stuff I said about Payday 2 at the end there was done before Almir from Overkill Software did his little AMA, where he blamed the media for the criticism that Payday 2 had gotten for its microtransactions, and said, oh, they just did clickbaity, uninformed articles, which I found quite offensive as someone who's a fan of the series, and did what I thought was a pretty damn good video on it, and I think that the media did a damn good job on it. Let's not forget that Overkill went out of its way to be quiet and silent and not talk to anyone about this, and then decided to blame people for not doing their research or investigating. If you're not going to talk to media or anyone, don't be upset if you feel like you're being misrepresented and that nobody talked to you because you weren't talking to them. I just found it very shitty. I kind of found it very Randy Pitchford 2.0. So I figured it best to mention that in just a quick little rough video bit here, just to get that, my feelings on that out there. It was very Pitchford-esque. The AMA he did on Reddit, and I don't think that was cool at all. So, still disappointed, Overkill. You're very disappointing. I mean, just look at this state right now. This is calling you a disappointment. What's your problem, you little butt chungus? Huh? You little butt chungus.
Philip Spengler, as the head of Microsoft's Xbox division, you have overseen the creation of a culture steeped in corporate thraldom and rampant, mindless consumerism. The fuel of this engine has been Mountain Dew and Doritos, and tonight we will see whether or not you can eat your own medicine.
This is really soundproof. I can't hear whatever this is.
Oh, for Christ's sake!
Hello? Can you hear the video? I can't hear what you... This is really foggy.
Oh, this is a waste of mine. It took me 15 minutes to work on that video. Right, I'll do it myself. I have to do everything myself. You are Philip Spengler. You are in an ironic... You are in an ironic death trap. As a punishment for creating a culture of rampant consumerism, you will be tested. The game will be afoot. What you are wearing is a waterproof device attached to a pump that will soon fill with delicious, albeit disgusting, Mountain Dew. Oh yes, the fuel of the so-called gamers you market towards. However, everyone deserves a second chance, Philip Spengler. Even you.
I don't know anything
Do you want to be here all night long? Pay attention. Everyone deserves a second chance, Philip chance. Everyone deserves a second chance, Philip Spengler, even you. Which is why there are rules to this game. You see, there's a key that will release the catch and remove the device from your head. But to get to it, you must walk barefoot through a sea of sharp, shredding Doritos.
Is that the house?
Don't worry about the house you see over there. We've resolved that little plot hole. The neighbours have been more than taken care of.
Yo, Shanice, you'll never believe what just happened. This British guy just showed up, left me a pound of weed and aliens, colonial marines. My weekend is set. Hit me up.
I hate to sound corny, Mr. Spengler, but tonight we'll find out if when the chips are down, you will do what has to be done. Live or die, and thank God for me. For Halloweens, we're going to talk about fallacious horror tropes in games. What do I mean by this? I mean I'm going to rail on a bunch of stereotypical shit I keep seeing among the endless onslaught of horror games that developers think make for a creepy, atmospheric, memorable experience, but are routinely misunderstood and misused to the point of ruining even the most promising idea. If you're a horror game producer, you might be tempted to use some of these ideas yourself, but I'm here to say no! No, no, no! Stop right there and learn to avoid the golden sins of horror games. First of all, darkness does not automatically make shit scary. Now, darkness can be an element of fear, but there's a fine line between eerie shadows in which sinister entities can lurk and pitch blackness that makes it impossible to navigate and destroys tension by making gameplay mechanically frustrating. So don't make your games dark just because you think that makes it scary. Silent Hill 2 is a dark damn game, but it wasn't so dark you couldn't fucking see anything. You were given a pretty damn adequate flashlight almost immediately, and even when it was off, you could at least make out where you were going. In that game, darkness was used as a tense trade-off. Harder to see, but harder for monsters to find you. It had a purpose. It was part of the game. It wasn't just a really fucking dark place for no reason, and when you needed light, you got adequate light. Which brings us to the next big sin. Don't give a shitty fucking flashlight. I'm starting to wonder if developers of most recent horror games have ever actually used or seen a flashlight in real life. Contrary to what these games would have you believe, they don't create tiny pinholes of light that only illuminate a perfect circle 2 feet in front of your face. Don't believe me? Check this scientific experiment out. Okay, here we are in a totally nondescript garage that I've got nothing to do with, okay? Pitch black, it's the middle of the night, no one can see a thing, but what's this? Oh look! Look, flashlight! Suddenly can see the whole fucking place. That's because this is what a flashlight does. Can see everything. Fucking up, flashlight off. Can't see a thing. Look, pitch black. Flashlight on. I can show you the world. Flashlights are not tiny little pinpricks of light. The only pricks going on are the people that think that flashlights can't do this. Get it right. And here's another thing about flashlights. Batteries, they last more than 60 seconds. A good fucking battery-powered flashlight will go for hours, if not days. Stop with the rapidly draining battery power. It's not spooky to run around collecting batteries for your rinky-dink torch. It's just a hassle, and hassles aren't scary. Our next grave error concerns attempts to make a game realistic by causing the player real-life migraines. Do not kid yourself into believing that excessive head bobbing and motion blur makes a game more immersive and therefore scary. It's not even realistic. Our heads don't act like coked up bobbleheads when we walk, and any motion made by our skulls are automatically adjusted to by our eyes, because the human body is a fucking marvel of evolution. I've lost count of the amount of horror games that have tried to make me sick by jiggling the POV camera around or blurring everything. It's not convincing, it's biologically inaccurate, and it's a pain in the shitting penis. Moving on. Don't make me pick up keys to open locked doors. Not anymore. Once upon a time, that was a decent idea. Used in games like Resident Evil and Silent Hill, key finding was a part of intricate puzzles and opened up a whole new area of gameplay. Nowadays, the hack horror dev gives us nothing but an endless stream of locked doors and single-use keys. It's become so hackneyed, it's pathetic. Games like My Bones and Pineview Drive have ruined keys for everybody, removing puzzles entirely and churning out experiences that literally are nothing more than key collectathons. They don't make you solve puzzles to earn keys, they just put the key in one place, you go get it, unlock a door so you can find a new key to unlock a new cogging door. It's unbearable, and if I never see another key again, I'll die a happy man. A moderately happy man anyway. Speaking of collecting, don't make us pick up pieces of paper or books anymore. It's been done. You're not going to convince us you're the new Slender just because you copied Slender's entire cocking shtick. From the most blatant Slender clone to even higher profile games like Daylight, the desperately Me Too nature of making us wander around open spaces, finding randomly placed scraps of paper has managed to become an archaic and overplayed trope in just a few short years. While we're on the subject of Slender, that game arguably helped to repopularize the idea of the Stalker, an unstoppable force that follows you and cannot be stopped, and goddamn does it make Slender fucking annoying to play, as it does almost every modern game that has a Stalker in it. Familiarity breeds contempt, so if you overuse the appearances of a Stalker, that's all that happens. You get sick and tired of it. It just comes off like less of a scary entity and more of a troll. When you're trying to solve a puzzle or find your way out of an area, the occasional appearance of an implacable foe can be terrifying. Done too much, it's just irritating as you're constantly interrupted and thrown off course. Games like Clock Tower and Resident Evil Nemesis, they didn't shove their stalkers down our damn throats. They were used with care. That's what makes them memorable. I want to be yelling, "Oh shit," as a doggedly determined monster makes an unexpected appearance, not be sighing, "Oh fuck off," as another Slenderman ripoff turns up for the billionth time to interrupt me like a goddamn jackass. I love the idea of being preyed upon in a terrifying game. It's what made Outlast such a fine experience, but too few games get why it works. They overuse the trope until their monster is as scary as a pantomime horse. Slender was fucking bollocks, let's be honest, because by the 10th time you've seen Mr. Slendymans, he's about as effective at spooking you as a loaf of bread. I've spoken of asset flipping before, and it's sadly common in horror games where you buy monster models and environments from the Unity asset store and make a game out of them like a Lego builder. The tragic thing is, this kills horror gaming, because part of what makes horror great is unfamiliarity and original alien designs. I've lost count of the amount of times I've seen the same head with spider legs in an allegedly scary game, and as for this hospital on the store here, just don't. Everybody uses this goddamn Jesus-kissing hospital in their horror game. So much for fear of the unknown. I've gotten to know this hospital so damn well I should ask it to fucking marry me. Jump scares? Okay. I actually like them when they're done right. Do not just throw jump scares at a player willy-nilly without adequate tension and build. Done right, a well-placed jump scare can be an incredible thing. Again, see how Outlast plays with and subverts expectations by giving us things that look like they should jump out at us, only to blindside us with something unexpected. Too many games now, a little more than jump scare after jump scare, flashing spooky faces and pathetically loud screams at the player, mostly so various YouTubers can shriek in scripted displays of childlike terror. It's old. It's done. If you're not going to do a jump scare properly, don't fucking bother, because you're helping to ruin what once was a damn fine way to get into an audience's head. And rounding us out, don't assume that an hour of nothing before anything happens is actually scary. Despair is a fine example of this. In fact, it commits so many of these golden sins with its shitty flashlight and requirement to adjust your own monitor's computer settings just to see a damn thing. But the worst thing it does is assault the player with absolutely fucking nothing. This is something I've noticed in a fair few games lately, where up to half an hour or more can go by with not a single thing occurring. Now, I get the need for building up to something scary is crucial, but if you're not having any events occur, if you're just making us walk along dark corridors in silence, you're not actually building anything. Again, let's look at Silent Hill 2, the best horror game that's ever been made. It takes a while to get to a monster, yes, but before that, we have a monologue with a creepy narrative setup, an unnerving and paranoia-inducing walk through the woods that uses sound and camera angles to unsettle us. We meet an NPC, things happen, tension mounts, all before we see our first monster. The recent crop of devs don't seem to get this and think you just tread water, just play for time before you throw the jump scares in. No. Fuck off. If your game begins with a torturous trek through darkness and silence, you do not know horror, you have no business doing it, and you should fuck off. Oh, and one last quick rule. You'll never be as popular as Five Nights at Freddy's, so stop copying it, you bellends.
I did not make that watertight.
No.
That's on me. That's on me. My bad. So, yeah, I mean, it's still trapped on your head. So, if you want to go home, you still got to walk across the Doritos field.
I'm not walking across Doritos or anything, man.
Well, you've got to, because we've all got to go home at some point. I want to catch up on True
So
Detective.
I'm sticking a late.
Well, you better walk across barefoot on the Doritos then.
Look, you do it. I'm not.
No, I'm not doing it. I'm Jigsaw. I don't walk through my own traps.
I don't know what that means. Look.
You're Philip Spangler. You've heard of the Jigsaw Killer.
I will pay you like $20 to do it.
$20?
Yeah.
Yeah, alright, I can do this.
$20. Ah! Oh God! Oh, they're so sharp! God, I gotta get off! I gotta get away! Give me back my shoes! You bastard! You think you've won? You've got to go home covered in Mountain Dew! The bees will have you by sunup! Thank God for bees! I mean, I just wanted something nice for Halloween. I knew it wasn't Philip Spangler. He just...
Hello, Jim. I want to play a game. Yes, it's me, the billionaire playboy Cliff Blazinski, and I want to ask you a question. Did you think this was your game, that you were in control here? Do you think you're responsible for any of this? Ask yourself, genius, who could have arranged for all this? Who has the connections to get you that many Doritos at such short notice? Who else could have a Mountain Dew guy?
Oh yes, this shall do nicely.
Who owns the very garage you're standing in right now?
That CB is a charming man. Apparently, anonymous black market dealer's not so bad after all.
It was me, Sterling. Cliff fucking Blazinski's son. And boy, you lost this game before you even started playing. You played right into my hands, and now you've been fucked up to where you're stranded between a sea of jagged, cheesy corn and freedom. Maybe, next time, you'll think a little harder before you give one of my games an 8 out of 10. If you ever get out.
For years they asked, what's the deal with the shrimp? And I pretended I didn't know what they were talking about. It was just long, random internet memes. Is this memes?
Game over.
At the time of recording, I still don't know what I'm going to call this episode. This is one of those secret behind-the-scenes facts about the Jimquisition, is that I often don't know what I'm going to call the bloody thing until it's uploading. It's a difficult thing because you want to get... You're caught between functional, letting people know what it's about, and witty. Like, we're going to talk about sexy times in Fallout here. Do I call it Vault Sex? As a play on Vault-Tec? Do I call it Fallout 4? Do I call it Boston a Nut? These were all real ideas that I had, and they're all terrible, but I may end up just going with one out of desperation, or I may just end up going with a very boring one like Fallout 4 and relationships, or something like that. You just don't know. These are the pressures I'm under. These are the things people don't realise when they're sending me emails demanding I cover Payday 2 microtransactions again. This is what the stress. Fallout 4!
People yell at alleged social justice warriors like me for not covering positive issues enough. Why are you always picking on those bullied AAA games for being terrible at tackling progressive issues? These white knights of corporate ignorance scream into an unhearing, uncaring void. Well, today I get to talk about a AAA game that does something progressive in a good way. A way so subtle that perhaps you'd not even think twice about it, but the subtlety of which is actually part of what makes it so incredible. The game in question is Fallout 4, which at the time of publishing this video is not actually out yet. However, the embargo on reviews is up, and my review is on the Jimquisition.com if you want to read it. It's rather spoiler-free, and I'll try to keep this video spoiler-free, but be warned I'm about to talk about companions, not naming names or quest details, but giving rough outlines. There's your spoiler warning. Companionship in Fallout 4 is more than about just having another gun at your side. They actually replace the karma system, with your actions offending or pleasing your ally depending on their own sensibilities. Most of them are ignorant and just don't get it when I eat people, but that's their problem to deal with. Anyway, as you impress characters with your actions, they start to like you more and open up to you, and even unlock new missions, you know, all that good shit. The potential is there, actually, for romance. There are no clumsy BioWare sex scenes, thank fuck, but there's an XP bonus in it for you if you sleep in a bed when they're around, and there are perks for reaching max friendship levels. It's all good. Anyway, that's not really the great thing about Fallout 4's companion system. This is. The romancing? You can do it more than once, and it doesn't terminate prior relationships. I found this out after getting romantically involved with one character and then unlocking the option to do it with another. Curious, I decided to go with it, wondering if it'd lead to ending the prior one, making the other person upset or something like that. To my great surprise, nothing was different. I simply had two characters with whom I was in a relationship. And just like that, polyamory was in a mainstream AAA video game. No big deal, no drama, no fuss. I was simultaneously having it away with a feisty roguish lady and a charming ghoul bloke, living the omnisexual dream just like in real life. Except I don't bang many ghouls in real life. I guess the other person is technically banging a bloatfly when they're banging me. Or maybe an especially rotund super mutant. But we can classify myself as a sexual Fallout monster another day. I wish I could romance a super mutant, though. That'd be the final taboo, right? Me and a big hunk of green flesh going at it like bastards. I'd be all, hey there, tall, dark and lipless, fancy sliding your super sledge into my vault? And he'd be all,
me would totes love to see how your stimpack feels in my crippled limb.
He'd not be as good at innuendo as I am, obviously. Anyway, the point is, just imagine me and a super mutant pounding it. Like that, yeah? Pounding it. Pounding it. Pounding it. Pounding it. I feel like we've gotten off track. Look, I'm not a monogamous guy, nor am I a straight one either, and in a world where relationships are almost universally presented in media as being strictly between two folks, preferably of the opposite sex, it's a really big fucking deal to me to see a game where gender and established relationship status are not immutable roles that lock us into place. To say nothing of the fact that this is in one of the biggest fucking games of the year, a major AAA video game that's just like, you want to have multiple partners across the board? Fine by us, and fine by them, because it's not hidden, it's all there, it's all open, it's all cool, bruh. It's just cool.
You could say that the decisions you make in the relationships don't carry any fallout.
I can't say for sure if something like this is in other games or not, but it's the first mainstream big-budget game I've seen that actually allows me to do it and keep it going. The Witcher 3 can let you bang multiple people because it's a Witcher game and Geralt gotta dip his wick, but let's just say it doesn't go full tilt on the poly machine for various spoilerific reasons. In fact, in terms of big mainstream entertainment overall, this is one of the very, very, very few times I've seen the situation occur. I won't say tackled, because Fallout 4 doesn't discuss it, it's just there, but that's part of what I like about it. It's just there, something you can choose, and it's not a cause of drama or problems, which is how some people live their lives, and very successfully so. And as that aforementioned non-monogamous, non-straight you know, I can't even say that bit I've written, but you get the point. I'm just gonna say I'm into it. I'm very much into it. So I'd like to do something I don't often do on this show, so this is a bit of a rarity for you, brace yourselves. I'm gonna say thank you to a video game company. Thank you, Bethesda, for taking the extra step toward letting me roleplay my character by ironically not taking the extra step of addressing said roleplay. Thank you for not forcing me into one strict relationship that locks me out of other options, and for not making me a bad guy for exploring those options. Thank you for that. It may not seem like a big thing, especially with the game not treating it as such, but it honestly does mean a lot to me. Almost as much as the lack of microtransactions. How fucking amazing is that? God fucking bless ya.
As a relatively undeluded guy, I can't deny the privileges that I enjoy within society and within the sphere of talking about video games. Being a white dude, you know, a lot of video games cater to me, pander to me, if you will. I do think it's funny that some people accuse any games with a shred of LGBT stuff in it to be pandering to that demographic, but if you believe that, then you have to also agree that 99% of games pander to you as someone who isn't within that sphere. So that's what really made this resonate with me so much, is that a lot of the catering that comes my way, I take for granted. So that when I see something like this, which talks about an aspect of my life and my interests that nothing that I've played certainly speaks to in any way, it really hit me and struck me as something important and wonderful and wow, and I really got a sense of joy from that, a real sense of pleasure from seeing that, and then I guess that helps empathise with how people must feel when they see aspects of their lives it's represented in media and games. You know, when the video game industry deigns to admit that women, people of colour, trans people, gay people, bi people, pansexual people exist, you know, the joy they must feel when they get that bit of recognition. Hold on a second. Recording this first thing in the morning. Didn't even have a drink of water or anything, so my throat's dry. It's like 15 minutes before the Fallout 4 review embargo goes up, so I've been rushing this. Anyway, where was I? And there are some people in the game enthusiast community, hopefully nobody watching this right now, hopefully, who wish to deny people that joy, who get angry at any inclusivity, people who were outraged that a trans character was in Dragon Age Inquisition, outraged when gay relationships are in Mass Effect and stuff like that. And when I think about the joy I feel from just this little bit of recognition in Fallout 4, and the joy that other people must feel when they get a little bit of recognition, and I just have to think, like why would you want to deny joy to someone just because they're different from you? You know? It just strikes me as a very bitter and nasty thing to do. So maybe don't do it. You know, you don't have to take these options on. You can play your character in Fallout as straight as a die and as monogamous as you like. So enjoy that. I wish you well. Just be happy for other people, I guess, is the ultimate message. Well, apart from the ultimate message of this video, which is that yes, people, I am available for sexing, and I'm almost good at it, so hit me up, yeah? I'll make all of your very moderate, low-level dreams come true with a night of adequate pleasure. So I will make you thank God for me. Well, thank God it's over anyway.
Life's good when you're a ninja block.
A year ago today, the Jimquisition threw off the shackles of traditional games media to become an independent venture. Oh yes, today is our Jimdependence Day. A day of celebration, a day to take off work. If you've got work today, even though it's a Saturday, tell your boss, hey, Jim Sterling said I can take the fucking day off work, and take the day off work in reverence and worship to yours truly. It is thanks to you, my friends, that I am the man, the being, the myth that I am today. Oh yes. Through Patreon, I have become more powerful than ever. Through independence, I have become more independent. To celebrate, here is a bonus episode of the Jimquisition. I hope you enjoy it. It's a revisiting of a subject, actually, one of the very earliest episodes I ever did for The Escapist. It was an episode I did to mark the occasion, the officiation that this show had become a hit after it was looking so set to become a flop. So yeah, I'm excited to bring it to you. It was a subject that was near and dear to my heart back in the day, and it's near and dear to my heart to this very day. Enjoy. My love for Dynasty Warriors is known far and wide, or at least it bloody well ought to be. The notorious hack and slash series has its fair share of detractors, that much is true. So many and so virulently, in fact, that critics of my work just love to bring it up when trying to invalidate my opinion. Oh yeah, they'll say when I review a game they're hyped for negatively, well you like Dynasty Warriors, so who cares what you think? They'll say this during a 5,000-word novella of a comment proving just how little they care about what I think.
Here's a TV that looks like an apple.
Dynasty Warriors is a series that I've loved ever since Dynasty Warriors 3, the first game to catch my attention and a release for which I've the fondest regard. A game that actually got me back into video games after a few years hiatus. So here I am to explain exactly why this series is so fucking brilliant, and why anybody who doesn't like it is factually wrong and eats poo. Well, that bit's not true. You're entitled to your opinion. But you might eat poo. I mean, anyone might eat poo. It depends what they're into. I'm not into eating poo, but if you want to eat poo, I guess. It's not advised. It's not actually nourishment. So just be careful about that.
Feel the power of my magic!
For me, Dynasty Warriors is the evolution of the beat-em-up, in a world sadly bereft of follow-ups to Streets of Rage and Final Fight. What the hell's up with that? Dynasty Warriors has been there to fill my need for some fuss-free, chill-out violence. Perhaps the most pertinent comparison would be Golden Axe, one of the granddaddies of the hack-and-slash idea, and a game for which I see Dynasty Warriors as the spiritual successor. Now, I've had people disgusted at me for making that comparison, for daring to liken a classic such as Golden Axe to Dynasty Warriors, but I think that exposes the hypocrisy of the common cultural attitudes we have towards these two games. We have Golden Axe, a set of titles in which you press only a very limited few buttons to attack enemies with little strategy, and it's hailed as a classic. Meanwhile, Dynasty Warriors is largely derided as mindless one-button stupidity, despite being far more evolved than Golden Axe ever was, with way more commands, tactical nuance, and a whole fucking block button.
Report from the spies! The main shoe force has definitely camped!
So, was the enemy camp pretty?
What? It was normal, I suppose?
That's another thing people just don't get about the series. You don't just press one button. For a start, attacks are chained together using a combination of light and strong attacks, a combat fundamental that's been seen in dozens of critically acclaimed games, including God of War. And this is before I start talking about base captures, Musou attacks, counter-attacks, the X attacks of recent games, a whole bunch of added stuff that you wouldn't even understand if I went into talking about them if you've never played the games. Combat is not the most complex on the market, no, that's true, but it streamlined the idea of combos in a way I always found engaging, with usually over 60 characters that each level up and learn totally different attacks and special abilities. That's at least over 60 characters that each feel different to play, despite fundamentally controlling the same. That's actually pretty impressive.
Life's good when you're a ninja block.
Some people shit on the game for having a stupid enemy AI, but let me tell you this. Have you played a game that surrounds you with hundreds of enemies and makes all those enemies aggressive? It fucking sucks. I remember Spartan Total Warrior, Sega's attempt to copy the formula. They made their enemies all aggressive. It was shit. The game overall was shit and has one of the worst escort missions in history, but it was all shit. This is before we talk about how the various Warriors spin-off games are tangibly different as well. If you actually play Dynasty Warriors and Samurai Warriors, you'd be surprised at how different the two games are, with the latter being a faster-paced affair with on-the-fly objectives and a totally different way of handling combo strings. This is to say nothing of Hyrule Warriors, with its downright bizarre playable characters and base-capturing tactical slants, or Dragon Quest Heroes with an almost tower defense-like blend of hack and slash and RPG. Each Warriors game does try to feel different, and every main entry in the series does unique things that alter the formula, despite reviews saying they're all the same game every time they release. It's kind of like sports games. It's easy to sit back and say they're all the same if you're not into them, but anybody who cares about them can tell you all the changes and overhauls every release has had.
Here's a TV that looks like a ninja block.
I focus on the main releases of Dynasty Warriors mostly to avoid burnout because, let's face it, Tecmo Koei isn't blameless here. Now, I'm a fan of the series, not what you'd call a typical fan boy, and as such, I know it's fully deserving of some of its criticism. Koei releases far too many other bloody things, and this cycle of releasing Extreme Legends and Empires versions of every new iteration is really tiresome. criticism, not to mention lazy with the amount of assets they recycle. Koei's been lazy when it comes to localization lately, adding no English translation for voiceovers and struggling to come up with meaningful content for what once were decent expansions. But even so, when it comes to series exploitation, Dynasty Warriors is actually nowhere near as shameless as annualized games like Assassin's Creed or Call of Duty, and if you only pay heed to the main entries, it's actually a pretty good few years between games, not quite the deluge some think. The amount of DLC they pump out is ridiculous, but hey, they've had currencies and building modes in the game just right for microtransaction exploitation, and at least they've resisted the urge to go as far as to put fee-to-pay elements in their games. I mean, it's pretty sad we have to find that laudable these days, but, you know, that's where we are. At any rate, there are lots of criticisms I can go into with the series, some large, some minor, but none of them are the same as those critics who play each game for 5 minutes and go, "It's more of the same," before banging out their half-baked opinions.
Challenge me with trickery? I don't believe in magic. Onward!
And let's of course look at the real reason to love Dynasty Warriors, the sheer, unabashed campness. Every single character is dressed fabulously. In fact, part of my love for each new main staple release is seeing just how extravagant and fancy the clothes have gotten this time around. The cheesy hair metal that plays during each stage is fucking gorgeous in its shamelessness. And then there's Zhang He, basically Vega, but somehow even more delicious. God, I love Zhang He. He's my main, BT dubs.
Now, everyone, show your joy, not with your blade, but with a dance!
For me, Dynasty Warriors is the ultimate stress ball. It's the perfect way to unwind, just throw one in the console and attack hundreds upon hundreds of enemies in a simple, but more nuanced than you'd believe, way. I can tune out a little and just have fun hitting things in a game that has a rhythmic flow to it, a game that is a 3D continuation of Golden Axe's legacy, whether you like it or not. A true hack-and-slash brawler game in a world that largely left the genre behind, with only a few notable exceptions. It's fine, of course, if you don't like the games. Many people don't, and if I got bent out of shape every time a DW game was reviewed poorly or shat upon, I'd be dead from stress already. But the people who attack the series thinking I'll flip out at them, or try and invalidate my opinions on other games based on my love of this series, well, those people do eat poo. They eat it with a knife and fork, as if to try and lend some dignity to their fecal consumption. As do those who dismiss the series based on no actual knowledge of it. It's a very flawed series that Koei needs to reinvigorate properly, but it's, you know, it's my FIFA or PES. It's my thing, and that's okay, because it's a pretty great thing, and if you don't like it, you can fuck up. I mean, you're entitled to your opinion. Don't eat poo.
Here's a TV that looks like an apple.
Before we wrap up, it is time to engage in sincerity mode and give out some heartfelt thanks. So I would just like to say thank you to me for having the generosity and the kindness to bring you so much amazing content day in, day out, giving you a weekly show that is one of the most insightful and incredible shows on the internet. And of course, it would be wrong not to include the Patreon contributors in on this. So to you people, please, please, thank me for giving you the ability to fund such an incredible project. Thank you for that, is what you should say to me. Thanking me for giving you the power to make dreams come true, your dreams come true. The dream of seeing me every Monday morning. The dream of seeing me in wonderful reviews. The dream of seeing me succeed and get better and bigger. Not physically bigger, I mean metaphorically, okay? The dream that is Jim fucking Sterling's son. Thank me! And thank God for me! Oh, there are no strings on me. So seriously, thank you. Hi guys. So these are some new pogs that I ordered. These are Skeleton Warriors pogs. Yeah, they're official. That's Oracula. It's blurry when it's up close. There you can see him. He's my favourite. I didn't know these existed, Skeleton Warriors Pogs. But I like Skeleton Warriors. It was a show I watched when I was a younger child. And I like Pogs. Not sexually. I've never fucked a Pog. But I thought you might like to see my collection. My Pogs. There's a lot of them. Just want to show you a little bit about who I am and what makes me me. I don't have sex with the Pogs. I don't do anything untoward with them. Just in case you were wondering, Pugs are important. You should think about them always. Pugs. World Pug Federation. Pugs. This episode is not merely a bitter gotcha aimed at criticism that I viewed unjust and have held in my heart for several years. Now it is that, in part, but there's something deeper and more important running within the veins of the argument. It's all about how mimetic conversation can destroy reasonable discussion and criticism. It's all about how misinformation can spread when you strip context and nuance from somebody's words. It's all this and more. There's a lot in there. There's stuff about, being angry at people for liking things that you don't like. There's a whole mess of themes running throughout today's show. And it is also a bitter take that criticism that I thought was unfair. I'm not saying that I'm particularly embittered at all, but this has been a long time coming. So let's get on with it, because I can't wait. People reacting like rabid animals over negative video game reviews is a well-known and often parodied entity. But in my years of game criticism, there is no reaction so vicious as the offence some people take when you like a game they don't like. I've pissed off many people by criticising the next big AAA game they're overzealously hyped for, but by far the most venomous, hateful, and sometimes cruel reactions I've ever gotten from the online gaming community at large has been when I've praised something they all decided to hate. And at the top of that pile, the game I've gotten the most flack for reviewing to this day is Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. 9.5. Respect. Every year I plan to do this episode right around the launch of the next COD to keep it relevant, but I've never gotten around to it until now. So here it is, a long time coming, laid bare after years of people still bringing it up to discredit me, still focusing on one or two lines from thousands of words of reviews and clutching their pearls. Here I am defending the allegedly indefensible Modern Warfare 3 and my love of it. People were furious with me for enjoying Modern Warfare 3 because they, misunderstood my role first of all. I'm not a hitman, you see, and I don't take down games people preemptively decide to despise. Comments on Destructoid at the time actually expressed this attitude, outright saying they expected me to tear it apart, and you could feel the sense of betrayal in their tone. Most of those comments got wiped after Destructoid updated its systems, but a few remain, and they give you a good idea of what folks said at the time. They actually felt betrayed. I'm not a hired gun saying what you want me to say. Just because our views may align on a lot of things, they won't necessarily guarantee agreement at all times. And I just don't agree Modern Warfare 3 is a bad game. Part of understanding my respect for Modern Warfare 3 is understanding what I look for in a Call of Duty game. I'm one of those weirdos who actually enjoys the campaigns of multiplayer-focused shooters, sometimes more than the online component. To that end, MW3 was the conclusion of a trilogy I'd actually come to enjoy quite a bit from a narrative standpoint. It was also the first Modern Warfare game to present its narrative coherently and sensibly. Prior games were engaging enough, but their stories were kind of all over the place and it was hard to get a sense of who the characters were and why we should be invested in them. Modern Warfare 3 fleshed all that out and tightened the bond between the explosive set pieces, which were fucking brilliant by the way, and a story that no longer felt like an afterthought. A lot of people look at Call of Duty as just being the same game over and over again, and while I agree the series has gotten fucking tired at this point with lackluster entries like Ghosts stinking up the joint. I think a lot of the criticism discounts those who actually play for the solo mode, and don't just see it as another game of multiplayer shooty bang bangs. All that said, at the time, I felt and still feel that Modern Warfare 3 was the current top of its class for online multiplayer. Yes, it was derivative of itself, but the foundation it was built on was solid enough for the iteration to be enough for me. They took that foundation and streamlined it to make what I felt was the most engaging multiplayer mode since the first Modern Warfare. The change from killstreak bonuses to the strike system rewarded players for more than just killing, making objectives and point scoring more valuable, something I know I appreciated. Similarly, the perk system was changed to be something more subtle and passive, less about the kills, which added a great deal to the game's balance. Did the game innovate itself in some drastic way? No. Did it need to? I don't think it did. No. In recent years, maybe yes as a series, but at the time, no. There were no competitors doing it better as far as I was concerned, and there was no need to innovate for innovation's sake when there was a great nucleus of a game that benefited more from evolution rather than revolution. They did put effort into the game, and they did so with experience and talent despite what others claim. In a world where Assassin's Creed games are dribbled out annually with very little effort to change things up, it still bemuses me that MDubs 3 still gets all the hate for a comparatively mild transgression. Of course, there's one other element to the Modern Warfare 3 debacle, the element that saw me despised on Reddit and NeoGAF for ages, even though other reviewers liked the game just as much. See, this review came out around the same time I reviewed another game that was part of a long, and in my opinion, tired series, Mario Kart 7. I criticised this game for not innovating enough and being a humdrum pedestrian entry in a series that really needed shaking up. The rabid horde of gamer zealots, being the literalists they are, conflated my two different opinions onto completely different games into completely different genres and saw nothing but hypocrisy. A popular meme was created that took the thousands upon thousands of words I'd written about Modern Warfare and Mario Kart and boiled them down to 2 sentences, demonstrating just how effectively you can control a message when you strip away all nuance and context and slap it on a picture. To this day, the situation remains a fine example of how idiotic some gamers, not all gamers etc., can be when it comes to their shallow understanding of written criticism and total lack of reading comprehension, as well as their disregard for context. I mean, I'm not the smartest man in the world, I'll be the first to admit it, but I do possess some degree of foresight, and if you think I didn't expect people to compare my 2 reviews, you're a fucking idiot. That's why, when you read the 2 reviews I wrote for Mario Kart 7 and Modern Warfare 3, you'll see I deliberately wrote them to complement each other, not contradict. I explained why Mario Kart 7 disappointed me as a game in its genre, where better examples of kart racers existed and I expected more than light iteration on a formula established in 1992, versus why Modern Warfare 3 impressed me as a game in its genre, where I felt no better examples currently existed, and I was pleased by light iteration on a formula established in 2007. Now, you may disagree with my assessment, and I know many of you will. If you hate Modern Warfare 3, if you love Mario Kart 7, that's fine. That's great. You do you. I respect your opinion even if you don't wish to respect mine. But when you take 2 lengthy reviews and strip them down into a handful of sentences that look contradictory without the rest of the words backing them up, you're being a disingenuous, dishonest fuckmouth. Which is to say nothing of the hypocrisy you yourself engage in if we apply the same ridiculous standards to you. I mean, if Redditors were so mad because I liked Modern Warfare 3 and not Mario Kart 7 despite them apparently being the same, why the hell weren't they mad at themselves for defending Mario Kart 7 and dumping on Modern Warfare 3 for them being the same? See how easy it is to use a meme to make your point no matter how bullshit that point is? To this day, there are those who want me to feel ashamed for enjoying Modern Warfare 3, and I say, fuck that. Nobody should feel ashamed for the games they enjoy, least of all a critic whose job should be to give you their opinion, not just regurgitate yours back at you. Getting mad at people for hating a game you like, I can at least empathise enough with you on that, but I've seen it too many times these past few years, people angry at others for liking a game they dislike, and just, wow. What a bitter, hateful person you gotta be that you can't stand others enjoying something. Fuck, when I hate a game others like, the most negative feeling I get is envy, because I wish I could enjoy it too. I feel like my life would be even better than it already is if I could actually see what people like about Mass Effect, but I can't. And that's fine, because people enjoying a game I don't enjoy isn't hurting me, and if it hurts you, maybe there's something wrong with you. Or maybe you won't understand a thing I've said unless I slap it on a meme.
It's kind of ironic, really, because currently people hate me for not liking Call of Duty anymore. I haven't enjoyed a Call of Duty game since, I think, Black Ops 2, and people aren't happy with me about that. In fact, one of the greatest ironies was this Reddit comment that I'm going to flash up on the screen now, that was in response to the last Jimquisition episode I put out. So that just proves to you that some things never change, some attitudes never change. But if there's one regret I have with the whole Modern Warfare 3 debacle, it's that Activision won't release it again, so I can't give it a 9.5 all over again, thank God for me. We don't have any fuck Konami news, we haven't had any for quite some time, but I don't know whether we're going to have to start doing a fuck overkill news. Recently, they just made their microtransactions worse, with XP and cash boosts and stuff coming in microtransaction form. I have to wonder, like, what the fuck's going on? Have they just realised that they've sunk their PR now, and so they're just going to go in whole hog and make as much money as they can before they're completely destroyed? I have no idea, but that's new. After the bad PR, they decided to make the microtransactions a bit more optional, and then just decided to make them even worse. So it really is becoming more and more of a pay-to-win situation in a game that you pay for, making it a fee-to-pay-to-win situation. So, wow! You know, but anyway, I thought I'd throw that in as a little update, because I know people want me to. Not the Payday 2 community anymore, though. They got really angry at me for continuing to covering the thing that they pestered me to cover, at least some of them. So that's weird. You never know what mass communities want from you, because as a singular entity, they're stupid. Oh, that was harsher than I intended. I don't mean the individuals within it. I mean just when you get a mass of people together, it's just a lump of silly. Let's start again. Today's special Jimquisition is not your average Jimquisition. It's special, that's why I just said it's special. It's a bit of a breaking story, I guess, regarding YouTube's new plan to provide legal backing to various video creators who are hit with spurious takedown claims. Oh yes, after years of having to deal with this fair use bullshit on my own, the big boys have dropped in. Let's listen to the story, shall we? It's quite satisfying.
My history with hack developers and their censorship attempts are well known by now. First, Cobra Studios abused YouTube's DMCA copyright takedown policies to remove my coverage of their Steam Greenlight trailer for Island Light. Second, and most famously, Digital Homicide had YouTube take my Slaughtering Grounds video down as part of a temper tantrum that raged for almost 2 years. Thirdly, Digpex Games hit a video I did on Skateman Intense Rescue with their own takedown strike, even admitting to Kotaku that its claim on my video was spurious and it was just exploiting YouTube's policies to attack me. What you don't know, and now will know, is that another studio was attempting to join the ranks of those who have utilised YouTube to silence critics. Mootek is a hopeful Greenlight developer responsible for 2 atrocities, Raging Citizens and The Simplest Game. Both these games looked disastrous, and so were covered as part of my Best of Steam Greenlight series, where I explained exactly why the games in question were so horrible. In retaliation, Mootek filed a takedown strike to have the video taken off of YouTube. Except the video was never removed. I know all this because YouTube reached out to me personally and informed me of the situation, stating that it believed my video was a good example of fair use, and as such, was prepared to defend it. After years of dealing with Content ID conflicts and takedown strikes, this was a surprising move, but not an unwelcome one. It's also part of a very interesting new initiative that I've been itching to talk about for bloody weeks now, the YouTube Fair Use Protection Policy. My video on Mootek's games are now officially under protection by YouTube, having easily met the requirements for fair use. What this means is that YouTube will not take the video down at the game developer's request, and if Mootek would like to persist further in its claim, if it really wants that video down, well now it's going to have to resort to legal action. And here's the really juicy part of the melon. YouTube itself will help against the case if it goes to court, pledging up to $1 million in legal funding to fight for my video's right to exist. And that's on top of the cash I myself could raise, of course. The video will also be used by YouTube in future as an example of fair use, something that it will show to content creators and takedown strike attempters alike to demonstrate what cannot be claimed as copyright infringement. In other words, I'm feeling very, very smug right now. There are caveats, of course. As part of the agreement, this video will only remain available in the United States, the video on Mutech, not this video. I've got to try and make this clear to everyone. Now, this is due to legality, as YouTube would obviously want to fight any fair use lawsuit on US soil. Bear in mind that my entire channel will not be region locked, just that one video, and maybe any others that may need protection in future. A hopeful rarity, since very few developers are actually stupid enough to pull what Mutech, Cobra, Digihom and Digbex have tried to pull. So, why is YouTube doing this? The company told me that despite the takedowns of content like mine and Total Biscuits being well publicised, nobody hears about the takedown attempts that don't go through. I was told that YouTube's been fighting off spurious claims for quite some time behind the scenes, and it wants to codify and officiate that fight with this program. We've already seen one notable example of this with Super Bunny Hop. Konami had George's investigative video on Hideo Kojima taken down in an attempt to squash good bloody journalism, but YouTube directly stepped in and reinstated the content almost immediately. Other cases, like the recent court win over the infamous Dancing Baby copyright struggle, have only emboldened the video wing of the Google empire further in the battle to protect fair use. This is a positive and encouraging step forward. There are still issues that need dealing with, obviously. YouTube's Content ID system, which is different from the takedown stuff, is still abused by innumerable companies trying to claim other people's work and monetize it, taking advantage of its automated robotic systems, and I have no doubt that the more serious DMCA-like takedown strikes are still a risk factor that will crop up in future. But this is a fine start, and something that is needed to happen for a long time. For too long, silencers of dissent and precious little flowers who can't take criticism have had the takedown strike in their back pocket for use in case of cowardly emergency, hiding behind DMCA compliances in order to financially inconvenience and eliminate the speech of media. It was already a terrible idea for developers to issue flimsy copyright strikes against their critics, as seen in the Streisand effect that has ruined the reputation of such companies as Digital Homicide, Fun Creators, and those dribbling idiots behind Day One Gary's incident. Now, it's potentially doubly embarrassing to do, as not only will these developers risk exposing themselves as sensitive and vindictive cravens, but they have a good chance of failing at the first step and getting laughed at directly in their stupid fucking faces. This is not me saying, "Come at me, bro," or daring anybody to challenge my content. If anything, I'm saying the opposite. What I've said from the beginning, only now galvanised by a policy that really lends weight to my words. I'm saying, don't. Don't bother. Take the criticism, understand that when you make a garbage game, some people will call it garbage, and move the hell on. As for me, I'm going to sit back and enjoy watching my video be held up as an example of the fair use it is. It will be one of 4 videos, the other 3 not being mine, I should stress, initially showcased by YouTube as part of its policy, with new videos from all sorts of content creators planned to be added in future. Criticism is not copyright infringement. Showing footage of your game to highlight that criticism is not copyright infringement. Riffing on your terrible trailers for your terrible games is not copyright infringement. Disagree? Well, I'm the one with the contract, and I'm Jim fucking Sterling's son. So it really isn't a debate now, is it? For the past year in particular, I've had a bit of a difficult time with things. There are a number of developers, indie developers, of the hack variety, hashtag not all indie developers, who have decided to try and make my life and my work difficult. I've been hit with these censorship claims, I've had companies try and fuck with me financially, I've had developers threaten legal action against me, I've had some of them start stalking me. More recently, as an anonymous blogger claiming to represent indie developers and greenlight hopefuls in particular, started writing libelous claims about me and even threatening my home address. This shit's gotten pretty bad. As the people who are enjoying lurking in the shadows of Steam's seedy underbelly aren't taking kindly to having a spotlight shone on their bullshit. So something like this is not a cure, not a fix-all, but a very satisfying, very pleasing, very promising step forward. So with all the bullshit I've been dealing, especially in the past few weeks, this has been a sweet, sweet plum. So thank God for that, and thank God for me, because I ain't going nowhere, because I'm Jim fucking Sterling's son. Ever since my video on Fallout 4, a percentage of people out there have been upset with me. I talked about polyamory in that video. I talked about not being straight in that video. And I talked about how those things relate to yours truly. And in response, some people have called me a degenerate for this. One wonders why they chose now to clue into the fact that some degeneracy may be going on. I mean, the pog fucking didn't give it away. But anyway, the point is, I just want to address that and say that any degeneracy on my part for any kind of polyamorous behaviour is not my fault. Have you any idea what it's like to be this irresistible to men and women alike? Have you any idea what it's like to be the most desirable, the most delectable man in games media? No, you don't, because you're not me. What I do for the good of society. There has to be enough sterling to go around. It's at this point that you can make a fat joke and say, well, there's plenty of sterling to go around, we can see it. But the point is that I give of myself to the human race. Anybody who wants a bit comes and gets a bit. Because otherwise there'd be anarchy, chaos. Imagine a world where you can't bang Jim Sterling. Ugh, that's not a world I want to be a part of. Kotaku has kickstarted a bit of a controversy lately by opening up about 2 instances of blacklisting. In an article titled A Price of Games Journalism, which sounds like a really bad George R.R. Martin book, Stephen Totilo revealed that Bethesda has refused to deal with the outlet for 2 years, ever since it published bits of a leaked script for Fallout 4, and Ubisoft had done the same following the leaked details of what would eventually be called Assassin's Creed Syndicate. The concept of the publisher blacklist has been around for a long time, and generally being considered a bad thing by everyone except the publishers doing it, threatening the revocation of access, review copies, press invites, etc. if games media doesn't toe the line is a damn stifling thing to do. However, in this case, the issue has been less cut and dry, because Kotaku didn't just say something a company didn't like, it outright leaked a script and revealed something that obviously Bethesda wanted to keep as a surprise. Now, does Bethesda have a right to be pissed that Kotaku leaked the script of its game ahead of time? Well, if someone leaked something I'd been working on, I'd probably be pissed. I'd probably never want to talk to them again either. Now, we can talk all day about the rights and wrongs of Kotaku. Lord knows I've heavily criticised the site myself in the past, and I think its parent company Gawker is the online equivalent of a screaming pile of living liquid shit. So let's divorce Kotaku from the discussion so that we can talk about blacklisting itself and have an actual conversation about it, and how it ties into the discomforting attitude that the media and the games companies should have a servant-master relationship. The threat of blacklisting is, in most cases, a bad thing for games media. Half the reason it's bad is due to the media itself, but we'll get to that. In an entertainment medium so tightly controlled by marketing executives, the ability to do any real journalism is already pathetically small. Maybe 1% of all games media out there could be considered actual journalism. And no, I by no means think I'm part of that 1%. It's alarming then when those rare glimmers of honesty and diligence are swiftly punished in an attempt to make sure it never happens again, or if it's outright shut down. Fact of the matter is, several publishers feel like they're entitled to control the message on every single level, and we've seen that in cases like the GameSpot and Jeff Gerstmann controversy, where advertising was pulled and a man lost his job over publishing a low-scoring review. The fact I remain blacklisted by Konami for criticising the company and giving some of its games low review scores is pretty well known too, while sites like Videogamer.com and Destructoid have all been given the silent treatment by a variety of publishers over the years, usually just for saying something they didn't like. It's petty, and it's petulant, and it speaks volumes about how those companies view themselves as deserving only of positive, pre-approved press. Now, a great example of this entitlement complex can be found in Super Bunny Hop's recent tussle with Konami, where a video was published revealing some interesting information regarding Hideo Kojima's controversial departure rumours, and Konami's response was to hit that video with a takedown strike and have it censored from YouTube. Activision has done the same thing with videos showing glitches in Call of Duty games. Attempts at journalism, attempts to expose an inconvenient truth, get punched down. Publishers expect all forms of media to only say the things they want said, only show the things they want shown when they want them to be shown, and deviation from the company script can get an outlet punished. That's pretty shitty, and anybody who cares about integrity ought to at least be concerned about it. This is not to say the press is entitled to access, or indeed that all revocations of access are entirely bad. A publisher has a right to blacklist anybody it wants. I mean, frankly, I'm shocked more companies haven't blacklisted me. No outlet is owed access, no journalist or pundit has a right to a press pass, and no critic is obliged to receive a review copy of a game. However, by the same token, publishers aren't owed obedience, and outlets have an absolute right to publicly reveal when they've been blacklisted, to name and shame where applicable, and let the public decide if justice or injustice was done in that case. If anything, doing so can sometimes be the only way to get a company to actually talk to you again. A little public whining can get some positive results, squeaky wheels and grease, etc. The power of the blacklist is not all the fault of game publishers though. The reason it has so much power is because media ascribed so much to it in the first place. We'd have a better games media overall if blacklisting wasn't treated as a scary prospect. Some media outlets are outright terrified of losing access, of not getting review copies, of not getting to go to review events, of losing their ability to get press releases. Some outlets, like the aforementioned Video Gamer, consider blacklisting a mere cost of doing business and find other ways to get their content out there. It's the right attitude to have, I think, an attitude that removes the teeth of companies when they try and swing their dick around. Their toothy dick. I kind of mixed the metaphors there. If you're a good outlet, you don't need access to keep your audience. You should be doing something original and unique anyway. Access should be a bonus, and if you lose it, it should at worst be an inconvenience. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. If your publication relies on access to survive, then you haven't got a product worth preserving. You're just a regurgitator at that point. Find a way to live without publishers feeding you table scraps. Once you render a blacklist meaningless, you'll find yourself a lot better off, and you'll find yourself with a lot more power. Like a representative from Sega once told me, there's no point in blacklisting you, you just buy our games and shit on them that way. And that's an attitude I can respect. Now this is not to say games media should just be outright dicks about things. If you've agreed to an NDA and you break it, or if you betray the trust and confidence of a developer in some way, if they told you something in secret and trusted you and you go ahead and spread it, well then you're being a total shit, and I don't expect many people to crack out the violins for you. But if you think blacklisting is just desserts for simply giving a game a negative review or revealing a bit of information you never agreed to keep secret, you're actively contributing to a worse media overall. That attitude has led to an industry of game companies who believe they're owed subservience, who view games media as just another PR department, and too many members of that media are happy to play the role of a glorified pitcher. You want an example of that belief? Well, look no further than renowned charlatan Randy Pitchford. See, Gearbox and 2K Games once brokered an exclusivity deal with Game Informer where the magazine would get to be the sole privileged outlet to reveal Borderlands 2, as Game Informer gets to be in most cases. Only trouble is, Eurogamer found out about the game before the magazine got to make the announcement, and it did what any savvy outlet would do. It didn't keep it to itself, it published the fucking hell out of those details. Gearbox CEO Randy Pitchford's incensed response was to attack Eurogamer and accuse it of, and I quote, shoddy journalism. Yes, Eurogamer were the bad journalists for knowing information and not choosing to withhold that information so another outlet could be part of an exclusively brokered marketing campaign. They were the bad guys for not obeying an NDA that they never signed, for not sticking to the terms of an embargo they never agreed to. In Pitchford's world, the ethical thing to do would have been to keep silent and let the PR machine work as scheduled. And that's what a lot of the games industry thinks is the ethical thing to do. Shut up and wait for the press release and parrot the publisher's words verbatim. Let the outlets who have brokered deals get their exclusives and parrot the news when it breaks at the preordained time. Read the review guides and gawk at the graphics and parrot the review scores expected by the hype train. As a guy on a couple of blacklists himself, and one who generally finds the blacklisting hilarious, I'm obviously a biased party in the discussion, especially as my experience of getting blacklisted have come from some certain executives being petty, whiny, spoiled little infants. I doubt anybody's surprised I'm against against them. Still, it's worth reminding everyone that regardless of what you may think of any one outlet, any one press member, the way publishers seek to control information to a near megalomaniacal degree needs to be called out. I don't blame PR for doing what PR does, but there are times when it oversteps its bounds, and those times require a good smacking down. Publishers and media don't really need each other when you look at it, but they're generally pretty good at getting along. That's convenient for them, and it's good for the audience, but that's really where the relationship needs to begin and end, a mutually convenient situation. Once it gets treated as more sacred than that, we get vengeful companies trying to act like dicks and media lackeys trying to keep them happy. And as for the viewers out there, do not be tempted to cheer for blacklisting just because you don't like the outlet that's been blacklisted. We can talk about the rights and wrongs of specific situations, and there's plenty of interesting debate to be had there, but the gloating is tacky. And I'm not just talking about Kotaku here. I've witnessed communities gloating at the idea of myself being blacklisted just because they don't like me. If it happens to a big outlet like Kotaku, you can bet your ass it happens to smaller underdogs, and disappointingly regularly too, for far pettier reasons. And to publishers, just remember, blacklisting never silences an outlet, and sure as fuck doesn't guarantee they'll start being nice to you. Just ask Konami.
Hit the lever!
Just a brief bit of fuck Konami news for you, all the news that's fit to make you say fuck Konami. This is old news, but old news is still news, I just never got around to covering it. But basically, Konami have trademarked the idea of a big boss pachinko machine. So don't you worry folks, Metal Gear Solid Pachinko is a-coming, like we all could have predicted that it would. What, you didn't make enough money fucking taxing people and taking their resources and putting them in the forward operating base online component, even if they wanted to play the game offline, which is the best way to play Metal Gear Solid 5, just so that you could try and force people into the online mode, so that you can nickel and dime them with microtransactions and offer them base insurance. Is that not enough money for you, Konami? No, of course it isn't. Let's pachinko it up. So expect that. Expect another mockery of a once respected series coming to a pachinko house near you. Fuck Konami! Oh, thank God for me. And I'm getting this, I'm replacing this lectern. This is bullshit. Brief Overkill update before we sign off. Overkill software, of course, upsetting people with microtransactions in Payday 2 that got worse and worse. People haven't been happy about it. People have complained about it. And in response, Overkill has apologised. Yes, Overkill recently apologised, said that they're sorry for all the upset they've caused, and they're going to work on fixing it. So, that's good. As someone who watches other members of the media and industry passively aggressively making fun of him for complaining about microtransactions, seeing people talk about how we shouldn't complain about this stuff because it's inevitable, and that whining on the internet doesn't fix anything, it's nice to see that whining on the internet fixes something. Like I've always said, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Sometimes it won't work, sometimes it will, and when it will, hallelujah. So that's good. Good news, nice bit of progress. We'll see how Overkill handles it from here, but there we go. Like I said in my episode about enjoy the silence, feel the noise. It's good to make a noise sometimes. So keep making that noise. Sometimes it works. See ya.
Here's a TV that looks like an apple.
I will be with you all in just a second. I'm just writing a very vague, contextless tweet that people can champion as supporting their side of an argument. Any argument, it doesn't matter. It's just something about boosting my social media presence. I've actually hired a new marketing firm, Fist Shark Marketing. Google them if you've not heard of them. And they've been telling me ways to up my personal brand, get viral, son. You know, all that kind of stuff. SEO and recognition and something about dynamics and synergy, maximize brand. I don't understand what it is. It seems very cynical and exploitative, but I've been assured that it's not, so I'm not going to worry about it. Anyway, this week's episode has nothing to do with any of that. This is a completely unrelated topic, so please enjoy. For God's sake.
So here's the thing. I'd love to talk about the recent controversy surrounding Dead or Alive Extreme 3, because I've got a lot to say about it, but I can't. The fact of the matter is, I had an episode all written and ready to go, and it was possibly the best, most enlightening episode I've ever produced. But something happened. Something horrible. Something intolerable. And even talking about it right now brings great risk to myself and my household. See, the episode was boycotted, censored, and ultimately banned by SJWs. Don't ask me how they did this. Don't ask for any details about the boycotting and the censorship at all, actually. Just take my vague word for it, because there's absolutely no need to think critically about this at all, okay? Just trust me. Hashtag SJW censored me, and now there's something you never knew or cared about before that you can't have anymore. Doesn't that make you mad? I mean, believe me when I say this episode was fucking savage. It said everything you wanted me to say. In fact, I can go confidently on record as saying this was the Jimquisition that the hashtag SJWs did not want you to see. Anita Sarkeesian probably campaigned against this episode, or at least I bet she would have. Maybe it had pictures of vaginas in it. Maybe I said something about someone you don't like. You don't know. You can't ever know, because of censorship, because of SJWs, definitely. I wish there was some way I had the power to do the episode I'd planned to do, but it's completely out of my hands. This controversy, and that's what this is, it's a fucking controversy, has gotten completely out of control. Everybody's talking about it, I've seen it. What did the Jimquisition say? What rattled the cages of the bloggers who secretly control a multi-million-dollar industry? I keep seeing all these tweets, all these MySpace posts. Literally everyone cares very much about this, and you should totally be part of the conversation, because you're important. You like to feel important, don't you? You are important, because your values are under attack right now, which proves you're important, because they're going after you personally. Who are they? Could be anybody. Fuck, it is anybody. Whoever you don't like, I agree with you that they're attacking us. So you should rally together to fight for your rights. And most importantly, you should rally together in a way that benefits me. So what can you do to help fight this menace? Well, spread the word. Share this video with everybody you see, because I'm relying on you to help me fight against this totally real boycott that absolutely happened, maybe. In fact, share my whole YouTube channel, the only channel on YouTube that's dedicated to your right to consume any content you want unchallenged and uncriticized just the way you like it. You know, I'm all about creating the safe space you want where nobody debates the merit of the entertainment you consume. Especially share the ad-supported videos, because they'll help out this cause the most. Somehow. You should also send me money. I have a PO box that you can send cash or checks to, or just mail me your credit card and let me do the rest. I'll post it back to you when I'm done, if I remember. I'll also be producing a line of SJW's boycotted this t-shirt definitely t-shirts, which are 100% guaranteed to have been boycotted by at least one SJW or your money back. Purchase them as a show of solidarity and a way of telling the world you're sick of being manipulated and treated like idiots by other people. Purchase this product. Purchase the things I'm selling you. It's the only way to be an active participant in the fight for our freedom. Purchase and consume. Purchase. Consume. Obey. Don't think. Here's a drawing of boobs.
Masked crusaders working overtime, fighting crime, secret raiders who will neutralize soon as they arrive. Tracker's gonna lead the mission, and Spectrum's got such supervision. Masked is the mighty power that can save the day.
Now, some people have accused me of making up this controversy from whole cloth in order to gain attention and sucker a bunch of chumps into doing my marketing for me. But that only proves they're part of the malicious conspiracy centered entirely around silencing my message. And you can find out all about this conspiracy in my upcoming documentary, #SJWs, Inside the Secret Video Game Badness That's Scary and Will Hurt You. This documentary will soon launch on Kickstarter with a funding goal of, flip video camera, laptop with Windows Movie Maker on it, carry the 2. Oh, plus the new 4K HD TV I want. Let's say $76,000. We'll start from there. Yeah? Thank you for your support in this trying time, as the episode I totally planned on releasing isn't releasing anymore because of some people you hate, and that's why you need to give me all your money. It's the smart thing to do. Don't you want to feel smart? Don't you want to be smart? You are. You're so smart. And handsome. You're a clever, handsome boy. Your daddy's clever, handsome baby boy. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yay! Now, before any of you get mad at me for today's feature, I'm legally obligated to tell you that the feature you just watched was satire and or social commentary, which is protected under the internet rule of you mad bro, which means that if you do take umbrage with anything I've said, if you do take offence with whatever I said today, other commenters are allowed to reply to you with comments like you mad bro, or I la meow, or whatever else they can do to dismiss everything you say and your feelings on the matter. I almost said matire because I was thinking of the word satire because that's what I was going to say next. So thank God for matire, and of course, thank God for me. It has been an interesting few weeks for yours truly. I've been dealing with death threats. Yes, there are some people who believe that Jim Sterling can be killed by normal mortal hands. It's naive. But yes, death threats, attempts to intimidate me, blah-de-blah-de-blah, to the point where I've considered getting some protection. Now, I could get a gun, but that just seems so uncivilized, which is why I'm grateful that the fine folks at Agreeable Agony have put together a Jimquisition themed flogger, I guess is the word. Now, will this stop somebody with intent to kill me? Not physically, no. I mean, it's bracing, but not exactly lethal. However, the image of me coming at you in the night, half naked, wielding this, well, I think anybody with intent to do harm will turn tail and flee. And thanks to my state's gloriously liberal open carry laws, I think I'll be wearing this at my hip when I go into Denny's. For purely protective reasons, of course. Recently, we've been seeing a push to provide the AAA space with multiplayer-only games. Games that might traditionally have had solo campaigns, nixing said campaigns in order to focus purely on online game types. Titanfall was possibly the first high-profile release to do this generation, but lately both Star Wars Battlefront and Rainbow Six Siege have followed suit. The move has garnered criticism from more vocal customers, those who feel cheated by potentially missing content, especially in games where previous entries did have single-player modes and no longer do. Now, funnily enough, I'm not actually against the current trend of multiplayer-only big-budget games. In fact, it's something I've been interested in seeing for a long time. It is, at the very least, honest about what it wants. In theory, it eschews a mode that developers don't possibly give a rat's ass about, and frees up time and resources in order to provide a more robust, content-rich multiplayer experience. At least, that's the theory. The practice so far is what I have a problem with. Both Battlefront and Siege have, thus far, seemed to do very little with the theoretical freeing of resources. Where you'd expect them to have double the multiplayer content in lieu of a solo campaign, instead you have the same amount of content, or possibly even less, as well as the lack of a solo mode. Here, I think, is the real problem with these multiplayer-only games. In a previous video, I talked about games that sell themselves as being combat-free. With these combat-free experiences, I argued that it's a fine idea on paper, but if you're actively talking about something that's being taken out of your experience, it needs to be replaced with something. Lacking something is not a selling point. The hole you've left needs filling with some sort of substance, and that's true of these multiplayer-only games as well as it is walking simulators like Submerged or Wander. Okay, you took the campaign out of Rainbow Six and Star Wars Battlefront. I'm someone who's okay with that in theory. What else you got for me? And that's where the games trip up, because they don't have anything else. Even worse, it seems the move to multiplayer only has only encouraged companies like EA and Ubisoft to double down on their shitty DLC practices, with Battlefront pushing a $50 season pass hard, and Rainbow Six relying on microtransactions and a free-to-play progression system. Both games also promise a drip feed of free content over the next few weeks, but the results are launch games that feel distinctly lacking in the content department, even if they're actually quite good experiences. Similarly, cases like Evolve have really screwed the pooch, with so much pre-order bullshit and downloadable content tacked onto a game that fundamentally offered very little to keep players coming back. Who even talks about Evolve anymore? Or Titanfall for that matter. I'm not saying they're not being played, they most certainly still have active fan bases, but not the mainstream spotlight they could have had, should have had maybe. Shit, people still talk about Dark Souls a fucksight more than they do Titanfall and Evolve, because that game kept players grabbed. The recent crop of online-only games are in desperate need of that sort of magic, the staying power, the fan-created, mimetic, absorbing experience that story-led campaigns can provide. Without something there, the interest just ebbs away. There's also the problem of trust. EA and Ubisoft are not exactly companies we trust to keep these games running. At least with a single-player experience, you know you can keep playing it years after the fact. What happens when Battlefront and Siege aren't worth keeping online? Down go the servers, and the games become functionally useless. This is to say nothing of the fact that both these companies aren't exactly well known for smooth launches. While Battlefront did okay, Siege's connectivity can be spotty, and history has shown pretty poor performance with previous Battlefield games and those games that required the Uplay DRM to run. Faith is not strong here. A big part of the pushback also comes from the fact that this is starting to happen on console. Now on PC, online-only games are nothing new. Quake 3, Guild Wars EVE Online, multiplayer PC experiences are field-tested, given longevity via the modding community, and can rely on user servers to preserve games even after official support gets pulled. There's an inherent level of trust and security with PC games that console releases just don't have yet, and the current efforts of companies like EA and Ubisoft are not helping to foster that required trust. Online-only games, of course, can and do work. The success and continued hardcore fan base of things like Left 4 Dead and Team Fortress prove that multiplayer can last. Splatoon may have had a solo mode, but its multiplayer has proven surprisingly lively thanks to its unique premise not getting old and Nintendo's proactive, rapid release of free content and events that are not gated by paywalls. I think the console market would actually benefit more from online-only games, surprising as it may be to hear me say that. A world where we can have single-player games without tacked-on multiplayer modes and multiplayer games without tacked-on story campaigns actually sounds like a pretty sweet deal to me. Not saying you can't have games with both, but more dedicated experiences on both fronts is something this industry would benefit from. But that's only if the companies making them put in the effort required to keep them worth playing. Right now, it's just not working. I've enjoyed Titanfall, Rainbow Six Siege, and Star Wars Battlefront, not really Evolve, but they feel disposable, as good as they are, in ways a lot of games with good single-player content just aren't. More content without the gated haves and have-nots bullshit, unique ideas instead of just shooty bang-bang, continued deep involvement from the developers to make it continually feel like an event. These are all ways that could help give such games more life, but above all, there has to be something else. If you're taking out the solo mode, give us something else. Not just the same multiplayer game we're used to, without the single player we're also used to. Because we know what we used to get for our money, and right now we ain't getting it. Instead, I just get the creeping suspicion that these games are being designed this way just to make season passes and DLC and microtransactions more tempting than ever. Well, I think that's it for this week. Yeah, good episode. Good episode. Hope you enjoyed it. Thank God for me. I'll see you next time. I really don't think there's anything else to talk about this week. Oh, wait.
Hit the lever!
Mr. Kojima had every intention of being with us tonight, but unfortunately he was informed by a lawyer representing Konami just recently that he would not be allowed to travel to tonight's awards ceremony to accept any awards. He's still under an employment contract, and it's disappointing, and it's inconceivable to me that an artist like Hideo would not be allowed to come here and celebrate with his peers and
Can we hear that one more time?
accept any awards.
Oh, Konami. This news takes even me back as someone who has been covering them for many years and even instituted Fuck Konami News, all the news that's fit to make you say Fuck Konami. I just can't believe it. You know, Metal Gear Solid 5 wins Best Action Game at the Game Awards, and not that I care much about the Game Awards, I find it a giant tribute to corporations sucking each other off, but to not be allowed to accept an award for your own game, as Metal Gear Solid 5 wins Best Action Game, and Kojima isn't allowed by Konami's lawyers to go up and get it, is just wow. Now maybe Konami has some legal reason for doing this, but of course Konami, being contemptuous of the general public, even as the general public is booing it... Oh, can I hear that again?
Accept any awards.
Even as the general public is booing it, is just astounding. It's just... wow. You know, I've got to say though, seeing the Twitch and YouTube and Twitter chats and all this and all social media exploding with the hashtag Fuck Konami, Fuck Konami of course being the phrase that the Jimquisition itself gave birth to, well that makes me feel like a very proud mother. And I've got to say that, you know, regardless of how industry Jeff Keighley may be, major respect to him for putting them on blast like he did. I mean, in a show that's all about cuddling up to companies and whatnot, I reckon that took some spine. And I respect Keighley greatly for that, for what it's worth. So that was awesome. But I'm just, again, glad that the world is seeing Konami, seeing what I saw years ago, to the point where an audience is now booing its name. And Konami, in its ivory tower, just lets it all glance off them because they don't give a fuck. I mean, this is all very gratifying for yours truly. But yeah, that's that. And I've got to say, the one thing that really interests me about this, regardless of whether or not Konami has any reasons, is their claim that Kojima hasn't left the company. He's just on holiday. Well, clearly he's not. Clearly he's not. You wouldn't have lawyers barring him from accepting awards for the game he made if he was just on his holidays, when it's clear he wanted to attend and people wanted him to attend. So with this move, with what Keighley revealed, it's basically been confirmed that Konami is a bunch of liars. Konami actively, knowingly lied to the general public. You fucking liars! You big old liars! What are you going to do, send your lawyers after me for that? It's the truth! You fucking lied! Liars! Bunch of liars. Fuck Konami. Liars.
Accept any awards. 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 Accept any awards.
Oh, hi guys, Hatsune Miku here, star from Vocaloid in Japan. Now, I am absolutely honoured and delighted and thrilled to be guest hosting this week's episode for Jim Sterling, who can't be here this week. He's actually travelling right now. He's on his way back from GamerX, where I'm sure he had a lovely time. But I'm here filling in, taking some time out of my new tour, which I hope you all come to. It's available in some cities at some dates. I'm Hatsune Miku. Anyway, before he left, Jim prepared this episode for you, so I hope you enjoy it, and have a really nice day, sir. Thank you very much. I'm Hatsune Miku.
So is Square Enix ashamed of the active time battle system? This much seems to be evidenced by its almost obsessive push to reinvent the wheel every time it releases a Final Fantasy game. The ATB system hasn't been good enough for Square since, well, blimey, not since maybe Final Fantasy IX, I don't think, when it had its last real gasp. Since then, Square Enix has moved away from anything resembling turn-based combat steadily over the years, actionizing what it can out of a seeming pressure to appear modern. Some members of the game's media have applauded this. Indeed, you won't find a shortage of pundits who will call turn-based JRPG combat archaic and old-fashioned. Indeed, when the brilliant Lost Odyssey came out last generation, one of the common complaints about the game from reviewers was that its turn-based battles were aged and decrepit, despite it actually being a really good turn-based battle system in a damn fine game. I've been curious though. It's clear that traditional Japanese RPG combat is receding into the shadows, but I have to wonder if there's any actual market changes to back that up, or if it's just yet another thing the industry collectively decided was shitty and unwanted by the general public of its own accord. With Final Fantasy VII Remake revealing that it too would be looking a lot more like Crisis Core than its actual roots, I'm wondering it more than ever. It's not hard to doubt the legitimacy of the belief. This is, after all, the same industry that repeatedly tells us single-player games are a dying relic, despite successful games like Bioshock, Dishonored, and Until Dawn proving otherwise time and time again. The same industry that just collectively decided one day that survival horror games were a thing of the past without any evidence, leaving indie titles like Amnesia and Outlast to fill a clearly large gap in the market. This is the same AAA industry that focus tests its games with small groups of 12-year-old boys and bases its decisions off that instead of real opinion, leading to a game like Fuse turning from this fun thing into this po-faced miserable train wreck. Given the big budget game world's track record, I'm a little cynical about the idea that Final Fantasy VII actually needs modernising to this degree. I mean, first of all, it's fucking Final Fantasy VII. The idea it wouldn't sell millions and millions even if it was just a shot-for-shot replica with prettier graphics is the finalist of fantasies. Second of all, despite all the bollocks that some pundits chat about how badly Final Fantasy VII has aged and it's just nostalgia making us think it's good, I love you, Steve Burns, but you're talking pish on this one. Final Fantasy VII has held up well, and no amount of people using the word overrated is going to change that. Is it the best Final Fantasy game? No, because it's not Final Fantasy IX. But as someone who is replaying the original version of 7 right now, I'd say the active time battle system is far more timeless than people give it credit for. It's been part of excellently classic games that people still jizz over to this day for a reason, and it's not because it's shit. After the initial excitement for the Final Fantasy VII Remake died down, I warned people not to be too overhyped for it, because we have to remember that it's the Square Enix of 2015 that's making it, and the Square Enix of 2033 that will release it. Basically the modern shitty Square Enix. The Square Enix that I revealed years ago has board meetings to discuss ways of cutting up games and selling them in pieces. The remake will sell in 3 parts. The Square Enix that releases exploitative garbage like Final Fantasy All the Bravest is the one behind this. The Square Enix that, most importantly, doesn't even understand its own market. How little does Square Enix understand its own market? Well, its publicised total surprise that the 3DS RPG Bravely Default actually sold well indicates quite a lack of connection. The company was fucking shocked that the type of game it built its fortune and reputation on actually performed fucking well with its audience. A game that, I might add, has a turn-based battle system despite being critically well received and commercially successful. And this further compounds my doubt that the market actually influenced this idea that turn-based and active time combat systems are unwanted by the public. As with all the other things that large publishers decide aren't en vogue anymore, evidence to the contrary can be found without even looking too hard. We've got the fact that Pokemon, almost approaching its 20th anniversary, is still a massive multi-million-dollar franchise that sells tons of copies of its traditional RPG experience featuring turn-based combat. Oh, and there's that sequel, that turn-based strategy game that sold well enough to get a sequel, despite its publishers initially claiming turn-based strategies were over. X something. Alright, yeah, XCOM. Square Enix itself has the proof in Bravely Default, yet it hasn't learned a damn thing. It's still desperate to fix what ain't broke, and keeps its Final Fantasy games as far away from their combat roots as possible, all without any proof that this is definitely what the audience prefers. Active time battle systems and turn-based combat are fine. they're still fine, and I will never for the life of me understand why they've been singled out as archaic and needing to go. Like, I've never heard why it needs to be phased out by these critics, only that it does, and I don't fucking get it. I replay older Final Fantasy games all the time, and they're still fun, and turn-based combat across a variety of genres still has its own tactical flavour. If anything, now that so many fucking games have actionized and treated turn-based battling like a leper, it feels fresher than ever. Kind of like how World War II games have started to feel after everything desperately went all modern warfare. Hell, can someone even tell me what's more fucking modern about third-person combat than turn-based combat? They've both been around since for fucking ever, and they both seem perfectly evolved to evoke a certain style and atmosphere of gameplay. Why is one inherently more modern than the other? As far as I can tell, the answers all lead to because we said so. So it is that publishers are convinced that games with such systems belong only on portable devices, where they ignore how well they're capable of selling. As for Final Fantasy VII Remake, well, I can only wish it the best, but I won't hold my breath, not with modern Square Enix at the wheel. I want it to be great. I hope it's great, and the fact it's resorting to an actionized quote-unquote modern combat system isn't a complete deal-breaker for me. I just think it's interesting and telling that even in a post-Bravely Default world, the company can't stop tinkering, can't stop self-consciously trying to be hip and modern, still can't stop being ashamed of the gameplay that formed the core of its most famous game of all time. And all because the industry just up and decided something was true one day, just because they said so.
You know, a lot of people often say to me, Hatsune Miku, who you are, do you let the fame ever get to your head? And I say, I'm a hologram, you know? I don't have a head. I can't interact with the world. Nothing can physically or indeed emotionally affect me. I mean, I pass straight through all this, you know, because I'm just composed of light, is the thing. So no, I've never let the fame get to me. I always try and maintain an air of humility. I always try and stay grounded, even though I am not real and I am made out of light and I'm a hologram, which brings its own set of problems, you know. But you just try and get through it day after day, you know. I'm just grateful for all the love and support that my fans have for me, and I just work it out from there. So no, if that answers your question, no, I am, you know, I don't see myself as famous, you know, I see myself as Miku, because that's who I am. So anyway, hope you enjoyed the episode this week. You know, Jim is gutted he can't be here with you, but hopefully I did a good job of filling in for him. And he'll be here next time. He'll see you next time. So all that remains to be said is thank God for me. Coo. Note to self, when you've got 3D printed Abe statues that are securely fastened by their base to your lectern so they don't fall off, don't sweep your hand across for a joke, because you might break it. So that's upsetting. You know, Jim's going to be very upset by that when he finds out what I, Hatsune Miku, have done. He's going to be really quite gutted. He's going to be very disappointed. That's a shame for him. Psst. Hey friend, do you like awards? Do you like video game awards? Oh, you don't? You think they're pointless and arbitrary and just boil people's piss? Oh, well, tough, because the Jimquisition Game of the Year Awards 2015 starts now! Now! The Jimquisition Game of the Year Awards are the most prestigious award event in the game industry, and anybody who says otherwise is a liar. Usually we pick 5 games. 5 games that each get a Game of the Year award. No categories, no specialer than thou. Just 5 games that I think speak to me as the epitome of what made that year great. This year, we're doing 6. Oh yeah, we're breaking all the rules. Rules that I arbitrarily made up, but they're still rules, and they're still being broken, just like in that Judas Priest song. The one about breaking the rules. So let's, without further ado, kick things off right now. Let's rock it in there with a game that's leagues above a whole bunch of others.
I am of course talking about Rocket League. I'm not a fan of sports games at all, and there are only a few racing games that could hold my attention, so it speaks volumes about Rocket League that I consider it one of the best games of the year. It's a soccer game, but you're cars, and you race around the pitch trying to smack the ball into the opposing goal using flips and stunts. The concept is simple, and in practice, it's beautiful. One of the best multiplayer experiences you could hope to find this year, Rocket League's tight physics and nail-biting tension has had me on the edge of my seat and roaring in triumph whenever I get to score a goal. It's actually turned me into a yelling football hooligan this year, so invested in it I've been. It's a chaotic affair, but there's a unique elegance to the anarchy, a purity that comes from having cars smash around a big field and hitting balls. It's good, honest fun, basically, and you simply can't have enough of that these days.
These awards have only just begun, but you won't need a guide to get you through them. It's time for award number 2, The Beginner's Guide.
The Beginner's Guide is an affecting experience. It's not for everybody, certainly not for those who sneer at walking simulators in their entirety. However, this introspective look at game design and how we interpret meanings behind people's art has had a significant impact on many of those who've given it a go, myself included. It did, in fact, lead to one of my very best pieces of written work, where I simply opened up about myself as a creator, the past struggles that have influenced me, and how they dictate my actions as a person today. The Beginner's Guide brought that out of me, that raw honesty that I'd never felt quite comfortable throwing into the public eye before. To say more about The Beginner's Guide as a game is to give too much away, which is why I always talk about its effect rather than its content. It made me think of myself as a creator of entertainment. It made me think about how I handle criticism. It made me think about why I do the things I do. It bored into me in an affecting way, a way so few games have ever come close to doing. It's fascinating, it's almost brutal, but it is ultimately one of the finest and most provocative interactive experiences out there.
You know, there are some games I could start talking about, like, late at night, and I won't be stopped talking about them until dawn. Oh yes, our next Jimquisition award goes to the unique horror stylings of Until Dawn.
Until Dawn isn't a game I expect to see on many lists, but as a horror fan, this one is an absolute beaut. Inspired heavily by the movies of the 90s and early 2000s, it's got a lot of Scream in there, some Saw, and a few 80s classics like Friday the 13th. It's a self-aware, sometimes delightfully cheesy horror game that deals with cause and effect in a damn clever way, providing some actual consequence for your actions, rather than the usual smoke and mirrors other games provide. It's set up like a Quantic Dream game, except it's well written and has engaging characters, and it's actually effing good. It's clear this was made by people who really understand horror, what makes it both brilliant and silly, and Until Dawn embraces both those aspects without shame, featuring some tense action sequences, interesting adventure game elements, and a range of amazing performances, including a hammy term from Peter Stormare, I love him. I never get his name right. Until Dawn demonstrates how big budget horror still has a place in the industry, and its subsequent critical and commercial acclaim is a great thing for the genre overall. It's the only console game that's really come close to Quantic's ideal of making a video game that feels like a movie, thanks to a savvy studio that actually understands both cinema and gaming and uses both to fantastic effect.
Our next Jimquisition award goes to a game you can really get down with. It's that well made. It's down well. These puns are fantastic.
As an obsessive lover of The Binding of Isaac, my craving for fast-paced permadeath games featuring randomized upgrades and permanent unlockables is never sated. Downwell is fantastic as an alternative to Isaac, something with a quicker pace, but it's just as satisfying. It's all about descending downwards, well, that's what descending means, using the guns on your boots to shoot at the enemies in your way while collecting gems. It's tough as nails and has the kind of unquittable quality of other challenging rapid-fire games like Super Hexagon. This is a game that almost made me poo myself. I wanted one quick game before going to the bathroom, but 5 games in and I was fit to burst but unable to stop. I didn't actually poo myself, but it was tough. It nails the kind of challenge that infuriates in a way that makes the player want to keep fighting it rather than simply giving in. And for its price, it'll keep its hooks in you for hours and hours and hours. It's earned all the applause it's gotten this year because Downwell most certainly deserves to have gone down well. You won't need to be a skilled hunter to track down the next award. In fact, you can probably feel this one in your blood. It's time to talk about Bloodborne. I don't think anybody doubted Bloodborne would be getting a Jimquisition award this year. From Software took the Dark Souls core and gave it some steroids, making a faster, more aggressive game about ducking and weaving, creating opportunities, and seizing weakness in a desolate and devastated world. I realise I made it sound a lot like Dark Souls there, but it's faster. Perhaps From's bleakest Souls game yet, Bloodborne adds cosmic horror to the city of Yharnam, a gothic, faux Victorian realm in which hunters fill themselves with monstrous blood and face ever more terrifying beasts. In my mind, Bloodborne is just as much a survival horror as it is an action RPG, and remains one of the most intense, terrifying games I've ever had the pleasure of playing. Its bestiary of nasties is truly grotesque, its boss battles are huge and unforgettable, and the lore is as engrossing as it is eerily confusing. While it lacks the range of weaponry and customization found in Dark Souls, Bloodborne gains a sense of refinement and complexity to what it offers, a trade-off that ultimately makes for a sleeker and more polished adventure. To quote me from earlier this year, Bloodborne is as glorious as it is grotesque, a harsh and unyielding exercise in getting battered mercilessly while feeling encouraged the whole painful way. Bloodborne is something truly special, a barbaric horror RPG that will giveth and taketh away in perfect measure, wrapped up in a perverse world that will refuse to let you go. We've got one more award to give out, and what could it be? What game could round off such a fantastic list of excellent games from this past year? Well, I feel like the weight of my sins would crawl on my back if I didn't include this one. So it is with great determination that I proudly, adamantly give the final Game of the Year award to The Order 1886. I mean Undertale. Undertale. Yes, Undertale. The best RPG I've played in years. A game full to the brim with eccentric humour, moments of genuine heartwarming, a truly incredible cast of characters, and some very special twists indeed. It's a game in which you can kill enemies just like any other random battle RPG, and yet you're encouraged to take the merciful path, finding ways to talk your way out of combat and spare the lives of the confused monsters who stand in your way. Whatever you do, Undertale never forgets. It tears the fourth wall to pieces. It knows what you've done, even if you decide to write over your previous actions. It's up there with Psycho Mantis or Arkham Asylum's Scarecrow when it comes to gameplay that truly screws with the player and subverts their expectations. All this and the game itself is damn fine stuff at a fundamental level, combining turn-based combat with bullet hell in a supremely clever way. Earthbound fans will feel right at home with this weird, wonderful role player that manages to be silly and somber at the same time. And the soundtrack, oh good heavens me, the soundtrack. I'd go on record as saying it's soundtrack of the goddamn year. The complexities woven deeply into this initially unassuming RPG are enough to keep you invested long after you've watched the end credits for the first time. It's been a long, long time since this style of RPG has grabbed me in the way Undertale has, and even longer since a small independent effort has been so ambitious, impressive, and unquestionably successful. Most importantly, you can date a skeleton if you want. You can date the shit out of a skeleton. Oh, Undertale is effing amazing. And those are the Jimquisition Awards 2015. Now, I didn't have time to include everything. There are honourable mentions. This year goes to The Witcher 3, of course, a fantastically huge game that has already won many Game of the Year awards from other places, and I can't argue with it. It's huge, it's detailed, CD Projekt Red really respects its customers, they provided a game that was a real service as well as an experience. Just a fantastic game all around. And Splatoon, similar, that just took a unique spin on multiplayer shooters and has just been endless fun, very addictive, very hard to put down. A beautiful game, gorgeous to look at, great original visuals, and the combat is just tons of fun. There are my honourable mentions. There are, of course, other games as well that came out. It's been a good year for games. 2015 was a great year for games. Games as entertainment, not so good for games as the business side of things, for games as business. A lot of bad stuff happened there, but we're not talking about the bad this week. That's next week.
Wait, no!
But that's next week. Until then, let's just all enjoy and revel in the positivity. And I hope you enjoyed my picks. Even if you didn't agree with all of them, feel free to give your favourite games this year a shout out in response. I'm sure I won't be able to argue with many of them. And yeah, that's that. Hope you enjoyed the award show. And just settle back, enjoy the holidays, and of course, thank God for me. And them 6 games what I mentioned. If you haven't played any of them, seriously, do check them out. They're quite good. They won a Jimquisition award, have you heard? That's prestigious. Ooh, shit, I forgot to give an honourable mention to Xenoblade Chronicles X. Shit. Hello there. You've just caught me chilling out in my office. Now, I know that normally this time of the year is, well, it's when we bring the noise, bring the thunder, you know? It's the last Jimquisition of the year. It's normally where we look at the worst games that have come out in the past 12 months. But you know what? I'm just tired of that. I'm tired of the rancor, of the mudslinging, of the outrage. I just want a chance to get personal, you know? I've left the Jimquisition studio in the hands of an old friend. I'm sure he'll take good care of it. So, in the meantime, until we get back to business as usual, let's just have a chat out, you know? Me and you, closer to closer.
Do you think the games are over? Do you think you will walk away untested? All the games have only just begun. That I have ensured. It's time to play a game.
10 of them, in fact. It's time for the top 10 shittiest games of 2015. Take it away, Skeletor.
Batman Arkham Knight!
Batman Arkham Knight deserves a place on this list for the sheer bloody horror show that was the PC version of the game. While running okay on consoles, Arkham Knight's simultaneous PC launch was a disaster. The game ran like shit on an unforgivable number of systems, with skipping and frame rate dips that ranged from playable for some to downright unbearable for others. I had one of the better experiences, and it was still fucking atrocious. Absolutely unacceptable from a big name publisher. It was so bad that Warner Brothers was forced to pull the game from Steam and issue an apology, an unprecedented move for a publisher that once admitted it was too busy working on DLC to fix the broken Arkham Origins. The apology rang hollow, considering the PC port was farmed out to a small studio with very little time to do it, and there's no way WB didn't know the game was fucked before it launched it. This would have been bad enough, but when the game was finally re-released for sale months and months later, it was still buggered, and the devs admitted Arkham Knight was probably unfixable. Yet they sold it anyway and continue to sell it, offering refunds to look like good guys when they should have just kept it pulled. A complete nightmarish mess. Even if it did work properly, there's still one word to describe the uninspired, paint-by-numbers, open-world sludge that is Arkham Knight.
Mediocre!
A dull game at best, and an inexcusable disregard for customers at worst. Oh, and its Season Pass was a waste of money, even by friggin' Season Pass standards. Which are low, by the way. They're very low, is what I was saying. There.
Uncrowded!
Uncrowded is one of the half a dozen games to have appeared this year that look identical to each other. They're all from different developers, they all have different names, but they look the same. Same gameplay, same models, same map. Uncrowded is the one that actually made it to the Steam store, but on Greenlight you can find a ton of them. Day Survival Begins, Pixel Z, Craftlands, all of them the same. This is because Uncrowded and its clones aren't really games. They're all Unit Z, a pre-packaged asset pack sold on the Unity store. Unit Z offers a fully playable open world map with enemies, survival elements and combat. It's supposed to be a foundation, a base upon which to build an original game, except a dozen sly fuckers decided instead to just throw the shit up on Greenlight completely unaltered. Uncrowded is the one that slipped through the cracks, but it is a mere representative of the lazy hack cut and pasters who partook in the most pathetic asset flip of them all, literally reselling something they bought as original work. Fuck asset flips, fuck Uncrowded, and fuck every piss scum trying to sell Unit Z.
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5! of Evil.
If we ignore the fact that Fellowship of Evil takes the name of a series I loved and uses it to sell a cynical, sloppy, horribly half-baked Diablo ripoff, Overlord Fellowship of Evil is still a cynical, horribly half-baked Diablo ripoff. Combat is nothing but brainless button mashing with only the vaguest and most half-hearted of nods to the original Overlord games. The prior installment's minions make an appearance, but they're fucking useless. Their pathfinding is patently broken, as they frequently run into this magic grass shit that turns them into enemies, meaning the game's sole-defining factor is a fucking liability to the player. There are no real customization options. There are 4 classes that are basically 2 classes, featuring restrictively linear upgrade progression. It runs like shit, looks unimpressive, the whole thing feels cheaply made, knocked out on the quick to try and reap a few extra bucks off an old license, which of course is where Fellowship of the Ring piece really cheeses my onions, because Overlord was a good game. It had its problems, many problems, but it was a great idea that could have been refined into something special. Instead, we get this cynical, creatively bankrupt pube pile that is totally unbalanced for single player, but has nobody playing it, so you can't do it fucking co-op either. An absolute disgrace of a spin-off that has raked the Overlord name through the shitting mud.
Galactic Hitman.
Galactic Hitman comes to us courtesy of our friends at Digital Homicide, the sensitive man-boys who brought us such delights as the Slaughtering Grounds and the aptly named Temper Tantrum. I went with this over Temper Tantrum because of its duplicity. This is one of 2 games Digital Homicide snuck onto Steam under a completely different name, the other game being Devil's Share, which was marginally better, if only because I didn't fall through the fucking map on that one. Yet another hack job asset flip. Galactic Hitman is remarkably shitty due to it taking fairly basic FPS combat and somehow making a complete mess of it. If you duck, enemies can't hit you at all, but if you stand, you're cut down in seconds because they all hit you and you have no defense. It's glitchy, it's ugly, it doesn't work like normal video games should, and above all, it got greenlit under false pretenses. It's also one of the 20 plus games Digital Homicide has shut out in less than 2 years. Just another slapped together collection of pre-packaged models and maps as part of some weird fucking racket that this studio, which has been trying to sell these games under a laundry list of fake names, is running. Galactic Shitman is utter scrotum. It doesn't even have a target reticule, for fuck's sake. As with any Digital Homicide game, you could slap it together yourself with some money and some time if you're a horrible person who wants to make planet Earth a worse place.
Pixels Defense.
It's somewhat telling that Pixels, a movie ostensibly about the love and good of video games, didn't have a real video game tie-in. Instead, it got Pixels Defense, a free mobile game that is every bit as cynical and slapdash as the grotty little Adam Sandler movie that I still haven't seen, but wanted to join the hate parade on, because if Sandler's allowed to be an exploitative bastard, so am I. Pixels Defense does the bare minimum required to be a tower defense game, stripped down and basic as it is. You put units in strictly designated areas using an unresponsive interface that barely registers your taps, and then you let luck take over, as you never know where the enemies are coming from or if the game will actually remember to make your units attack things. The interface is a clusterfuck. You can't tap on a unit without a huge info box obscuring the screen and covering up vast tracts of territory that you can no longer interact with, making commands almost impossible to perform. Even the tutorial is difficult to get through just because the AI doesn't work half the time. The only reason this load of cold spunk doesn't rank lower is because A, it's free, and B, it's Pixels, so only idiots like me still give a fucking toss.
Taken!
Taken represents all the shitty first-person horror games on Steam. All of them. They all deserve to be on this list, but last year people hated seeing so many shitty Steam games, so I tried to choose something representative, even though a lot of wanky Steam games are still on this list. Taken has nothing to do with Liam Neeson, and everything to do with lazily cobbled together mazes that exist without any context. You navigate these mazes of indistinct textures and eye-gougingly horrible visual effects while pursued by a stereotypical little monster girl who you can often find half stuck in a wall. You can't even fail the game unless you try, so inept is your would-be predator. Unless you actively walk into the girl, she won't fucking touch you. The game's also really dodgy due to a shady Kickstarter campaign, a lack of promised features, and the only positive reviews being from the developers and their friends. For all these reasons and more, Taken is more than a single entry, but a representative of everything that was and continues to be dreadful about Steam's appalling lack of quality control. As such, it's eligible for a new sub-award I'm putting into our yearly Shittiest Games rundown. Taken gets the Everything Foreskinning Wrong with Steam Awards 2015. Good job, Taken. Now fuck off, you sleazy little jizz ring.
Ravens Cry.
Raven's Cry is so bad it had to fail twice. When it first launched, this eons in development pirate RPG from Topware was a broken and buggy shambles. Production value was lower than my old wretched balls, with missing audio files, weird animation glitches, and performance issues up the wazoo. Some of its issues were downright bizarre, like the weird fisheye look character models acquired, and how they'd grow and shrink in size to bizarre proportions. Even without the problems, the game was shit, with awful laggy combat and ship battles that were literally unwinnable because faster enemy ships could retreat and stay retreating forever, forcing you to reload a save in order to play the game again. Oh, and speaking of save files, they got wiped at some point because of course they did. The game was written like some pirate-themed porno, so cheesy and improperly directed that I expected all the pirates to tear their clothes off and shag at any given second. Actually, that Pirates movie with Belladonna and Jessie Jane in it was better written than this bollocks. Anyway, Topware was pretty fucking cavalier about all the complaints, but smelled a chance at either redemption or a second day in the spotlight because they released the game with a bunch of alleged fixes. Vendetta, Curse of Raven's Cry, was the same game, but marginally improved. It was still clunky shit, and I still hate its rotten, slizzing guts. Vendetta proved you can polish a turd, but it'll still stink like fucking shit, mate.
Gabe Newell Simulator!
If you want a cynical, meme-riddled exploitation of so-called internet humour, look no further than Gabe Newell Simulator. It's a third-person shooter, but they whacked simulator in the name because that's popular and will help it show up in searches. It's got Gabe Newell in it because Gaben is a mimetic gag among 12-year-olds, and therefore, haha, we're all supposed to laugh. It's got a Half-Life 3 joke in it because of course it does, those never get old. And then when you get down to it, it's just another asset flip. A bunch of cobbled together enemies and shit bought from Unity and thrown willy-nilly into a bunch of terrible map corridor levels that contain maybe 20 minutes of content at best, and what's wrong with his fucking arm? The big joke of Gabe Newell Simulator begins and ends with the title. The software itself is just another bare-bones, just-about-works, physics-defying Babby's first Unity game that could make any decent-hearted human cringe into their own ribcage. The worst part is, Newell had to have allowed the use of his name and likeness, which means this kind of gutter trash, this river scum, this further infection of Steam's storefront has Valve's complete and shameless blessing. That's just goddamn embarrassing, and what's wrong with his fucking arm?
Alone in the dark, illumination!
Alone in the Dark Illumination is a cooperative shooter, in which you use light to fight monsters, meaning it's a game in which you're neither alone nor in the dark. At its most basic foundation, the latest Alone in the Dark manages to completely balls up the series' premise. Atari itself is little more than a hollow corpse these days, worn by its corporate acquirers like a grisly rotting suit. Its past library of games have been steadily exploited for name value, farmed out to cowboys who have no respect for the source material. We've had the dreadful Haunted House, the utterly senseless Asteroids rehash, and this absolute mockery, this miserable clump of wet, artless garbage. Once the bedrock of survival horror, Alone in the Dark is now a simplistic and skeletal Left 4 Dead, one that clearly wasn't finished before being shunted out for launch. Enemies can shoot you through walls, there's no music or voice acting, sound files for explosions are straight up missing, mission briefings are huge blocks of silent text, the whole thing plays and feels like a goddamn early access game, except it isn't. As with all cheap spermy co-op games, it's borderline unplayable in single player and a complete ghost town online, making it worth less than nothing to pretty much everyone. To quote myself, Alone in the Dark Illumination is ugly in every sense of the word, and I don't just mean that visually, although it is about as attractive as an anus in an eye socket. Hideous both inside and out, it's the consummate fraud that hides behind a recognisable name to deliver interactive poison. The kind of game that has systematically eroded the game industry over the last few years, cashing in the trust and goodwill of the audience for a quick and very dirty buck. Games like this are toxic and have no place in a medium that respects itself. Everyone who had a hand in this disaster ought to be fucking ashamed of themselves, but it does at least have one achievement to its name. It is, officially, 20